Damn this world. At 2 in the morning, a broken printer spat out pages with a rustling sound. 30-year-old Guo Chong'an leaned against the wall, feeling as if lead weights were dragging on his eyelids. His current state was probably like that broken printer, could stall any moment. His phone screen suddenly lit up another hospital payment reminder. His father was lying in the ICU. The estimated cost of heart bypass surgery pressed down on him like a mountain. 500,000. Still 300,000. This number had been spinning in his mind for 34 days, spinning until he was nearly deformed. He didn't open the message. Instead, he flipped the phone face down on the table, slowly pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. During those 34 days, he arrived at his desk at 7 in the morning and left at dawn. With less than 4 hours of sleep each day, he saw double. When looking at anyone, even his own reflection in the mirror seemed unfamiliar. Dark circles as deep as if he had been punched twice, hair falling out in clumps. He had lost 20 pounds. His suit hung loosely on him, as if stolen from someone else. The Zhongzhou Group project was a tough nut. Over 30 companies were vying for it. He had been promoted to regional director only half a year ago with no seniority, no connections. His only card was his life. 40 days ago, when his father collapsed in the old mud house in his hometown, Guo Chong'an was on a business trip in Suzhou. After receiving his aunt's call, he froze helpless when he finally scrambled to the hospital, pushing his father's wheelchair for transfer, waiting in lines, begging for help. He realized that in the adult world, tears were worthless. Only money was hard currency. His father sat in the wheelchair, eyes full of guilt for burdening his son. Guo Chong'an couldn't bear to look at those eyes and forced himself to say, "Dad, it's okay. I just got promoted. I have more money than I can spend." More money than I can spend? Bullshit. He had worked for 8 years and saved less than 100,000. He had borrowed from relatives and friends, scraped together another 100,000. The remaining 300,000 gap was like a bottomless pit. The only way out was to win the Zhongzhou project. The commission and bonuses would just be enough to save his father. To this end, he had polished 17 versions of the proposal, visited Zhongzhou Group 12 times, met with 6 different managers, and drunk enough coffee to fill a swoon. Tonight was the make-or-break meeting. Manager Zhou from Zhongzhou Group had booked a private club. The room was hazy with smoke, the air tense and oppressive. Guo Chong'an and his own general manager Liang sat across from manager Zhou, who was seated at the head of the table like a Buddha, holding the power of life and death. On the table were those 100-milliliter liquor measures filled with 53 proof baijiu. Guo Chong'an usually could handle about 3 liang, but tonight he picked up the jug directly. The first jug was to toast manager Zhou for the honor. The second was to thank him for the opportunity. The third jug praised manager Zhou's generosity. The fourth was a toast to everyone present. The fifth was about social connections and favors. After the sixth jug went down, Guo Chong'an felt as if a knife had been lodged in his stomach, cutting its way up his esophagus. Cold sweat dripped down his temples. His complexion shifted from red to white, but the smile on his lips remained fixed, and his pleasantries flowed without a hitch. Finally, manager Zhou put down his chopsticks, patted Guo Chong'an on the shoulder with a firm hand, and said, "Xiao Guo, you're steady. You can work with the project." Signed the contract. It was done. Guo Chong'an forced himself to see everyone off, then leaned against a stone pillar outside the club, gasping for air. His chest felt like a pot of boiling oil, and stomach acid mixed with alcohol rose in his throat. He suddenly bent over, and with a wah spat a mouthful of bright red blood onto the dark gray tiles. The waiter screamed in shock. He waved his hand, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and turned to hail a taxi back to the office. Go to the hospital? No such thing. The contract was signed tomorrow. If the project fell through, his father would be hopeless. He curled up on the office sofa all night, his stomach pain preventing sleep, but his lips were still curled in a smile. Enough. The money was enough. The next day, after signing the contract, general manager Liang called him into the office and pushed a transfer voucher across the desk. You almost gave your life to win this project. Commission and bonuses 360,000. Manager Liang took a sip of tea. I added a little extra from my own pocket plus an advance on your bonus to make it 500,000. I heard about your father. Guo Chong'an stared at the voucher, wanting to say something nice, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a word. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. Not a kneel, but the total weakness of a spring snapped after being stretched to the limit. Manager Liang's side helped him up, and then walked out, leaving him alone. Guo Chong'an cried for a long time. In his mind, he saw only his father's back carrying bricks at a construction site, and those rough bark-like hands. He dried his tears, took out his phone, and with trembling fingers opened the banking app. Balance 500368. 17. He copied the hospital's account number, entered the amount, and pressed the password. Just as his fingertip hovered 1 millimeter above the confirm button, an extreme sense of relief numbed his entire body. Dad, you're saved. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice exploded without warning in his mind. Detected significant emotional fluctuation. Selected the disappointed one to join the savior plan. Guo Chong'an froze. Disappointed. He was the most triumphant person in the world right now. Before he could curse, a terrifying suction force came from behind, like an invisible giant hand grabbing his collar and yanking him backward. The office shrank in his vision, becoming a point of light, then endless void. Wait, just 1 second. Let me press it. He shouted hoarsely, desperately reaching for the falling phone. That was his father's life, the 500,000 he had fought for. The void swallowed everything. The office fell into dead silence. The phone on the floor flickered, then froze on a message: transfer successful. When Guo Chong'an opened his eyes again, he found himself leaning against a brick wall covered in mold, the alley reeking of sewer odor. Overhead wires like spider webs, at his feet puddles of water shimmering with an eerie green glow. This was definitely not the Magic City, nor any place he recognized. Savior no. 044, welcome to Aqua Blue Star. On Earth you were mediocre, disappointed, and broken. The system grants you a new opportunity to become a savior. This world is on the brink of doom. Please accept the initial mission. Save your grandpa. Guo Chong'an slowly stood up, his voice calm as a dead pool, but every word seemed ground out between his teeth. He looked at his empty hands. The money was gone. The phone was gone. His father, who was still in the ICU waiting for the money to save his life, was gone too. Who was mediocre? Who was disappointed and broken? His voice suddenly rose like a cornered beast. I just earned enough money to save my father's life. You call this disappointment? He punched the wall, his knuckles split, open, blood seeping into the brick crevices. Pain. No, compared to the despair of having his hope cruelly severed, this pain was less than a tickle. My father is waiting for my transfer. He could die in the hospital any minute. He lowered his head, his voice as cold as ice chips. You know nothing, and you treat other people's lives like your own game. The system seemed unused to this reaction, its mechanical voice stuttering, Savior, please calm down. Completing the mission will allow you to return to the original timeline. Please claim the newbie gift pack and complete the mission, kill 10 zombies. Guo Chong'an let out a neurotic cold laugh. He pulled an old photo from his inner pocket, a picture of him and his father on graduation day in front of the school gate. In the photo, the honest, simple man was smiling with wrinkles all over his face. He carefully placed the photo back against his chest. Save the world. He looked up at the sky, his eyes nearly overflowing with malice. I only want to save my father. As for this broken world, I don't give a damn. His only thought now was to grab that so-called system and crush it with his own hands. Just then a scream came from the end of the alley. Help! Guo Chong'an turned his head, his reddened eyes showing no pity, only irritation at being interrupted. Meanwhile, inside the female dormitory of Hailan University in Shuilan City, 22-year-old Yuan Jiu opened her eyes. The first feeling that surged into her heart was not the fear of surviving a disaster, but a nausea that seeped into her bones. It was a feeling that crawled out from the crevices of her bones. The once exalted leader's wife suddenly cast down into the dust. She became the lowest servant in the base, doing the dirtiest and most tiring work every day, barely able to fill her stomach. But that humiliation of being devoured alive had been branded into the depths of her soul. She abruptly sat up, taking in large gulps of fresh air. Her vision fell upon the familiar, yet worn ceiling of the university dormitory, where a small piece of plaster was slightly curled up, like a fragile, dead leaf about. Her roommate in the lower bunk turned over, muttered something vaguely, and continued looking at her phone. She looked down at her own hands, white, delicate, with neatly trimmed nails painted in light pink nail polish. No scars, no calluses, no bloodstains from scratching for survival in the apocalypse. She got out of bed barefoot, stepping onto the cold cement floor. The real sensation made her want to cry. The phone screen showed May 18, 2036, 1103 a.m. Less than 3 hours until the apocalypse arrived. Scenes from the previous life flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. She was a renowned beauty in the department with long, gentle hair and outstanding looks, suitors lining up from the dormitory door to the cafeteria. She was indeed skilled at maneuvering, playing those men at her fingertips until the apocalypse came and she met Guo Chong'an. That man was a savior and also a madman. He was one of the saviors forcibly brought into this world by the system, hot-tempered, and only wanted to go home, but he was so strong that he could kill his way through zombie hordes. Back then she was almost killed, but Guo Chong'an saved her. She saw through his weakness, loneliness, and disguised herself as his only spiritual anchor in this. So she pretended to be weak and helpless, deliberately showing vulnerability and dependence. After a month of intimacy, she willingly gave herself to him just to survive in this damned world. After that, Guo Chong'an listened to her every word, relying on her, with a mix of possessiveness and responsibility, treating her as his everything. During those days, she had moments of hesitation, but later she met the more powerful Li Jianglin. Without hesitation, she kicked away that idiot who only knew how to following brother Jianglin is more promising than following you. That was the last sentence she said to Guo Chong'an. She would always remember Guo Chong'an's expression at that moment. No anger, no sadness, only a dead calm, as if something precious inside him had shattered completely. He looked at her deeply with no resentment, only a understanding resignation, then turned and left, never looking back. But this calculation eventually backfired on her. Li Jianglin once doted on her, making her the mistress of the camp with fine clothes, rich food, tender care, and sweet words. She secretly congratulated herself on choosing the right man and looked down on the stubborn and crazy Guo Chong'an. Until the night Li Jianglin broke through to the 4th level, everything suddenly reversed. The look in his eyes shed all tenderness, leaving only cold calculation like sizing up prey. Jiu, you can't even bear children. From then on, another woman pregnant with a child replaced her position. She was driven out of the mansion and became the lowest servant. And her cultivation was restricted, forever trapped at the second level. That woman most enjoyed tormenting the former mistress. From occasional to habitual. She cried and begged, but Li Jianglin only mocked. What else are you good for except to entertain her? She wanted to escape, but her weak strength made it impossible. She wanted to die, but even the right to end her life was taken away. In his eyes, she was his plaything. Even if he no longer wanted it, no one could take it, including herself. For full years, she fell from the clouds into the mud. And because of her previous arrogance, even the slaves around her bullied her. They mocked her for her scheming, then gave her the dirtiest and hardest chores, and stole her food. On the 11th year's New Year's Eve, the big shots were on high, raising glasses, and at that moment a sharp sword light cut through the sky. Guo Chong'an descended from the heavens, killing 100 people, with one sword, standing on a pile of corpses looking down at her. His eyes held no love or hate, only a faint trace of mockery, but he still took off his cloak to wrap around her disheveled body, and said in the simplest tone, "Come." Li Jianglin led people to chase them, and there was a powerful enemy blocking the way ahead. Their lives hung by a thread. An assassin emerged from the shadows, ready to She blocked the blade without hesitation. As she fell into Guo Chong'an's arms, he only asked her one question. "Is there anyone here you care about?" She shook her head, her heart empty. Then she saw him crush a black ball, whispering, "Like this, can I also go home?" Boundless darkness swallowed everything, and a golden light flashed in her consciousness. On the verge of death, she finally realized the root of her loss was that she had never understood true feelings, only using and scheming. She opened her eyes again, back to the eve of the apocalypse. Yuan Jiu took a deep breath and wiped the tears from her eyes. In this life, she would not be that scheming green tea. She wanted to find Guo Chong'an, the madman who had once given her a shred of true feeling. She quickly changed into a white t-shirt and jeans with a pair of non-slip sneakers. Her long hair was tied into a neat high ponytail. Into the backpack she stuffed a power bank, a first aid kit, and a few high-calorie chocolate bars. The roommate in the lower bunk was curled up under the covers watching a show, annoyed by the noise. "Jiu, what's the rush? Don't you have class this afternoon?" Yuan Jiu stopped her actions and looked at her seriously. "At 2 p.m., the end of the world will come. If you believe me, go home now, take your parents into the house, and prepare 2 weeks of water and dry food." The roommate looked at her like she was crazy. "Are you feverish? Been watching too many short dramas." Yuan Jiu didn't explain, grabbed her large black umbrella with a metal frame for self-defense, and rushed straight out of the dormitory. She took a taxi straight to the alley entrance on the second ring road. In her previous life, she was there for an interview, took a shortcut, encountered a mutated homeless man, and then met Guo Chong'an, who had just arrived. The world outside the car window was still bustling. Delivery drivers sped by on electric bikes. A music store played a cheesy hit. Who could imagine that in just over 2 hours this place would become a living hell? She sat in a cafe across the street, ordered the most bitter iced Americano. Time ticked by. 1:57 p.m. 1:58 p.m. 1:59 p.m. 2:00 p.m. An invisible wave seemed to sweep through the atmosphere. The music from the store across the street stopped abruptly, replaced by screeching brakes and dull crashes. Screams spread like dominoes, quickly spreading down the entire street. Yuan Jiu tightened her grip on the umbrella, her knuckles white. She pushed open the door and rushed into that familiar alley. Beside a trash can, a homeless man scavenging for scraps suddenly collapses, his body convulsing violently, as if electrocuted. His nails scratched the concrete floor with a screeching sound. His eyes rolled back, leaving only a grayish-white film. Roar. That was no longer a human sound. The mutated homeless man sprang up, catching the scent of a living person, and lunged madly at Yuan Jiu. Yuan Jiu was so calm it scared even herself. She stepped back half a step, using the instincts honed from surviving in the mud in her previous life, and precisely pressed the tip of the umbrella against the creature's chest. With a bang, she opened the umbrella. The huge black canopy acted like a shield, pressing the zombie firmly against her. The stench of rot hit her face, and she could even see the debris stuck between its teeth. Timing it perfectly, she took a deep breath and let out a cry for help identical to the one in her previous life. Help. The sound echoed in the narrow alley, trembling with a tearful quality, perfectly masking the calculating calm in her eyes. Deep in the alley, the man, full of aggression and about to argue with the system, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. His eyes were like knives piercing straight at the alley entrance, meeting Yuan Jiu's wet but fearless eyes. Guo Chong'an stood in the alley, his ears filled with that cold electronic synthesized voice. Savior system loaded. Host Guo Chong'an's savior. Guo Chong'an spat downward, his eyes filled with uncontrollable brutality. Someone like him, who couldn't even save his own father, was supposed to save the world. This joke was more absurd than the Golden Retriever president's world peace. A piercing scream like a sharp knife suddenly tore through the stillness of the alley. Guo Chong'an didn't move. From the street outside the alley came the sounds of vehicle collisions and the roars of a crowd. He knew the apocalypse had truly arrived. To survive in this place relying on his body that had been drained by overtime work was clearly a dream. He finally compromised and whispered system claimed the newbie gift pack. A pale blue translucent interface abruptly unfolded before his eyes. Newbie gift pack claimed successfully physical attribute enhancement complete. Current level peak of advanced professional male athlete on blue water planet. In an instant, Guo Chong'an felt a surge of heat rush from his spine through his limbs and bones. His lower back, stiff from prolonged sitting, emitted a crisp sound. The feeling of being filled with power gave him the illusion that he could kill a tiger with his bare hands. The interface continued to flicker. Unlocked Earth Star Dragon Country, Hong Kong Comic Exchange Mall. Obtain newbie skill gift pack. Obtain newbie weapon alloy baseball bat. Before Guo Chong'an could complain about whether that Hong Kong Comic Mall could turn him into a muscular man. A cold, heavy alloy baseball bat with a faint metallic sheen materialized in his palm. The anti-slip texture on the grip was clear, pressing slightly painfully into his palm, but it also steadied his wildly beating heart. Name: Guo Chong'an. Age 30. Base attributes: Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 10, Spirit 15, Perception 15. Blue star. Adult male. Average is 67. Skill: Basic Combat LV. 1. Mastery of basic power techniques and combat footwork. Overall evaluation: a powerful ant. A powerful ant. How the evaluation is quite objective. Guo Chong'an glanced at the attribute panel. Spirit and Perception seemed to exceed the limits of blue star humans. From the moment he heard the scream to completing this series of newbie guidance, exactly 5 seconds had passed. He hesitated no more, his legs suddenly exerting force. The explosive power comparable to a professional sprinter made him like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly darting toward the direction of the sound. On the other side of the alley, a disheveled homeless man was letting out bestial growls. It could no longer be called a human. Its skin showed an abnormal gray-purple color with unknown biological tissue stuck between its teeth. It was frantically tearing at a black umbrella. The umbrella's ribs had been broken, twisted almost to the point of snapping, about to lose its protective function. Guo Chong'an stepped forward. The speed from his agility of 10 made him almost teleport behind the homeless man. He made no fancy moves, just instinctively pouring all his strength into his arms. The alloy baseball bat cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, smashing viciously toward the other's temple. Bang! After a dull sound, the homeless man's head exploded like a watermelon crushed by a truck, red and white gore splattering all over the ground. Guo Chong'an withdrew the bat, breathing slightly heavily. He looked at the twitching fallen corpse, feeling no expected fear, but instead a sense of cathartic pleasure. Half of the girl's face was splattered with blood, her pupils contracted slightly, but she stared fixedly at Guo Chong'an without blinking. Yuan Jiu let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. In her previous life, she had been chased through this alley like a stray dog, finally surviving by flipping garbage can lids, ending up covered in stench. In this life, although the bloodstains on her face were a bit disgusting, at least her clothes were still clean and her hair was not messy. She quickly pulled a wet wipe from her backpack, deftly cleaned the blood off her face, then slowly raised her head, putting on an expression of being overly frightened. Guo Chong'an was also sizing her up. He was originally 1.8 meters tall and thin. Now, after the system's modification, his body was filled with firm muscles, and his height had increased by 8 centimeters, standing straight like a javelin. The girl in front of him was now half crouching, her upward-looking angle perfectly revealing her strikingly bright face. Especially her fox-like eyes shimmering with light, and the tear mole beneath her eye against the blood-stained backdrop exuded a breathtaking sense of fragility. In his 30 years of life, Guo Chong'an had never even held a girl's hand. Meeting those eyes full of admiration and vulnerability, his heart, once filled with brutality, skipped a beat. This place was damned, but this girl, she was really good looking. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing that inappropriate flutter, and his voice remained stiff. This place isn't safe. Go home and stay put. Yuan Jiu didn't move. She raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. In her memory, the Guo Chong'an from her previous life saved people and left cold as a stone. In the end, she had to use every trick in the book to cling to him and get a ride in his car. The current Guo Chong'an, although his tone was harsh, had a genuine hint of concern in his eyes that couldn't be hidden. Great, this outfit was indeed his favorite. She quickly lowered her eyelids, her long lashes trembling slightly, her voice soft as cotton candy. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. I am not from around here. I'm a graduate of Hailan University, just came here for an interview today. Guo Chong'an glanced at the delicate school badge on her chest. He didn't recognize the characters on it, but the charm of Dragon Country traditional characters felt inexplicably familiar. He sighed. The ingrained kindness he couldn't shake off eventually prevailed, especially when facing such an incredibly Is there any place nearby to hide? The monsters on the street will only increase. Yuan Jiu slightly raised her head to her height of 1.72 meters. She still had to look up slightly to meet Guo Chong'an's eyes. Her fox-like eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, the joy spilling from her eyes, so genuine it was hard to doubt. I know. Not far ahead, there's a Yunchi hotel. Usually not many guests, and it has a large storage room with a thick door. She paused, then added softly with just the right amount of awkwardness. I used to work part-time there as a front desk, so I'm very familiar with the layout. That statement was only half true. She had indeed worked there, but not to earn tuition, rather to scout for a meal ticket for the rest of her life among the wealthy clientele. But such matters were obviously not suitable to tell her savior now. Guo Chong'an nodded. Lead the way. The two of them dashed out of the alley one after the other. Whenever a stray zombie lunged at them, Guo Chong'an would strike it down with a single swing of his bat. The basic combat level 1 granted by the system, though its name sounded crude, proved undeniably useful. Guo Chong'an, who had never been in a fight before, now landed every blow precisely on the zombies' joints, and heads clean and efficient. When they encountered a horde, Yuan Jiu would tug at his sleeve and whisper directions, guiding them into narrow back alleys or the dead corners of buildings. 15 minutes later, drenched in sweat, the two pushed through the revolving door of the Yunqi Hotel and stepped into the resplendent lobby. Several pools of blood stained the floor, and 3 wandering zombies in tattered suits or work clothes roamed about. Guo Chong'an charged forward, dispatching each with a single blow in under 30 seconds. He then plopped down onto a leather sofa, resting his alloy baseball bat across his knees, panting heavily. Strange, the number of monsters along the way isn't as high as I imagined, he frowned, glancing at Yuan Jiu, who was straightening her clothes. Yuan Jiu paused mid-motion. She knew the reason, of course. This was merely the early stage of the apocalypse. The so-called zombies were the first batch of failures who couldn't withstand the transformation from the awakening agent. The true outbreak would occur 3 days later, after the metamorphosis period ended. By then, survivors would become awakened while the failures would degenerate into mindless husks. The zombie crisis would reduce Blue Star's population of 9 billion to a mere third. But in Guo Chong'an's eyes, she was just a terrified college student. Maybe. Everyone's hiding, she replied vaguely, her face pale from the frantic run. Guo Chong'an asked no further questions. He stood up firmly, locked the revolving door from the inside, then picked up his bat and began inspecting the first floor. After confirming there were no hidden threats, he returned to the lobby to find Yuan Jiu sitting at the other end of the sofa, head bowed, lost in thought. She was replaying every detail of her rebirth over and over. In this life, Guo Chong'an was still as formidable, but he was more approachable. If she could stabilize him here quickly and make him fall for her, she could truly secure her footing in this wretched world. Guo Chong'an meanwhile stared at the novice quest on his system interface. Kill 10 zombies, pondering how to complete it. In this mad world, no one was a savior, everyone was scheming to survive. He glanced at the girl beside him. She happened to look up at the same time, offering a timid yet trusting smile. Brother will be okay, right? Guo Chong'an said nothing, his gaze shifting toward the elevator. The door slid open softly on the 16th floor with a faint ding. Guo Chong'an peered out, ensuring the corridor was clear of zombies, then led Yuan Jiu out of the elevator. Confirming it was safe, she scurried ahead and found a presidential suite. She used the key card she had swiped from the front desk to unlock the door. Here we are. This is the presidential suite, the best soundproofing and protection. Yuan Jiu stepped aside, gesturing for Guo Chong'an to enter. Stepping into the room, Guo Chong'an's first instinct wasn't to admire the city view from the floor-to-ceiling windows, but to check behind the door, the curtains, and the massive jacuzzi in the bathroom, big enough to fit 2 adults. Only after confirming that the several hundred square meter space held just the 2 of them did he finally relax. You rest first. They'll be right across. Guo Chong'an pointed to the 2 opposing bedrooms in the suite, yielding the larger one to Yuan Jiu. She nodded, obediently trotted into the master bedroom, and watched his sturdy figure disappear behind the opposite door. As the door clicked shut, her sweet smile receded like a tide, replaced by an almost chilling clarity. She collapsed onto the silk sheets, sinking into the soft down. This life was going too smoothly. At this same time in her past life, Guo Chong'an had stumbled around like a headless fly, dragging her into chaos until a pack of zombies chased them into a supermarket. That was true desperation, covered in filth, battered and bruised, with one of her shoes lost. Now she held the reins between them, lying comfortably in a 5-star hotel bed. Guo Chong'an hadn't become the lone wolf of her past life. He was listening to her advice, relying on her abilities. This sense of control was far better than the hopeless drift of her previous existence. The prophet's advantage. This must be the universe's compensation to me, Yuan Jiu murmured to herself, staring at the crystal chandelier overhead. She closed her eyes, her consciousness sinking into her mind. According to her past life memories, the awakening agent's transformation of the body took 3 days. Yet while sprinting downstairs earlier, she had felt a strange warmth coursing through her, enhancing her physical capabilities far beyond what she had in her past life. This sensation clearly indicated she had already awakened. She tried to touch the talent deep within her sea of consciousness, the one that had once been called the stone. In her past life, it had rendered her infertile and only served to nourish those who cultivated with her, offering no practical combat value. But when her consciousness truly reached that glow, Yuan Jiu froze. It was no longer a dull, cold stone. At the center of her sea of consciousness floated a crystalline jade figurine shimmering with a warm, radiant luster. The figurine bore her likeness with faint golden light flowing within it. Jade embryo condensation, a stream of information abruptly surfaced in her awareness like an instruction manual. Effect 1. Your conception rate is greatly enhanced. Pregnancy duration is reduced by 1/3 and physical recovery rate is increased tenfold. Effect 2. The life you conceive will perfectly inherit the strongest genetic fragments of both parents with a high probability of beneficial mutations, and growth rate is tripled before adulthood. Effect 3. You can bind one person as an exclusive linked partner. Both parties gain attribute bonuses based on the frequency and depth of bonding up to 100, and each bond restores 20 of stamina and energy. Effect 4. For each rank you ascend, you gain a special ability. Yuan Ziu's eyes snapped open, and she sprang up from the bed. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes filled not with joy, but with a blazing fury. Jade embryo. Offspring. Nourishment. She gritted her teeth, each word forced out through clenched jaws. What was this? In her past life, it had turned her into a barren stone. In this life, it was making her a breeding machine. The descriptions about nurturing life and enhancing her partner's abilities felt like a blatant insult to Yuan Ziyu. And the talent's prompt only fueled her rage. Hint: your strength is tied to the fetus. To break through to rank 1, you require your first pregnancy. Screw that. Who the hell wants to bear someone's child? She cursed under her breath, grabbing a pillow and hurling it viciously at the corner. She had been reborn to be the one pulling the strings, to stand at the apex of the apocalypse and look down upon all. Not to bear children for anyone. The revulsion of being treated as a tool with her life path predetermined even overshadowed the relief of surviving the apocalypse. But the talent had locked her future. Without bearing a child, she would remain an ant forever. Amidst her fury, Yuan Ziyu wept. She recalled the tragedy of her past life. In this new life, was she doomed to be a mere appendage to a man? Crying herself to sleep, she drifted into a haze, vaguely hearing a gentle female voice echoing in her ears. Rough stone yields fine jade. Through tribulation one attains truth. Child, please leave a spark of hope for Blue Star. In the adjacent room, Guo Chong'an was unaware of Yuan Ziyu's plight. He sat at the desk in the second bedroom, staring blankly at the system interface. I knew it, this thing is even stingier than a capitalist, he muttered. Guo Chong'an grumbled, tapping his finger on the void. He truly wished he could pry this system out of his mind. In his view, it resembled a despicable boss who dumped a mess of code on you without consent and refused to let you quit. Yet he knew well that on this land soon to be overrun with monsters, without this thing, he wouldn't survive. To return to Earth and find the culprit who dragged him here, he had to stay alive first. Open the shop. With his command, the once simple interface unfurled like a scroll, instantly expanding into 4 massive sections. Martial arts skills, divine weapons, elixirs, and mystic arts. Guo Chong'an tapped on martial arts skills. A prompt appeared. Current system, level 1. Permission note: only items below purple quality are available for exchange. Upgrade method: obtain system authority crystal X1, which can be acquired from king level mutated creatures or other saviors. Gotta kill my own kind. The system developer must have been an HR who pushed the elimination system in their past life. Guo Chong'an snorted coldly. He scrolled down the list, and the dazzling skill names sent even this seasoned novel reader's heart racing. White quality basic iron shirt. Exchange price 50 points. Note: makes getting hit hurt a bit less. Green quality exchange price 200 points. No, don't ask, just spin. Blue quality golden bell shield, first 3 stages. Exchange price 800 points. Note: your bullets are utterly futile. Guo Chong'an glanced at his personal panel, which pitifully showed only 113. Having fought his way here, he had killed 13 zombies, each yielding 1 point plus the mission reward. A total of just 113 points. To get the golden bell shield, he'd need to exterminate every zombie on this entire street. Broke everywhere, huh? He sighed and closed the pressure-inducing shop interface. Though his physical condition was decent, facing hordes of monsters with just an alloy baseball bat and basic combat skills was clearly insufficient. Especially those blue skills had glimpsed which defied physics, made him realize the world's ceiling was far more terrifying than had imagined. If those so-called king-level beings, or other saviors, wielded such martial arts, his current abilities would likely be nothing more than a slightly tougher minnow, and a sense of crisis slithered up his spine like a cold snake. Guo Chong'an rubbed his temples, his gaze falling on the unopened novice skill gift pack in his inventory. Though he often said in games that luck never changed with superstition, he still went to wash his hands. Not out of belief in fate, but because the ancestors said sincerity brings results. Then returning to the desk, he tapped on the gift pack in his inventory. Whatever it gives, please don't be something that requires self-castration. He silently prayed, and then a golden light exploded before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained gold quality Sea Tiger Explosive Fist first 2 layers skillbook X1 blue quality Eclipse Sun Sword Art skillbook X1 blue quality Golden Bell Shield first 3 stages skillbook X1. Guo Chong'an looked at the 1 gold and 2 blue items, and the anger from being forcibly transported eased slightly. It was like when your boss suddenly has a conscience and sends $100 red packet in the group after you've worked overtime until you're bald. It won't cure the hair loss, but at least it buys some hair tonic. Seems the ancestors' mysticism has some truth to it, he muttered. Host, actually, it's a little compensation for me. You don't need to thank me too much. The system's voice rang in his mind, still mechanical, but carrying a hint of magnanimity. Like a kitten that brings you a dead mouse waiting for praise. Guo Chong'an was stunned for half a second, never expecting this broken system to understand such social graces. Compensation, he sneered inwardly. You don't think this sugar-coated bullet will make me forgive you, do you? Dragging me from Earth to this monster-infested hell. Well, settle that score slowly. He ignored the system's bid for credit, his eyes falling on the remaining lottery ticket. His fingers swiped, a blue light flashed, and a strangely textured item appeared in his palm. Obtained silk armor, godly, arrest blue gloves. The gloves felt as light as a veil, yet carried a heavy metallic. The description read, woven from Taihu tungsten silk, soft as silk, hard as steel. Enhances hand-based martial arts effects by 20 and defends against sharp weapons below blue quality. Guo Chong'an slipped them on, they fit perfectly like a second layer of skin. This item was tailor-made for a brawler like him who needed close combat. He then shifted focus to the 3 skill books. The myriad magnetic star-breaking art, according to the system, was derived from the protagonist by Junlang's skills in the comic Sea Tiger. The first layer was body tempering and foundation building, allowing cultivation of limitless true chi and mastery of bullet fist. The second layer was more esoteric, called current rotation, turning true chi into electricity and enabling a weakened Sea Tiger explosive fist. The Eclipse Sun sword art was from Storm Warriors, featuring 8 sword techniques. As for the Golden Bell shield, its details were numerous. Essentially a protective golden light that could withstand even a maxed-out sniper rifle. Looking at these skills, Guo Chong'an's aversion to the system dropped from 100% to 95%. Though the system had a quirky mind, it sure didn't hold back on reward. After all, the system was just a program executing orders, a wage slave. Why make things hard for another wage slave? He decided that if he ever got the chance, had only sacrificed the programmer behind the system. System, how do I learn these? Do I need to recite a mantra? Host, just click to learn. You can then upgrade through self-cultivation or using points. Without another word, Guo Chong'an furiously tapped on the 3 books. A cascade of information exploded in his mind. He checked the attribute panel: myriad magnetic star-breaking art max level 4, Eclipse Sun sword art max level 3, Golden Bell shield max level 3. And now all 3 skills were at level 0. So had he learned them or not? Stupid dog system. Guo Chong'an growled in a low voice. Are you messing with me? The aversion value instantly maxed out, even exceeding 10. Host, please don't get agitated. The skill book only teaches you the technique. To master it, you need to cultivate or use points. Guo Chong'an grumbled, then spent a point on the myriad magnetic star-breaking art. The progress rose from 0 to 5. Fortunately, he had enough points to learn all 3 skills. Spending 60 points, he finally upgraded the myriad magnetic star-breaking art, the sun-eclipsing sword art, and the Golden Bell shield to level 1. Myriad magnetic star-breaking art level 10, all stats 5, fist, and kick attacks 15, mastered skill bullet punch. Bullet punch consumes 20 chi, increases punch speed by 30, and boosts attack power by 150. Sun-eclipsing sword art level 10 can add 20 fire damage to sword techniques, consuming 2 chi per strike. By consuming 20,100 chi, it can unleash sword moves like White Sun Breaks Dawn. Golden Bell shield level 10 consumes 20 chi to form a shield on the boat's surface, with 50 defense points lasting up to 30 seconds. However, when he saw his own stats, he felt terrible. Health 50 points, chi 20 points. His chi cap was only 20, allowing him to use just 1 move. With 50 health points equal to the Golden Bell shield's defense, he had no desire to test how much damage a zombie's touch would deal, or if there were critical hit mechanics. He felt that trying it would mean certain doom. Looking at the remaining 43 points, Guo Chong'an decided not to rush and tried cultivating the myriad magnetic star-breaking art on his own. After all, which man from Dragon Country hadn't dreamed of martial arts? Following the mental method that automatically surfaced in his mind, he sat cross-legged on the first layer of the myriad magnetic star-breaking art recorded a unique breathing rhythm. He closed his eyes, pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, and took it. This inhale felt entirely different. Back on Earth, he had bought into some longevity art breathing materials, but after half a month of practice, all he got was dizziness from lack of oxygen. Now with each breath, a cool stream of air seeped in through his nostrils. It was like drinking a glass of iced mint water on a scorching day, the chill traveling down his spine and dispersing into his limbs. As this energy wandered through his meridians, he felt a slight numbness in his muscles, akin to the blood rush after sitting for too long and suddenly standing up. He focused his mind, following the mental method's guidance, and drove the wandering coolness toward the dantian below his navel. The process was surprisingly smooth, the energy obedient as code he had written. Looks like this system's plugin is pretty useful, Guo Chong'an muttered to himself with closed eyes. The Dantian area gradually warmed up like a hand warmer tucked inside. He immersed himself in this wondrous feedback, completely unaware of time passing. Only when he felt a distinct fullness in his abdomen, as if overstuffed and unable to absorb more energy, did he stop. He snapped his eyes open. His chi cap had increased to 30 points, and the proficiency of the Sea Tiger Explosive Fist had risen to 10. Guo Chong'an glanced at his watch and shot up from the floor. 4 hours. I only sat for a moment, and it's already dark. The sky outside had turned dim, and the hotel room with its lights off felt eerily gloomy. At the same time his stomach let out a thunderous growl, a wave of acid churning through him, hunger, making him see stars. He calculated that including the time before his transmigration, he hadn't eaten for nearly 20 hours. Glancing at the 43 points on his system panel, he unhesitatingly poured them all into the Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. Proficiency instantly jumped from 10 to 53, and his chi cap rose to 73. 1 point increased proficiency by 1, equivalent to about 40 minutes of hard cultivation. Damn it, dog system. Why didn't you tell me cultivation was this time-consuming? Guo Chong'an punched the air, producing a faint whoosh. If I had spent those 4 hours killing more zombies outside, I might have advanced by now. Host, to unlock hint functions, please upgrade the system level. Get lost, I knew you were waiting for this. Guo Chong'an wiped the cold sweat from his face, pushed himself up on his knees and stood. The hunger made even the solid wood table look like a compressed biscuit. He walked to the door, pushed it open, and arrived at Yuan Ziyu's door. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times, bang, bang, bang. After a moment, a voice with a thick nasal tone came through, soft and drowsy. Who is it? Guo Chong'an's face darkened. Was there a third living person in this suite? This girl had an incredibly carefree heart to sleep so soundly in such times. From behind the door came a series of hurried shuffling sounds like bare feet padding on the floor. The door clicked open, revealing Yuan Ziyu's pretty face. Her hair was a mess, strands sticking to her cheeks. Those captivating fox-like eyes were half-closed, long lashes fluttering, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye stood out starkly in the dim light. She seemed unfocused, staring at Guo Chong'an for 2 seconds. Oh, it's Big Brother. What's up? She suddenly flashed a sweet, syrupy smile, dimples forming on both cheeks. The way she said Big Brother had a rising lilt, as if hooked. Guo Chong'an, whose life had been nothing but code and requirement documents, had never faced such a scene. He felt his heart jolt, his face instantly burning. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, creating a so-called safe distance, cleared his throat, and barely managed to regain his cold, stern tone. I'm hungry. I wanted to ask if there's any food nearby. Yuan Ziyu tilted her head and blinked, her innocent look making him feel like he was bullying a child. The restaurant is upstairs. There should be plenty of food in the kitchen. Shall we go check? She turned around, nimbly slipped into her sneakers, and dashed out. Rested and refreshed, Yuan Ziyu had adjusted her mindset. In this life, she was set on sticking with Guo Chong'an forever. The method had just shifted from playing the field to trapping him with a child. She figured the latter was less likely to fail. Thus her only goal now was to make Guo Chong'an surrender quickly. They searched the suite, finding nothing but his alloy baseball bat, not even a kitchen knife. Guo Chong'an picked up the bat, looked at Yuan Ziyu's slender frame, and handed it to her. Take this. Yuan Ziyu paused, pointing at herself. For me. Just take it. What if something charges at us? You can't fight with your bare hand, Guo Chong'an said sternly, but didn't mention that with his silk-armored gloves and the untested bullet punch, fighting unarmed was more flexible. Yuan Ziyu obediently took the bat, holding it with both hands like a high school girl heading to a baseball game. She emptied her large backpack, slung it on, and followed closely behind Guo Chong'an. The two squeezed together at the door, ready to step into the unknown world beyond the threshold. Guo Chong'an pressed his eye against the peephole, holding his breath for a full half-minute. Outside the door, all was still. No flickering shadows, no grating sound of something heavy being dragged, no chewing noise of a beast feeding. He carefully pressed down on the door handle, feeling the faint vibration of metal parts interlocking beneath his fingertips. The motion sensor light in the corridor still shone dutifully, its white glow spilling across the carpeted floor. Everything looked just as it had before the apocalypse. This damned sense of normalcy only made a fine layer of cold sweat prickle on his back. He turned to look at Yuan Ziyu, who was following closely behind him. The girl was gripping the alloy baseball bat so tightly that her knuckles had turned pale from the strain. The tiny mole at the corner of her right eye trembled faintly. Are you sure you want to come with me? Guo Chong'an lowered his voice. You can wait here for me. I won't abandon you. Yuan Ziyu shook her head frantically. How could she pass up this chance to go on an adventure together and boost his favor? She knew well that Guo Chong'an despised those who were utterly useless and whiny. She bit her lower lip, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Big brother, I won't hold you back. Guo Chong'an stared at her face, which was written with him, terrified, but he'll be brave, and felt an inexplicable softness stir in his heart. Within his current body surged the true chi of the 10,000 magnetic star-breaking art, granting him twice the strength, speed, and reflexes of an ordinary. It felt like a driver who had spent years struggling with a battered old car, suddenly getting behind the wheel of a high-performance vehicle at full throttle, as if he could bulldoze through this crumbling world. Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. Without another word, he strode toward the fire escape at the end of the corridor. He had no idea what was happening upstairs, and he certainly wasn't about to take the elevator. As he passed the elevator, Guo Chong'an's gaze swept over the blinking number display. The elevator was stopped on the first floor, motionless. At a time like this, who would be riding the elevator down? Was it a desperate tenant trying to flee or a guest drawn up by the scent of blood? This uncertainty made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The fire door was shut tight. Guo Chong'an peered through the narrow bulletproof glass. Inside it was pitch black like a bottomless dry well. He signaled Yuan Jiu to be silent, gripped the door handle with his right hand, and slowly turned it. Creak. The faint sound of the door hinge was jarringly loud in the silent corridor, as if it were ringing the dinner bell for the monsters. A stench of rotting flesh, rust, and some chemical cleaner hit him like a wall, and a cold draft of air rushed straight down the back of his collar. Click. The motion sensor light snapped on, and the sight on the landing made Guo Chong'an's pupils contract to pinpricks. Large splashes of blood were sprayed in a radial pattern across the gray-white walls, still wet and glistening stickily under. Roar. Two inhuman howls exploded from below, followed by two twisted figures that burst out from the corner in a grotesque, contorted manner. They were two zombies wearing hotel staff uniforms. Their once immaculate suit vests had been torn to shreds, and their bow ties hung crookedly on their twisted neck. Their speed was about the same as a normal person's. Their eyes were as murky as if covered in a layer of ash, and black-purple mucus clung to the corners of their mouths as they charged straight toward the scent of living humans. Guo Chong'an had no time to think. Instinctively, he stepped half a pace sideways, standing like a wall in front of Yuan Jiu. He could feel the true qi inside him rushing from his spine to his fist, the power from the boundless true qi exploding between his fingers. Bang! His first full-force punch landed squarely on the cheekbone of the leading zombie. There was no flashy cinematic effect, only a dull thud like a sledgehammer smashing into a rotten watermelon. The immense impact shattered the zombie's skull, and half its face instantly caved in. Its entire body flew backward like a puppet with its strings cut, slamming into the stairwell wall with a heavy thud. Guo Chong'an didn't stop. He pivoted his hips, and his second punch followed with fluid grace, aimed directly at the second zombie's throat. Crack! It was the sound of its neck bones snapping completely. The zombie's head lolled backward at a grotesque 90-degree angle, its body lost balance, and it collapsed onto the steps like a heap of mud. But it wasn't dead yet. The creature with the broken neck still writhed on the ground, its gray-purple fingers scraping against the concrete floor with a piercing screech, while its throat emitted a wheezing, rattling sound. As Guo Chong'an was about to step in to finish it off, a shadow darted past his flank. Yuan Jiu moved swiftly, swinging the baseball bat with both hands and bringing it down in a heavy blow on the wobbling head. Whack! The sound of the alloy bat colliding with the skull was crisp and clear. Unfortunately, the girl's strength was limited and the zombie's head only dented, but she didn't stop. She pressed her lips together tightly, a fierce determination in her eyes, and struck two more times in quick succession. Splat! Black pus-filled blood splattered onto her leg, but she seemed not to notice. She only stopped when the head had been reduced to a pool of shattered pulp, her chest heaving violently. She turned around, her face pale with shock, and forced a smile that made Guo Chong'an's breath catch. Big brother am not a burden. Guo Chong'an looked at her, so terrified yet so desperate to prove her worth, and felt something deep within him stir. His Adam's apple bobbed as he was about to offer some words of comfort, when a chaotic, heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairwell below. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the footsteps of just one person. It was a pack of hungry things climbing upward. Not good. The zombies downstairs have been alerted. Guo Chong'an's face darkened. He grabbed Yuan Jiu by the wrist. We're heading to the top floor first. With his strength stat now at 15 points, dragging Yuan Jiu, who weighed over 60 kilograms, felt as light as carrying. Yuan Jiu felt her feet lift off the ground, and she was practically being pulled along, flying through the air. The stairs on either side blurred into streaks, and the only sounds were the wind and Guo Chong'an's steady breathing. In less than 10 seconds, they had covered over 40 steps and reached the 17th floor. Guo Chong'an kicked open the fire door to the top floor. With a loud bang, dust rained down from the wall behind the door. Beyond the door was a small corridor leading to the restaurant. The smell here was even worse. The thick stench of blood was mixed with the acrid odor of leaking freon from the air conditioning, stinging the nose and making his temples throb. The glass door at the end of the corridor was half open, revealing the chaotic interior of the restaurant. Overturned pure white napkins were stained a dark red, and several patches of blackened blood stretched from the entrance deep into the shadows. Guo Chong'an pushed the fire door shut behind him, the crisp sound of the lock clicking echoing down the corridor. Before he could catch his breath, the 5 zombies that had been circling a corpse in the corner of the restaurant all turned their heads in unison. Their eyes were like overcooked fish eyes, cloudy and lifeless. But the moment they spotted living prey, they erupted with a chilling, insatiable greed. These monsters who in life might have been corporate elites or elegant socialites now brandished their rotting arms, their throats rolling with hoarse guttural sounds. Like a pack of mad dogs who had caught the scent of raw meat, they howled and charged. Hold the door and protect yourself. Guo Chong'an let out a low growl. Instead of retreating, he surged forward to meet the oncoming zombies. Guo Chong'an drew closer to the 5 zombies. The foremost was a chef zombie in a filthy apron, its bloated face half rotted away, revealing ghastly white cheekbones. It opened its reeking maw and lunged at Guo Chong'an's neck. He sidestepped with a twist, his perception thrice that of an ordinary man, making its movements seem as sluggish as a slideshow. He pivoted his waist and hips, unleashing a right fist from his side with a thunderous bang. This punch was not at full force, striking the zombie's temple with a sound not like flesh hitting flesh, but more akin to a heavy sledgehammer slamming into water. The zombie's head snapped outward at an absurd angle, the crack of its cervical spine echoing clearly through the corridor. Black foul blood spurted from its eye socket, even splattering onto Guo Chong'an's gloves. The chef zombie's body stumbled forward 2 steps before crashing heavily to the ground, limbs twitching involuntarily. Yet the remaining 4 had already encircled him in a fan formation. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath, and the true qi within his body flowed along a mysterious arcane path. A faint, nearly invisible golden light enveloped his entire form. Golden Bell Shield. This was his greatest trump card for close-quarters combat. He charged like a rampaging rhinoceros, his left fist driving straight into the face of the second zombie. With a crack, the decayed face collapsed and deformed under his fist like a tomato crushed by a steamroller. Simultaneously, a third zombie ambushed from the side, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. The expected rending of flesh did not occur. The zombie's ghastly fangs clashed against the true qi shield of the Golden Bell Shield, producing a harsh, grating metallic screech. Defense 10. Get lost. Guo Chong'an seized the zombie by the back of its neck with his other hand, his fingers digging into the rotting flesh like steel spikes. He hoisted the zombie aloft, wielding it like a heavy, human-shaped weapon, and slammed it viciously into the remaining 2. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow carried a savage brutality, venting all the day's pent-up oppression, rage, and confusion about the uncertain future. Splashes of black blood blossomed like dark flowers on the wall. When Guo Chong'an finally released his grip, the zombie in his hands had been reduced to a shapeless pulp. The 2 on the ground had their spines shattered, writhing futilely like maggots. Guo Chong'an stepped forward, his gaze icy. He raised his foot and ground it down savagely onto the 2 still twitching heads. Squelch. Like crushing 2 overripe watermelons. 5 zombies from start to finish took less than 30 seconds. The corridor fell silent once more, broken only by Guo Chong'an's slightly labored breaths. He looked down at the blue silk thread gloves on his hands, now smeared with gore and black blood. Yet this piece of equipment was truly miraculous. His hands felt no pain from the impacts. He shook his hands in disgust, flinging a stark arc of black blood across the white wall. Satisfying. Guo Chong'an uttered these 2 words, and the stifling resentment that had been building in his chest, from being forcibly bound by the system and thrust into the apocalypse, finally dissipated by half. He turned to look at Yuan Jiyu, who was cowering by the door, the sharpness in his eyes not yet faded. The fire door's tremors transmitted through the metal panel, striking Yuan Jiyu. She had wedged a baseball bat into the door handle, bracing her back against the panel with all her might, trying to resist the tireless, frenzied zombies beyond. Sensing the silence ahead, she looked up, her pretty face flushed crimson. In her line of sight was Guo Chong'an's piercing gaze. That man now stood amidst 5 corpses, exuding a violent aura like a lion fresh from a triumphant kill. She instinctively pressed against the door, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet she didn't avert her gaze. In those eyes, from the memories of her past life, this man had vanished into the afterglow of a black hole with the same ferocity, as if ready to shatter the entire world. Frightening, yet strangely reassuring. Yuan Jiyu felt her heart race. Bang! The fire door suffered a violent impact, wedged open a gap of 20 centimeters. A gray, decayed hand claw thrust through the gap, its nails peeled back, scraping against the metal doorframe with a piercing shriek. Yuan Ziyu's back was shoved forward, her balance teetering. Move aside. Guo Chong'an's voice was low and forceful, landing like a heavy iron block on the floor. He reached out and seized Yuan Jiyu by the shoulder. His action was far from gentle, the force of his grip causing her pain. Yuan Jiyu was yanked behind him by sheer brute strength. Before she could steady herself, she saw Guo Chong'an already blocking the way like a wall. His left hand braced the right door panel, his right arm bulging with veins, his entire body radiating extreme tension. The gap the zombies had forced open now groaned under Guo Chong'an's monstrous strength, a sound that set teeth on edge. Roar! The zombies outside clearly hadn't anticipated this piece of lunch meat would suddenly fight back. 2 grotesque heads squeezed through the widening gap, their grayish eyeballs filled with a primal craving for living flesh and blood. Guo Chong'an stared expressionlessly at the 2 decayed faces so close to his own. He could even smell the stench of rotten fish spewing from their throats. Since you're so eager to get in, leave half of your cells behind. He snorted coldly, his arms suddenly straining, as if closing a malfunctioning hydraulic press. Squelch. That was the dull sound of a watermelon being crushed. The edge of the fire door, sharp as a blade, empowered by Guo Chong'an's inhuman strength, became the crudest, yet most effective guillotine. The two heads burst like squashed tomatoes, red and white fluid splattering along the door seam. The headless torsos outside twitched twice before slumping limp. Guo Chong'an's breathing grew slightly heavier. He didn't stop repeating the process to let in two more lucky ones, using the door's angle to relieve them of their miserable half-existence. Yet this fire door, once pampered in the hotel, was no divine weapon after all. After continuous violent impacts and Guo Chong's abuse, the hinges let out a final groan. Screws flew off, and the entire door collapsed inward with a thunder. Dust and the stench of decay filled the air. The 5 remaining zombies outside let out excited roars, scrambling over the fallen door like frenzied shoppers at a discount sale lurching forward. Annoying. Guo Chong'an muttered a curse, picked up the alloy baseball bat from the door, and swung it with a fierce gust of wind. There were no fancy moves, each strike landed precisely on the motor centers of those piles of rotting flesh. The first zombie's jaw flew straight to the ceiling, followed by the second's head bursting open, then the third, the fourth. From Yuan Ziyu's perspective, Guo Chong'an's movements were unrealistically fast. He operated like a highly efficient assembly line, the sound of cracking skulls falling into a rhythmic beat. In just over 10 seconds, the corridor fell back into dead silence, leaving only 5 corpses with shattered skulls lying haphazardly around the ruined fire door. Guo Chong'an leaned on his bat, in his chest rising and falling slightly. He looked at his hands stained with blood and furrowed his brows into a tight knot. This slaughter brought him no sense of achievement. Instead, it reminded him of the endless bugs he used to fix at the company. Kill one and a whole string follows. Brother, are you all right? Yuan Ziyu trotted over, her voice carrying just the right amount of panic and concern. She pulled a pack of wet wipes from her pocket, tore it open, and carefully took Guo Chong'an's hand. He instinctively tried to pull away, but her soft, cool little fingers held him tight. Yuan Ziyu lowered her head, meticulously wiping the blood from between his fingers, her focused expression as if she were handling a rare treasure. I can do it myself, Guo Chong'an muttered, but the tips of his ears flushed an unnatural red at the touch of her fingertips. Don't move, getting this stuff on you could make you sick. Yuan Ziyu looked up, her fox-like eyes shimmering with a soft light, the curve of her lips making it hard to refuse. As she wiped, her gaze casually swept over the remains of the zombies. Her past life experience told her that there might be spirit cores in the zombies' brains. Those were the most precious hard currency in the apocalypse, and the only shortcut for awakened ones to advance. She needed to find a way to make Guo Chong'an notice them without arousing his suspicion. After all, in Guo Chong'an's eyes, she was just a frightened, ordinary, beautiful college girl. Huh, what's that? Yuan Ziyu suddenly stopped, pointing at a pool of bloodstains near the fire door. Amidst the red and white mess, a grain-sized crystal emitting a faint white glow. It looked oddly clean, like a pearl fallen into a mud puddle. Guo Chong'an followed her finger, puzzled, and stepped closer. He poked the small crystal with the tip of his baton. Is this a relic? It looks so pretty, not like a bone fragment. Yuan Ziyu crouched down, feigning curiosity, without daring to touch. Brother, could this be that spirit core from online novels? Guo Chong'an said nothing, silently summoning the system that had been playing dead. Unknown energy crystal detected. The system's voice was still annoyingly mechanical due to the host's low system level. Deep identification and absorption are currently unavailable. Please strive to upgrade the system level to unlock higher permissions. Damn it, always after money. Guo Chong'an cursed inwardly. It felt like finally getting a top-tier drop, only to be told you couldn't use it because your level was too low. He bent down and picked up the white spirit core, feeling a faint chill from his fingertips, as if it contained some kind of energy. Guo Chong'an casually handed the core to Yuan Ziyu. I can't use this thing. It looks clear enough, though keep it for fun. Yuan Ziyu froze, seemingly surprised. Head give it away so readily. She took the core, examined it just like Guo Chong'an had, then shook her head regretfully. I can't sense anything either. Maybe it's just a pretty stone. They'll hold on to it for you, brother. It might come in handy later. As she spoke, she naturally slipped the core into her pocket. Brother, do you think the other zombies' heads might have these too? Yuan Ziyu tilted her head, pointing at the remaining corpses. Guo Chong'an paused for a second. Though he found rummaging through brains extremely hardcore and distasteful, since one drop had appeared, other monsters likely had drops. He patiently used his baton to probe the fragments of the other skulls. Sure enough, among the nauseating tissue, he found 6 more white spirit cores of varying size. Yuan Ziyu crouched beside him, skillfully wiping the cores clean, with wet wipes, popping them one by one into her pocket, her movements as light as a little girl picking mushrooms. We're rich, brother, she said, grinning, patting her bulging pocket. Guo Chong'an watched her elated demeanor, a faint suspicion stirring in his heart. This girl seemed overly focused on the spirit cores, and though she tried to disguise her actions, the precise way she located them made him feel she already knew. But then again, she hadn't shown any malice during their journey. Ushed even helped him block a door. In this godforsaken place, everyone had their little survival secrets. He himself had a mysterious system in his head. So as long as she didn't harm him, he wasn't inclined to dig into her complexities. Let's go. Check inside. Guo Chong'an, baton in hand, led the way into the shadow of the dining hall. The light inside was brighter than the corridor, and the air carried a faint scent of blood. Some tables and chairs lay scattered, telling tales of recent chaos. He didn't look back, but noticed from the corner of his eye that Yuan Jiyu was following closely. Her bright fox-like eyes flickered with a complex emotion he couldn't read. The Cloud Summit restaurant in Shuiyan City had once been a must-visit for the middle class to flaunt their taste. Yuan Jiyu followed Guo Chong'an, her feet sinking into the thick wool carpet, the softness creating an illusion of still being in a civilized society. If one ignored the overturned mahogany chairs, the dried dark brown stains on the white tablecloths, and the strange odor lingering in the air. Guo Chong'an lowered his body, his right hand gripping the alloy baton tightly, his back taut like a bow. Stay here, and Guo Chong'an turned his head, his voice low. They'll sweep the area first. If it's clear, you can come in. Yuan Jiyu nodded, obediently shrinking back into the shadows. She watched his broad back, her mind racing. 7 spirit cores weren't many, but 10 were enough for a 0 rank awakened to break through to the first rank. However, her talent blocked her from absorbing cores, but these could be used to nurture subordinates. In the apocalypse, lone wolves struggled. A loyal, reliable team was the true key to survival. On the other side, Guo Chong'an moved quickly. He avoided all porcelain that might clatter, circling the hall like a black panther patrolling its territory. Confirming no more zombies, he beckoned to Yuan Jiyu. Temporarily safe. Let's head to the kitchen. The scene in the kitchen was far more abundant than anticipated. On the stainless steel stove, several steaks that should have been served at noon lay quietly on porcelain plates. Though they had gone cold, the aroma of protein they exuded at this moment was more stirring than any sweet talk. Guo Chong'an's Adam's apple bobbed violently. These rich folks really live in decadence, he muttered self-deprecatingly, picking up a fork and skewering a sirloin steak before shoving it into his mouth. Guo Chong'an's body, enhanced by the system, operated like a high-powered precision machine with food as its fuel. Yuan Jiyu watched him. His eating manner was far from elegant, resembling a famished tiger. He chewed rapidly, the muscles in his jaw sharply defined, as the long-suppressed hunger erupted completely. Brother, slow down, don't choke. Yuan Jiyu murmured softly, rummaging through a cold platter nearby. Her luck held. She found a basket of untouched croissants and a cooked Boston lobster. The lobster meat was snowy white and firm, still drizzled with solidified butter. Yuan Jiyu took a small piece of bread and bit into it. The fluffy texture made her fox-like eyes narrow slightly. She broke off a lobster leg, extracted the meat, and ate a few bites with deliberate slowness. The taste is actually decent aside from being a bit cold. She pushed the remaining lobster toward Guo Chong'an. Brother, I have a small appetite. This is for you. The protein will help you. Guo Chong'an didn't stand on ceremony. He felt like he could devour an elephant. With a croissant in his left hand and lobster meat in his right, he tore into them. His voracious manner made Yuan Jiyu wonder if a zombie barged in whether Guo Chong'an might just chew it up too. In the end, Guo Chong'an single-handedly demolished 6 thick-cut steaks, most of the lobster, and 7 croissants. He let out a long breath, and the anxious look in his eyes finally gave way to a trace of human calm. Full, eh? Yuan Jiyu asked with a smile, handing him a clean napkin. Barely 60% full. Guo Chong'an wiped his mouth, his gaze sharpening again. Don't just stand there. Pack up. He first went into the backstage changing room, found 3 sturdy canvas tool bags, then returned to the kitchen and stuffed the remaining steak, ham, and bread into them. Yuan Jiyu also unbuckled her empty backpack and moved with the efficiency of an experienced mover. She ignored the fancy decorative fruits, instead precisely grabbing high-calorie, long-lasting supplies. Potatoes, pumpkins. These can last a long time, she explained while packing. And these vacuum-packed hams. A bit salty, but they can save lives in a pinch. She even found a bag of chocolate in a corner and carefully hid it at the very bottom of her pack. It was the most valuable currency in the apocalypse and the most effective. Guo Chong'an watched from the side, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This seemingly delicate girl displayed a calmness and professionalism in selecting supplies that surpassed some survival bloggers had seen. You're pretty good at this, he asked, casually tossing a few cans of sealed fruit into his bag. Learned from TV, those survival shows, Yuan Jiyu lied without flinching. Besides, when your starving instinct tells you. As she spoke, she even emptied the leafy greens from Guo Chong'an's pack, replacing them with more filling and easier to cook potatoes and pop. Her backpack was soon bulging, while only one of Guo Chong'an's canvas bags was full. This was far from enough. His gaze shifted to the heavy stainless steel door at the far end. The cold storage room, he murmured. There should be more inside. He walked over, tried the handle. The door was locked. Guo Chong'an snorted, bent his legs slightly, and with veins bulging on his right arm, slammed the alloy baseball bat onto the lock. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the silent kitchen. Yuan Jiyu instinctively shrank her shoulders. Such raw, violent force reminded her of unpleasant experiences from her past life. The lock shattered, and a refreshing chill seeped through the crack. Guo Chong'an pushed the door open holding the bat across his chest and peered inside warily. On the floor of the cold storage lay a woman in a pristine chef's uniform. She was young, perhaps in her 20s, but now she resembled a withered white orchid curled silently beside the misty shelves. Yuan Jiu followed him in her gaze falling on the woman's face. Her complexion was a sickly gray, lips tightly sealed, but her eyes were unnaturally wide open, reflecting the cold storage lights in a desolate, pitiful stare. Dead, Guo Chong'an judged coldly. He walked over and nudged her shoulder with the bat's tip to confirm no signs of mutation. She must have hidden in here when the apocalypse broke out, locked herself in, and froze to death. Yuan Jiu crouched down, reaching out as if to close those unseeing eyes. Don't touch her. Guo Chong'an suddenly barked, his voice jarringly loud in the confined space. Yuan Jiu's hand froze midair. She turned to see Guo Chong'an's tense face, his eyes filled with impatience and a near-cruel rationality. Are you crazy? In this environment, any corpse is a potential threat. What if she suddenly jumps up and bites you? I don't have any medicine to save you. Guo Chong'an stared at her, his tone as harsh as a principal reprimanding a student. Yuan Jiu lowered her gaze, her long lashes veiling the complex emotions in her. She knew that zombies were created by failing to withstand the awakening agent's effects. They couldn't turn others into zombies. But in Guo Chong'an's eyes, her behavior probably seemed like the brainless supporting character in a horror movie. It's hard to see her like this. Yuan Jiu withdrew her hand, her voice soft, tinged with just the right amount of hurt. Hard? Wait till you end up like that. That's truly hard, Guo Chong'an retorted, turning away to rummage through the nearby shelves. The cold storage was a treasure trove. Besides regular fresh goods, there were neatly stacked boxes of high-energy compressed biscuits and imported chocolate, clearly emergency reserves for the restaurant. This, and that canned beef. Take it all, Guo Chong'an directed. Yuan Jiu worked, silently packing top-grade steaks and pasta that were easy to cook, even grabbing a few packs of frozen. Bringing so much fresh stuff? We'll have to cook it back home, Guo Chong'an frowned. I can cook. Yuan Jiu winked at him, her fox-like eyes sparkling with a playful confidence. Brother, trust my life skill. Guo Chong'an said nothing, silently hoisting the heaviest backpack onto his shoulders before grabbing the other two. Now burdened with 3 packs, his movements remained astonishingly agile. This light one is for you. He handed a small bag filled with bread and fruit to Yuan Jiu. They also discovered 4 cases of premium mineral water in the corner. Though they wouldn't be affected by the awakening agent in the tap water, Yuan Jiu knew that within 3 days at most water supply facilities would be completely paralyzed. Thus they decided to bring the 4 cases of mineral water along. Guo Chong'an bent down his large hands, effortlessly lifting 1 case under each arm as casually as if he were holding 2 boxes of tissues. Yuan Jiu struggled to lift the remaining 2 cases, their heavy weight instantly tensing her arms. Can you manage? Guo Chong'an asked, eyeing her sideways. I can. Don't underestimate me, brother. Yuan Jiu gritted her teeth and trudged behind him. Fortunately, she had already awakened early, otherwise at this point in her past life, she couldn't have lifted even half a case. The return to the 16th floor was eerily silent. The emergency lights in the corridor flickered, emitting faint buzzing sounds. No zombies appeared along the way. When Yuan Jiu finally stepped through the door of the presidential suite, she felt her arms had lost all sensation. The 2 cases of water thudded heavily onto the floor. Yuan Jiu collapsed into the soft sofa, her chest heaving violently as sweat trickled down her cheeks, dampening the stray hairs at her temples. This is killing me. More exhausting than a marathon, she muttered, her voice tinged with a lazy hoarseness. Guo Chong'an set down the pile of bags, appearing relatively at ease. He retrieved a bottle of electrolyte water from the suite's fridge, twisted off the cap, and walked to the sofa. Get up. If you lie down now, you'll be useless tomorrow. Yuan Jiu remained sprawled on the sofa, tilting her head up and fixing her fox-like eyes on him with a watery gaze like a child begging for candy. I have no strength left, brother. Give me a hand. Guo Chong'an frowned, but eventually extended his hand. Yuan Jiu grasped his palm in response. His hand was warm, radiating a comforting sense of security. As Yuan Jiu felt the familiar touch of that large hand, something within her seemed to unlock. I want to bear his child. Startled by her own subconscious thought, Yuan Jiu realized her talent was in. Guo Chong'an looked at the girl holding his hand in a daze, slightly puzzled. He exerted a gentle force to pull her up. But unexpectedly, as Yuan Jiu stood up lost in thought, she lost her balance and stumbled straight into his embrace. The distance between them shrank to mere inches. Yuan Jiu could clearly smell the complex scent on Guo Chong'an. A mix of sweat, blood, and a faint hint of steak. It was a fiercely aggressive male pheromone rapidly intensifying in the confined space. The thought she had just suppressed surged wildly again. She rose on her tiptoes, her lips nearly brushing the line of his jaw, her breath trembling with heat. Guo Chong'an froze. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Yuan Jiu's face was flushed, fine beads of sweat clinging to the tip of her nose, and the tear mole beneath her eye appeared strikingly alluring under the light. Her breathing was rapid and scorching. Through the thin fabric, the astonishing elasticity caused his heart, usually as hard as iron to skip a beat unexpectedly. They stared at each other, neither moving first. Yuan Jiu looked into Guo Chong'an's eyes, typically cold and unyielding, and now saw a flicker of panic within them. "Brother, your heart is racing," she whispered, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of her lips. Guo Chong'an jerked his hand away as if burned. His abrupt movement nearly sent Yuan Jiu tumbling back onto the sofa. "Drink your water," he said gruffly, shoving the electrolyte bottle into her hands before turning to face the window, his back to her. From the edge of the sofa, Yuan Jiu clearly saw that his ears had reddened all the way to the roots. She lowered her head, concealing the triumphant glint in her eyes behind the act of drinking. Outside, the world was plunging into endless darkness and chaos. But within this small 16th-floor room, something more elusive than a virus was quietly taking root. Guo Chong'an retreated to his room to wash up, perhaps hoping to regain control with cold water. Yuan Jiu began to inventory their haul. She sorted the supplies by shelf life, murmuring silently to herself. 12 cans of luncheon meat, 6 cans of braised pork. Salty as hell, but they'll keep for a... She stacked the cans into a small pyramid. 4 big cases of mineral water. If we ration carefully, 20 days should be fine. Next, she stuffed the meat and fruit into the fridge. Based on her past life experience, the power grid would hold out until the 4th day. By then, most of modern society's systems would collapse, lights would become ornaments, refrigerators useless scrap, and tap water would never reach the 16th floor. She dusted off her hands and turned her gaze southwestward out the window. Hidden within those cloud-shrouded mountains lay the trump card for her comeback in this life. After the blackout, the Yunqi Hotel will become a coffin in the sky. We can't stay long. Yuan Jiu sank back onto the sofa, mentally reviewing suitable locations for their base. In her past life, Shuiqing City had 3 major survivor bases. The northeastern one, the former naval base, was occupied by the city's sailors, villains at first who later reformed. The northwestern industrial zone was later taken over by a mysterious figure equipped with high-tech weaponry and armor, yet relatively benevolent in conduct. To the southwest lay the underground base, later ruled by Li Jianglin, a beast among beasts. We'll head to Tsuaping Mountain and steal that bastard Li Jianglin's opportunity. Yuan Jiu silently resolved to make Li Jianglin pay in this life. The Doomsday base beneath Tsuaping Mountain was an apocalypse fortress built by one of Blue Planet's top 10 billionaires, costing over $1 billion. But that tycoon died in the sudden outbreak before he could use the fortress. The base wasn't opened until the 6th month of the apocalypse, when Li Jianglin, having relocated to Tsuaping Mountain, unlocked it and made it the starting point of his dark kingdom. At the thought of Li Jianglin, Yuan Jiu's eyes turned icy cold, the tear mole at her eye corner resembling a frozen drop of blood. That man was probably hiding in the police headquarters office now, using his father's connections to consolidate armed forces, wasn't he? Unfortunately, the police headquarters was heavily guarded, and 1st and 2nd tier awakened couldn't defy their firearms. He'll return, with the person who can rip your head off. A self-mocking, chilling curve tugged at her lips, and a low, curt laugh escaped her throat. At that moment, she had already memorized every entry code of the fortress, even the layout of the ventilation ducts. That was the price paid with 4 years of hellish existence. At this moment, Yuan Jiu had just clarified the next objective when the bathroom door opened with a click. Guo Chong'an stepped out, rubbing his damp hair with a towel. He wore only a hotel bathrobe, the collar open, revealing the well-defined muscles of his chest, enhanced by the system. It was a physique filled with explosive power, no longer resembling the exhausted, overworked employee he used to be. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard a cold laugh that hadn't yet been retracted. Guo Chong'an paused, the towel hanging around his neck, and his gaze, filled with suspicion, landed on Yuan Jiu. The expression on this woman's face was eerily similar to those high-ranking executives he had seen at the company who were ready to stab others in the back. It was cold, calculating, yet tinged with a disturbing kind of delight. "What are you laughing at?" Guo Chong'an's voice was somewhat tense. The gloom on Yuan Jiu's face vanished instantly, as if she had changed her expression, and when she turned her head, a sweet and harmless smile had already appeared. "Oh, I wasn't laughing. I was just thinking how nice it would be if we had a safer place to stay." Guo Chong'an frowned, not responding. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this woman was shrouded in an inscrutable fog, clearly as fragile as a delicate flower that could be blown away by a gust of wind, yet her occasionally revealed gaze was more piercing than that of the zombies outside. He chose not to speak further and turned to walk into his bedroom. "Time to sleep, we have things to do tomorrow." It was late at night, and Guo Chong'an had not fallen asleep. He silently called out system, summoning the system interface. Points 57. Looking at the pitifully few 57 points Guo Chong'an sighed. These points are really hard to earn. Though he was tempted by the items in the shop, it was not the time for him to hoard. Without hesitation, he directly invested all 47 points into the wand magnetic breaking star technique. A warm current instantly rose from his dantian, coursing up his spine and finally spreading throughout his limbs. The sensation was not painful, rather it was akin to drinking a bowl of steaming ginger soup in the dead of winter, every pore relaxing. The wand magnetic breaking star technique broke through to level 2, with all attributes increased by 10 points, and he mastered the skill Sea Tiger Explosive Fist Beginner. True Chi limit increased to 120. Guo Chong'an clenched his fist to joints, making a faint cracking sound as he broke through to the first tier. After reaching the first tier, his attributes had improved. Strength 20-30, agility 20-30, stamina 20-30, spirit 25-35, perception 25-35. With the enhancement from the technique, his physical prowess had already reached 3 times the limit of an ordinary person on Blue Star. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had achieved the first tier, and even relying solely on his physical abilities, he could slice through a horde of zombies with ease. However, his opponents were not merely these zombies, they were the system and the people behind it. After some thought, he decided to invest the remaining 10 points entirely into the wand magnetic breaking star technique. Yet he found that for level 2 of the wand magnetic breaking star technique, the 10 points didn't even increase by 1. The devaluation of these points was too rapid. Guo Chong'an felt a bit regretful. Had he known, he would have allocated the points to another martial art. Sighing, he lay down on his bed in a wooden posture and quickly fell into sleep. Early the next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, faint sounds echoed in the hallway of the Yunchi Hotel. "No, you can't leave me here alone." Yuan Jiu clutched the hem of Guo Chong'an's clothes, her voice laced with evident resistance, her eyes slightly red, looking as if she could cry at any moment. He turned to glance at Yuan Jiu, initially intending to scold her, but upon seeing her trembling yet stubborn eyes, he swallowed the reprimand. "Be good and listen. If I take you with me in case of danger, should I kill the zombies first or save you? Stay put, lock the door, and wait for me to return." "But what if zombies come crashing in?" Yuan Jiu persisted in asking. Guo Chong'an left her a baseball bat, his expression plainly saying, "Your performance yesterday made me quite reassured." Yuan Jiu felt helpless. She hadn't expected that yesterday's display would have the opposite effect, making this stubborn man even more confident in leaving her alone. Guo Chong'an slung Yuan Jiu's backpack over his shoulder and cautiously walked out the door, securing the heavy wooden door behind him. As the door closed, the grievance on Yuan Jiu's face instantly vanished. She slowly adjusted her wrinkled nightgown, walked to the window, and glanced at the street outside, murmuring softly, "Stupid man, to leave me alone at a time like this, without a shred of compassion." Guo Chong'an cautiously slipped into the kitchen upstairs, where everything appeared unchanged since the last time they left. In the kitchen, he found a beautiful set of knives. He drew out one of the bone-cutting knives, its snow-white blade reflecting a cold. The handle was engraved with the character, by seemingly the name of the original owner. However, since all the chefs upstairs had perished, Guo Chong'an felt justified in taking the knife and stuffed the whole set into the side pocket of his backpack. Then he descended through the safety passage, starting to clear zombies layer by layer to earn points. From the 15th to the 12th floor, it was surprisingly clean, not a single zombie in the hallway, indicating that the zombies killed yesterday were the only ones on these floors. From some rooms came dull thumping and the harsh sounds of nails scratching against the wooden boards. Guo Chong'an paused to listen, but chose to ignore them. He would not deal with the zombies locked in those rooms for now. He would wait until he reached the first floor to grab the room card first. Upon reaching the 11th floor, the number of zombies increased. In the hallway on the 11th floor, 2 zombies in hotel uniforms were hunched over, tearing into something on the floor. Hearing the footsteps, they suddenly raised their heads, their grayish-white eyeballs devoid of any spirit, filled only with primal greed. They roared and charged over, their movements stiff, yet impactful. Guo Chong'an's gaze sharpened as he executed a move from the Sun Erosion Sword technique with the bone-cutting knife in his hand. He did not activate fire damage. Instead, he simply thrust the tip of the knife, precisely penetrating the eye socket of the first zombie and twisting it. Before the second zombie could pounce, he sidestepped and struck a heavy fist into the back of its head. Bang! That head instantly exploded. Guo Chong'an shook off the blood on the knife, quietly calculating his points +2. In the following hours, Guo Chong'an transformed into an efficient cleaner. From the 11th floor to the 1st floor, he cleared out over 30 zombies in total. The movements of the zombies were slow as a turtle to him, their attacks feeble and if future zombies were this weak, he would want to shout out, "I don't eat beef," and rampage through this apocalypse. The feeling of gradually mastering power made him somewhat addicted, even dulling the physiological aversion brought by the act of killing. By the time he reached the 1st floor, the proficiency of the Sun Erosion Sword technique had already reached level 1 at 3, nearly gaining 1 for every 10 zombies killed. The proficiency of the Golden Bell Shield also reached level 1 at 5, thanks to his usage on each descending floor. However, the number of zombies in the hotel hallway clearly did not meet his KPI. The lobby on the 1st floor was drastically different from when they arrived yesterday. 7 or 8 corpses lay on the ground, and what had previously been a zombie-free lobby now had over a dozen zombies. It seemed a group of people had tried to escape yesterday, only to inadvertently attract the zombies from outside. To obtain the room card at the front desk, Guo Chong'an prepared to confront the 12 zombies he'd in, testing the limits of his first-tier abilities and the newly learned Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. Sea Tiger Explosive Fist Beginner consumes 100 true chi, dealing 300 physical damage and 120 lightning damage to a range of 3 meters cone shape. Guo Chong'an circled around and made his way to the corridor beside the first-floor lobby. He found an open office and tested its wooden door, which proved to be quite sturdy. The office was a mess but devoid of people or zombies. He decided to lure the zombies here, gathering them together. He picked up a fallen thermos and hurled it with force toward the... With a strength of 30 points, the thermos he threw carried the power of a bullet. With a loud bang, an unfortunate zombie was struck squarely on the forehead, its skull shattered and brains splattered. The remaining 11 zombies were momentarily stunned, then looked around frantically before spotting Guo Chong'an hiding in the corridor. Their craving for the living instantly drove them into a frenzy, and they charged at him with savage roars. Guo Chong'an jogged backward, leading them to the office door. He closed the door and waited as the zombies crowded at the entrance, pounding the wooden door until it trembled violently. He counted silently to 10, then yanked the door open, unleashing a fully charged Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. A faint blue fist shadow shot from his right hand, striking the first zombie at the door. The zombie was instantly shattered into pieces, and the cone-shaped area 3 meters behind it was crushed as if by an invisible truck. 7 zombies were sent flying backward, breaking into fragments midair. With a blade in his left hand, he executed the sun-eclipsing sword techniques, sword-piled radiance, and layers of blade shadows, slaughtered the remaining 3 zombies completely. In less than 10 seconds, all 11 zombies were slain, leaving only a mess of minced flesh at the office door. Yet, Guo Chong'an felt this was not his limit. For now, though, he suppressed his nausea and fished out 5 crystal cores from the carnage. Combined with his previous collection, he now had 18 in total. Thinking of how Yuan Jiyu had been overjoyed with just 7 cores yesterday, he wondered how delighted she would be to see these 18. No, why am I always thinking about her? Guo Chong'an's face flushed slightly. He patted his cheeks and hurried to the front desk to retrieve the hotel's master key. He planned to eliminate all zombies in every room while gathering supplies. Starting from the first floor, he ascended floor by floor, making loud noises. The zombies trapped in rooms would crash against their doors, revealing their locations. One by one, he entered each zombie-occupied room, quickly looting everything. Food, medicine, backpacks, power banks, and even clothes suitable for him and Yuan Jiyu were all collected. When he reached the 7th floor, the door of a nearby suite creaked open a crack. 3 faces etched with terror peered out. A middle-aged couple in their 50s and a young man cowering behind them. The young man clutched a small fruit knife, trembling like a leaf. "Hero, hero, save us." The middle-aged man called out in a hushed voice, his words trembling almost inaudibly. Guo Chong'an frowned and stopped. His instinct was to avoid trouble. Burdening himself with dependence in this apocalypse was suicide, but his damned sense of social responsibility forged in a peaceful society gnawed at him. "Don't follow me," Guo Chong'an said coldly. "I've killed all the zombies in the hotel corridors. There's some food in the top-floor restaurant. Whether you stay or leave is up to you." You want to take us with you?" the young man asked urgently, his eyes filled with a near-morale blackmailing hope. Guo Chong'an ignored him completely and turned to descend to the next floor. He felt the 3 gazes shift from gratitude to resentment, but he didn't care. In this messed-up world, pointing them to a way out was already an act of kindness. When he returned to the 16th floor, he had slain 74 zombies in total. He had gathered 3 large bags of supplies and swapped his ill-fitting suit for a black tracksuit. On the 2nd floor, he found the hotel's dry cleaning room stocked with clean clothes left by guests. He packed a large bag of men's and women's clothing, since Yuan Jiyu couldn't wear the same outfit forever in this apocalypse. Moreover, though he claimed he didn't want to be a savior, his sweep through the hotel had temporarily saved at least 20 survivors. Those hiding in their rooms, hearing the roars fade from the corridors, finally dared to venture out in search of food. Some thanked Guo Chong'an and fled in panic, heading either to the top floor for food or trying to escape outside. Others, like the young man on the 7th floor, tried to morally blackmail him. "Since you're so strong, take us home." Unfortunately, Guo Chong'an's morality was a product of Earth, and it didn't adapt well to this world. A few burly men also blocked his path, attempting to rob him. The outcome was predictable. They couldn't even face zombies, yet dared to challenge Guo the Benevolent, who treated zombies like bowling pins. The 3 attackers lunged at him, only to have their wrists twisted and kneecaps shattered by Guo Chong'an. He then dragged them into an empty guest room. 3 screams abruptly ended, and Guo Chong'an walked out calmly, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Though it was his first time doing such a thing, his heart remained utterly. These 3, if not dealt with today, might bully others tomorrow. Besides, he was from Earth, not this water-blue planet. Killing them felt no different from killing a few monkeys, without a shred of psychological burden. When Guo Chong'an pushed open the heavy solid wood door of the presidential suite, the room was dim. Not due to a power outage, but because the occupant was asleep. Yuan Jiyu was slumped at the table, her head resting on her arms, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, obscuring most of her face. On the table sat braised beef, steamed fish, a plate of ham fried until the edges were blackened, and a bowl of egg drop soup that had long stopped steaming. Bathed in the sunset's glow outside the window, the dishes looked unappetizing. But they were all Guo Chong'an's favorites. He stood silently at the entrance, unmoving. His right hand still gripped the bone cleaver. Its blade was coated in a sticky, dark red substance, a mix of zombie brains and dried blood. His freshly changed tracksuit was already stained with blood, stiff and clinging to him like armor pulled from a pile of rust. This stark dissonance created a surreal illusion. If he ignored the occasional inhuman roars outside the window, he could almost imagine himself as an office worker just back from overtime. And Yuan Jiu, his wife, was waiting by a solitary lamp for him to come home for dinner. We've only known each other for 2 days, and here I am thinking about what to name our son. Guo Chong'an curled his lips in self-mockery, then gently leaned the bone cleaver against the doorframe. He had no intention of disturbing Yuan Jiu. The girl was clearly exhausted. He turned and entered the bathroom, planning to keep as far away from the precious-looking dinner on the table as possible until he had cleaned himself up. The hotel's water supply system was still working tenaciously, perhaps the last shred of kindness this broken world had to offer him. As the water roared, Guo Chong'an scrubbed the bloodstains from his palms, his mind already calculating what he needed to do tomorrow. In the dining room, Yuan Jiu was startled awake by the sound of running water. She rubbed her eyes, her face still marked with red creases from her arm. She looked around in confusion, then hearing the sounds from the bathroom, a slight smile curled at the corners of her lips. The big fish was back. Her plan could begin. In her past life, when Guo Chong'an first met her, he had been far more difficult to handle. He was violent, cold, and ruthless, always ready to fight if something displeased him. Yet even so, he had melted in her tears and coaxing, willing to give up his very life for her. Now, although Guo Chong'an still appeared cold and hard, his attitude towards her was much better than in their previous life. That made things even simpler. She just needed to make him feel needed, and she was exceptionally skilled at projecting that very need. Yuan Jiu stood up nimbly and carried the now cold dishes into the kitchen. She had only one goal tonight: to get pregnant as quickly as possible. The jade fetus condensation talent was urging her relentlessly. To live like a human, or even a god in this apocalypse level, was the only truth. And the shortcut to leveling up lay with the man currently in the shower. The cap of the brandy bottle was twisted off, releasing the oaky aroma mingled with the scent of alcohol. This was top-shelf liquor she had dug out of the fridge. She remembered that in his past life, Guo Chong'an loved to drink, especially when he was feeling down. When Guo Chong'an walked out of the bedroom in a fresh t-shirt, the dishes on the table were already steaming again. "Brother, you're back." Yuan Jiu tilted her head to look at him, her voice like a 30 sweet iced latte. Crisp, sweet, and soft, not cloying, just right. Guo Chong'an's steps faltered, the ambiguous address burning the tips of his ears, read his eyes darting away involuntarily. Yuan Jiu was wearing a loose men's shirt, one they had found in the changing room of the restaurant upstairs yesterday. The white shirt's cuffs slipped down to her forearms, its hem just covering her thighs, the collar slightly open, her collarbones faintly visible in the sunset. Guo Chong'an felt he might not even want to eat anymore. He quickly cleared his throat and sat down heavily at the table. "Let's eat." He began to wolf down his rice. To be honest, Yuan Jiu's cooking was mediocre at best. The braised beef was tough enough to stick in your teeth, the steamed fish still had a lingering fishy smell, and the ham was burnt and bitter. Yet strange as it was, Guo Chong'an tasted a hint of home in it. "Why aren't you eating?" he asked, looking up at her casually, picking up a few pieces of meat and putting them in her bowl. "Eat up, you'll need the energy to run from zombies." Yuan Jiu blinked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Don't I have brother to protect me?" Guo Chong'an lowered his head and continued shoveling rice, not answering, but the speed of his eating noticeably quickened. "Brother, I haven't properly thanked you yet." Yuan Jiu pushed the full glass of brandy towards him. "Thank you for saving my life." "Hey, race to you." Guo Chong'an picked up the glass and inhaled its rich aroma. He didn't usually drink much, but right now he needed some alcohol to numb his frayed nerves. "Bottoms up, you can take your time." He tilted his head back, and 100 milliliters of the strong liquor burned its way down his throat like a fireball straight to his stomach. Yuan Jiu eagerly refilled his glass. 1 glass, 2 glasses, 3 glasses. In less than 5 minutes, the entire bottle of brandy was empty. She looked at Guo Chong'an, whose expression hadn't changed, and whose eyes were even clearer than before, and her heart sank. Something was wrong. In his past life, half a bottle of baijiu would have had him completely drunk. Brother, have you broken through to the first rank?" she ventured. Guo Chong'an nodded, his tone flat. "Broke through yesterday. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to go." He felt his body brimming with power. His doubled attributes meant his metabolism processed alcohol at an astonishing speed. This amount of liquor was nothing more than a few beers to him now. Yuan Jiu was a bit frustrated. Keywords: miscalculation, first-rank alcoholic. She had underestimated how fast Guo Chong'an would grow in this life. Without his previous world weariness, and without her holding him back, his leveling speed was like a rocket. But if she couldn't get him drunk, wouldn't her plan be ruined? No, if she couldn't get him drunk, she would get herself drunk instead. Making up her mind, Yuan Jiu grabbed her own glass and downed the remaining brandy in one gulp. The fiery taste hit her brain instantly. Her body, which hadn't had much training, couldn't handle it. Her mind began to cloud and her vision started to blur. This tipsy state was just perfect, enough to boost her courage and enhance the atmosphere. She stood up, unsteadily walked around the table, and came to stand before the men's shirt she was wearing rode up to her thighs as she stood, revealing the white leggings beneath. This kind of homely attire somehow exuded a deadly allure. Just as Guo Chong'an was about to stand and steady her, a soft, alcohol-scented body trapped him in it. Yuan Jiu leaned over her, hands gripping the armrests. Her hair brushed against Guo Chong'an's cheek, tickling him. "Brother, have you heard that a life debt should be repaid with one's body?" She gave him no chance to refuse. The moment her lips met his, Guo Chong'an's mind went blank. It was a wild, inexperienced kiss carrying the fragrance of brandy. Yuan Jiu took complete control, nimbly parting his teeth with a desperate resolve. Guo Chong'an's hands hovered in the air, initially intending to push her away, but she was so soft. His reason crumbled under the combined assault of alcohol and instinct. The demon he had always suppressed inside him roared, "You saved her. This is what you deserve." Lust blazed like a sudden wildfire, incinerating all hesitation. He began to respond clumsily. He had no technique, only raw instinct to take. Fortunately, Yuan Jiu was an experienced coach. She straddled his lap, patiently guiding this newly awakened. Guo Chong'an had completely lost track of time. He hoisted Yuan Jiu up by her thighs and strode purposefully to push open the bedroom door. The hotel's white sheets gleamed coldly in the moonlight. When he laid Yuan Jiu on the bed, her black hair spread across the pillow like a splash of ink. Her eyes were half closed, her lips swollen, her chest heaving rapidly. Guo Chong'an stood by the bed, suddenly feeling awkward. He was 30 years old, but most of his life had been dedicated to code and projects. His only experience came from driver's ed videos. Yuan Jiu saw his embarrassment. She reached out, her fingertip hooking his belt and giving it a gentle tug. "Brother, I want." The last thread snapped. Guo Chong'an hesitated no more. He was, after all, a vigorous martial artist. Now only one thought filled his mind: to hell with the apocalypse tonight, I'm Chow Pai. He pressed his whole weight onto her. A pained whimper escaped her lips, and the temperature in the room soared. 5 minutes later, the commotion in the room had completely ceased. Guo Chong'an was curled up in the corner of the bed, hugging his knees, his head buried deep in his arms. His silhouette looked particularly bleak in the moonlight, like a defeated rooster. He was beginning to question his life. A first-rank awakener's physical attributes had indeed doubled, but it seemed some functions hadn't scaled proportionally. This sense of failure was even harder for him to accept than being forcibly bound by the system. Yuan Jiu turned on her side, enduring the soreness of her first time, and reached out to gently stroke his rigid back. "It's okay, brother," she said, her voice soft and warm, carrying a barely perceptible hint of amusement. "It's our first time. You were too tired today, and you'd been drinking. Besides, it's because I'm too beautiful, right?" Guo Chong'an buried his head even deeper. "Let's try again, okay? Now let me help you." Yuan Jiu lowered her head, gently blowing life back into Guo Chong'an's confidence. 15 minutes later, Yuan Jiu looked up at Guo Chong'an, a glistening silver thread escaping from her slightly parted lips. His masculine pride was completely restored in that moment. Tonight, Guo Chong'an was going to feast to his heart's content. The sky outside grew slightly brighter as Yuan Jiu awoke in Guo Chong'an's embrace. She gazed at the man's sleeping face, feeling a sense of joy within her. Guo Chong'an is indeed like he was in my past life, a person who refuses to admit defeat once on the battlefield. In my past life, it was also Yuan Jiu who took the initiative during our first time, but by then we had been together for a month, and our relationship was not as close as it is after just 2 days of knowing each other now. The main reason was that Yuan Jiu left a bad first impression on Guo Chong'an, being the one who stubbornly pursued him. Thus their first time was not a pleasant memory, as it took all her efforts to make him yield. But this time, despite Guo Chong'an's underwhelming performance, Yuan Jiu's boastfulness led the situation to an uncontrollable direction. 5 rounds of battle. A full 5 times. Fortunately, Yuan Jiu's jade embryo condensation had the effect of replenishing both parties' stamina, otherwise this place would have been ravaged by Guo Chong'an, a primal beast. Yuan Jiu gently tapped Guo Chong'an's cheek, causing him to frown and turn over, leaving her with the back of his head. Not bad, he's not balding yet. Just as Yuan Jiu was chuckling to herself, she felt a warm current rising from deep. That sensation felt less like a stomach ache and more like swallowing a cup of hot water, slowly spreading through her body along the meridians. She was all too familiar with this feeling. This was a signal that the jade embryo condensation talent was operating at full throttle. Immediately after, she seemed to hear a crisp click in her consciousness, as if a rusty lock had been forcibly opened. Successful conception level upgraded to first stage, gained advanced feedback talent avatar of the divine. Yuan Jiu suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with disbelief. Conceived in just 1 night. I don't know if it's because Guo Chong'an's physique is too strong after reaching the first stage, or if my talent is too powerful, or perhaps a combination of both. She felt the surging power within her body, a clear sensation of rebirth. The fatigue from a night of battle was instantly washed away by this newfound energy. Eagerly she dove into her sea of consciousness to check the newly acquired avatar of the divine talent. This talent had Effect 1, for each level gain an avatar corresponding to the level number with 80 of the main bonus attributes capable of independent cultivation. Effect 2. The main body can recall the avatar at any time, usable once every 7 days for each avatar, and the main body can regain the avatar's memories. Effect 3. If the main body dies, it can resurrect within any avatar at the cost of that avatar's permanent death. If the avatar dies, the main body can resummon it with each avatar being summonable once a month. Currently her level is first stage, meaning she can summon one avatar. Isn't this just like having an extra life? Yuan Jiu muttered to herself, and it's a cheat kind of life. She activated the avatar ability, and her consciousness instantaneously entered a face creation interface. According to the prompt, she could customize the avatar's appearance, but it could not exceed 30. Meanwhile, a template button in the bottom right corner of the interface was faintly glowing. She focused her consciousness on the template, and surprisingly, there was a solitary shadow inside the female chef she had encountered in the preservation chamber. Yuan Jiu read the template description and learned that she could collect unsolved souls to use as templates for the avatar. The avatar's personality would be influenced by the template soul, but the benefit was the potential to gain the template's abilities. Since the avatar couldn't betray the main body, Yuan Jiu stroked her chin, feeling playful. She began to fine-tune the chef's template. The template looks too ordinary, needs some changes. Let's raise the eyes a bit to give a colder look and make the nose a bit more prominent. Yuan Jiu mumbled like a picky sculptor. She didn't intend to make the avatar look exactly like herself. That would make them look like twins and could lead to unnecessary trouble. In the end, a brand new image was solidified in her consciousness. This body retained 20 of Yuan Jiu's charm, but its aura was entirely different. If Yuan Jiu was like a cunning and lively little fox, then this avatar resembled an ancient sword stuck in the ice field, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. From the lingering soul's remnants, she learned that the original surname was Bai, so Yuan Jiu named her Bai Shuang. As the skill activated, no dazzling effects appeared in the air. There was just a slight distortion of light and shadow on the empty space beside the bed. A naked woman with long hair abruptly appeared on the carpet. Bai Shuang opened her eyes, her gaze as cold as snow. Yuan Jiu watched this self in front of her, and the feeling was extraordinarily wonderful. She could distinctly feel every movement of Bai Shuang, even sensing the slight itch of the carpet's fibers brushing against Bai Shuang's soles. This was not about controlling a puppet. It was like playing a game with two monitors simultaneously, with overlapping perspectives and synchronized thoughts. Go give him a hug, Yuan Jiu instructed Bai Shuang in her mind. Bai Shuang climbed onto the bed with a blank expression, moving as gracefully as a cat. She slipped under the covers from the other side, extending her long cold hands to wrap around Guo Chong'an's neck, burying his head in her ample bosom. At the same time, Yuan Jiu cheerfully leaned and hugging Guo Chong'an's waist from behind, pressing her own against him. Two Yuan Jius, one cold and one warm, directly sandwiched Guo Chong'an in between. Guo Chong'an was lost in a beautiful dream about returning home when he suddenly felt a chill approaching from in front, followed by a warm breath enveloping his back. He groggily opened his eyes, first seeing a pair of snowy white breasts. Good morning, brethren. Bai Shuang imitated Yuan Jiu's tone, but her intonation was calm and devoid of emotion. Good morning. Guo Chong'an instinctively replied, his voice still hoarse from sleep. But he quickly sensed something was off. He stiffly turned his head. Guo Chong'an's eyes instantly widened, and he nearly bounced off the bed. He looked at the woman on his left, who had a cold face yet appeared familiar, and then glanced at the Yuan Jiu on his right, who was grinning at him. Jiu, two of you. Is this apocalyptic world playing tricks on me, trying to give me two girlfriends? Guo Chong'an rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh. The pain felt very real. This was not a dream. Brother, and don't be nervous, this is my new ability. Yuan Jiu thought it was hilarious to see Guo Chong'an's mind nearly collapsing. Bai Shuang cooperatively released her hold, sitting at the edge of the bed, her cold gaze fixed on Guo Chong'an, as she spoke in a flat tone. I am Bai Shuang. Guo Chong'an sat in the middle of the bed, looking left and right, speechless for a long time. Guo Chong'an family who understands. I woke up to find my girlfriend turned into two, and now I've got a meat sandwich. Alas, this is truly tormenting me. Is she human? Guo Chong'an ventured to ask. In a sense, she is me. Yuan Jiu replied, climbing out of bed and casually throwing on a coat before handing a bathrobe to Bai Shuang. But she inherited some interesting things. Bai Shuang rose, draped a towel over herself, and walked toward the kitchen. Guo Chong'an stared blankly at Bai Shuang's retreating figure. The woman moved with extraordinary efficiency, washing her hands, picking up a knife, retrieving ingredients. Each motion fluid and seamless, exuding the calm composure of a professional chef. Is she going to cook? She inherited the original's culinary skills, combat techniques, and blade arts, Yuan Jiu explained. And on top of that, she possesses her own innate talent. Bai Shuang retrieved an ordinary steel kitchen knife from the counter. She extended her index finger and gently brushed it along the spine of the blade. A faint visible stream of white frost spread across the metal surface. Within mere seconds, the once bright steel was coated in a layer of crystalline ice. The frost layered upon itself, creeping down the blade until it had transformed into a compact short sword. "This is called the frost blade," Bai Shuang said, turning back with a calm explanation. "Using a bladed weapon to forge an icy armament. Attacks come with a freezing." As she spoke, Bai Shuang casually flicked her wrist. A faint chill gleam flashed through the air, and a carrot on the kitchen cutting board was instantly severed. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed over the surface. Guo Chong'an watched, utterly astounded. Though his own system could also exchange for weapons, he had never seen such a method of enchanting them with magic. "Jiyu, your talent. Isn't that a bit too unfair?" Guo Chong'an remarked with admiration. Yuan Jiyu raised an eyebrow with delight, thinking to herself, "This is nothing compared to heaven-defying. My two talents, one with 4 initial effects, the other with 3, now that's truly outrageous." The natives of Water Blue Star, upon successful awakening, had a chance to acquire additional talent abilities. However, these talents usually possessed only a single effect, with additional effects gradually unlocking as the Awakener's level increased. Thus, Awakeners were divided into 2 categories: those without talent, called survivors, and those with talent, known as ability users. Bai Shuang lowered her head and continued slicing ingredients with practiced ease. Though the consciousness was Yuan Ziyu's, the Bodhi's instinctual memory made her exceptionally adept in the kitchen. Before long, 3 plates of fragrant breakfast were set. Despite the ingredients being nothing more than some ham, eggs, and bread from the hotel stock, Bai Shuang's extraordinary culinary skill elevated these ordinary items to exude the aroma of a high-end Western restaurant. Guo Chong'an sat at the table, gazing at the 2 women before him, similar in appearance yet utterly different in temperament, and took a bite of the fried egg with a complex state of mind. This taste, his eyes lit up. "It's better than anything I've ever eaten." "Of course, Bai Shuang is a professional," Yuan Jiyu said, swinging her legs with pride. The 3 of them sat around the small round table, the atmosphere momentarily peculiar. Guo Chong'an ate with great focus, yet his gaze kept drifting unconsciously toward Bai Shuang. He still couldn't quite get used to it. It felt as if a familiar yet strange new member had suddenly joined the household, a member who happened to be his girlfriend's doppelganger. "Jiyu," Guo Chong'an set down his fork, his expression growing serious. "Does anyone else have this kind of ability?" "Probably not," Yuan Jiyu replied, taking a sip of milk, leaving a white mustache on her upper lip. "Talents are unique. Even if some talents appear similar in the early stages, they develop different effects later on." Guo Chong'an raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that clearly asked, "How do you know?" Yuan Jiyu set down her cup, her clear eyes fixed intently on Guo Chong'an, as her tone took on a hint of seriousness. "Brother and I have a secret to tell you." Yuan Jiyu leaned in, resting her chin on her hands. "But since I've given you my first, shouldn't you share a little secret of yours with me first?" Guo Chong'an met those eyes that seemed to see straight through him, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what Yuan Jiyu was referring to. His system, his identity as a transmigrator. He was silent for a moment, gazing at the woman he had claimed the night before, and finally the defenses around his heart crumbled completely. I am not from this world." Guo Chong'an spoke in a low voice, his words soft yet resounding through the quiet room. Yuan Jiyu smiled faintly, as if unsurprised. She simply listened quietly, like the most devoted audience, waiting for this man to pour out the secrets of his heart. Guo Chong'an briefly recounted his ordeal, which was simple enough. After working overtime for 34 days, he had scraped together enough for his father's surgery, only to be kidnapped by a stupid system and thrown into another world just before he could make the transfer. Everything that followed had been experienced alongside Yuan Jiyu, so there was no need to elaborate. He simply gave a brief explanation of his system's abilities. After finishing, Guo Chong'an looked at Yuan Jiyu with a hint of nervousness. He now considered her his woman, and he feared she might distance herself or be frightened by his identity as a transmigrator. Yuan Jiyu sat on the sofa, her back ramrod straight, her unnaturally bright eyes locked onto Guo Chong'an. There was 3 parts deep affection in that gaze, 5 parts wistful sigh, and the remaining 2 parts were a complexity Guo Chong'an couldn't decipher. The look of someone who had been there before. "Don't be so tense, big brother." She suddenly burst into laughter, and the taut atmosphere deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. She sat down gently beside Guo Chong'an, nuzzling her head against his cheek, then leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Brother and I actually know your secret." As Guo Chong'an stared in astonishment, Yuan Jiyu quickly planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth, then buried her head in his chest, and said, "Because I am a reincarnator." Guo Chong'an felt as if his CPU was about to melt down. This soft, adorable girl in his arms was a reincarnator. Had he not transmigrated into an apocalypse, but into a feminist-centric novel, a mighty female protagonist returning from rebirth to settle all scores? So was he the male lead, a supporting character, or just some random passerby? Then, what are we to each other? Why did you? Since Yuan Jiyu was a reincarnator, why had she been attacked by zombies? Why had she walked into that alley? And why had she slept with him? Question after question churned in Guo Chong'an's mind like a blender, spinning him into utter confusion. But Yuan Jiu only hugged him tighter, the tenderness in her eyes threatening to overflow. This was no act. She had bound Guo Chong'an as her link target the previous night, and under the dual influence of her will and talent, her heart and mind were now completely filled with him. Because in our past life, brother and I were a loving couple until the very end. Guo Chong'an and Bai Shuang both let out a synchronized gasp of astonishment. Guo Chong'an was astonished that he would marry on Water Blue Star and die together, meaning he never returned to Earth Star until his death. Bai Shuang's astonishment stemmed from her possessing all the memories of Yuan Jiu's avatar. She had expected Yuan Jiu to lie, but not to weave such an enormous falsehood. Yuan Jiu gave Guo Chong'an no time to digest, and began constructing a half-truthful past life. In her depiction, the previous lives, Guo Chong'an was devastatingly handsome, and upon arriving on Water Blue Star, he immediately staged a heroic rescue of a beauty. You were so impressive then, the way you saved me was even more agile than a movie agent. In her script, they were a legendary couple, the only warmth in the apocalypse. They fought their way out of the encirclement and built the strongest base in Water Cloud City among the ruins, Suaping Mountain Fortress. They healed the wounded and saved the dying, becoming idols to all awakened. Guo Chong'an listened stunned, and couldn't help interrupting. Wait, was I really that great? I never wanted to be a savior. Of course you think that now, but that's before you fall hopelessly in love with me. Yuan Jiu winked, slyly weaving in an advertisement slogan from Earth Star's Snow King milk tea. Back then you'd say to me, every day sister, you where you love me, I love you, our happiness is sweet and true. Bai Shuang, listening nearby, felt goosebumps all over. She watched her original self's shameless performance and could no longer bear it. This wasn't polishing, this was directly applying a beauty filter to reality until even her own mother wouldn't recognize it. You too, Chad, will go check the supplies. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes and turned into the kitchen. If she listened any longer, she feared she'd die of embarrassment before being eaten by zombies. Yuan Jiu ignored her avatar's protest and continued her lecture. Brother, and you know, the apocalypse isn't a sudden cold, it's a premeditated massacre updated in 5 versions. She extended her slender fingers, counting them one by one. Stage 1 now is the zombie crisis. 3 months later is the climax. Second-level zombies will roam everywhere, and the population will be cut in half. Stage 2 is the insect swarm, interstellar pests thrown in from outer space by a higher civilization. They'll devour 80% of the remaining population. Stage 3 is natural disasters. Extreme cold, scorching heat, acid rain. The higher civilization is adjusting the global thermostat, aiming to clean up the insects that ate too much. By then humanity will number only 200 million. Guo Chong'an's face paled from white to a sickly green. He had thought that with the system he could become a savior, but now he seemed more like a slightly stronger grasshopper thrown into an arena. Stage 4 is evolution. All things have spirit, with awakened and mutant beasts engaging in chaotic battles. And Stage 5. Yuan Jiu's voice dropped, a hint of true coldness in her eyes, is the descent of the Celestials. Celestials? Guo Chong'an repeated the word. They call themselves players. She looked at him, revealing the cruelest truth word by word. To them, Water Blue Star is a massive, immersive reality game world. Zombies, bugs, humans, even you are just NPCs or wild monsters dropping experience. They descend here to find amusement. Guo Chong'an suddenly stood up, his movements so violent that he knocked over his chair behind him. Your system, brother, and is actually a castrated version of the celestial system. Yuan Jiu continued her relentless strike. They captured you from Earth Star, gave you the illusion of being a savior, all to increase the show's entertainment value. Their favorite scene is watching you transmigrators who think you're children of destiny crumble into despair when facing the real celestial system. Even Earth Star has been locked onto by them. If the game ends, or you somehow return, you'll despairingly find that Earth Star is the next Water Blue Star. Guo Chong'an felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Anger, absurdity, and a sense of humiliation flooded him like those bastards. He let out a suppressed roar, clenched his right fist, and slammed it fiercely into the solid wood coffee table before him. A loud crack echoed. The valuable coffee table, under the force of his martial technique, instantly shattered into pieces. Wood chips flew, and one shard cut through his fingers, oozing a bead of, but he seemed to feel no pain, only cursing at the system interface, visible only to him in the void. Come out. You dogshit system. You complicit program. What do you take human lives for? Is your mind filled with nothing but crap? The system gave no response, perhaps cowering somewhere in fear. Guo Chong'an tired of cursing, as if all his strength had been drained with that punch. He collapsed weakly onto the sofa, his eyes hollowly fixed on the ceiling. This dimensional gap made him feel an unprecedented insignificance, like a swordsman who had trained tirelessly only to discover his opponent held the remote control for a nuclear weapon. Yuan Jiu reached out gently but firmly cupped Guo Chong'an's face, forcing him to look at her. Brother, and when you were a child, did you ever pour water into an anthill? She asked softly. Guo Chong'an froze, a flicker of focus returning to his eyes. When you poured water, did you ever consider the ant's feelings? Did you think it was cruel? No, you just found it fun, or it was a casual act. Yuan Jiu's tone was eerily calm. In the eyes of a higher civilization, we are ants. Destroying you is none of your concern. Guo Chong'an's body trembled, a shudder born of utter powerlessness. But Yuan Ziu's fingers caressed his cheek, a certain fervor reigniting in her eyes. Then is there no hope for us? His voice was hoarse, as if scraped over sandpaper, carrying a dead silence. She leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing his cheek. There is brother. We still have hope. What if an ant not only doesn't drown, but bites through your boot, crawls up your pant leg, and gives you a fierce bite on the neck? Guo Chong'an looked at Yuan Ziu, whose expression was resolute. The chill rising from his feet finally dissipated a little. He reached out and gripped her wrist tightly, as if grasping the last straw. Tell me, what should I do? Yuan Ziu smiled like a sly little fox. She took his hand and pointed out the window to the south. First go take back our base, secure our foothold, and then give the Celestials a good kick in the ass. The sky outside the window retained its gray hazy texture, as if veiled by a cheap filter. Guo Chong'an sat on the sofa, and Yuan Ziu leaned against his shoulder, her long hair brushing past his neck, carrying the lingering scent of shampoo. This warmth felt jarringly out of place in the apocalypse, like a romantic drama scene suddenly inserted by the director into a horror film set in a zombie-infested city. Ziu, how do you know all this? During the celestial descent, a unique celestial once came to our base. Yuan Ziu's voice was soft, as if afraid to stir something. That celestial, in your words, brother, was a saint. Guo Chong'an's mind instantly flashed back to the apocalyptic novels he used to read. In the apocalypse, killing the saint first was practically a golden rule for Earth transmigrators. He was about to make a habitual snide remark, but swallowed the words. When that saint was on your side, even planning to give you a hand, anyone still clamoring for blood likely had their brains devoured by zombies. This celestial saint was a being with true universal compassion. Yuan Ziu gently stroked Guo Chong'an's hair, her movements as natural, as if rehearsed countless times. He too hailed from a high-level civilization, one that called itself the Overlords. But in his eyes, his kin's habit of amusing themselves with lower civilizations was utterly pathological. Guo Chong'an listened stunned. Overlords. It sounded like a name for professional villains. He shifted his position to make Yuan Ziu more comfortable, but his mind was racing to dissect this information. According to this saintly celestial, the Overlords were not the sole masters of the universe. Deep in the stars there existed two other high-level civilizations called the Observers and the Watchers. These two powerhouses greatly disdained the Overlords' atrocities, even waging a massive war over the matter. After the war, the Overlords restrained themselves. They no longer blatantly turned planets into arenas, but went underground, quietly running these apocalypse games. A hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of Yuan Ziu's mouth. The other two civilizations sensed it, but to wage an all-out war against the Overlords just to save a few lower civilizations, they figured the KPI didn't add up, wasn't worth it. Guo Chong'an nodded in understanding. It was very corporate, very realistic. They might save you, but you had to first prove you were worth saving. That value is the sixth order. Yuan Ziu raised a finger. After the apocalypse, the biological ceiling on Water Blue Planet was locked at the fifth order. That was the cage set by the Overlords, the planet's ceiling. As long as you played within these rules, the Celestials always had the upper hand, able to dominate Water Blue Planet completely. Through Yuan Ziu's narration, Guo Chong'an roughly understood what the ranks meant. The first order was equivalent to the Qi refining stage, somewhat superhuman, but still killable by ordinary firearms. The second order was the Foundation establishment stage, already beyond human limits, requiring a well-equipped army to suppress. The third order rivaled the Golden Core, possessing various divine abilities, but still vulnerable to nuclear-level weapons. The fourth order was the nascent soul stage, an insurmountable gap for mortals impervious to any conventional weapon on Water Blue Planet, with tactical nukes being mere firecrackers before them. The fifth order stepped into the Unity stage with a nearly immortal body and a divine sense that could cover the entire planet, making them invincible on Water Blue Planet. But invincibility on Earth invites enemies from the heavens. The celestial system allowed them to rapidly advance to the fifth order with abilities like resurrection, cheat skill points, and even the potential to break through to the sixth order. The sixth order was the threshold for traversing the stars, truly breaking free from the home planet's shackles and entering the ranks of high-level civilizations. So how do we break through? Since it's a cage, there must be a back door, right? Guo Chong'an asked. There is, and there are two. Yuan Ziu's eyes blazed with startling intensity. One is the talent of native awakened ones. It is the final resistance of Water Blue Planet's world will. The world will mix its own created talents among those made by the Celestials. These talents seem ordinary at first, but possess the potential for infinite evolution. My talent seems to be one of them. And if you can develop this talent to its extreme, you can use the power of the world will to forcibly tear open the cage and rush into the universe. Then the Observers and Watchers will intervene and remove Water Blue Planet from the Overlord's list. Guo Chong'an rubbed his chin. What about him, an outsider? The skills given by the system were powerful, but they sounded more like a customized software with their upper limits hard-coded from the start. So what about us saviors? We can't just watch, can we? Your method, brother, is even more special. Yuan Jiu chuckled lightly. The system is a shackle, but it also plants a seed. Whether it's technology, martial arts, or cultivation, the power infused by the system is limited, but the Tao it contains. Take your myriad magnetic star-breaking art, for example. If you just max it out with points, you'll be a fifth-order peak wage slave for life. But if you can thoroughly understand it, reconstruct it, and elevate it into your own martial path, you can innovate and bypass the overlord's rules. Guo Chong'an understood this logic. The system directly gave you a pistol. If you only knew how to fire it, you could only shoot bullets. But if you dismantled the pistol, understood the ballistics and gunpowder principles, and eventually built an electromagnetic cannon yourself, you would become a variable outside the rules. It sounds tough, but at least there's a way. Guo Chong'an slapped his thigh, shouting excitedly, I have a great idea. They'll print my martial arts into manuals, do a mass distribution of secret martial arts scrolls. Out of billions of people, can't we find one prodigy to carry us to victory? Due to the excessive movement, his slap landed directly on Yuan Ziu's thigh. Ouch! Yuan Ziu's eyes welled up with tears from the pain, her small face scrunching up. Sorry, wrong target. Guo Chong'an quickly reached out to rub it for her, looking awkward. After a moment to recover, Yuan Ziu's voice carried a hint of tears, but her tone was resolute. No, that won't work, brother. Although you look the same as us natives of Water Blue Planet with no species barrier, we have a fundamental difference in the inheritance of abilities. Bearing the pain, she explained, transmigrators from Earth could cultivate with the system's help, because they possessed a type of meridian that humans of Water Blue Planet did not. This was a barrier deeper than genetic isolation, which Yuan Jiu called the barrier of the Tao. You can think of it as hardware incompatibility. Yuan Jiu looked at him helplessly. Our bodies lack the underlying logic to run your program. Forced cultivation would only lead to explosive death. Guo Chong'an sighed. The myriad magnetic star-breaking art on the system interface shimmered faintly. It seemed the shortcut of mass-producing experts was a dead end. From now on, he'd have to diligently grind and cultivate. By the way, what happened to that saintly celestial in the end? Guo Chong'an casually asked. He died, killed by other celestials. Yuan Jiu lowered her eyelids, hiding the cold glint in her eyes. She had lied again. That saintly celestial was actually killed by Li Jianglin. That madman Li Jianglin, upon learning this secret, his first reaction was not to save the world, but to kill to silence. He wanted to monopolize Water Blue Planet, become its sole sixth order, and then negotiate with the high-level civilizations as the planet lord. Yuan Jiu silently added another heavy mark to Li Jianglin's death sentence. The reasons to kill Li Jianglin were now numerous enough to write a thesis. Na Jiu, how did we die? Guo Chong'an's curiosity surged. Having a reborn person by his side, he couldn't sleep without knowing the truth. Yuan Jiu pondered for a moment, deciding to weave lies to cover the truth. We were ambushed by a despicable, vile, and shameless scoundrel named Li Jianglin. In Yuan Jiu's account, Li Jianglin infiltrated their base under the guise of offering counsel, only to plant nano-level toxins in the water purification system, aiming to seize control. He captured Yuan Jiu and used her to threaten Guo Chong'an. To prevent him from being manipulated, she bravely embraced death. Enraged, Guo Chong'an killed Li Jianglin and then perished alongside her. As she finished, Yuan Ziu's voice trembled and crystal tears streamed down her face as she murmured endearments like, "You're the best brother, and I love you most." Guo Chong'an, a lifelong bachelor and stoic man, had never been confessed to by a girl. Seeing Yuan Ziu's reddened eyes, he felt both heartache and a flutter of emotion. Flustered, he could only clumsily pull her into his arms and shower her face with kisses. 5 minutes later, seeing that he would kiss her cheeks swollen, without further action, Yuan Jiu decided to take the lead. She leaned in her cherry lips, precisely covering his, her tongue deftly prying open his slightly parted teeth. A numbing sensation like an electric current shot down his spine, freezing Guo Chong'an's breath. Memories of the previous night flooded back, igniting a blaze of fury within him. He flipped over, pinning Yuan Jiu beneath him, and his large hands roamed restlessly inside her shirt. She let out a soft moan, wrapping her long, shapely legs around his muscular waist. His hands traced down her back, and he was startled to find she hadn't worn underwear that morning. In an instant, kindling met flame, and they decided to play a racing game. Starting the game, they quickly selected their vehicles. Guo Chong'an lightly tapped the controller, and his chosen race car. As the race began, he immediately floored it on the straightaway. A novice, he could only drive in a straight line. Fortunately, Yuan Jiu was considerate. She chose a map best suited for beginners, mostly straight roads with occasional curves that came with hints and assists, allowing them to race freely. 40 minutes into the game, they crossed the finish line together. Yuan Jiu lay limp in his arms, her fingertips tracing his sweat, dampened back her gaze, so affectionate, it seemed to pull at his heartstrings, rousing him once more. Just then a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Bai Shuang emerged with a large pot filled with a thick beef and potato stew, accompanied by a few slices of crispy. "Let's eat first," Bai Shuang said curtly, seemingly oblivious to the two embracing on the sofa. Yuan Jiu casually draped on clothes and served the meal, while Guo Chong'an blushed and shuffled shyly to the table. Though breakfast was not long ago, between the mental stimulation and vigorous activity, Guo Chong'an was famished. He realized that with his enhanced physique his appetite had become monstrous. After a bowl of stew, he felt he could devour an entire ox. Yuan Jiyu had also changed. Last night, she ate like a bird, but today she downed 3 bowls of soup. It seems evolution consumes not only true qi, but also food, she remarked. Guo Chong'an tore off a piece of bread, dipped it in the broth, and asked through a mouthful, Jiyu, what's our next move? You've got the guide, ooh, I handle the fighting, you navigate. Yuan Jiyu set down her bowl, elegantly wiped her mouth with a tissue, her gaze turning cool and sharp. As I said, we need to head to Tsuaping Mountain before awakened ones emerge en masse and seize the doomsday bunker beneath it. Guo Chong'an paused his chewing. Underground bunker. It's one of the best shelters in Shuiyun City and the surrounding provinces, originally built by a wealthy man named Wang Defa as his power base. Yuan Jiyu recalled the bunker's details from memory. 6 floors, each a rectangular space a kilometer long and 800 meters wide, stocked with enough supplies for 100,000 people for 3 years. To add to the game's thrill, the overseer leaked news of the apocalypse to elites and tycoons watching them struggle. But the overseer lied. The apocalypse came 3 months early. Guo Chong'an's lip twitched. The perverse amusement of these higher civilizations was appalling. So while the rich were still counting down to fortify, the apocalypse hit them square in the face. From what I know, fewer than a handful of the wealthy made it alive into shelters. The one at Tsuaping Mountain remained unclaimed for 6 months. Yuan Jiyu stood and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. In the direction of Tsuaping Mountain, a patch of dark green was faintly visible, but before it stretched kilometers of steel jungle and millions of walking corpses. 23 kilometers as the crow flies, about 38 kilometers by detour. Yuan Jiyu turned to face Guo Chong'an and Bai Shuang. Shuiyun City has over 5 million zombies. We need to avoid high-density areas. I plan to cover the distance in 5 days with 5 stopovers. The first is the Ijia supermarket in Tongguan district. Guo Chong'an stood up, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Though he hadn't fully digested the 6th year goal, the immediate objectives were clear: survive, claim territory, and beat those obstructive celestials back to their home. All right, I'm with you. Guo Chong'an drained the last of the stew and grabbed his gloves nearby. Following a reborn person beats stumbling around on my own. Bai Shuang, pack up, we're going to raid the rich man's stash. Bai Shuang silently and efficiently began packing the remaining food. Yuan Jiyu, taking advantage of the remaining network, made final annotations on a city map. Guo Chong'an looked at these 2 vastly different girls and suddenly felt the apocalypse wasn't so hopeless. Though there was no tutorial, at least he had a veteran from a second playthrough to guide him, and a cook who was both tough and beautiful. He organized the supplies, changed into a sturdy jacket, and waited for the 2 women to finish. Luckily, he had grabbed plenty of clothes from the dry cleaning room yesterday, or Bai Shuang might have had to leave in a bathrobe. Yuan Jiyu chose a black long-sleeved t-shirt, a khaki work jacket, and dark gray straight-leg jeans. Bai Shuang picked a white shirt, a black hoodie over it, and a pair of men's cargo pants, cinched tight with shoelaces. After packing all supplies, the 3 reached the door, and Guo Chong'an pushed it open. Let's go to Tsuaping Mountain. Guo Chong'an looked back at the room filled with pink memories, sighing inwardly. Too bad we never got to use that bathtub. Around 2 in the afternoon, the 3 of them filed out of the entrance of Yunqi Hotel. Guo Chong'an slung 2 bulging canvas bags crosswise over his shoulders, one on his chest and the other on his back. As for Yuan Jiyu and Bai Shuang, they traveled light. The former carried her own backpack, while the latter bore the last canvas. All 3 were at the first order level. Even though Yuan Jiyu had been nothing more than a frail female college student before, her current attributes had surpassed the limits of an ordinary human on Waterblue Star. Unfortunately, none of them possessed detection-type skills, so they could only roughly estimate their attributes to be between 15 and 20. Although this was far inferior to Guo Chong'an, it was more than enough to easily handle the zombies, which were still at the 0 order. Thus the 3 walked down the empty streets with a brisk, carefree pace, as if heading out for a picnic. Guo Chong'an took the lead, with the 2 women following in a triangle. Brother, and keep it up. You're our number 1 laborer. Yuan Jiyu gripped a baseball bat in both hands, cheering him on from behind like a cheerleader. Guo Chong'an turned around and noticed that her beautiful fox-like eyes were brimming with laughter. Her charming face, illuminated by the afternoon sun, appeared even rosier, showing no signs of having been tormented by him just moments ago. Bai Shuang remained as cold as ever, walking at Guo Chong'an's diagonal rear, holding an unremarkable-looking boning knife. She glanced at the bulging bags on Guo Chong'an's back and spoke in a cool voice. Actually, I can carry 1 more bag. No need. Guo Chong'an waved his hand, feeling the faint trace of true qi flowing slowly through his meridians. A man can't say he can't do it, especially after last night. Ahem, anyway, this little weight is nothing. He was about to crack a small joke at Yuan Jiyu's expense, but meeting Bai Shuang's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. This Bai Shuang, she gives off the same oppressive feeling as my homeroom teacher from school. The street was eerily silent at this moment. The once bustling commercial street was now a scene of devastation, overturned trash cans, shattered storefront windows, and the occasional spine-chilling roar echoing from a distance. All of it served as a grim reminder that this was no longer the world where one could casually order takeout. Yuan Jiu held a city map densely marked with her annotations and traced her slender fingertip lightly across it. We left late today. At this pace, we'll have to spend the night at IGS Supermarket in Tongwan residential area. I know that place well. Brother and I hid there for an entire month in our past life. When she mentioned past life, her tone was as flat as if she were discussing what she had for lunch yesterday. But Guo Chong'an could feel the slight tension in the fingers gripping the map, their tips pale from excessive pressure. Hid for a month. Guo Chong'an adjusted the straps of his bags while pulling up his character panel in his mind. He glanced at his own stats. With attributes like these, did he really need to lie low for a month? Of course, the reality was that back then Yuan Jiu had been throwing endless tantrums, fearing the dark, fearing the zombies, which had cost him 3 days just to advance to the First Order. And 3 days later the streets were flooded with awakened and stronger zombies, leaving him at a disadvantage. As the three rounded a street corner, 3 zombies staggered into view, their skin a deeper shade of purple resembling moldy eggplants. The 3 zombies caught sight of them, drawn by the scent of living humans, and charged forward with increased speed. Bai Shuang, try out your ability. Although these zombies were worth points, Guo Chong'an wanted to gauge Bai Shuang's actual combat strength to better allocate roles in future battles. Bai Shuang nodded slightly, her fingertip brushing lightly over the blade of the boning knife. Incidentally, this boning knife was a relic from her original body, now rightfully returned to its owner. A burst of cold energy erupted. The boning knife, originally only over 20 centimeters long, elongated and straightened under a coating of ice crystals, finally solidifying into the shape of a cold, rigid Tang sword. The blade emitted a faint blue glow, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze for an instant from the chill. Her form flickered, moving as swiftly as a black shadow. But under Guo Chong'an's extraordinary perception, he could clearly see the blade trace several graceful arcs through the air, slicing into the necks of the 3 zombies. The points of entry weren't perfect, but the Tang sword was sharp enough. With a dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground, the 3 zombies' heads rolled neatly into the roadside greenery, not even having time to let out a roar. The cuts are clean. The blood vessels are frozen, not a single drop of blood spilled. Yuan Jiu walked over and skillfully pried open the back of a zombie's skull with a small knife, her movements as elegant as if she were eating a Western meal. Too bad these ones are too poor, not a single crystal core. She wiped the knife tip disdainfully on the zombie's clothes, then turned back to Guo Chong'an with a sweet smile. Brother, and we need to speed up. I remember the owner of IGS Supermarket had stashed quite a few good things before she died. Guo Chong'an nodded. He had also seen Bai Shuang's strength. Her physical attributes were between 12 and 18. Not particularly strong, as she only had about 80% of Yuan Jiu's attributes. Her swordsmanship foundation was solid, but it was rigid and by the book. Clearly academic training with little real combat experience. Guo Chong'an pondered silently. He couldn't teach martial arts techniques that involved true qi, but what about swordsmanship? Simple moves that didn't require true qi might be something he could try to teach her. The 3 continued onward. The straight-line distance was only 3 kilometers, but between the zombies and blocked roads they took a winding 4-hour detour. Along the way they encountered over 20 waves of zombies. The most dangerous incident was when over 100 zombies crowded the main road, forcing them to find several small alleys, and finally bypassed the area through the underground garage of a shopping mall. Coupled with the constant battles against zombies, even their bodies as First Order awakened were beginning to tire. Fortunately, their destination was finally in sight. When the outline of Tongwan residential area appeared on the horizon, the sun had already begun to set. There it is. Yuan Jiu pointed to a 2-story storefront building near the west gate of the complex. The main gate of the residential area faced north, adjacent to a main road in Shuiyan City. The west gate opened onto a 2-lane side road, which was a one-way street, more like a pedestrian walkway. IGS Supermarket was sandwiched between rows of restaurants and shops, its signboard with 4 red characters half fallen off. The supermarket spanned 2 floors, covering over 300 square meters in total. The first floor was the store, while the second floor served as the owner's living quarters and a temporary storage area. The rolling shutter door was half pulled down, hanging like a sack. A mutilated corpse lay at the entrance. From its figure and the torn floral dress, it appeared to be the owner's wife. The wife's here, so where's the husband? Guo Chong'an set down his bags, rubbed his sore shoulders, and casually picked up a heavy red brick from the roadside. He crouched behind a flower bed, observing the shadows inside the supermarket. Vague shapes moved between the shelves, and a faint stench of decay seeped through the crack in the door. The husband's over there, hiding behind the shelves near the cash register. Yuan Jiu pointed to an inconspicuous corner. In our past life, he ambushed us from there when we went inside. In that past life, the 2 had been chased by zombies into the store. The husband had attacked them while Guo Chong'an was closing the door, biting Yuan Jiu. Guo Chong'an killed him, but nearly finished off Yuan Jiu as well. She had cried her heart out, barely managing to keep her life. It was from this incident that they discovered zombies couldn't infect humans. But this time such an event would not occur. Guo Chong'an weighed the red brick in his hand and suddenly hurled it forward with force. Bang! The red brick struck the iron cash register with precision, producing a crisp, resounding boom. A hoarse roar emerged from the shadows, and a zombie clad in a greasy apron with a protruding belly suddenly lunged out. Its movements were significantly faster than an ordinary zombie, clearly nearing the first tier of evolution. The target of the boss zombie was clear but charged directly toward the spot where the red brick had landed. Guo Chong'an did not give it a chance to react. He abruptly leaped out from behind the flower bed, infusing his feet with true energy in an instant. Although he did not employ any lightness skill, his speed was not slow under the boost of true energy. In less than 20 meters he appeared behind the boss zombie in a flash, grabbing its collar from behind and pulling it back with force. The hefty zombie was thrown onto the ground like a tattered sack, its head crashing violently against a protruding curb stone. Guo Chong'an followed up with a kick, landing a heavy blow to the back of its head. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed harshly in the silent street. Before Guo Chong'an could breathe a sigh of relief, chaotic footsteps suddenly rang out from the surrounding shadows. For zombies drawn in by the noise encircled from both ends of the street. Bai Shuang too on the left. You can watch, but don't let them touch the package. Guo Chong'an whispered, gathering what little true energy he had left, and charged toward the two zombies. He threw a punch at the leading zombie, smashing its head apart with one blow. Then he executed a flying kick, striking the second zombie in the jaw. With a crack of bone, the zombie flew backward, crashing into a nearby greenbelt. The zombie collapsed limply, having been killed with a single kick. The remaining two zombies were quickly dispatched by Bai Shuang. Yuan Jiu jogged forward and extracted 3 crystal cores from the brains of the boss and the other 5 zombies. Among them, the boss core had started to faintly turn green, signaling its initial stage of evolution. Yuan Jiu stored the crystal cores in a cloth bag, and the 3 of them then entered the supermarket. Guo Chong'an casually dragged out the boss corpse, then forcefully pulled down the roll-up door. With a loud clatter, the outside noise and danger were sealed beyond the eye. The shelves on the first floor of the supermarket were somewhat disheveled, but most of the products were still intact. Yuan Jiu, like a child in a candy store, cheered and dashed straight to the snack section. Crunch! She tore open a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips, stuffing a large piece into her mouth, and mumbled, "This is the taste. Brother, and you don't know, in my last life during the final years, I even had to ration expired compressed biscuits." Guo Chong'an ignored her sentimentality and walked to the freezer, thankfully finding that the power system hadn't collapsed yet and the appliances were still functioning normally. He retrieved a bottle of fizzy sweet drink, twisted off the cap, and savored the sensation of carbon dioxide bursting on his tongue, letting out a long sigh of relief. Refreshing. Bai Shuang had already entered the fresh produce section. Although the meat was no longer very fresh, it was still useful. She carefully selected ingredients for dinner, her cold gaze sweeping over the various food items while contemplating what to eat. Chong'an, how about we have braised pork rice for dinner with spinach and egg soup? Bai Shuang turned around to ask. Guo Chong'an leaned against the cash register, watching the two women with contrasting yet harmonious personalities, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Whatever you say, chef. He gulped down a large mouthful of sparkling water, his gaze landing on the staircase leading to the second floor, which would be their refuge for the night. Outside, zombies continued to roar and tug for a taste of fresh human flesh, while Guo Chong'an stared at the rows of shelves in the storeroom on the second floor, troubled. This place was more akin to a doomsday blind box scene than a storeroom. Yuan Jiu, however, was unreserved, her slender fingers swiftly skimming across the shelves, packing everything useful. Brother, and stop staring, take that one. Yuan Jiu pointed at several large, unopened cardboard boxes in the corner. Those are outdoor supplies. Guo Chong'an walked over, tore open the tape, revealing several neatly stacked black backpacks, along with compressed biscuits and solid fuel that could burn for half an hour. Lucky this bag's capacity can easily fit half a pig. Guo Chong'an hefted the bag. Its sturdy nylon texture gave him a slight sense of security. He began stuffing items into the bag. First were the compressed biscuits. Although not tasty, they were high in calories and compact. Next, he packed in boxes of chocolate. Yuan Jiu approached, carrying several bottles of hot sauce, seriously stuffing them into the gaps in the bag. This must be brought along. When you're eating plain boiled noodles every day later, this will be your lifeline. You're being too realistic with your preparations. Guo Chong'an looked at the few bottles of bright red hot sauce, and a scene of himself squatting in the wilderness mixing noodles emerged in his mind. The two rummaged through the storeroom. Yuan Jiu initially wanted to grab a few bags of chips, but Guo Chong'an stopped her entirely. These take up too much space. Oh, once we reach Suaping Mountain, I'll help you find some outside. Guo Chong'an looked at Yuan Jiu, who was somewhat upset about her snacks being taken away, and helplessly ruffled her hair. They then shifted their attention to daily necessities. Toothbrushes, towels, and large packs of wet wipes. Although the Doomsday Stronghold had more than enough food for the three of them, daily necessities were indeed scarce. Perhaps Wang Dashin didn't have time to stock up before being backstabbed by the heavens. Guo Chong'an even dug out a few boxes of condoms, hesitated for a moment, and stuffed them into the side of the backpack. Yuan Jiu noticed this, her eyes flickering slightly, but she remained silent, only a small arc forming at the corner of her mouth. They probably wouldn't need these, so a clone wouldn't get pregnant, while the main body must. Guo Chong'an cleared his throat, pretending to study the backpack's carrying system. This bag is quite heavy. At this time, sounds of pots and spatulas clashing were coming from the small kitchen upstairs, mingled with a spicy aroma of meat that made both of them drool. Bai Shuang's cooking skills were evidently much more enthusiastic than her personality. By the time the two had cleared out all the items into the backpack, a folding table on the second floor was already set with 3 dishes and a soup. The boiled beef was covered with a thick layer of dried chili and peppercorns, the residual heat from the hot oil still sizzling. Beside it was a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a plate of braised meat, green and red, appearing particularly extravagant in this apocalyptic setting. Dinner is ready. Bai Shuang removed her apron, her tone still flat. Guo Chong'an put down his bag, and along with Yuan Jiu sat down at the table, eagerly digging into the rice. As the boiled beef entered his mouth, the numbing spice instantly overwhelmed his taste buds. Guo Chong'an felt as if he had been revived. The oppressive sensation of the apocalypse dissipated significantly under the stimulation of the spiciness. The supermarket's rice cooker was a small 3L pot, and soon all the rice was consumed by the 3 of them, leaving them still only about 60% full. Finally, Bai Shuang boiled a few packs of noodles, and after mixing them with hot sauce, they each devoured a large bowl, finally feeling satisfied. After eating and drinking their fill, washing up became the top priority. On the second floor of the supermarket, there was a simple shower room. Though the water pressure was unstable, at least there was hot water. Guo Chong'an was the first to rush in, letting the warm water wash away the smell of blood and fatigue from his body. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, at the face gradually becoming more resolute, but the sense of crisis in his heart had not vanished. This was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The real crisis would not emerge until tomorrow. And his only reliance now was the castrated system in his mind, and a cultivation art he hadn't yet fully mastered. When he came out drying his hair, Yuan Jiu was already waiting at the door with a change of clothes in her arms. As she brushed past him, her fingertips lightly grazed Guo Chong'an's arm, sending a faint electric tingle through him. Brother, and go to the bedroom and change the sheets. He'll come find you for something in a bit. Guo Chong'an stood frozen in place. Something? What couldn't she say now? 20 minutes later, he sat in the second-floor bedroom, watching Yuan Jiu push the door open and enter. She had just finished showering, carrying the fresh scent of body wash with water droplets still clinging to the ends of her hair. She walked straight over and pushed Guo Chong'an onto the bed. She pinned him down on the bed, then turned around and straddled him. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and the spring water in her fox-like eyes seemed ready to overflow. Brother, in this morning, I didn't get my fill, you know. I want to be on top. Yuan Jiu straddled him, her hands braced on his chest, a predatory light flickering in her eye. Guo Chong'an found it novel letting the young girl have her way. Under the moonlight streaming through the window, their hands were tightly clasped. Half an hour later, a thoroughly satisfied Yuan Jiu ran off content. Guo Chong'an lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a sense of lingering desire. Before he could catch his breath, the door opened again. Bai Shuang stood at the entrance, wrapped in a white nightgown, her long, undried hair draped over her shoulders. Her gaze lingered on Guo Chong'an for a moment, and a faint, barely perceptible blush crept across her cold, beautiful face. She walked straight over to the bed, her fingertips lightly tracing the sweat-slicked muscles of his abdomen, and whispered, "Chong'an, do you still have any strength left?" Guo Chong'an wasn't fully satisfied either, but looking at Bai Shuang's face, so strikingly similar to Yuan Jiu's, he hesitated for a moment. Bai Shuang came over and sat on the edge of the bed, her voice cool, yet resolute. "Jiu and I are one. She loves you and my love is no less. Doesn't this count as having a foot in both boats?" An absurd thought flashed through Guo Chong'an's mind. "No, it doesn't," Bai Shuang declared with righteous confidence as she undid her nightgown sash. "I am her, and she is me, just like your left and right hands." With that, she also turned and mounted him, facing away, and murmured softly, "I'm not quite ready yet. Could you help me first?" Guo Chong'an's face showed a huge exclamation mark. "You need to clean up too." So saying, she lowered her head and kissed little Chong'an. It was an unprecedented feeling. A beauty who was 70% similar to Yuan Jiu, yet had a completely different demeanor. Bai Shuang was cold and elegant on the outside and proud within, but at this moment, she lay curled in his arms, delicate and charming. He couldn't help but think of the cat he once owned, which always seemed to look down on its owner. Yet a gentle stroke of its head and back would make it purr with contentment. 15 minutes later, Bai Shuang lay on the bed, reaching out her hands to Guo Chong'an. Her eyes were hazy, her red lips slightly swollen. "Chong'an, come." Guo Chong'an gently embraced her. His movements were very gentle. He had noticed earlier when he was behind her that Bai Shuang was very tense. She seemed dry and difficult to get along with. Unlike Yuan Jiu, whose compatibility with him had been surprisingly good from their first time together. So Guo Chong'an carefully applied all the meager skills he had learned from the teachers of Tokyo. Wasn't cold. Fortunately, both opened their hearts, and soon they went from silence to whispered conversation. Bai Shuang even dared to hum a few notes from time to time. 40 minutes later, their shadows were tightly fused together. The next morning, Guo Chong'an was woken by the sunlight. He found himself surrounded again. Yuan Jiyu had returned at some point, her arms wrapped around his neck. Bai Shuang was nestled against his chest, her arms around his waist. His nostrils were filled with their two distinct fragrances. He carefully climbed out of bed, and thanks to Yuan Ziyu's uniquely gifted constitution, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was refreshed and invigorated, and even the true qi in his dantian felt more lively. This dual cultivation. It's actually effective. Guo Chong'an muttered to himself, putting on his clothes and walking to the window. The morning sun spilled onto the streets. In the distance, zombies still roamed, but within that deathly atmosphere something more ferocious seemed to be brewing. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the myriad magnetic star-shattering art. At level 2, the art required breaking through the acupoints within the body, lighting up all 365 of them. He could feel the clear, free-floating energy in the air being drawn to his body, seeping into his pores like strands of coolness. He tried to stop relying on the system's stat allocation, and instead guided the true qi himself to crash against the sealed acupoints. Thump! A dull thunderclap seemed to sound in his mind. A sharp pain shot through the first acupoint before it was finally broken open by the true qi, and the speed of the qi's circulation increased by a hair. Then came the second, the third. 2 hours passed. Guo Chong'an opened his eyes. His body was drenched in sweat from the pain, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. He had opened a total of 11 acupoints. He called up the system panel for a look. Myriad magnetic star, shattering, art level 2-3. His true qi had increased by 15 points. So slow. Guo Chong'an frowned. He checked his point balance. From killing that wave of zombies yesterday, plus the leftovers from before, he had accumulated a total of 101 points. He tried investing 90 points. Myriad magnetic star, shattering, art level 2-4. Including the previous 10 points, a total of 100 points had only bought him 1 progress. Low-level zombies gave too few points. To improve the cultivation art, he would need a massive amount of killing, which wasn't worth the cost. Moreover, although the system's stat allocation was stable, it lacked the nimble feel of personal comprehension. Points are too precious. I can't dump them all into this, Guo Chong'an calculated silently. It was like playing a game. Points were like paying to win, while self-cultivation was like grinding. Paying to win was satisfying, but if he relied on it for all his skills when he eventually faced a truly top-tier player, he might not even understand how his own techniques worked. He decided that from now on he would try to rely on grinding for core techniques like this, saving his points for emergencies. As for the remaining 11 points, he turned around and invested them all into the Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Shield, level 125. The defensive power of the Golden Bell Shield increased by a quarter, reaching 62, and he could clearly feel his skin becoming a bit tougher. He began to silently recover his true qi until he felt his dantian was full once more. Bai Shuang had woken up early. Unlike Yuan Jiyu, she didn't linger in bed, but walked to the side, pulling out the white crystal core she had excavated yesterday. Guo Chong'an observed from the side. He watched as Bai Shuang pinched a crystal core. In merely 10 seconds it turned into transparent powder that slipped. 1, 2, 10. Guo Chong'an counted in his mind. After Bai Shuang absorbed 10 cores, she opened her eyes and the aura around her had noticeably strengthened. How much of an increase? Guo Chong'an asked. 5. Oh, but I've hit the limit. I feel like I need to wait 7 or 8 hours before continuing, Bai Shuang replied. Yuan Jiyu, who had somehow sat up as well, leaned against the pillow and explained lazily, the faster you absorb crystal cores, and the shorter the intervals, the better the compatibility of your talent. An ordinary awakened takes at least half a minute to absorb 1 core and needs half a day between sessions. Bai Shuang's talent is already above average. Guo Chong'an nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of this world's supernatural system. When do we set off today? Yuan Jiyu stretched her curves, striking in the sunlight. Guo Chong'an shook his head and looked out the window. No, I'll stay at the supermarket for 1 more day. 1 more day? Yuan Jiyu frowned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Engage, every minute now is precious. Today the Shuiyun City Metropolitan Police Department will start gathering supplies and hunting down awakened. Once they find us, escaping will become much harder. Guo Chong'an gazed at the distant zombies undergoing mutations, his voice steady. You said today is the peak of the awakened outbreak, and the zombies are evolving collectively. Since morning the awakened have been fighting zombies and zombies have been hunting the awakened. It's chaos outside. Going out now would only drag us into their melee. It's better to wait a day for things to stabilize. Besides, I need time to solidify the acupoints I just opened. Yuan Jiyu stared at him for a long moment, then snorted, Fine, you're the captain, you call the shots. She walked to the door and threw back a remark. But since you want to cultivate, you'll sleep in the small bedroom next door tonight. Don't even think about squeezing into our bed. Guo Chong'an. He watched Yuan Jiyu disappear behind the door, then looked at the expressionless Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, are you kicking? Bai Shuang paused for 2 seconds before replying earnestly, Jiyu is right. Overexertion will hinder your cultivation progress. Keep training, it'll go make breakfast. The door slammed shut. Guo Chong'an rubbed his nose and sat back on the cushion with a wry smile. While being the savior doesn't even guarantee a bed. He closed his eyes and sank back into the meditative world filled with infinite gravitational pull. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation, a dull engine roar echoed from afar. Guo Chong'an quickly walked to the window and parted the curtain. At the end of the alley where it met the main road to the north, several armored vehicles emblazoned with police insignia were advancing slowly, the tongues of machine gun fire stark against the morning gray mist. Is that the police? Guo Chong'an was taken aback. Where have they been for the past 3 days? I thought there were no police or military here. Their command system collapsed. Yuan Jiu walked up behind him, her tone flat and almost ruthless. When the apocalypse hit, half of the high-ranking officials on Water Blue Planet turned into zombies, and the other half are busy fighting for power or trembling in bunkers. Without clear orders, would the soldiers below dare to open fire? That would be mutiny. They dare to come out today because some have awakened. Those gun-wielding generals realize there's no one above them anymore, and they finally have power to rival the monsters. She paused, her gaze drifting further away, her voice dropping low. In my past life, the Shuiyun City Police Force eventually fell into the hands of Li Jianglin and his son. That father and son were no saviors, they were outright warlords. By now they're probably already leading men to loot high-value supplies. As for the lives of civilians, in their eyes, they're not even worth a can of luncheon meat. Guo Chong'an frowned. This kind of power struggle felt distant to someone who grew up in a peaceful era. That's the police force's squad. Yuan Jiu pointed toward the main road. The leader should be Li Jianglin. His awakened talent is likely magnetic-based. Right now he's busy collecting survivors to boost his reputation. Look how tightly those people are following him. Following her finger, a large crowd of ragged survivors rushed toward the armored vehicles with cheers, as if clutching their last lifeline. Guo Chong'an sighed. Isn't it a good thing that someone is saving them? Good thing. Yuan Jiu sneered. 3 months from now, when the first wave of zombie hordes hits, less than a tenth of those following the police will survive. They think joining the police force is like entering a safe vault, but they're just sending themselves to a more crowded cafeteria. Guo Chong'an fell silent. He didn't truly care about their fates, but since having Yuan Jiu by his side, he seemed to care for the future of Water Blue Planet, as well, loving what she loved. Just then hurried footsteps shattered the morning stillness. It was a woman in a white lab coat. She sprinted down the street, her lab coat stained a mottled dark red, looking utterly disheveled. Behind her, 5 or 6 unnaturally agile zombies were giving relentless chase. The woman's eyes held a desperate rationality. As she passed the supermarket, she keenly caught the swaying of the curtains on the side. Help! Save me! She didn't scream blindly, but waved frantically toward the supermarket. Ding! Potential member detected. Mission issued. Assemble the Savior Squad. Mission requirement: form a Savior Squad of 3 or more members. Mission reward: 100 points, 1 purple lottery ticket. Guo Chong'an glanced at the blue panel flashing in his mind and cursed under his breath. Damn system. The system had been silent for 2 days, and he thought it had no other abilities. Turns out missions require a special trigger with no hint. Just like the mobile games on Earth, always after money. You want to save her? Yuan Jiu raised an eyebrow at Guo Chong'an's expression. That doesn't seem like you. It's a system mission. Guo Chong'an grabbed the alloy baseball bat and casually slid open the window. Besides, you said we need to build an apocalyptic base. We'll need helpers. He didn't take the stairs, but leaped directly from the second-floor window. During that split second in the air, Guo Chong'an channeled his internal chi, and a faint golden glow surfaced on his skin, the Golden Bell Shield. Bang! He landed on the concrete like a heavy iron ingot, his knees bending slightly to absorb the impact. Fine cracks appeared on the ground beneath him, but he himself was unfazed, not a single hair out of place. System, congratulations. The Savior Squad has been established. Those zombies were momentarily stunned by the takeout that seemingly fell from the sky. Guo Chong'an gave them no time to react. His baseball bat whipped through the air like a gale, striking the head of the foremost zombie with unerring precision. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. The zombie's head snapped at a 90-degree angle, and its entire body flew backward like a puppet with its strings cut. The remaining zombies let out piercing shrieks and flanked him from both sides. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath, channeling true chi into his legs, and his figure blurred for an instant. It was the rudimentary form of the bullet fist, though he was wielding a bat. After images flickered as the baseball bat traced countless gray arcs through the air. Each impact was accompanied by a dull sound of tearing flesh. Guo Chong'an noticed that the zombie's skin was tougher than 2 days ago, and their bones felt as hard, but against his overwhelming, almost unreasonable strength, it was still not enough. In less than 30 seconds, only a pile of twitching limbs remained on the ground. Guo Chong'an didn't rush to finish. Instead, he expertly smashed open the zombies' skulls with his bat, fished out a few white-green crystals, and casually pocketed them. His movements were fluid and practiced. He had fully become a product of the apocalypse. The woman in the white coat sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Her face was deathly pale, her hair disheveled. Can you stand? Guo Chong'an asked, walking over to her with a brusque tone. Thank you. The woman braced herself on the ground and struggled to her feet. Her hands were trembling, but her gaze was fixed on the zombie corpses on the floor. Guo Chong'an led her back to the second floor of the supermarket. Bai Shuang was already guarding the stairwell, her frost-tang Dao radiating wisps of cold air, her eyes filled with scrutiny as she looked at the woman. The zombies are faster, Guo Chong'an said as he entered. With his heightened perception, he could clearly sense that the zombies' speed had increased by 20%. Yuan Jiu nodded. This meant the zombies were also adapting to the power of the serum within them. The next step would be an unending battle to the death with the awakened. How did you end up being chased? Yuan Jiu studied the newcomer intently. I was at the corner over there. I saw them devouring an awakened person's corpse. Li Hui swallowed hard, her voice hoarse, but there was no disgust in it for her fallen comrade being eaten. After they ate that awakened one, their nails and teeth started hardening within minutes. What's your name? How could you tell the zombies were evolving? Yuan Jiu asked. My name is Li Hui. I'm a surgeon at the 3rd hospital of Shuiyun City. The woman adjusted her tattered white coat and glasses, striving to maintain her last shred of dignity. I awakened a strange ability called microscopic vision. Show us, Yuan Jiu said, her tone brooking no argument. Li Hui took a deep breath. In that instant her pupils contracted, becoming sharp and slit-like, akin to a feline's. She looked at Guo Chong'an, and after a moment said in a low voice, 3 centimeters below your left armpit on your 3rd rib, there's an old muscle strain. It was probably caused by maintaining one posture for a long time. Also, your muscle density and blood flow velocity are far beyond normal. You're like a human elephant. Guo Chong'an was stunned. During his years as a programmer, he had indeed suffered from frozen shoulder, and since acquiring true qi, his body had been gradually I can see lesions in living beings, even abnormal cellular activity. Li Hui said, a hint of morbid excitement creeping into her voice. Give me a scalpel and I can precisely excise anything I see without damaging the surrounding tissue. A surgeon plus microscopic vision. Yuan Jiu curled her lips in satisfaction. That makes for a decent support. She turned to Bai Shuang. Take Miss Li to the back to freshen up, and get her something hot to eat. Also find her a clean set of clothes. That white coat is too inauspicious. Bai Shuang gave a slight nod, and expressionless led Li Hui toward the back. As Li Hui passed Guo Chong'an, she murmured, Thank you, Mr. Guo. Your qi is very unique, like an inextinguishable wildfire. Guo Chong'an watched her retreating figure, feeling that the female doctor's eyes held a fervor that made him uneasy. Stop staring. Have you lost your soul to her? Yuan Jiu's voice sounded in his ear. Guo Chong'an averted his gaze. I was just thinking that even doctors have become so hardcore in this day and age. In the apocalypse, those who aren't hardcore end up as fertilizer in the ground. Yuan Jiu tugged his sleeve, pulling him into the shadow of a shelf, her voice dropping to a and your premonition was right. The police are moving in this direction. We really can't leave rashly. In their past life, they had hidden in this small supermarket for a month, ignoring the police's calls for days. Actually, back then Yuan Jiu had wanted to go, but Guo Chong'an didn't trust the police in this world and had forcibly kept her there. It was fortunate they didn't go, otherwise during the zombie tide 3 months later they might have been sold out. So you've misunderstood me. How do you plan to apologize? Guo Chong'an raised an eyebrow, looking a bit smug. Yuan Jiu leaned in closer, close enough that he could smell the faint scent of gunpowder and a strange fragrance on her. How about you come sleep with me tonight? Let Bai Shuang watch Li Hui. I always feel something's off about her. Guo Chong'an only caught the first half of Yuan Jiu's sentence. As for Li Hui, to him, she was just a tool to complete a task. He sat back down by the window and muttered softly, Systems settle the mission. Ding. Mission form the Savior Squad completed. Reward 100 points, purple lottery ticket X1 ding. Next stage mission unlocked, form the Savior team. Recruit over 10 teammates. Reward 1,000 points, purple lottery ticket X5 ding. Host, when summoning this system, just think it silently. No need to speak aloud. Guo Chong'an was speechless. So all this time shouting for the system had been unnecessary. Wouldn't Yuan Jiu think he was a Chinibyu? He opened his status panel and immediately poured points into the golden bell shield, raising it to level 2. Its defense cap increased to 100, and his bow to surface defense also improved significantly. With the remaining 30-something points, he decided to invest them all into the sun-eclipsing sword art. Although his strongest skill was currently his fist technique, Yuan Jiu had said that future monsters would become increasingly powerful and bizarre, so he needed a weapon-based martial art to rely on. He couldn't very well go barehanded against some kind of excrement monster, could he? The sun-eclipsing sword art was raised to level 135, with its flame damage increased by 2.5. A flood of sword techniques poured into his mind, equivalent to having practiced swordsmanship for a month or two. Clicking on the lottery ticket, Guo Chong'an decided not to hoard it. In the early days of the apocalypse, every enhancement could help. As the lottery ticket vanished, Guo Chong'an thought silently, System, do your thing. When I'm strong enough, I swear I won't take your life. It seemed the system really heard his threat. The ticket disappeared, and a purple item fell into his hands. Crimson Scale Sword Purple. Sharpness 8, Attack 20, Durability 10, Endurance 100. If used with the Heart Sword Divine Art attributes increased by 50. He picked up the longsword. Its blade was a deep, blood-like crimson covered in red scale patterns. He swung it a couple of times, finding the feel excellent. When he infused it with true chi, the scale patterns on the blade glowed with a crimson aura. A fine sword. Guo Chong'an sheathed the blade into the scabbard that came with the system. Looking around, he could only place the sword on the windowsill for now, cursing once more, damn system. Items taken out can't even be put back into the system inventory. What garbage. System enable storage function. Please upgrade the system. Guo Chong'an, damn a plant. He then closed his eyes again, beginning to circulate the myriad magnetic star-breaking art. Outside the window, the police's armored vehicles roared once more, their gunfire illuminating half the sky. On the fourth night of the apocalypse, it took a long time for the chaos in Shui City to subside. Guo Chong'an lay in bed, the faint fragrance of Yuan Jiu lingering around his nostrils. This fragrance felt utterly out of place in the apocalypse, filled with the stench of mold and blood. Guo Chong'an's breathing was heavy. He himself wasn't sure what his relationship with Yuan Jiu was now. Teammates, lovers, or spouses. As a veteran office worker who hadn't even had time for blind dates, he was an older single man who had only shed his virginity the day before yesterday. His physiological functions were rapidly heating up due to the constant rubbing of the warm, soft body beside him. Yuan Jiu curled up in his arms like a kitten. Her fox-like eyes were now filled with a watery mist that could drown a man. Her right hand restlessly traced circles on Guo Chong'an's bulging pectoral muscles, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Brother, I'm apologizing to you now. Guo Chong'an's Adam's apple bobbed. He didn't know if this was some instinctive attraction brought on by the jade fetus condensation talent, a side effect of Yuan Jiu binding him as a deep link. But he was after all a normal virile man, and one who had cultivated true chi brimming with explosive vitality. Your apology needs to be a bit more sincere. Guo Chong'an's voice was hoarse. It wasn't some deep magnetic tone, but the genuine result of a parched throat. He turned over, pressing the soft bundle completely beneath him. The bedboard below let out a protesting groan, which sounded especially jarring in the silence of the deep night. In the next room, the secondary bedroom, the situation was entirely different. The second floor of the supermarket was partitioned by the owner himself using cheap, 3-ply boards with soundproofing essentially non-existent. The secondary bedroom was a bunk bed the owner had prepared for his 2 sons, the space suffocatingly narrow. Li Huihui lay on the top bunk, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Her talent microscopic vision allowed her to clearly see, even in the dim moonlight, the fine dust constantly shaking loose from the ceiling cracks due to the impact from the next room. Click-clack. It was the rhythm of the bedboard in the next room being struck. Li Huihui's fingers clenched the straw mat beneath her, her nails scraping a harsh sound against the bamboo strips. She was 28 years old, raised in an icy family known as a dynasty of doctors where life consisted of nothing but the smell of formalin and endless dissection experiments. She had never been in love, never even held a man's hand. In her perception, heterosexual contact meant either cutting on an operating table or observation in a laboratory. But now the man who saved her, the Guo Chong'an, who smashed zombie skulls with an alloy baseball bat and pulled her from dark corners, was making passionate love in the next room with that woman, Yuan Jiu. Bai Shuang, are you asleep? Li Huihui's voice sounded twisted in the darkness, carrying a suppressed tremor. There was no response from the bottom bunk. As a clone formed from a soul template, Bai Shuang's sleep was more like an efficient system standby. But as a swordswoman, her perception was astonishingly sharp. Something wrong. Bai Shuang's voice was icy, as if Li Huihui owed her a lot of money. How long have they known each other? Li Huihui turned over, the movement large enough to make the metal bunk bed emit a harsh scraping sound. Miss Yuan is so beautiful, her personality, so gentle. Brother Guo must love her very much, right? Bai Shuang opened her eyes in the darkness. She had inherited the female chef's memory and composure. The undisguised bitterness and jealousy in Li Huihui's tone were as obvious to her as a spoiled bean mixed into fresh ingredients. 4 days, Bai Shuang answered curtly. Only 4 days. Li Huihui sat up abruptly, her hair disheveled, covering her face, which had twisted in excitement. Only 4 days, and they're already this intimate. I thought they were a couple from before the apocalypse. She began to mutter to herself, her voice growing lower, but carrying a chilling excitement. 4 days. So this is the type Brother Guo likes. Gentle, clingy, hanging on him like an accessory. Li Huihui closed her eyes, using the imagination fueled by her microscopic vision to deconstruct every sound coming from the next room in her mind. She imagined Guo Chong'an's explosive muscle lines, imagined how those large hands exerted force. Gradually, her own breathing became rapid, and her hand involuntarily reached for her own collar. She projected herself into Yuan Jiu's role. In her fantasy, she was lying under that broad chest, observing the tremor of every single hair on Guo Chong'an's body through her microscopic perspective, watching the speed of blood flow under his skin. Down on the bottom bunk, Bai Shuang listened to the strange sounds from above and frowned slightly. This doctor's mental state seemed even more unstable than she had anticipated. This was no longer simple crush, it was almost pathological. Bai Shuang turned over, gripping the boning knife beside her pillow. In her logic, if this bean was truly rotten, the only course of action was to discard it. On the morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse, sunlight streamed through the supermarket windows, illuminating Guo Chong'an's face. When Guo Chong'an got up, he felt refreshed. He glanced at Yuan Jiyu, who was tidying her long hair. She had just opened her eyes and returned him a lazy, radiant smile. "Good morning, brother." Yuan Ziyu's voice was still soft, as if the wild woman from the night before was just an illusion. Guo Chong'an nodded vaguely, but in his mind, he was reviewing the previous night's expenditure. The system panel showed his stamina had decreased slightly, not matching the intensity of his battle last night. This seemed to be the feedback effect Yuan Jiyu had mentioned. The four of them had a simple breakfast on the supermarket's second floor. Li Huihui was very diligent, taking the initiative to distribute the food. But when she handed the bread to Yuan Jiyu, her gaze lingered on the pale nape of Yuan Ziyu's neck for half a second. There was a faint red mark on it. Li Huihui's pupils constricted, but she said nothing. "We need to go to Tsuaping Mountain, it's still a long way." Yuan Jiyu spread out a map, while drinking mineral water, her tone as natural as if planning a picnic. "Dr. Li, can you carry a backpack? These sanitary pads and disinfectant are important, please take them." Li Huihui looked at the pile of women's intimate products Yuan Jiyu pointed at, and her body stiffened for a moment. In her subconscious, she was an elite graduate from a prestigious medical university, a doctor who saved lives. Now Yuan Jiyu was ordering her around like a porter, making her carry these shameful sundries. What made it even harder to bear was that Guo Chong'an nodded matter-of-factly beside them. "MMDR. Li, it'll be tough on you. We all have backpacks. Your stamina is a bit weaker, but carrying some light supplies shouldn't be a problem." "Okay, brother Guo, no problem." Li Huihui lowered her head, a stiff smile, tugging at the cord. She crouched down, stuffing those sanitary items into the backpack one by one. Under her microscopic vision, the fiber patterns of every sanitary pad seemed glaring. She felt these items were like labels Yuan Jiyu had pasted on her face, reminding her of her subordinate position in the team. What gives her the right to give orders? Li Huihui screamed internally. Just because she's pretty. Just because she knows how to climb into bed. "Brother Guo, why can't you see my worth? My scalpel can precisely cut open any tumor. My eyes can see dangers you can't." Resentment, like a seed soaked in venom, sprouted from the depths of Li Huihui's inferior and dark heart. The four of them walked out of the supermarket, and the outside world remained a cacophony of chaos. In the distance, explosions, gunfire, and the roars of zombies echoed one after another. With Li Huihui, a non-combatant, in tow, the speed of their progress clearly slowed down. To avoid large groups of zombies and those awakened ones who had begun to band together, Yuan Jiyu chose an extremely winding. The streets of Shuiyun City resembled a crumpled piece of waste paper littered with abandoned vehicles and dried bloodstains. Guo Chong'an led the way with the Qi Lin sword in hand, his movements concise and powerful, beheading any scattered zombies within a 3-meter radius with a single strike. "Brother is so amazing," Yuan Jiyu exclaimed at the right moment. Li Huihui, trailing behind, looked at Guo Chong'an's back, then glanced at Yuan Jiyu, who walked leisurely as if on a spring, outing her heart, seething with jealousy. She instinctively touched her sunken cheeks, and then looked at her fingertips, which had yellowed slightly from years of smoking. A feeling of jealousy spread through her heart, like moss growing in a damp ditch, cold and sticky. Why should she struggle like a dog in this hell, while this woman was being protected like a treasure by that powerful man? "Why, Miss Yuan, how long do we have to walk?" Li Huihui gasped, her voice tinged with unmistakable weakness. Yuan Jiyu stopped and turned to look at her, her smile still soft as water. "Soon, Dr. Li. The 3rd middle school is just 2 blocks ahead. If you really can't go on, you can let Sister Bai Shuang help carry your bag for a while." Bai Shuang, standing nearby, cast a faint glance at Li Huihui with her cold eyes. Li Huihui's heart trembled, and the sense of being preyed upon by a high-ranking predator made her immediately shut her mouth. She chuckled dryly and waved her hand. "No need, I can hold on." Of course, she couldn't let Bai Shuang help her. Ever since she lost control of herself last night, Bai Shuang looked at her as if she were. The scenes on the street had worsened compared to the previous 2 days. Once orderly green belts had now become hiding places for zombies. Several buses were haphazardly crashed into utility poles, and the sagging wires occasionally sparked with dying embers in the wind. "Be careful," Guo Chong'an suddenly whispered. The group quickly pressed against the wall. At the intersection ahead, several awakened ones in tattered tracksuits were arguing. They wielded steel pipes and kitchen knives, their eyes filled with a neurotic vigilance as they glanced around. In the darker alleys, pairs of crimson eyes were fixated on these self-proclaimed hunters. "Those are hunters," Yuan Jiyu whispered in Guo Chong'an's ear. "They're speed-type first-order mutated zombies. Oh, let's bypass." Guo Chong'an nodded. He did not wish to conflict with these lunatics right now. His goal was clear: find a place to elevate his cultivation to level 3 and survive to the second. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the four had to choose an extremely winding side path. This path was a narrow gap squeezed between two towering office buildings, the ground littered with shattered glass that had fallen from above, emitting a piercing crunch. Just as they were about to cross this gap, a heavy rumbling sound came from around the corner ahead. Boom! A brick wall collapsed into a pile of rubble as if struck heat in by a heavy-duty excavator. A massive creature emerged from the swirling dust. It was a monster nearly 2.5 meters tall, resembling a skinned gorilla, its muscles bulging with an eerie bluish-purple hue. Its skin was covered with a layer of hardened keratinized hide, resembling the scales of some deep-sea fish. Its long arms and razor-sharp claws carved deep grooves into the cement ground. "This is a strength-type, first-order mutated zombie," Yuan Jiyu exclaimed. "Its strength is close to 3 times that of an ordinary human." Guo Chong'an's eye twitched slightly. 3 times wasn't that about the same as him? You all step back. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath, and the Qi Lin sword emitted a clear ringing sound. The destroyer let out a deafening roar. The sound resembled not a biological cry, but rather 2 massive rusty iron plates grinding together. It suddenly pushed off the ground, shattering the cement surface beneath its feet, transforming into a bluish-purple whirlwind that crashed down towards Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an did not dodge. He knew that in such a narrow terrain, avoiding meant exposing his teammates behind him to danger. "Golden Bell Shield!" Guo Chong'an shouted, and his true energy surged rapidly along his body, the level 2 Golden Bell Shield acting like a golden iron plate blocking in front of him. Clang! The destroyer's heavy fists smashed against the Golden Bell Shield, producing a sound like metal clashing. Though uninjured, Guo Chong'an's feet sank 3 inches into the ground, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. From this blow, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. It was a frenzied release of pent-up energy. "Since you are so tough, let's see who is tougher." Guo Chong'an released the Qi Lin sword, letting the divine weapon sink into the ground. He clenched his fists, true energy surging wildly between his fingers, producing a series of crisp explosions. Bullet fist. His fist became a blur, each punch striking precisely against the destroyer's chest. Bang, 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 bang. The dense impacts formed a continuous sound. Yuan Jiyu stood behind, watching the man who stood his ground against the monster, her gaze somewhat dazed. He looked so similar. In her past life, that butcher who single-handedly charged in and out of the Li Jiangling base, ultimately dragging everyone down with him, was now slowly emerging from Guo Chong'an's weary shell. That cold-blooded, violent, and reckless fighting style was one of the reasons she had left Guo Chong'an, yet it was now her only reliance. Guo Chong'an fought faster and faster. He realized that as the battle progressed, the previously awkward true energy of the 10,000 magnetic star-breaking art flowed smoothly. Each punch strengthened his muscles and bones. The destroyer was pushed back by this storm-like assault, its once-proud hardened skin beginning to crack, dark green blood spraying forth from its wounds. It swung its long arms in anger, trying to grab hold of this pest that was as bothersome as a flea. Guo Chong'an sidestepped, his body twisting at an unusual angle. He brought his right hand together, compressing all his true energy to the utmost. "Die for me." His fist pierced through the destroyer's last line of defense, crashing directly into its massive head. Like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer, the destroyer's head exploded, instantly splattering Guo Chong'an with a mix of red and white viscous liquid. The enormous corpse swayed twice before finally crashing to the ground like a collapsing hill. Ding. Kill a first-order destroyer, earned 10 points skill proficiency, increased 10,000 magnetic star-breaking art 5. Golden Bell, Shield 1. Guo Chong'an gasped heavily, his right arm trembling slightly, the flesh of his palm already torn, blood dripping from his fingertips. "Brethren." Yuan Jiyu was the first to rush over, pulling out a clean handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiping the blood from his face. Her movements were gentle, as if she were handling a fragile piece of porcelain, her eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine," Guo Chong'an replied gruffly, casually picking up the Qi Lin sword from the ground. Li Huihui watched this scene, her teeth grinding together. She took a deep breath, putting on a professional and concerned expression, and hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Guo, you're injured internally. I'm a doctor, and let me check on you." Li Meimei extended her gaunt hands, attempting to press them against Guo Chong'an's chest. To enhance her appeal, she deliberately bent forward, revealing a pale collarbone at her neckline, and even blinked her weary eyes at Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an glanced down at her. Due to Li Huihui's chronic sleep deprivation and irregular lifestyle, her skin had taken on an unhealthy sallow hue, and the dark circles beneath her eyes exuded a sense of decay that even the apocalypse couldn't mask. Compounded by the peculiar odor wafting from her, a blend of sweat and faint tobacco, Guo Chong'an instinctively stepped back, his brows furrowing as an undisguised disgust flickered in his eyes. "No need, Dr. Li. Take care of yourself first." His tone was as cold and hard as ice. Li Huihui's hand froze midair, her face cycling through shades of pallor and crimson, utterly mortified, wishing the ground would crack open and swallow her. Yuan Jiyu lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of mockery in her eyes. "Enough. It's not safe to linger here. The scent of blood will draw more creatures." Guo Chong'an used his crimson scale blade to pry out the crystal core from the destroyer's skull, discovering it was a pale green. He picked up the crystal core and examined it, musing inwardly. It seems the zombies' levels correspond to the system's item tiers. Truly, they are all creations of the... Then he commanded in a low voice, "Let's go." To the third middle school. The four of them swiftly navigated through the alleys, detouring a full 10 kilometers until they reached the back wall of Shuiyun City's third middle school. This school, once a prestigious local institution, was enclosed by a high wall topped with dense barbed wire. Guo Chong'an was the first to scale it, slicing and opening through the wire with his crimson scale blade. Bai Shuang gently lifted Yuan Jiu over the wall, where she was securely caught by Guo Chong'an on the other side. When it was Li Weihui's turn, Guo Chong'an merely extended his arms to catch her, then promptly released his hold, as if a vast chasm lay between them. Li Weihui bit her lower lip fiercely, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she forced a smile. "Thank you, brother Guo." But Guo Chong'an seemed not to hear. As Bai Shuang cleared the wall, he turned and walked away, not sparing Li Weihui even a fleeting glance. With Guo Chong'an's assistance, Yuan Jiu landed smoothly, followed by Li Weihui, who struggled mightily to clamber over. Once inside the campus, the group heard none of the expected zombie growls. The playground was immaculate. This cleanliness wasn't the tidiness of pre-apocalyptic times, but a purposeful cleansing. There were no scattered limbs, no large bloodstains, and even the discarded textbooks and trash were neatly stacked against the wall. The air lacked any putrid stench. Instead, it carried a faint scent of disinfectant. "Something's off," Yuan Jiu murmured, frowning as she instinctively tightened her grip on her baseball bat. Guo Chong'an also sensed the anomaly. This silence was too unnatural, as if the campus had been emptied of people. Yet that was impossible. The apocalypse struck at 2 in the afternoon, when students were in class. They couldn't have all vanished. He held his breath, staring intently at the pitch-black teaching building, as if a terrifying entity lurked within, ready to devour. "Who's there?" Guo Chong'an whipped his head around, fixing his gaze on a second-floor window. In that instant, a blue flash of flame erupted, followed by a crack like a firecracker, its piercing echo reverberating through the empty schoolyard. "Watch out!" Guo Chong'an instinctively pulled Yuan Jiu and dove to the side. Bang! A bullet struck the ground by their feet, blasting a shallow crater into the hard concrete. A ricocheting bullet hurtled toward Yuan Jiu, but Guo Chong'an swung his blade in a reverse arc, the crimson scale's edge precisely cleaving the projectile. Guo Chong'an stared at the shallow crater, his pupils contracting sharply. A firearm. Whether first-tier awakened zombies or transmigrators like himself, none could withstand bullets with their bare flesh. Thus the gunman hidden in the teaching building was far more perilous than the destroyer had faced. Guo Chong'an shielded Yuan Jiu securely behind him, on high alert, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Everyone stay behind me. We'll retreat slowly." With a gunman like that, the third middle school was clearly not a safe haven. Moreover, the gunfire would inevitably attract more threats. Low growls from zombies were already audible beyond the walls. They had to evacuate quickly. Just then the system's frigid mechanical voice echoed in Guo Chong'an's mind, followed by a row of illusory text materializing before his eyes. Ding. Other savior signal detected. System 035 and its savior located. Ding. Side quest triggered. The savior's gambit option 1 hot. Kill savior 035, seize all items and skill blueprints from their system backpack, and receive system upgrade crystal X1. Option 2 coexist. Recruit savior 035 into the team, forming an alliance. Reward 1,000 points gold lottery ticket X1. Guo Chong'an froze. He stared at the mission panel, his palms growing slightly damp. Savior 035. So the gunman was the very savior Yuan Jiu had mentioned, abducted from Earth by the Celestials. At the teaching building's window, a man with black-rimmed glasses, a white lab coat, and hair as messy as a bird's nest poked his head out. He clutched a Colt M4A1 carbine from Earth, unmistakably the other savior. "Hey, brothers out there, are you surviving?" The man's voice drifted down from above, tinged with a sluggish hesitation. "If you are, raise your hands, okay? My aim's pretty lousy. I just meant to scare you, but my hand slipped, and the bullet flew off. Sorry about that." Guo Chong'an looked at the man whose face screamed, "I lack social grace, but pack a punch," then glanced back at the system panel. A gold lottery ticket. Or a system upgrade crystal. Yuan Jiu noticed Guo Chong'an's unease. Following his gaze to the man upstairs, a flicker of unfamiliar confusion crossed her eyes. Something she had never experienced in her past life. Where had this gun-wielding variable come from? "Engage," she called softly. Guo Chong'an didn't answer. He only stared fixedly at the window, the crimson scale blade in his hand, emitting a low hum. He was certain if his system had triggered, the other system must have simultaneously activated a corresponding mission. What was his true intent? Would they shake hands and make peace, or would he lure them in for the kill? Though both were from Earth in this damned apocalypse, the greatest danger was never the zombies, but another protagonist, like yourself, wielding the power to reshape the world. After all, a fellow townsman might just stab you in the back. At the third middle school of Shuiyun City, Guo Chong'an was still in a standoff with the man inside the teaching building. They had entered through the back door by climbing over the walls separated from the teaching building by a playground about 400 meters away, yet Guo Chong'an felt no sense of security whatsoever. Just a moment ago that man had nearly shot him from 400 meters away. Therefore, when faced with the invitation from that man in the white coat, his first instinct was to leave. The man in the white coat had hair that was as messy as a nest struck by lightning, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses on his nose. If one were to overlook the dark, coldly gleaming M4A1 carbine in his hand, he looked more like a beleaguered researcher who had been burning the midnight oil in a laboratory. He seemed to sense the tension in Guo Chong'an and the others, and instead waved his hand and shouted, "Don't panic, brother, you came from Earth too, right?" His voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a strong accent from northeast China. Guo Chong'an remained silent. Although hearing that accent felt a bit nostalgic, he couldn't be sure if this seemingly honest local was planning to use him for an upgrade. "Brother, is the safety on that gun off?" Guo Chong'an asked cautiously, the sweat in his palms making the grip of the Jilin sort of bit slippery. Ming Hui, the man in the white coat, promptly lowered the gun and even took 2 steps back to demonstrate his innocence. "It's off, but bullets are expensive, so if I can avoid firing, I will. My name is Ming Hui from the Mechanical Research Institute of the Dragon Country on Earth. Brother, judging by your reaction, are you practicing some kind of hard qigong?" Guo Chong'an's lips twitched at the mention of hard qigong. Guo Chong'an, a programmer from Magic City, he replied succinctly. At that moment, a series of growls echoed from the distant street. It was a horde of zombies drawn by the earlier gunfire. They were like a gray-black tide surging around the corner of the street. Although the walls of the 3rd middle school appeared sturdy in the face of such a massive charge, they would likely hold up no better than paper. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Guo Chong'an sighed. "Brother, don't shoot, zombies are coming outside. Let us in to hide." Ming Hui adjusted his glasses, scanning the tide of zombies outside the school, and quickly agreed. "Then hurry in and hide. I've already set this building up. With this bunch, they won't be able to break through." Guo Chong'an turned to look at the zombies relentlessly battering against the wall. He had no choice. "Let's go." The group swiftly crossed the playground. The moment they entered the teaching building, Guo Chong'an felt as if he had stumbled into the set of a low-budget war movie. The once spacious and bright first-floor hall was now crammed full of desks and chairs. The desks and chairs were tightly bound together with some unknown adhesive or wire forming thick wooden walls. The wooden walls were arranged irregularly, surprisingly, leaving several makeshift shooting holes. "This defense. Quite hardcore," Guo Chong'an commented. Behind the wooden walls, a few students in bomb disposal suits emerged. The suits were clearly a size too big, making the young teenagers appear rather comical. However, the weapons they held were anything but cute. Glock pistols, MP5 submachine guns, and someone even cradled a massive Barrett. The students cautiously fixed their gazes on Guo Chong'an and his group, their fingers poised on the triggers with a hint of clumsy determination. The hairs on the back of Guo Chong'an's neck stood on end. The feeling of being aimed at by a group of half-grown children with firearms was even worse than facing zombies. Zombies had no brains, but these kids had emotion. If anyone's hand trembled, he might end up paying the price here. "Local, is this setup meant to lure me in to kill me?" Guo Chong'an drew the Jilin sword across his chest, shouting towards the 2nd floor. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Don't overthink it, they are just scared," Ming Hui said as he walked down from the 2nd floor, waving his hand to signal the students to lower their weapons. "Don't point guns at your own people. Keep the barrels facing outward and aim at those zombies." Just then there was a loud crash. The flimsy iron door at the back was completely destroyed. The horde of zombies surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. The scene was reminiscent of the first day of school on a Monday, except these classmates wanted to eat you. "They're coming." Ming Hui's expression instantly turned serious as he skillfully pulled back the gun's bolt and turned to look out the window. The zombies were moving swiftly, drawn by the scent of the living, heading straight for the teaching building. Fortunately, they had no brains. Their targets focused on the back door of the teaching building rather than climbing through windows. "Don't be dazed, catch this." Ming Hui, without looking back, reached into thin air and pulled out several guns, tossing them over. Guo Chong'an instinctively caught one. It was heavy, the metallic texture carrying a comforting coldness. As a programmer, the closest thing he had ever held that resembled a gun was a water gun during a company team-building event. But when he gripped the M4A1, a line of system prompts unexpectedly popped up before his eyes. Item: Colt M4A1 Carbine Fool's Operation Version Quality White Effect reduces recoil by 80, increases shooting accuracy by 50. Description: designed as a low-end version, so that research personnel could also kill enemies, with significantly reduced damage, only capable of harming beings below the 1st tier. Guo Chong'an. No wonder these students dared to use them. This thoughtful fool mode gave him the illusion of playing some sort of subpar shooting game. 222. Ming Hui had already opened fire. His rhythm was strong, more like conducting a precise physical Bullets rained down densely onto the zombies in front. "Fire! What are you thinking?" Ming Hui shouted. Guo Chong'an gritted his teeth, imitating Ming Hui's stance, aiming at the zombies rushing towards the door. He had expected a tremendous recoil that would shatter his shoulder, but the gun merely trembled slightly, the sensation akin to being patted by Yuan Jiu. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets spilled out like raindrops. Guo Chong'an discovered that as long as he aimed roughly in that direction, the bullets would drill into the zombies, as if they had a mind of their own. Although he couldn't guarantee headshots with every bullet, he rarely missed. It felt exhilarating. This sheer firepower suppression was a completely different experience from engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Yuan Jiu and Bai Shuang each picked up an MP5. Yuan Jiu's shooting posture was elegant, even rhythmic, with each burst of bullets capable of taking down a group. Bai Shuang was even more efficient. She was like a soulless harvesting machine, immediately switching magazines when her bullets ran out, her movements so fast they were just... As a reborn person, Yuan Jiu had also used guns before, not to mention this was a fool's version. Li Huihui held a Glock, shooting while mumbling softly, cut off the third vertebra. The bullet rolled and tore through the liver. So beautiful. Guo Chong'an felt his scalp tingle. In an instant, the entire first floor of the teaching building was engulfed in flames and smoke. Though bullets were not cheap, no one dared to conserve ammunition at this moment. Hundreds of zombies lay strewn across the playground in layers. The exhilarating sensation of this hot weapon suppression momentarily allowed Guo Chong'an to forget the oppressive dread of the apocalypse. However, the respite was short-lived. 3 overlapping roars overpowered the dense gunfire. At the edge of the playground, 3 abnormally large zombies pushed through the horde and slowly emerged. 3 first-rank destroyers. Guo Chong'an's heart sank heavily. He aimed at the leading destroyer and pulled the trigger. Sparks burst forth as bullets struck the carapace on the zombie's chest, only to ricochet harmlessly off. The zombie didn't even flinch. Instead, it quickened its pace each step, leaving a shallow crater in the ground. The simplified firearms are useless, Guo Chong'an shouted. Minghui also ceased fire, his face darkening as he stared at the 3 rapidly approaching monstrosities. It's over. I knew it. We haven't even developed armor-piercing rounds yet. Minghui cursed under his breath as his M4A1 clicked empty. The defensive wall of the teaching building would likely be as effective as a biscuit tin against... Panic swept through the students. The roar of a Barrett rifle echoed, but it only managed to punch a superficial bloodied hole in the mutated zombie's shoulder. The wounded mutated zombie let out a furious roar, leaping across a dozen meters in a single bound and crashing heavily into the wooden wall of the first floor. Desks and chairs exploded into splinters. A nearby student was thrown to the ground by the shockwave just as the zombie raised a fist the size of a millstone to crush him. Guo Chong'an moved. He cast aside his makeshift weapon, his simplified M4A1, and drew the crimson scale. The true chi within his body surged wildly along the meridians of the solar eclipse sword art. The power of his peak first rank flooded into the crimson scale sword, igniting a layer of flame upon it. This was no time for fisticuffs with the zombie. Bai Shuang, cover me. Guo Chong'an bellowed, transforming into a blur of shadow as he charged forward. He first struck the destroyer's chest with the technique White Sun, breaking dawn, channeling fire into its body and igniting a blazing inferno within. Then with sword cascade radiance, his sword shadows erupted, sending fiery energy scattering in all directions, scorching the destroyer's skin black and cracked, revealing the dark, writhing muscles beneath. The destroyer let out a piercing wail before Guo Chong'an beheaded it with a single stroke. With a divine weapon in hand, his efficiency had nearly tripled. Seeing Guo Chong'an annihilate one destroyer in 2 moves, the other 2 destroyers halted in unison, a flicker of fear appearing in their crimson eyes. Evolved zombies had begun to exhibit emotions, such as fear. But Guo Chong'an did not give them a chance to flee. His true chi was limited. The level 2, 10 stellar shattering art granted him only 170 points. The previous 2 techniques had consumed 50 points along with the chi needed to activate the solar eclipse sword art, leaving him no room for hesitation. He stepped forward, the crimson scale sword trailing a crimson afterimage as he unleashed sun at zenith against the 2 destroyers, expending 50 chi points to rain down a torrent of fire. Engulfed by the flames, the 2 destroyers' outer skin was instantly charred, their inner muscles turning to cinder. As the sword momentum faded, the destroyers were left with only half a breath of life. Guo Chong'an extinguished the flames on his sword, stepped forward, and pierced each destroyer's skull with the sharp blade of the crimson. 30 seconds, a decisive victory, if one ignored that only 40 chi points remained. A moment of silence fell over the teaching building before the gunfire resumed. The remaining few dozen zombies were swiftly dispatched by the students working together, leaving Guo Chong'an without many kills. Once the dust settled and the nearby zombies were cleared, Bai Shuang led a group of bold students to collect the crystal cores. Meanwhile, Guo Chong'an and Minghui headed to the back door to see if the iron gate could be repaired, otherwise they wouldn't sleep soundly at night. Upon reaching the fallen iron gate, Guo Chong'an immediately saw that the hinges on both sides had been violently broken, though the gate itself was still usable. But finding replacement hinges wouldn't be easy. As Guo Chong'an scratched his head, Minghui reached into the air and produced a handful of hinges and nails. With Guo Chong'an's help, they quickly reinstalled and secured the iron gate. Minghui used a chain he had found somewhere to firmly, though the overall defense hadn't improved much, closing the gate at least brought a sense of psychological comfort. Minghui, where did you get all this stuff? Guo Chong'an couldn't help but ask, recalling how Minghui had conjured the hinges. Minghui chuckled, where else? Traded, just common basic materials. 1 point gets you a whole bunch. And the firearms? Guo Chong'an pressed on. From the beginner's gift pack? I got a device called the Void Arsenal, a purple item. It can produce equipment based on the blueprints I provide. Guo Chong'an was taken aback, not expecting to meet a tech-focused transmigrator. Wait, brother. Minghui called out, as Guo Chong'an silently turned to leave. Brother, your system must have told you to, right? Minghui adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, his expression as serious as if he were about to give a speech. Based on our performance, just now I suggest we choose coexistence. My abilities can't handle mutated zombies, and yours seem ill-suited for dealing with large hordes. I think we should complement each other's strengths. He paused, a glint of pragmatic sincerity typical of an engineering mind in his eyes. What do you want to do? Guo Chong'an asked. Minghui thought for a moment, scratched his messy hair, and suddenly dropped his northeastern accent. I want to protect my students, lead them to survive, or perhaps save this world. Then Minghui briefly recounted his story. He had soul transmigrated to Aqua Blue Star. Before his transmigration, he had committed suicide. He was a top graduate from the Northeastern Industrial University, joining a prestigious mechanical research institute with high hopes. However, he was a classic case of high intelligence and low emotional quotient. At the institute, he frequently clashed with superiors and colleagues, eventually being sidelined from core project teams. He entered university at 18, went through a direct bachelor's to doctorate program, and joined the institute at 23. Yet after nearly a decade of stagnation, he remained an ordinary engineer. On his 32nd birthday, he chose to drown himself, ending his mediocre life. At the brink of death, the system selected him as a disheartened one and soul transmigrated him to Aqua Blue Star, where he became the physics teacher for Class 8, Grade 11, at 3rd Middle School in Shuiyan City. He had transmigrated 8 days earlier than Guo Chong'an, and in those 8 days he grew to love the feeling of being a teacher. When the apocalypse struck, a third of his class turned into zombies. To protect the remaining students, he used the Crocker pistol from his beginner's pack to kill all the zombified students. Looking at the 23 terrified students in the classroom, hearing the ghastly roars and screams from the corridors and campus, he made up his mind he would protect his students, and he would save this world. The wind across the playground swirled a few withered scraps of paper, spinning them before Guo Chong'an and Minghui. Guo Chong'an gazed at Minghui across from him, genuinely admiring someone who carried the weight of the world in their heart. Yet he himself could not do the same. He then briefly recounted his own ordeal, revealing the true nature of this apocalypse. Of course, he withheld that Yuan Jiu was a reincarnator. That was their final trump card. I never had any interest in saving this world. Guo Chong'an's voice sounded parched in the empty playground. To me, this world matters not at all. But now Earth and Water Blue Star are like two grasshoppers tied to the same string. Only by reaching the 6th tier can I gain the power to save Earth, myself, my father, and everyone I care about. As he spoke, Yuan Ziu's image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His gaze swept past Minghui toward the students peeking out from classroom windows behind him. Those young faces were etched with fear of the unknown, like interns who had been thrown into an arena before ever tasting the harshness of society. Minghui was silent for a moment, then pulled a crumpled chocolate bar from his lab coat pocket, tore open the wrapper, stuffed it into his mouth, and crunched loudly. Brother, your thinking is pretty bleak, but it sounds solid enough. Minghui swallowed the chocolate, his voice carrying that stubborn resilience unique to the Northeast. I'm a stubborn guy. Since the system dragged me here to be this savior, I'm going to make something of it. Whether this world is a game field or a garbage dump, those kids are living, breathing people, not just data. You want to save the ones you care about. I want to keep these kids alive. Our goals may not overlap, but the path is the same. Think about it. If you charge in alone, without even a place to resupply, you'd just be feeding the enemy. Guo Chong'an stared at Minghui for a few seconds. This former engineer, though seemingly lacking in emotional intelligence, still had a logical mind. According to his and Yuan Ziu's plan, Suaping Mountain indeed needed a stable rear base and more combat-ready forces. A future mechanical genius who could craft an Iron Man suit was worth orders of magnitude more than those awakened who could only... Cooperation is fine, Guo Chong'an nodded. But I'll be blunt, if we face an insurmountable force, I'll prioritize protecting my own team. Your students, you'll have to lead them yourself. That goes without saying. Minghui slapped his thigh. The students I've taught are the seat, no empty talk. Just give us a safe place, and you can pick any of my treasured tech you want. Guo Chong'an glanced around. This vast 3 high schools, save for this one class of survivors, was eerily silent. Why is only your class left in the whole? Guo Chong'an frowned. What about the other teachers and students? Did they all turn into that rotting flesh outside? Minghui sighed, pointing toward the school gate. Yesterday, they drove several buses saying they were taking everyone to official shelters. It was like a market day, most people followed. But me? I've been burned by officials before. I had a feeling these guys showing up now wasn't right. I didn't go, and my class insisted on sticking with me, so we stayed. Guo Chong'an let out a cold laugh. Official shelters. In the celestial being's script, those places were often the first to be specially targeted. Your instinct saved you, Guo Chong'an replied flatly. Just then Yuan Jiyu and Bai Shuang emerged from the shadow of the teacher. Yuan Jiyu walked ahead, her captivating fox-like eyes slightly curved, carrying a soft, disarming smile. She glided lightly to Guo Chong'an's side and naturally looped her arm through his. Big brother, all settled. Her voice was sweet and cloying, yet her gaze covertly swept over Ming Hui, as if examining a rare specimen. She leaned in close to Guo Chong'an's ear, her breath carrying a warm whisper that brushed against his eardrum. This Ming Hui is the future leader of the Water Cloud City Industrial Zone base. He possesses many advanced technologies. Guo Chong'an's eyes narrowed slightly, leaning even more toward cooperation with Ming Hui. A talent so righteous and easy to handle with such boundless potential was even more valuable to him than an upgrade system. Brother Ming, welcome to my team. Guo Chong'an extended his right hand to Ming Hui. Ming Hui smiled and extended his own, their hands clasping firmly, as they both selected the coexistence option in the system. Ding. Savior's Gambit mission completed. Choose coexistence. Reward 1,000 points, 1 gold lottery ticket. With the points credited, Guo Chong'an's total reached 1156, most of which came from the 4 of them firing their guns moments ago. Unfortunately, he hadn't teamed up with Ming Hui at the time, so the kills by the students weren't counted toward his points. With Ming Hui joining the squad, Guo Chong'an's savior team now numbered 5, with a note indicating 23 auxiliary members. Awakened individuals who were neither saviors nor talent holders apparently couldn't be counted as full members. And with 2 saviors in the team, a system prompt belatedly explained the points distribution rules. All kills by non-savior full members would be counted as if the savior had made them personally, while auxiliary members' kills would only count at 50. All points were stored in the team's point pool allocated by the system, but the team leader could adjust the ratio. With 2 people each would receive at least 40. Ming Hui casually agreed to let Guo Chong'an be the leader as he found dealing with people too troublesome. Guo Chong'an introduced the 2 women to Ming Hui. Hey, this little sister is really pretty. Ming Hui gave a simple, honest smile, his gaze lingering on Yuan Ziyu's face for a moment. Is she your girl? You 2 look perfect together. Once relaxed, Ming Hui's earthy accent returned. As they entered the teaching building, Li Huihui hurried over, seeming to want to say something to Guo Chong'an. But seeing Yuan Ziyu affectionately holding his arm, she swallowed her words and simply followed behind. Ming Hui gathered all the students and told them he had joined Guo Chong'an's team and they would leave the school tomorrow. When they learned they were heading to the Tsuaping Mountain Villa district, all the students agreed to follow. They had been terrified for 5 days in this apocalypse, and Ming Hui was their only pillar of support. Guo Chong'an turned to Ming Hui, steering the conversation back to the most practical issue, counting you. We now have 5 talent holders. But what about your 23 student? They've awakened, but their stats aren't much better than zombies. This was a real problem. Once they left the school, they couldn't fire guns recklessly. The noise would attract not only zombies, but also hostile awakened. Ming Hui's smile faded. He scratched his messy bird's nest hair with a troubled look. I can exchange for a type of booster roller skates. Super easy to use, a bit faster than running, but the battery lasts only about 3 hours. Guo Chong'an looked at the students in the hall, peeking out curiously. Some wore blue and white school uniforms, others t-shirts with anime characters, all looking out of place against this bleak apocalyptic backdrop. 23 people. Guo Chong'an repeated the number under his breath. This was no simple escort mission. One misstep, and these seeds of the future would become snacks. Guo Chong'an said nothing, just pulled an unlit cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Watching the students whispering among themselves, hope flickering in their eyes, that damn sense of responsibility gnawed at his heart. Finally, he turned to Bai Shuang and Yuan Jiyu. Both nodded to him. The base was large enough, and they did need some people they could trust, and these young students were the easiest to mold. Guo Chong'an crushed the cigarette, but his gaze firm. All right, rest tonight. We set out tomorrow. At night, Ming Hui brought out the snacks he had scrounged from the school convenience store and exchanged some food with Yuan Jiyu. 23 students sat quietly eating in a classroom on the 2nd floor. As Ming Hui explained, these high school sophomores were all boarders from surrounding counties with families not residing in the city. Therefore, he would never agree to abandon these students. At this moment, he was trading with the system, assembling powered roller skates, riot shields, and stun batons. Guo Chong'an secretly felt relieved. If he hadn't agreed to bring these students today, Ming Hui would surely have parted ways with him, and where would he find such a supply depot? The students made bedrolls on the classroom floor, while Guo Chong'an and the others found an office to make do for the night. Yuan Jiyu discovered that the office chairs could recline into loungers, and happily pulled Guo Chong'an to sit down. But now his large frame caused the chair to creak under the strain, so he had to sit on the adjacent steel bench. Yuan Jiyu scratched her head, fished a bottle of sparkling water from her backpack, chilled it with Bai Shuang's ice weapon, and handed it to Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an took it, feeling the frost forming on the icy, sparkling water in his palm. It was his favorite flavor. A warmth stirred in his heart, and he downed half the bottle. With a loud burp, much of his worry dissipated. Yuan Jiu asked Ming Hui for a set of bedding spread on the steel bench to make Guo Chong'an more comfortable, then gave up her own recliner to lean against his shoulder. Even with the bedding, the steel bench was still uncomfortable, nowhere near as good as lying down. But Yuan Jiu soon fell asleep against Guo Chong'an, her breathing steady and warm like a small cozy flame pressed against him. Guo Chong'an looked at her sleeping face and grinned foolishly, feeling completely healed. The two of them huddled together, making Li Huihui gnash her teeth in envy. But with Bai Shuang present, she dared not act rashly, merely digging her nails deep into her palms, her eyes seething with resentment and jealousy. Once Yuan Jiu was sound asleep, Guo Chong'an silently summoned the system in his mind and opened his character interface. First, he had 1156 points. Today, using the sun-eclipsing sword art against the 3 destroyers had been quite smooth, increasing its proficiency by 3 to level 1 at 38. He decided to spend 62 points to upgrade the sun-eclipsing sword art to level 2. At level 2, the attached flame damage increased to 15. Then a surge of sword-wielding memories flooded his mind, equivalent to 4 or 5 years of After about 5 minutes, he sorted through these memories, his swordsmanship further enhanced. If Bai Shuang could previously hold her own against Guo Chong'an with the inherited sword skills from her original body, now she couldn't even last 3 moves. Next, Guo Chong'an invested 100 points into the stellar magnetic star-breaking art, raising it to level 2 at 20 and gaining an additional 50 points of true qi. 20% of his bonus acupoints had been opened, increasing the efficiency of true qi circulation and recovery speed. However, true qi could only be restored through breathing exercises. Spontaneous recovery seemed unlikely in the short term. He set aside the remaining 94 points, planning to use the golden lottery ticket. Opening his inventory, he mentally tapped the ticket, radiating golden light while reminding the system. System, with the zombies evolving so fast, you don't want to see your savior get bezied by them, do you? Then with a flash of gold, a pill emitting a faint golden radiance appeared in the system inventory. Dragon Origin 33 diluted version, a golden pill. Consuming it increases strength by 10, stamina by 20, agility by 10, and raises the maximum true qi capacity by an additional 50. Greatly slows aging rate 60. Note: each person may take it once, and it does not conflict with the full Dragon Origin. Guo Chong'an clicked his tongue. Though it wasn't a divine weapon or martial arts manual, the Dragon Origin was highly beneficial for his current lack of true qi. According to the description, its enhancement wasn't one time. As his true qi increased, the upper limit would rise by 50. He directly took out a Dragon Origin pill and swallowed it, feeling as if he had swallowed a ball of fire. The fire burned down his esophagus into his dantian, exploding with a roar, the scorching energy surging through his meridians. He quickly activated the stellar magnetic star-breaking art, using his true qi to guide the Dragon Origin's power. Though diluted countless times, the Dragon Origin's power remained fierce. His meridians felt as if scorched by flames, and he exerted all his strength to envelop the medicinal force with his true qi, charging toward the unopened acupoints. Opening acupoints on his own was already as painful as being pricked by needles. Now, with burning added, the agony nearly made him grind his teeth to dust. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and his knuckles cracked from clenching. Yuan Jiu, who had been sleeping soundly, was startled awake by his movements. Seeing him drenched in sweat and burning with fever, she quickly sat up. Her talent could restore stamina and energy for link parties, but it originally required actual connection. However, because she had bound Guo Chong'an as her exclusive link partner, simply having a linked manifestation sufficed to provide recovery for both. Seeing that something was wrong with Guo Chong'an, all Yuan Jiu could do was restore his stamina and energy. She turned and sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his head, and kissed him deeply. Using her small tongue, she pried open his tightly shut mouth and entwined with his thick tongue. As the two tongues tangled, the link effect activated. The power of the jade embryo's essence flowed as a warm, gentle stream through their lips and teeth, gradually restoring Guo Chong'an's stamina and truth. With this new force joining, Guo Chong'an gradually suppressed the Dragon Origin's fierceness. 20 minutes passed. Yuan Jiu's tongue was numb, and finally Guo Chong'an opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Yuan Jiu's moist eyes, so closed, sweat on her forehead, and the warmth in his mouth. Instead of doing anything else, he instinctively pulled her closer and actively entangled her small tongue. Another 5 minutes passed, both a little breathless, before they finally parted. Engage, what happened to you? You were like you'd been boiled just now. Yuan Jiu took out a tissue, wiped both their mouths, and whispered, afraid to wake the two behind them. But she didn't know that Li Huihui had opened her eyes the moment she sat on Guo Chong'an's lap, watching her actions with searing jealousy, muttering curses at her shamelessness. Guo Chong'an made a shushing gesture, pulled Yuan Jiu out of the office, and slipped into the adjacent dean's office before whispering, "Jime, come, let me show you a big treasure." Yuan Jiu's cheeks flushed. She covered her eyes with her hands and said coquettishly, "How annoying, I'm not looking." Under Yuan Jiu's watchful gaze, Guo Chong'an pulled a dragon essence from his pocket. Yes, that's right, a dragon essence. He had just asked the system. This pill could be consumed by those from Water Blue Planet, though the effect was not as potent, granting only a portion of the attributes. But even if it was only half of what he would gain, it was still a considerable enhancement for Yuan Jiu. This is called Dragon Essence, given by the system for completing today's quest. It can boost your physical attributes and even slightly slow aging. Yuan Ziu's eyes widened as she gazed at the amber pill the size of a longan in disbelief. It's so big. I can't swallow it. Who says so? You've taken things thicker than this. After receiving a slap from Yuan Jiu, Guo Chong'an obediently fetched a bottle of water to help her swallow the dragon essence. Dissolved upon touching her throat, a searing heat coursing down her esophagus. Yet lacking a dantian and meridians, the heat roiled through her body, nearly scorching her into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Guo Chong'an used their link to replenish her stamina, just as she had taught him, allowing her to endure. Eventually, the heat was drawn by the condensation of the jade fetus. Part of it seeped into her jade palace, while the other part entered her sea of consciousness. These two surges of power, especially the torrent rushing into her jade palace, overwhelmed her, causing her eyes to roll back. The link was severed and her mouth emitted low, rapid gasps. Terrified that he might have accidentally killed his young girlfriend, Guo Chong'an held Yuan Jiu tightly, refusing to let go. 5 minutes later, her face flushed as her eyes fluttered open. None of the dragon essence's potency was wasted. Half was absorbed by her talent, boosting all her attributes by 5 points. The other half was absorbed by the new life gestating within her jade palace, greatly enhancing its potential. Under the influence of the dragon essence, the skin on her neck, usually pale, now bore a translucent flush. The side effect of the dragon essence was that she now felt an intense itch. Struggling to rise from Guo Chong'an's embrace, Yuan Jiu propped herself against the desk with her hands her back to him. Her turned face was flushed, her fox-like eyes shimmering with moisture. And I need to replenish some primal energy. Huh, here. It's fine. Bai Shuang will guard the door for us. Outside the door, Bai Shuang leaned against the wall, weighing the cold, boning knife in her hand. She could hear the occasional thud of heavy impacts from within the room, along with the desk's strained groans. As a clone, she could faintly sense her original's almost frantic demands. A rebound of life force after extreme expressionless, Bai Shuang stared at the shadows at the end of the corridor, condensing a frost on her fingertips to forcibly suppress the restless heat in the air. An hour later, Guo Chong'an and Yuan Jiu walked out hand in hand. Yuan Ziu's steps were slightly unsteady, but she was refreshed. Guo Chong'an, however, rubbed his lower back. Though the experience was pleasant, Yuan Ziu's physique, enhanced by the dragon essence, was noticeably stronger, making it a bit of a struggle for him. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes at the pair and walked back into the office first. The remaining two exchanged a glance and then returned. Meanwhile, in the makeshift workshop diagonally opposite, welding sparks danced in the darkness. Ming Hui pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, the blood vessels in his eyes spreading like a spiderweb. He was tinkering with a pair of oddly shaped roller skates fitted with microhydraulic jet devices on the sides, a booster he had modified using technology from the Marvel Universe. In another classroom, 23 students were crowded onto desks pushed together. Unable to sleep, they whispered about the next day's itinerary. Some sobbed quietly, while others repeatedly wiped down the electric batons they had been issued. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, they were finally about to leave this relatively safe haven and venture into the unknown city. Day 6 of the apocalypse, 8 o'clock in the morning. Sunlight pierced through the gray haze over Shuiyun City, casting its rays on the rusted gate of the third. The team of 28 was ready to depart. Except for Guo Chong'an, everyone wore a pair of metallic booster-equipped roller skates. This gear greatly conserved energy and provided bursts of speed on flat surfaces. Ming Hui, carrying a huge tactical backpack, took a bottle of pale green energy potion and downed it in one gulp. He glanced at Li Huihui, who was staggering along with heavy dark circles under her eyes. He wondered if she had been on night watch. He had mentioned that the teaching building was surrounded by his own alert devices, so no watch was needed. Unbeknownst to him, Li Huihui had been kept awake by a burning jealousy over the previous night's events. To ensure the team's schedule wasn't affected, Ming Hui reluctantly handed her a bottle of energy potion. Miss, this potion is strong, but too much can cause headaches. Just drink half. Before he could finish, Li Huihui had already tipped back the 200 milliliter potion, her eyes growing sharper as she swallowed. You're really pushing it. Let's move out. Guo Chong'an waved his hand. With a soft hum from the jet devices, the team glided out of the school gate like a black dragon. Under Yuan Ziu's direction, they headed for their destination, Blue Sky District. Located in the southwest of Shuiyun City, it was within the 4th Ring Road with Suiping Mountain, just over a dozen kilometers further west. The distance from the 3rd Middle School to Blue Sky District via the main road was only 12 or 13 kilometers. But with nearly 30 people, how could they roam the streets so openly? Under Yuan Ziu's command, they hugged the walls and slipped through the greenbelts. Guo Chong'an took point, followed by Yuan Jiu with the 23 students in tow. Bai Shuang and Ming Hui brought up the rear. Despite his scrawny appearance, Ming Hui's beginner's pack had contained a weakened version of the super soldier serum. After using the serum, all his attributes were above 20 points. His height hadn't changed, still at 178 meters, but in terms of raw physical strength, he surpassed Bai Shuang. Left front behind the greenery, 3 zombies. Guo Chong'an called out without turning back. Yuan Jiyu and the students quickly raised their alloy crossbows and pulled the triggers. These alloy crossbows, known as sniper crossbows, were from the Marvel Universe. Though not as fast to reload as pistols, their silent design made them almost noiseless. Moreover, at 100 meters their power was enough to penetrate a zombie's skull. They employed segmented firing, dividing the 25 sniper crossbows into 5 teams. 5 bolts cut through the air, precisely piercing the heads of zombies lunging from the bushes. 2 were shot through the skull, while 1 was hit in the abdomen. The zombie struck in the abdomen, stumbled, and fell only to have its skull crushed by Guo Chong'an's boot as he rushed over. Since leaving the school, the group had encountered 3 waves of zombie attacks in just over a kilometer. Fortunately, they were all Tier 0 zombies, perfect for practice. At an intersection more than 2 kilometers away from the 3rd high school, several twisted private cars were haphazardly scattered. The rollerblades of the group emitted a faint humming sound as the wheels rolled over shattered glass, creating a series of crisp sharp. The overturned bus on the side looked like a rusted giant beast, blocking half of their view. Just as the group glided past, 5 dark figures suddenly burst out from the shadows of the bus. Stop. Leave the supplies and women, and you can go. The leading burly man had a face full of flesh with a stubble encrusted with black mud. His homemade gun, made of welded iron pipes, tremblingly pointed at Guo Chong'an. His bloodshot eyes greedily scanned over Yuan Jiyu and several female students behind her, his Adam's apple bobbing as he made a nauseating swallowing sound. Guo Chong'an remained silent, not even slowing his pace. Looking for death. He murmured these 2 words, and his true energy surged through his meridians. The originally steady jog instantly transformed into a blurred shadow covering a distance of over 10 meters in just 2 breaths. The burly man felt a flash in front of his eyes, and before he could pull the trigger, the iron pipe gun was firmly pressed down by a hand as strong as cast iron. He widened his eyes in terror, his vision filled only with a rapidly enlarging fist, thick knuckles bringing a fierce wind that seemed capable of shattering the air. Bang! The dull thud of impact was particularly piercing in the empty street. The burly man's head shattered like a watermelon, the crisp sound of his skull breaking clearly reaching everyone's ears. Blood and white matter splattered on the bus windshield. He didn't even have time to scream before his broken body collapsed like a brother. The 2 henchmen with machetes beside him froze for a second. One of them, scared to the point of weakness in his legs, fell to the ground, his pants instantly staining with a foul odor. The other, however, was stirred into a final frenzy, howling as he swung his machete towards Guo Chong'an's neck. Guo Chong'an's face remained cold, his right hand not even reaching for the sword on his back. The true energy of the golden bell shield enveloped his fingers, emanating a faint metallic sheen. He directly grabbed the blade with the edge facing him, exerting force with his 5 fingers. Crack! The steel machete snapped in his hand like a dry twig. Guo Chong'an stepped forward, his right leg sweeping horizontally, striking heavily at the opponent's waist. The man flew like a ball, kicked away, soaring 5 to 6 meters through the air. He crashed against the metal shell of the bus, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache before sliding down to the ground motionless. The remaining robber's iron rod fell to the ground with a crisp sound, awakening their fear. They exchanged a glance and crawled back into the shadows behind the bus, no longer daring to show their faces. Don't stop, keep moving. Guo Chong'an shook off the blood on his hands, his voice as cold as ice. His gaze held no ripples, and the mechanical calmness made the students behind him instinctively shrink their necks. Li Huihui kept a tight watch on Guo Chong'an's back as she glided. In her microscopic vision, when Guo Chong'an exploded with power, the muscles on his back operated like a precision hydraulic machine, each fiber's contraction filled with a beauty that made her shiver. She licked her cracked lips, a trace of morbid obsession crossing her eyes. Turning the corner, the outline of Shuiyun Road, Commercial Street, appeared in her sight. Once a bustling pedestrian street, it now lay in ruins, broken signs dangling precariously in the air. Roar! A deep growl emanated from the shops on 40 or 50 zombies caught the scent of the living and surged out from the darkened shop entrances. Most wore tattered uniforms, their skin gray and purple with dried blood and flesh stuffed under their fingernails. Bai Shuang, Ming Hui, clear the area. Yuan Jiyu commanded loudly. Got it, watch me. Ming Hui grinned, reaching into the pocket of his lab coat, pulling out 2 oddly shaped metallic spheres. He skillfully pressed the mechanism and tossed them into the densest cluster of zombies. The spheres hit the ground and did not explode violently, but released a visible high-frequency shockwave. The few zombies at the forefront seemed to crash into an invisible wall, their bodies shaking violently, their originally coordinated movements suddenly becoming comical and sluggish. Oh my gosh, this shock grenade really packs a punch. Ming Hui exclaimed as he pulled out a massive wrench nearly half a meter long from his waist. One zombie broke through the shockwave range, lunging at him with its foul-smelling maw. Ming Hui sidestepped and swung the wrench down hard onto the zombie's temple. With double the strength of a mortal, the zombie's skull caved in like a thin-shelled walnut, black-red juices splattering everywhere. On the other side, Bai Shuang's figure moved like a wisp of cold smoke weaving through the ruins. The bone knife in her hand extended rapidly under the infusion of true energy, transforming into a slender, straight, frost-tang dao. Unlike Ming Hu's grandiose style, each of her strikes was precise to the point of being terrifying. The blade swept across the zombie's neck, not only severing the spinal cord, but instantly freezing the wound with a thick layer of frost completely sealing the filth. Thud! Headless corpses fell one after another, quickly covering the street with severed limbs. Guo Chong'an, wielding the Qi Lin sword, moved along the edge of the horde. He was practicing honing how to integrate the sword intent of the Erosion Sun sword technique into every slash. The sword body of the Qi Lin sword glimmered with a faint red light, leaving a subtle burning trace each time it sliced through the air. Just as everyone was about to finish clearing the last wave of zombies, the rolling shutter of a sporting goods store burst open with a loud crash. A grayish shadow darted out with astonishing speed, its feet pushing off the shattered glass, aiming directly at Yuan Jiyu in the center of the group. It was a first-tier hunter. Its limbs were more than twice as thick as those of a normal person, with dagger-like black claws on its fingertips, and beneath a mane of disheveled hair was a face so twisted it was unrecognizable. Help! Yuan Ziyu's pupils contracted instinctively, raising her crossbow to shoot. The hunter's speed was too fast, its agility exceeding 20 points made it appear almost instantaneous to ordinary people. It easily dodged the crossbow bolt. However, Guo Chong'an was faster. At the moment the hunter leaped, Guo Chong'an's figure had already positioned itself in front of Yuan Jiyu. The Qi Lin sword was raised from below, trailing a red arc reminiscent of dawn. By Yang break of dawn, the sword tip precisely pierced into its thick. The scarlet sword energy surged violently into the wound, and the hunter let out a piercing scream, losing its balance in midair and crashing heavily to the ground. It attempted to struggle back to its feet, but Guo Chong'an had already sheathed his sword. It's over. The wound on the hunter's right leg showed no blood, instead emitting faint red light. Immediately that red light seemed to spark a fire in a pile of dry grass rapidly spreading within its body. In less than 10 seconds a blazing flame erupted from the hunter's eye sockets and mouth, engulfing its entire form. Under everyone's gaze, this formidable first-tier zombie was reduced to a pile of gray-white ashes, in just a few breaths blowing away without a trace. Only a pale green crystal remained. Yuan Jiyu looked at Guo Chong'an's profile, her heart sinking slightly. In the successive battles, Guo Chong'an's displayed ruthlessness and decisiveness overlapped almost perfectly with the butcher from her past life, who killed without hesitation. That indifference during slaughter was not a stress response born of world weariness, but rather an instinct deeply etched in his bones. Did he really only bring a system when he crossed over? Yuan Jiyu suppressed her doubts and glided to Guo Chong'an's side. The group quickly collected the crystal nuclei from the zombies' brains and left the scene. Up ahead is Yunxi Park, let's rest there, Yuan Jiyu said, pointing towards a dense grove of trees ahead. The group slowly came to a halt at the park's entrance. 8 consecutive hours of high-intensity activity had pushed everyone's stamina to its breaking point. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. Ming Hui plopped down onto a bench and began fiddling with his booster shoes. These batteries really don't last. If we don't swap them out, we'll have to walk back on our own too. He pulled spare batteries from his bag and distributed them, then crouched to inspect the wear on his wheel hubs. After changing the batteries, we head straight to Lantian residential area. Guo Chong'an kept watch as he spoke. Jiyu, are you sure it's safe over there now? Yuan Jiyu took the battery, clicked it deftly into the slot, and nodded. Yeah, at least for now it's safe. In their past lives, Guo Chong'an and Yuan Jiyu had arrived at Lantian residential area a month after the apocalypse. By then the place was in complete chaos. 3 Awakened had torn down the area's defenses through internal strife, leaving only a handful of survivors. From those survivors they heard that during the first half-month of the apocalypse the area had 3 Awakened and was the most stable place nearby. She paused, her gaze fixed on the towering residential buildings beyond the park, and whispered to Guo Chong'an, Lantian residential area is a high-end development. Its security systems are superior, and there's a boutique supermarket in the center that exclusively supplies the residents. Plenty of supplies. As long as we don't get caught up in the infighting among those 3 Awakened, we can get a good night's sleep. Infighting? Guo Chong'an raised an eyebrow. Human nature. Once people get a taste of supernatural power, everyone wants to be the local tyrant. A hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of Yuan Ziyu's lips. In the past life, those guys blew open the main gate fighting for control, which attracted a horde of zombies from the vicinity. But right now they should just be awakening their abilities. Just then, everyone had finished swapping their batteries. Guo Chong'an took the lead again. Let's go. We need to get into the area and settle down before dark. He dashed towards the west gate of the park, the red scales soared on his back, glinting with a cold crimson light in the dying rays of the setting sun. The others quickly rose and followed. The rustling sound of wheels grinding over dead leaves echoed through the silent park, and the gray silhouette of Lantian residential area grew increasingly clear ahead. The east gate of Lantian residential area was tightly blocked by over a dozen abandoned cars, their bumpers twisted and interlocked, with rusty wire mesh and blood-stained wooden planks crammed into the gaps. The once grand European-style iron gate had been welded shut on its tracks, exuding an air of desperate isolation. Guo Chong'an stopped and looked up. The dozen or so high-rise buildings inside the area stood like silent tombstones. Occasionally flickering figures moved behind a few windows, quickly vanishing behind the gaps of heavy curtains. This place must have housed at least 2,000 residents. If there are 400 or 500 left alive now, that's already a miracle. Ming Hui adjusted his black-framed glasses. His white lab coat had turned a dirty gray-yellow after days of travel, and the collar was smeared with black zombie blood. Captain, the defenses look solid enough. Just wonder if the people inside are reasonable. Whether they're reasonable depends on how strong our bargaining chips are, Guo Chong'an replied in a low voice, his eyes scanning the men patrolling atop the wall. Those men wore ill-fitting security uniforms carrying sharpened steel pipes or homemade spears. Their eyes held the peculiar gleam of the apocalypse, a mix of fear and brutality. Guo Chong'an stepped forward and stopped 5 meters from the barricade. We want to see whoever's in charge, he said, his voice not loud, but cutting through the noisy wind at the end. A head poked out from behind the barricade. A burly man with dark skin and a fresh scratch on his right cheek. He sized up Guo Chong'an's group, the stalwart and steady Guo Chong'an, the strikingly beautiful Yuan Jiyu, and Bai Shuang, and a team of students who, though young, were well. Where are you from? Lantian doesn't take refugees. Get lost. The man spat and banged his steel pipe hard against the car door. We're not refugees, Guo Chong'an said, pulling a Glock made by Ming Hui from his bag. He spun it in his hand, offering it grip first. We have weapons and ammunition. We just want a place to rest for the night and trade some surplus gear for clean water and food. Who's in charge? At the sight of the pistol, an unfamiliar model, the man's expression shifted. He ducked back and muttered a few words to those beside him. Not long after, sounds of heavy objects being moved came from behind the stacked cars, and a small door was pulled open. A lean, muscular man with a buzz cut stepped out. He wore a black leather jacket and had a butcher's knife tucked into his waist. What drew the most attention was his right hand, from which faint dark red sparks occasionally flickered. I'm Ma Shanghuan, the head of security here. The man squinted, his gaze greedily sweeping over Yuan Zhu's figure before landing on the tactical backpack behind Ming Hui. You say you want to trade supplies. In this world, bullets are worth more than gold. Are you sure you want to part with them? We're heading to Tsuaping Mountain. It's a long way, and we need to stock up on practical goods. Guo Chong'an subtly stepped in front of Yuan Zhu, blocking Ma Shanghuan's unsettling gaze. We'll only stay one night and leave at dawn. We know the rules. We won't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Ma Shanghuan let out a low chuckle, the sparks on his hand flaring briefly before dying out. He was weighing his options. This group didn't seem easy to mess with, especially the leader, who radiated too much confidence. But the women and those heavy-looking backpacks were far too tempting. All right, guests from afar are always welcome. I'm in charge of this East Gate area. There are a few empty rooms in the property management office. Mind squeezing in. Ma Shanghuan stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Once inside the area, the oppressive feeling grew heavier. Guo Chong'an noticed that the soil in the roadside green belts had been turned over everywhere, clearly someone's attempt at planting, but it was overshadowed by the stench of rotting garbage piles. Brother, the situation here is complicated. Yuan Zhu whispered close to Guo Chong'an, her voice barely audible. Besides these security guards, there's a water element awakened in the homeowners committee who can heal and has gathered quite a following. There's also a retired soldier who's taken over a building in the south. That guy's insane, only interested in collecting women. The rest are just scattered survivors waiting to die. All of this was information they had heard from survivors when they came in their past life. Guo Chong'an nodded slightly. A whole residential area with only 3 awakened. He now had a much clearer understanding of just how rare they were. Ma Shanghuan led them to a storage room on the ground floor of the property management building. The moment the door swung open, a pungent, sour stench assaulted their nostril. The floor was littered with moldy boxed lunches, crumpled tissues, and several glaringly used condoms. A few disheveled female property management staff were huddled in a corner. Upon seeing Ma Shanghuan enter, they scrambled to crawl out in terror. Scram, you clueless wretches. Ma Shanghuan kicked one of the women on the backside, then turned to Guo Chong'an, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. It's a bit messy here, but it's safe. They'll have someone bring some food over tonight. We can discuss the exchange in detail then. After Ma Shanghuan left with his men, Ming Hui spat in disdain. Is this place fit for humans? It's like a pigsty. He grumbled as he pulled a folding entrenching tool from his bag and began clearing the trash. Bai Shuang remained silent, pulling 2 old sheets from her backpack. She deftly strung up a curtain in one corner of the storeroom to separate the girls. Li Huihui crouched by the door, her gaze fixed intently on Guo Chong'an's back. A dagger spun rapidly between her fingers. Brother Chong'an, let me wipe your sweat. Li Huihui sidled up, pulling out a wet wipe that smelled of medicated soap, and made as if to wipe Guo Chong'an's face. No need. Guo Chong'an sidestepped her, taking the broom Bai Shuang offered. Let's clean this place up first. We'll take turns keeping watch. Yuan Jiyu stood by the window gazing out through the shattered glass. Her face was pale, her body trembling slightly. Guo Chong'an thought she was tired, so he walked over and asked softly, "What, not feeling well?" "No, I just remembered something disgusting." Yuan Jiyu forced a smile. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye looked forlorn in the dim light. The miserable plight of those women reminded her of her own dark 4 years. Night fell and blue sky estate sank into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional roars of zombies echoing between the buildings. A dim emergency light was lit in the storeroom. Ma Shanghuan arrived punctually, followed by 4 underlings. He had changed into slightly cleaner clothes and carried a bag of dry bread. "Brother, what have you made your decision?" Ma Shanghuan plopped down heavily on a worn-out office chair, but his eyes kept darting towards the curtain. "I've got over a dozen of those shiny stones. I hear they can make a person stronger. As long as you leave those 2 automatic rifles behind, the stones are all yours." Guo Chong'an sat opposite him, the crimson scale, sword resting across his knees. "Crystal cores." Guo Chong'an raised an eyebrow. "Depends on the purity. Besides, the rifles are our lifeline. If we trade them, how do we get out of the city tomorrow?" "Why leave the city? Stay here and work with me, it's much better." Ma Shanghuan laughed heartily, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "I've got food, drink, and women right here. Take a look at the students you've got. Going out there is just sending them to their deaths. Better to stay. The men can be soldiers, and the women." Haha. As Ma Shanghuan was speaking animatedly, one of his underlings stepped forward. The man was over 50, wearing a faded plaid shirt and a pair of thick glasses. He looked refined and gentle. He was staring in Yuan Jiyu's direction, his eyes holding a nauseating, appraising lecherousness. Guo Chong'an felt Yuan Jiyu beside him suddenly freeze. Her breathing became extremely heavy, like a bellows being pulled. Her usually warm, soft eyes were now filled with a thick, bloody hatred so intense it seemed ready to ignite the air itself. "Zhang, Jian, Jiang." Yuan Jiyu spat out the 3 syllables through gritted teeth. The man in the plaid shirt was stunned for a moment, pushed up his glasses, and looked at her with confusion. "Do you know me? Which department are you from?" Before he could finish, Yuan Jiyu had raised the gleaming, sinister alloy crossbow. "Go to hell." Her scream exploded in the cramped storeroom, shrill as a wronged spirit trapped for a century. Whoosh! The bolt tore through the air, carrying the resolve of vengeance, and pierced Zhang Jianjiang's throat with deadly precision. Blood splattered onto Ma Shanghuan's cheek, warm and wet. "Damn it, you crazy bitch." Ma Shanghuan yelped and leaped up, swinging his right hand. A fireball the size of a human head roared towards Yuan Jiyu, courting death. Guo Chong'an reacted swiftly. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the fireball. True chi exploded within him, and a faint golden light flickered across his body. Golden bell shield. Boom. The fireball slammed into Guo Chong'an's shoulder, erupting in a violent blaze. The scorching wave instantly carbonized the surrounding debris. Its power was no less than a grenade. Defense 95. The golden bell shield was now just a faint halo, but Guo Chong'an's frame merely shook. He didn't stop. The crimson scale sword whistled through the air as he brought it down viciously towards Ma Shanghuan's head. "Kill them all." Ma Shanghuan shrieked, waving his hands frantically, sending fireballs flying one after another. The underlings he had waiting outside the door surged in, and the storeroom instantly descended into chaos. Ming Hui deftly pulled a homemade flashbang from his bag and slammed it onto the ground. "Close your eyes." A blinding white light and a deafening roar erupted within the storeroom. The security team's underlings screamed in agony, clutching their eyes and rolling on the floor. Bai Shuang moved like a gray bolt of lightning, her frost eyes tang, Dao leaving a trail of cold light. She said nothing. Every slash precisely opened a carotid artery, her movements as clean as chopping vegetables in a kitchen. Hui watched the students. Ming Hui yelled, brandishing a modified M4A1 and unleashing a burst of gunfire at the security guards rushing in. Guo Chong'an had already closed in on Ma Shanghuan amidst the flames. Ma Shanghuan, after all, was just an awakener from the early apocalypse, fighting purely on instinct. He was horrified to discover that his fireball technique couldn't penetrate this man's defense. "You? What kind of monster are you?" "The one sending you to hell." Guo Chong'an's gaze was icy. He clenched his right fist, compressing true chi intensely between his fingers. Bullet fist. The fist slammed heavily into Ma Shanghuan's chest. With a sickening crack, Ma Shanghuan's ribcage caved in at a horrific angle, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He smashed through the storeroom's wooden door and crashed onto the marble floor of the property management lobby. Struggling to get up, he coughed up blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. Meanwhile, the lobby outside was filled with the clamor of footsteps and battle cries. "Ma Shanghuan is here. Kill him." A clear woman's voice rang out. Following that, a massive curtain of water surged into the lobby like a tidal wave, extinguishing the remaining flames. Ma Shanghuan struggled to rise, but soaked through, he could no longer muster a single spark. Guo Chong'an stepped forward and cleaved open Ma Shanghuan's head with his sword. To his surprise, he found a faint green crystal core inside. He swiftly retrieved the core, then walked out gripping the crimson scale sword. He saw a young woman in a tracksuit with a ponytail leading a crowd of several hundred people surrounding the area. The skirmish lasted less than 10 minutes. Though Ma Shanghai's henchmen were fierce, they were merely ordinary awakened. Helpless against Ming Hu's crafted firearms, they scattered like startled birds at Ma Shanghai's death, some fleeing through windows, others kneeling in surrender. Guo Chong'an then exchanged a few words with the woman. "Hello, I'm Li Jiala from the neighborhood committee." Her gaze shifted from Ma Shanghai's corpse to Guo Chong'an, her eyes comped. "Thank you for ridding us of this menace. He turned the compound into a living hell. He meant to harm us, we merely defended ourselves." Guo Chong'an spoke with a hint of unease. Though Ma Shanghai's intentions toward them were certainly malicious, the conflict had indeed been triggered by Yuan Ziu's sudden out. Ma Shanghai is dead, but his cronies remain. Worry flickered in Li Jiale's eyes. "You can find them, can't you? Lead the way will help." Guo Chong'an decided to see it through. "Excellent. Let's go now." Li Jiala turned and led the way. Though she had awakened a talent, it wasn't combat-oriented. Guo Chong'an's presence brought her greater reassurance. With Li Jiale's help, Ma Shanghai's most loyal followers were quickly rooted out and eliminated. Soon 40 or 50 survivors who had been cowering in dark corners. They were ragged, their eyes hollow, but upon seeing Ma Shanghai's body, many broke into muffled sobs. "Old Guo, what about these people?" Ming Hui approached, carrying a small pouch of crystal cores looted from Ma Shanghai's room. Guo Chong'an glanced at the trembling survivors, then at Li Jiala. "Captain Li, the rest is up to you." Guo Chong'an's voice was hoarse. "You know better than I what Ma Shanghai did. Settle the accounts, show no mercy." Li Jiala nodded, her gaze sharpening. "Don't worry, Blue Sky Compound has no room for scum." That night the compound echoed with pleas and curses. Guo Chong'an took no part. He returned to the warehouse. Yuan Jiu was curled up in a corner wrapped in Guo Chong'an's black coat. She had remained eerily silent since killing Zhang Jianjiang, and now she began to tremble. "Stay away, let me go please." She muttered endlessly, her eyes vacant, her fingers digging into her collar, nails biting into her flesh. Guo Chong'an approached and crouched down gently. "Jiu, it's over. He's dead." She seemed not to hear, her body shaking like a leaf, tears streaming uncontrolled. The bone-deep terror and humiliation transcending time engulfed her once more. In her past life, that man Zhang Jianjiang had provided Li Jianglin with the key to the Tsuaping Mountain underground base. But Zhang Jianjiang had no skills and was not a talent user. Li Jianglin soon cast him aside. Later, Li Jianglin's new paramour enjoyed tormenting Yuan Jiu, and Zhang Jianjiang, seeking favor, often aided her. He even crafted instruments of torture that caused agony without death or permanent injury, using them on Yuan Jiu. Thus the sight of him revived the memory of hundreds of nights of unbearable suffering. Guo Chong'an watched her, a pang striking his heart. He reached out and pulled the trembling woman into his embrace. "No, don't touch me," she screamed and struggled, her fists pounding weakly against his chest. He didn't let go. He tightened his arms, using his warmth to combat. "Jiu, it's me, Guo Chong'an. I'm here. No one can hurt you." He lowered his head, gently kissing her forehead, then her eyes, and finally sealed her lips, which were spilling mournful cries. It was his first time kissing her of his own accord. There was no desire, only a heavy resonance, a desire to share her burden. Her struggles gradually subsided. She felt that familiar, steady presence. It was Guo Chong'an's scent, tinged with blood and sweat, yet it brought her unprecedented safety. After a long while they parted. Yuan Jiu leaned against him, gasping, her eyes regaining a trace of clarity. "Why did you kill him?" Guo Chong'an asked softly, his hand stroking her hair. Yuan Jiu was silent for a long time. She couldn't reveal the real reason, for she had already woven an immense lie. He later became Li Jianglin's lackey. Her voice was hoarse, laced with resolve. "When Li Jianglin seized our base, Zhang Jianjiang helped him. He caused many deaths, including ours, so I couldn't control myself." Guo Chong'an looked into her eyes, where traces of blood still lingered. He knew she was lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. A future traitor, not even the mastermind, couldn't have terrified her so. But he didn't expose her. "I understand," he replied curtly. "Killing him is done. Judging by his fawning ways with Ma Shanghai, he was no good." That night Guo Chong'an held Yuan Jiu as they slept. For the first time he did nothing else. On the morning of the 7th day of the apocalypse, dark clouds filled the sky. Guo Chong'an and his group prepared to depart. Li Jiala with a few core members saw them off at the east gate. "Brother Guo, won't you stay?" Li Jiala looked at their heavy gear, envy and reluctance in her eyes. "With you we could turn Blue Sky into a true fortress. We have a place we must go." Guo Chong'an glanced at the distant outline of Tsuaping Mountain. A crowd of survivors gathered behind the barricades, watching them with desperate eyes. "Take us. We can work. Please take us away. We have no food." "Please," rose and fell children crying. Guo Chong'an paused. He saw the outstretched, withered hands, and a sense of responsibility ached within him. But he knew that dragging along these hundreds of dependents would mean they couldn't even leave the second ring of Watercloud City. "Li Jiala, these people are your responsibility." His voice turned cold, devoid of emotion. "We'll leave you some weapons. I hope you can hold Blue Sky Compound." Ming Hui left behind some outdated simple firearms and enough ammunition for a while. In return, Li Jiala helped them fill their bag. Captain Li, your ideals are admirable, but the apocalypse is harsh. Be careful. Guo Chong'an looked at her. This young woman, talented, resilient, and kind-hearted, had become the leader of the largest faction in Blue Sky Compound. Though he didn't want to meddle, he couldn't help but lecture. Blue Sky isn't a permanent haven. You can't protect these people alone. If you can't stay, come find me near Tsuaping. Okay, Brother Guo. If I can't make it here, I'll definitely seek you out. Li Jiala nodded firmly, flashing a sweet smile. All right, Brother Guo, let's go. Yuan Jiu mimicked Li Jiala's tone, urging him softly. Guo Chong'an nodded sheepishly and stepped out of Blue Sky Compound without looking back. Yuan Jiu walked beside him. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their sharpness. She knew there were many like Zhang Jianjiang. She might encounter them. She had to learn to let go, to release the memories of her past life. Otherwise, she would eventually be discovered by Guo Chong'an. The silhouettes of the group gradually faded into the mist at the end of the street. By the roadside, a zombie was crouched beneath a scrapped bus, mechanically gnawing on a highly decomposed corpse. As Guo Chong'an passed by, he casually swung his sword, the crimson scale blade precisely cleaving through the zombie's skull. With a flick of the blade's tip, he deftly extracted a crystal core and caught it in his palm. Next stop, we cut through the old town. It's still 15 kilometers to Tsuaping Mountain. Yuan Jiu said, her voice low as she glanced at the map. There's a rest point in between, a 4S complex. It's bound to be deserted now. Guo Chong'an nodded in agreement and whispered, let's move. Stay. Guo Chong'an ran ahead, the crimson scale blade slung over his shoulder. With his current physical condition, a light jog was enough to outpace Ming Hui and the others who were on roller skates. He glanced back. The wheels of his 4 teammates and 23 students scraped against the asphalt, producing a soft rustling sound. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Guo Chong'an's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. His spiritual attribute had now reached 35 points, lending his words a chilling composure. Ming Hui adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. His once white lab coat was now tinged with gray, and several oddly shaped metal spheres hung from his waist. High explosive devices had assembled from the first-generation energy components exchanged through the system. Yuan Jiu glided to Guo Chong'an's left, dressed in a sharp black tracksuit. Brother Guo, there's a strong smell of blood at the intersection ahead. Li Huihui suddenly spoke up. Her talent, microscopic vision, allowed her to detect the concentration of minute biological particles in the air. Guo Chong'an halted, his right hand resting on the hilt of the crimson scale blade. His gaze fixed on the only route leading to the southwestern 4S complex. The road from the 3rd ring to the 4th ring in Shuiyun City was completely paralyzed. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered like the carcasses of steel beasts piled haphazardly on top of one another. As they moved away from the residential area, the density of zombies increased significantly. A muffled roar came from behind a discarded bus. A zombie over 2.5 meters tall, its muscles a dark purple, charged out. Its skin was as hard as stone, and its bones had even pierced through the flesh, forming a stark white armor across its body. It's a steel bone, a defensive first-stage mutant zombie. Be careful, brethren. Yuan Jiu called out in warning. Ming Hui quickly threw a sphere crackling with electricity. The electric light exploded at the steel bone's feet. The fine currents interfered with the zombie's neural transmission, causing its movements to freeze for a split second. Seizing the moment, Guo Chong'an pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow from a bow. The myriad magnetism, star-breaking art surged within him, channeling true chi to his fist. Bullet fist. Guo Chong'an's fist tore through the air with a sharp whistle, slamming heavily into the steel bone's chest. The stark white bone armor shattered instantly under the immense impact, sending shards flying. The steel bone's massive frame was lifted off the ground, hurtling backward 5 or 6 meters before crashing onto the hood of a car, crumpling it. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the second-floor window on the side suddenly shattered, and several withered figures sprayed a stream of thick green liquid. Watch out. Those are spitters. They can spray strong acid. Yuan Jiu exclaimed, her body instinctively ducking behind a nearby vehicle. Bai Shuang reacted swiftly. Her frost-touched Tang Dao was drawn in an instant, a flash of cold light streaking through the air. The frigid chi froze the incoming acid mid-flight, causing it to fall to the ground as clumps of ice. Bai Shuang, take care of the ones upstairs. Ming Hui, lead the students around. Guo Chong'an issued the orders, his eyes sharpening. The evolutionary speed of these first-stage zombies had exceeded his expectations. The spitters provided ranged harassment, the steel bones acted as frontline tanks, and a few agile stalkers darted in and out of the shadows of the buildings, searching for gaps in the students' defenses. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, an invisible wave of force swept across the entire street. Guo Chong'an felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his mind, sending faint ripples through his sea of consciousness. The system's notification rang coldly in his mind. Spiritual attack detected. Host's spiritual attribute has negated the effect. He spun around, staring at a large supermarket by the roadside. The supermarket's automatic glass doors lay shattered on the ground. Inside, it was dark and deep, with a few survivors standing in grotesquely contorted postures. Their eyes were vacant, their movements stiff as if they were puppets manipulated by invisible strings. At the center of those puppets sat a zombie with an enormous head. Its limbs were atrophied, its skin pale and translucent with dense veins pulsating wildly beneath its scalp. A controller. Guo Chong'an recalled the zombie type Yuan Jiu had introduced to him. Controllers possessed immense psychic power capable of manipulating both zombies and awakened. This controller was undoubtedly the brain of the zombie horde in this area. It orchestrated their coordinated attacks, and had even turned several awakened into its meat shields. The controller's murky eyes were fixed on Guo Chong'an. It clearly hadn't anticipated that this human could resist its psychic. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing shriek. The surrounding stalkers, as if receiving a kill order, lunged at Guo Chong'an with savage ferocity. "You're asking for death." Guo Chong'an snorted coldly. Ignoring the charging stalkers, he drew the crimson scale blade with a reverse grip. Taking a deep breath, true chi surged through the meridians in his arm, channeling power to his fingertips. "Go!" The crimson scale blade transformed into a streak of crimson light cleaving through the air. The 50-meter distance was crossed in an instant, and the controller's oversized head was pierced by the blazing red sword light, its eyes wide with terror. The high-temperature flames on the blade instantly vaporized its fragile brain tissue, and the acrid smell of burning spread through the air. With the controller's death, the once frenzied zombies lost all coordination, becoming chaotic and aimless. Ding. First stage controller zombie eliminated. System task zombie collector first stage completed. Collection info destroyer stalker spitter steelbone controller. Reward 500 points. Current total points 1150. With over 1,000 points, he could now exchange for more advanced skills or purchase life-saving resources in critical moments. Next, Guo Chong'an and Bai Shuang charged into the shops on both sides, slaughtering every zombie in sight. Guo Chong'an punched a spitter's head into its chest cavity, while Bai Shuang's ice blade severed the heads of the stalkers. The last steelbone was blown to pieces by Ming Hu's high-energy bomb. In total, there were 11 first-stage zombies and over 50 zero-stage zombies. Yuan Jiu led the students in carefully clearing the battlefield as Guo Chong'an sat on the steps by the roadside to rest. "Brother Guo, are you alright?" Li Huihui hurried over. Under the pretense of checking his wounds, her cool fingers gently brushed against Guo Chong'an's arm, her gaze carrying an almost morbid. Guo Chong'an subtly avoided her touch. He went to inspect the controller, retrieved the crimson scale blade, and took a look at the few survivors. Upon discovering that the controller was dead, they had all become vegetables, their consciousness apparently destroyed beyond recovery. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over their hull. He couldn't possibly take them with him, and leaving them here meant only a slow death. Clenching his teeth, he ultimately drew his sword, and with clean, swift strokes, put them out of their misery. Yuan Jiu hurried forward with a look of deep concern, offering him a bottle of sparkling water. "Brother, and what's wrong?" she asked solicitously. "It's nothing. Let's keep moving." Guo Chong'an took the sparkling water, and a mouthful of icy liquid slid down his throat, momentarily suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging in his mind. The group traversed the chaotic streets, finally about to leave the third ring of Shuiyan City. Once they crossed the overpass ahead, they could enter the expressway leading to the 4S Industrial Park. Just as Guo Chong'an and his party were about to step onto the overpass, the roar of engines came from ahead. Several police cars painted in black and white fanned out to block the entire bridgehead. The police lights on the roofs flashed, piercing red and blue, glaring starkly against the gray apocalyptic backdrop. The door of the central off-road vehicle opened, and a man stepped out dressed in a crisp police uniform and a black wool coat. He appeared to be about 28 or 29 with handsome features and immaculately styled hair. Even in this order-crumbling end times, he maintained an elite air of superiority. The moment she saw that man, Guo Chong'an felt Yuan Jiu's body tremble violently beside him. Her breathing became rapid and shallow, her nails digging deep into her palms. The once gentle fox-like eyes were now filled with intense fear and a bone-deep, unforgettable hatred. It was a primal physiological reaction, like a frog frozen before a venomous snake. Guo Chong'an stepped forward, shielding Yuan Jiu behind him, his broad shoulders blocking the gaze directed at her. "Is he Li Jianglin?" Guo Chong'an asked in a low voice. Yuan Jiu bit her lower lip, nearly drawing blood, and forced out a single word from between clenched teeth: "Yes." Li Huihui, standing nearby, keenly caught Yuan Jiu's loss of composure. She coldly appraised Li Jianglin, then glanced at Yuan Jiu's near-collapsing state, a flicker of suspicion rising in her mind. Who was this man? Why was Yuan Jiu so terrified? Li Jianglin strode forward with steady steps, a warm smile fixed on his face. That smile seemed rehearsed countless times for press conferences, perfect enough to be repulsive. "Teacher Ming, we meet again." Li Jianglin looked past Guo Chong'an, his gaze settling on Ming Hui. His tone was gentle. "When I went to No. 3 high school the day before yesterday, you wouldn't come with me. When I visited again today and found you gone, I was quite worried." Ming Hui adjusted his glasses. The straightforwardness of a man from the Northeast made him unwilling to play games. "Director Li, let's not beat around the bush. My temple is too small to house a great Buddha like you. I just want to take my students somewhere safe. No need for you to trouble yourself. Li Jianglin wasn't angered. He turned his attention to Guo Chong'an, his gaze lingering on the scarlet scale, sword in his hand, a flicker of greed deep in his eyes. This brother's skills are extraordinary. That sword strike that killed the controller was truly spectacular. Li Jianglin gave a slight bow, performing a standard salute. I am Li Jianglin from the police department, currently ordered to consolidate the surviving forces in Shuiyun City. In this apocalypse, humanity needs order. Why don't you two bring these students and join us? The police department has ample weapons, food, and the most professional defensive facilities. Not interested. Guo Chong'an's reply was crisp and decisive. Li Jianglin's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly adjusted. Brother, don't be too hasty to refuse. The place is crawling with zombies outside. It won't be easy for you to find a livable spot with so many students. Join us, and you'll be the deputy director. All our resources will be at your disposal. I said not interested. Guo Chong'an repeated, his tone as cold and hard as ice. The path lies under our feet. How we walk it is our decision. A burly man behind Li Jianglin couldn't hold back any longer. He wore a vest that seemed ready to burst, his arm muscles as thick as tree roots. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Director Li himself invites you, that's an honor. The burly man let out a roar, smashing his fists together with a dull thud of flesh meeting flesh. I've never seen anyone dare to speak to Director Li like that. This burly man was an awakened under Li Jianglin, codenamed Heavy Fist. He was a first-stage awakened with a strength attribute nearing 25 points, and his talent allowed him to double the force of his punches. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground and charged at Guo Chong'an like a mad bull. Brother Guo, watch out, someone among the students cried out. Guo Chong'an didn't even bat an eye. The burly man's strength was considerable, but in his perception it still fell short of his. Heavy Fist's right fist whistled through the air towards Guo Chong'an's face, creating a small pressure wave in the atmosphere. Guo Chong'an shifted his body, slightly effortlessly dodging the punch. Heavy Fist's fist swept through his afterimage, and his body lost balance due to the momentum. Too slow. Guo Chong'an reversed his grip, seizing Heavy Fist's wrist, and instantly exploded with true chi. Crack. A sickening sound of bone. Guo Chong'an followed up with a swift side kick, landing squarely on Heavy Fist's ribs. The man's 200-plus-pound body flew sideways like a kite, with a broken. He crashed heavily into the guardrail of the overpass, his right arm bent at a grotesque angle, blood gushing from his mouth. You're asking for death. Several armed officers behind Li Jianglin immediately released their safeties, the dark muzzles of their guns aimed at Guo Chong'an and his group. Hold! Li Jianglin raised a hand to stop his subordinates. The smile finally vanished from his face, replaced by a sinister, chilling coldness. So, brother, you've chosen to oppose order. Li Jianglin leisurely removed his wool coat and handed it to an attendant beside. He rolled his neck, a strange blue light emanating from his eyes. Guo Chong'an felt his true chi suddenly become restless and agitated. This sensation was peculiar, like a magnet encountering a like pole, generating a powerful repulsion. Magnetic field manipulation. Guo Chong'an's pupils contracted as he recalled what Yuan Jiyu had said. Li Jianglin's talent was magnetic field manipulation. Without further words, he spread his fingers wide and made a grasping motion towards Guo Chong'an in the air. Metal parts from the abandoned vehicles beneath the overpass seemed summoned by a powerful force, tearing themselves free. They coalesced into a torrent of metal in the air, hurtling towards Guo Chong'an with a piercing shriek. Guo Chong'an immediately channeled his true chi, fully activating the Golden Bell shield. However, Li Jianglin's magnetic field ability proved more oppressive. The two forces collided midair, sparking a dense shower of sparks. Worse still, Li Jianglin's magnetic field directly interfered with the flow of true chi within Guo Chong'an's meridians. Guo Chong'an felt a sharp pain in his channels, and the smooth circulation of his true chi experienced a momentary disruption. Bang! A spinning metal plate breached Guo Chong'an's defense, slamming viciously into his left shoulder. Guo Chong'an grunted, staggering back 3 steps, a sharp pain lancing through his shoulder. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent's ability could interfere with the operation of his cultivation art. Brethren, Yuan Jiyu cried out in alarm, wanting to rush forward, but Bai Shuang held her back firmly. Don't go. You'll distract him, Bai Shuang said calmly, though the fingers gripping her knife had turned white from the strain. Li Jianglin sneered coldly, preparing to launch another attack. In his eyes, this group was nothing more than slightly stronger ants. With a bit of pressure, they would obediently kneel and beg for mercy. Li Jianglin tried moving again. Ming Hui suddenly pulled 3 round spheres, emitting a faint blue glow from his pocket, his voice carrying the distinct ruthlessness of a man from the northeast. I know your ability is formidable, but these are electromagnetic pulse grenades modified by my own hands. The moment I let go, all electronic devices within 50 meters will be destroyed, and your magnetic field will short-circuit along with them. Without vehicles, weapons, and abilities, you'll be doomed alongside us. Li Jianglin froze in place. He stared at the spheres in Ming Hu's hand, his expression flickering with uncertainty. He was an extremely rational man who never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Now risking his ability to get damaged just to recruit a few people was clearly not worth it. Teacher Ming is still so impulsive. Li Jianglin withdrew his ability, his grim expression instantly vanishing as he donned his hypocritical mask once more. Since you all insist on leaving, I won't force the matter. Shuiyun City is small, but we'll have plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. He waved his hand, signaling the police vehicles to clear the path. Go. Guo Chong'an clutched his shoulder and gave the order in a low voice. The students nervously passed through the line of police cars while Ming Hui kept the electromagnetic grenades tightly in his hand, only daring to put them away after walking several hundred meters. Li Jianglin stood at the bridgehead watching the receding figures of Guo Chong'an's group, his gaze turning icy cold. Chiefly, are you just letting them go? A subordinate approached and asked in a low voice. Letting them go. Li Jianglin snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the backs of Yuan Jiyu and Bai Shuang in the group, a lascivious and greedy glint flashing in them. Send 2 men to follow them from afar and find out where they're staying. I want that man with the sword dead. As for those 2 women, bring them back. I will personally interrogate them. At that moment, on the other end of the overpass, Guo Chong'an stopped and turned to look toward the bridgehead. The wound on his shoulder still throbbed with pain, but his eyes were unprecedentedly calm. Initially, he had merely regarded Li Jianglin as a detestable politician, the enemy Yuan Jiyu had spoken of. But after that brief exchange, he had seen the purest malice in Li Jianglin's eyes. He was a beast in human skin. If not completely eradicated, their team would forever live in the shadows. Jiyu. Guo Chong'an called out softly. Yuan Jiyu looked up, her eyes still carrying lingering fear. You're right, he must die. Guo Chong'an's voice was soft, yet it carried a rust-like murderous intent. Yuan Jiyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. For the first time since her rebirth, she felt the gears of fate truly beginning to turn. Li Huihui stood behind Guo Chong'an, watching him protect Yuan Jiyu. Her fingers gripped a dagger tightly, leaving deep red marks on her palm. The shadows under the overpass were stretched extremely long by the setting sun, like a row of jagged teeth, trying to swallow Guo Chong'an and his group. Guo Chong'an's steps were somewhat heavy, his right hand feebly supported his left shoulder, the blood seeping through his fingers having turned a dark rusty color. The crimson scale sword hung diagonally on his back, its hilt striking his spine, with each step, every jolt, sending excruciating pain through his fractured shoulder. Teacher Ming, could that grenade really have destroyed that Li Gai's ability? A student asked in a low voice, his tone still trembling with the relief of having survived. Ming Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his black-rimmed glasses sliding to the tip of his nose without him bothering to adjust them. He stuffed the 3 spheres back into his pocket and exhaled a frustrated breath. Destroy it. Bullshit. Those were prototypes I welded together using scrap capacitors and LED lights. Just something to bluff with. If I'd actually thrown them, they'd at most spark a little and put on a fireworks show for Chief Li. The students gasped sharply, involuntarily quickening their pace. Guo Chong'an turned his head to glance at Yuan Jiyu. She gripped the mechanical crossbow tightly in her hands, a chilling coldness in her fox-like eyes completely shedding her usual frail appearance. Once we're past the 3rd ring road, Li Jianglin won't find us so easily. Yuan Ziyu's voice was somewhat hoarse. She pointed to a cluster of ruin-like buildings ahead. The 4S dealership complex is over there. It's open with many showrooms. We can spend the night there. The once clean and spacious 4th ring road was now littered with broken glass and withered limbs. The trees lining the road had been corroded by some acidic liquid, leaving only charred black trunks. The group passed by a twisted billboard marking the entrance to the complex, where only half of the words, Qixing Luxury Car City, clung to the iron frame, swaying precariously. Guo Chong'an chose a German auto brand showroom. The tempered glass of the lobby was still intact, with several once-a-million-dollar luxury cars lying coldly inside, like dead metallic beasts. Bai Shuang takes some people to check the 2nd floor and block all possible exits. Yuan Jiyu commanded calmly. She turned to Guo Chong'an, her gaze landing on his blood-soaked shoulder, her brows tightly furrowed. Bai Shuang said nothing, grabbing her knife and rushing toward the stairs. Ming Hui also pulled out a pile of bizarre gadgets from his backpack, directing the students to set them up around the showroom. And you need to treat your wound. Yuan Jiyu approached Guo Chong'an, reaching out to support him. Guo Chong'an waved her off, plopping down onto a dusty leather sofa, his chest heaving with labored breaths. Let Dr. Li handle it. Li Huihui, who had been cowering at the back of the group, suddenly looked up, her gaunt oval face blooming with a nearly morbid joy. She hurried over, pulling out a scalpel and alcohol from her medical kit. The moment her eyes touched Guo Chong'an's wound, her pupils trembled and contracted as if beholding a rare treasure. Brother Guo'll take care of it for you right away. It'll be quick, and it won't hurt a bit. Li Huihui crouched beside Guo Chong'an, her fingers gently caressing the skin around the wound, trembling slightly with excitement. She activated her microscopic vision ability. In her retinas, Guo Chong'an's shoulder wound was no longer a bloody mess, but a precise macroscopic landscape. Torn muscle fibers looked like cables ravaged by a storm, shattered bone fragments lodged at the edges of nerve clusters, and the pulse of every capillary was vividly clear. She didn't act immediately, but greedily stared at the tissues spasming in pain, the most intimate interior of this man. Such close contact intoxicated Li Huihui. Observing Li Huihui staring blankly at Guo Chong'an, Yuan Zhiyu coldly reminded her, "Hurry up, he's losing a lot of blood." Only then did Li Huihui snap back to reality, picking up a pair of scissors. With a sharp rip, Li Huihui cut open Guo Chong'an's clothes. Standing nearby, Yuan Zhiyu watched Li Huihui's expression, so focused it bordered on obsession, and her gaze darkened. She knew Li Huihui had a twisted and paranoid personality, but in this environment a surgeon capable of microscopic surgical precision was an irreplaceable resource. Li Huihui's scalpel spun between her fingers, precisely piercing deep into the wound to extract a deformed metal fragment. With a clatter, the piece fell onto the ceramic floor. Guo Chong'an let out a muffled groan, sweat beading on his forehead like soybeans. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he tried to distract himself by communicating with the system in his mind. Host's current health 42. Immediate deep repair is recommended, or it will affect subsequent performance. Shut up. All you can do is report numbers. What else are you good for? Guo Chong'an roared furiously in his sea of consciousness. Is this your so-called enhancement? I couldn't even suppress a native superpowered being from Waterblue Star. That bastard almost crushed my bones with his magnetic field. Error. System 044's voice remained flat, yet carried a mockery that drove Guo Chong'an mad. Li Jianglin possesses a unique superpower that counters the cultivation technique you practice. However, his mastery over his power is superior, and your technique level is too low. Therefore, your defeat is a normal outcome. What did you say? Host seems to have developed an illusion that clicking claim reward will let you dominate this world like a video game. The system's voice echoed relentlessly in his mind. On this planet, your mindset is more like an arrogant traveler. You've never truly considered death here a threat. You even had the nerve to indulge in cheap, dopamine-driven romantic thrills while fleeing for your life. Guo Chong'an's consciousness froze. If you continue with this mating season animal level of urgency, next time Li Jianglin will tear your head off and use it as a football. The system's critique struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Guo Chong'an's fragile shell of transmigrative superiority. He recalled the confrontation on the bridge early. When Li Jianglin's magnetic field enveloped him, his first instinct was to rely on the Golden Bell shield to endure it rather than using combat techniques to find the opponent's weakness. He had indeed grown complacent. Escaping the oppressive office on Earth for this world of slaughter, Yuan Zhu's willing embrace and the system's mission rewards had fostered an illusion that he was already a savior. Even during late-night cultivation, his mind would wander to Yuan Zhu's supple body, wasting the ideal moments for tempering his body with true qi. I understand. Guo Chong'an replied softly in his mind, the earlier rage gradually settling into a bone-chilling coldness. Li Huihui was now piercing his flesh with a suture needle, each pull drawing blood. She looked into Guo Chong'an's eyes, which had suddenly become calm and sharp, and shuddered involuntarily. Yet this only deepened her uncontrollable obsession. Brother Guo, the wound is stitched up, Li Huihui whispered, wetting her lips with her tongue. Though the bone still has cracks, as long as you avoid intense activity, it should heal in 3 days. Guo Chong'an nodded, ignoring Li Huihui's sticky gaze. He looked at his system panel, remaining points 1150. System recommends some combat techniques that are practical and can quickly form combat effectiveness. No flashy effects. I want the most direct killing skills. Pay 100 points, and the system will exceptionally match the optimal martial arts combination for the host. Pay. Guo Chong'an sighed inwardly. This system wanted payment for everything. Pay. A golden light flashed in his mind, and the points dropped to 1050. Recommended plan generated. Host currently possesses 10,000 magnetic star-breaking art, an Eclipse Sun sword technique, but lacks explosive power for close combat and footwork transitions. Recommendation 1, Emperor Taizus Long Fist, white 100 points. Features comprehensive fist techniques, steady force, includes basic footwork, greatly enhances physical coordination. Recommendation 2, Iron Thread Fist, Gongzi Fuhu Fist Dual, white 100 points. Features hard and sturdy style, strengthens arm bone toughness, combined with magnetic field superpower for powerful impact suppression. Recommendation 3, Five Peaks Fist, green 200 points. Features fist momentum like a mountain, emphasizing power over technique, ideal for maximizing effectiveness in gravity or magnetic field environments. Recommendation 4, Thunderclap Fist, green 280 points. Features comes with lightning attribute bonus, high compatibility with host's true chi, extremely strong explosive power. Guo Chong'an didn't hesitate, exchange all of the points instantly dwindled, and a vast chaotic stream of information surged into his mind. Countless phantom figures throwing punches, kicking, and shifting the fierce power of Emperor Taizus Long Fist, the steadiness of Iron Thread Fist, the heaviness of Five Peaks Fist, and the storm-like fury of Thunderclap Fist exploded within every cell of his body. His muscles began twitching involuntarily, and the already staunched wound felt slightly warm. Detected that host has learned Emperor Taizus Long Fist, automatically comprehended basic footwork. It is recommended to additionally exchange for movement techniques to enhance survival rate. Recommendation Thunderclap Step, green 180 points. Synergizes with Thunderclap Fist for better effect. Exchange it. Guo Chong'an looked at the remaining 190 points, his gaze as firm as forged iron. Upgrade Emperor Taizus Long Fist 5 Peaks Fist Thunderclap Fist and Thunderclap Step, all to level 1. As the points dwindled to just 30, the illusory insights solidified instantly. Guo Chong'an felt a warm current rising from his spine, flowing through his limbs and bones. The torn muscle fibers rapidly reorganized under the nourishment of true qi, and the newly learned techniques felt as though they had been practiced millions of times, etched into his marrow. He suddenly stood up, his once slightly hunched back, now straight as an arrow. The red scale sword behind him hummed faintly, as if sensing the owner's renewed decisive killing intent. Yuan Jiu sat on the hood of a luxury car nearby, wiping the tip of a crossbow bolt with a cloth. She keenly sensed the change in Guo Chong'an, like a rusty blade that in just a few minutes had been honed to a chilling sharpness by a grinding wheel. "Ngua," she called out tentatively. Guo Chong'an said nothing, walking to the center of the exhibition hall and lightly tapping his toe on the ground. With a muffled thud, the concrete floor covered in shattered glass was dented by his step. His figure shot forward like lightning, leaving a blur and instantly appearing before a load-bearing pillar 5 meters away. Without using true qi, he threw a simple Emperor Taizus Long Fist punch. His fist struck the reinforced concrete pillar, producing a dull roar. Fine stone chips fell, leaving a clear fist imprint on the pillar. Guo Chong'an withdrew his fist and stood still, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head, gazing at the dark third ring road in the distance, his eyes devoid of any confusion or retreat. "Li Zhonglin." He murmured the name softly, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. Emperor Taizus Long Fist, Level 1, 0-100 Mastery of the Technique, Fist Attack, 10 Movement Speed, 10, Evasion 5. Iron Thread Fist, Level 0, 0-100 Basic Use. Gongzi Fuhu Fist, Level 0, 0-100 Basic Use. 5 Peaks Fist, Level 1, 0-100 Mastery of the Technique, Fist Attack, 20, Infusing True Qi, adds 10 blunt damage. Thunderclap Fist, Level 1, 0-100 Mastery of the Technique, Fist Attack, 25, Infusing True Qi, adds 20 lightning damage. Note: bonuses from the same level of techniques only take the maximum value e.g. Fist Attack bonus only counts Thunderclap Fist 25. Thunderclap Step, Level 1, 0-100 Mastery of the Technique, Sprint Speed 50, within 10 meters Movement Speed 25, beyond 10 meters Evasion 15. The lights in the exhibition hall were dimmed to their lowest. Guo Chong'an bare-chested, his sinewy muscles rising and falling with each breath, felt sweat trickling down the groove. He slowly assumed his stance, starting with the Emperor's long fist. The sound of his fists breaking the air was exceptionally clear in the silent hall, each punch carrying a muffled thunderclap. Then his fist technique shifted from steady to profound, the essence of the 5 Peaks Fist flowing between his fingers. It was a stability like Mount Tai, pressing down each punch, seeming as if it would shatter the ceramic tiles beneath him. The Thunderclap Step exploded under his feet, Guo Chong'an's figure transforming into a blurred afterimage in the gloom. The force of the Thunderclap Fist pulsed at his fingertips, faint arcs of electricity flickering in the air. In his sea of consciousness, he felt the surging sensation of true energy coursing through his meridians. After completing the entire set of forms and returning to a standing posture, a pale blue system interface appeared on his retina. Emperor's Long Fist 5 Peaks Fist Thunderclap Step Proficiency 1, Gongzi Fuhu Fist Proficiency 2, Iron Wire Fist Proficiency 1. Guo Chong'an leaned on his knees, panting heavily, scalding sweat droplets splashing onto the back of his hand. There seemed to be some kind of secret bloodline connection between these basic fist techniques. The striking techniques, the shifts in center of gravity, even the dwell time of true energy in specific acupoints, all corroborating each other. So these fist techniques are interconnected. He muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his face. If he could accumulate enough points and learn more martial skills, perhaps he could truly forge a unique martial path of his own. At the other end of the hall, Ming Hui was crouched among a pile of parts, his eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses bloodshot. Spread out before him were several complex mechanical blueprints, basic equipment schematics he had just exchanged from the system shop. A few students gathered around him, clutching their original simplified firearms, their eyes filled with admiration for Ming Hui. "Listen up, I've reinforced the barrels on these M4A1S and MP5SO and swapped the ammunition for high-penetration alloy bullets." As he spoke, Ming Hui deftly fitted a new firing pin into a Glock pistol. The crisp clatter of parts carried far in the silent night. He had spent all of his newly acquired 1,000 points exchanging them for large quantities of industrial lubricant, precision ball bearings, and special alloys. These industrial supplies, commonplace in the Marvel universe, were now resources more precious than gold. "Teacher, can we really kill those monsters?" A tall boy gripped his rifle tightly, his face pale with fear. Ming Hui looked up, pushing his glasses. "If you aim true, one magazine like this will blow the head off a first-stage zombie." He turned and took 3 vials, emitting a faint blue glow from his portable thermos box. These were the weakened version of the super soldier serum he had just made from the materials he exchanged, the same kind he had used himself. Though not as heaven-defying as the original, their side effects were also smaller enough to elevate an ordinary person's physique across a threshold reaching double the limit of a mortal 20. Wang Jingheng, Li Yutong, and Zhang Ziyuan, you three come here. Ming Hui pointed to the two boys and one girl who had performed. The three exchanged glances, their eyes unable to hide their excitement. They stepped forward, eagerly rolling up their sleeves. The sound of the needle piercing the skin was extremely faint. As the pale blue liquid entered their veins, their faces flushed crimson instantly, veins on their foreheads bulging like earthworms. They curled up on the ground in agony, muscles twitching and reforming violently beneath the skin bones, emitting a teeth-grinding, scraping sound. Guo Chong'an walked over and saw this scene. Having watched the Avengers, he knew the pain of such evolution. It was a process of tearing original cells apart and forcibly stitching them back together. After about 10 minutes, the three stood up one after another. Their figures hadn't become bulky, but every inch of muscle radiated a metallic quality, their eyes filled with hope for the future. How do you feel? Ming Hui nervously observed the data. The boy called Wang Jingheng clenched his fist and smashed it fiercely against a nearby concrete pillar. With a dull thud, several cracks appeared on the pillar's surface while his fist was merely a little red. I could snap a steel bar. Wang Jingheng exclaimed, his voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement. Ming Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to give some instructions, he saw a girl responsible for monitoring rushing over urgently, her face looking particularly grim in the dim light. Teacher Ming, Captain Guo, come look at this. The crowd gathered around the monitor screen. The screen showed a small alley outside the exhibition hall, the image blurry and full of static. In the high-definition camera's view, two figures in camouflage uniforms were crouching low, moving slowly along the base of the wall. Their movements were highly professional. They stopped every few steps to observe their surroundings, holding some kind of precision detection instrument. Ming Hu's face instantly darkened. They're scouts from the Security Bureau, Li Jianglin's men. Guo Chong'an's gaze turned icy and his hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of the red scale sword. The conflict from the day was still vivid. That director Li clearly had no intention of letting the team that had embarrassed him live long. These bastards, they just want let. Ming Hui cursed under his breath, then turned to Guo Chong'an. Brother Guo, what do you say? Li Jianglin's main force might have us surrounded by tomorrow morning. Guo Chong'an stared at the figures on the screen, countless options for dealing with the situation flashing through his mind. With his current strength, killing these two was easy, but they might have already transmitted their coordinates back. Killing them would be useless. Although he wanted another clash with Li Jianglin, he still had all these students to look after. Withdraw. Guo Chong'an exhaled. No need to fight to the death with them here. There are ready-made fortifications on Tsuaping Mountain. That's our turf. Yuan Jiyu had been standing in the shadows the whole time. Now she slowly stepped forward, a seemingly gentle, yet bone-chillingly cold smile on her lips. Brother, and you wouldn't be satisfied just leaving like this, would you? She said softly, her voice like a breeze brushing over a gravestone. Jiyu, what are you thinking? Guo Chong'an turned his head. Yuan Jiyu had been acting quite strangely these past 2 days. Yuan Jiyu walked over to Ming Hui, extending her pale finger to point at the areas on the monitor screen where zombies roamed. Brother Ming, can you build a device that emits low-frequency sound waves? Ming Hui nodded. A simple infrasound generator is no problem. What are you planning? A zombie's hearing is extremely sensitive to ultra-low frequency sound waves. Yuan Ziyu's voice was unhurried. If you can make a timer-triggered device, put it in the exhibition hall, and lure the zombies here after we leave. What do you think Li Jianglin will? Ming Hu's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh hard. I get it. You want to use a borrowed knife to kill. Attract all the zombies from several streets around. That'll give those bastards a real headache. Without further ado, Ming Hui immediately led a few students to start assembling. An hour later, a black square box was placed inside the exhibition hall's ventilation duct. The red countdown light on it blinked in the darkness like a beating heart. Let's go. Move quietly. Guo Chong'an gave the group began an orderly evacuation. They avoided the area where the two scouts were slipping silently into the night through the drainage ditch behind the exhibition hall. Guo Chong'an looked back at the receding exhibition hall. Li Jianglin. He silently recited the name in his heart. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill him. Retreat, leave no footprints. He whispered the command, his gaze sweeping over the remains of the zombies on the ground, swiftly locking onto the direction of Yuan Jiyu. Yuan Jiyu held the mechanical crossbow, her index finger firmly on the trigger, her knuckles trembling slightly from the effort. She said nothing, merely gesturing to Bai Shuang, who immediately slung her heavy pack and took position at the flank of the group. The group stealthily made their way out of the park, the asphalt road beneath them coated with a viscous liquid that squelched softly. Brother, there are many blind spots in the surveillance ahead. Oh, we need to go around. Yuan Jiyu whispered as she approached Guo Chong'an. Although the city of Shuiyun had started widespread power outages today, the batteries in surveillance cameras could still last a long time. Yuan Jiyu did not want to leave any clues for Li Jianglin, who controlled the police station. Guo Chong'an nodded, his vital energy slowly circulating within, enhancing his perception of the surroundings. He noticed his ears slightly twitching, detecting unusual movements about 30 meters ahead. Stop! Guo Chong'an raised his arm to halt the group behind him. Li Huihui hid in the center of the crowd, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light in the darkness. Her microscopic visual talent allowed her to see the fine phosphorescent particles floating in the air. There's something in the trees many legs read once. Her voice was light, laced with a near dreamlike tremor. Before she finished speaking, 5 dark shadows sprang from the treetops. They were 5 first-tier hunters. The zombies lunged at Guo Chong'an and his group from different directions. Do not use firearms. Guo Chong'an growled, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Qi Lin sword, its crimson blade slicing through the night. Leave the front to me, Minghui, keep an eye on the back. He sprang forward using the thunderstep technique. He shot towards the foremost hunter like an arrow, his speed leaving only an afterimage. The hunter's claws slashed at Guo Chong'an, but only tore through the air in vain, emitting a piercing screech. Guo Chong'an had already dodged past 2 hunters, and with a swift upward motion of the Qi Lin sword, the red flames it produced carved an arc in the air. That was the initial move of the sun-eclipsing sword technique, White Sun Breaking Dawn. The blade pierced precisely between the bones of the 2 hunters, poisonous fire flooding into their insides through the wounds. Accompanied by a burnt smell, the 2 hunters convulsed in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, their limbs twitching as they turned to ash. At the same time, the mechanical crossbow in Yuan Ziyu's hands also discharged in rapid succession. After consuming the dragon essence, although she did not gain any new abilities, her attributes were now the second highest among them. The alloy crossbow bolts sliced through the air, 2 arrows accurately piercing the eyes of a hunter. Blinded, the creature staggered and fell only to have its skull smashed by Yuan Ziyu with a baseball bat. Bai Shuang moved like a silent mother leopard, wielding her frost blade with precision, blocking the hunter's claws with each strike. As the ice crept up the hunter's arms, its attack speed slowed, eventually resulting in Bai Shuang severing its head clean. Oh my, the shell is really tough. Meanwhile, with the help of 3 super students, Ming Hui also subdued the last hunter. He let out a strange cry, stuffing a freshly made electromagnetic grenade into the hunter's mouth, then twisting the handle to close. A burst of blue electric sparks exploded inside the hunter's mouth, charring its head. The battle lasted no more than 2 minutes. Guo Chong'an flicked the remaining blood from his sword and quickly retrieved 5 green crystal cores before taking off. Let's go, the smell of blood here is too strong. They crossed a garbage-strewn clearing and found an old warehouse on the outskirts of Shuiyan City. This was an old warehouse of a mechanical factory, the rusty iron door half ajar with strong smells of machine oil wafting out. Guo Chong'an was the first to push the door open, the light from the burning Qi Lin sword illuminating the interior. Scattered gears, broken conveyor belts, and abandoned machine tools lay all around, thick layers of dust covering the ground, making it feel like stepping on rotting cotton. We'll deal with things here for the night. He quickly cleared a space, set down his pack, and scanned each corner with keen eyes, confirming there were no living creatures. As soon as Ming Hui entered the warehouse, his eyes brightened. Oh my god, this place is a treasure trove. He wasted no time resting, diving into the chaotic pile of machinery, pulling out a nearly new bearing and a dirty copper wire. Li Huihui squatted beside Guo Chong'an, taking out a clean cloth from her pocket, intending to wipe the grime from his forearm, but he subtly evaded her. I'm fine, you should go rest. Guo Chong'an's voice was calm, carrying a hint of aloofness. Li Huihui bit her lip, a pathological obsession flickering in her eyes, but she quickly masked it, nodding obediently. Yuan Ziyu sat beside a discarded stamping machine, methodically loading arrows into the crossbow. She looked at Guo Chong'an's back, the tear mole at the corner of her eye faintly visible in the shadows. Brother, that guy Ming Hui is probably going to tinker all night. She spoke softly, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. Indeed, as she said, Ming Hui was squatting in the center of the warehouse, holding a wrench and humming a tune, while assembling various drone parts and infrared sensors. 2 hours later, 3 simple early warning devices were set up at the entrance and ventilation openings of the warehouse. These devices resembled tin cans with legs, the infrared lights on top flickering a faint red. They would emit a piercing metallic clanging sound if any living creature approached. Done, this thing is better than a dog. Ming Hui wiped the oil from his face, plopping down on the ground and panting heavily. Guo Chong'an sat cross-legged, practicing his breathing technique. He could not afford to focus on breaking through to new levels. He only needed to replenish his vital energy as quickly as possible. For hours passed swiftly in the silence. When the first ray of ashen morning light streamed through the high windows of the warehouse, casting shadows on the dust-covered floor, the 8th day of the apocalypse officially, the group gradually woke up, the aches in their bodies and mental fatigue, making their movements somewhat sluggish. Guo Chong'an and Yuan Ziyu checked the map and found that the straight-line distance to Tsuaping Mountain was less than 10 kilometers. Even following the road, it would not exceed 15 kilometers. Guo Chong'an packed up his belongings and stood up first. Let's set off, we must reach Tsuaping Mountain today. The group exited the warehouse, and the scenery along the roadside gradually turned desolate. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly across the road, some having become nests for zombies. Since this was the outskirts, the roads were actually smoother than in the city center. Ming Hui spotted a broken-down bus near a gas. The bus was entirely olive green, half of its windshield shattered, and its body covered in dark red scratch marks. Guo Chong'an stepped forward and stabbed the zombie driver to death, with his sword casually tossing it out of the vehicle. Wait a moment, let me see if this big fella can still move. Ming Hui crawled into the driver's seat and turned the key, only to find no response. He then slipped under the bus, and a series of clanking sounds echoed, occasionally accompanied by the sizzle of electric sparks. After tinkering for a while, Ming Hui emerged from under the bus, wiped the grease off his face, and grinned. Hey, the battery was damaged in the crash, but the engine's fine. We can rig up a wire ourselves and get it running. Yuan Jiu stood by the roadside holding a map with a slight frown. Li Jianglin will move quickly. If we keep walking, they'll catch up to us by afternoon. Guo Chong'an watched Ming Hui's direction in silence, his right hand resting on his sword hilt. Hum. A deep roar shattered the silence of the wilderness. The bus' old exhaust pipe spewed a thick cloud of black smoke, and the vehicle shook violently like a dying old soldier. Get on. This old pal might wheeze a lot, but it'll sure be faster than rollerblading. Ming Hui leaned out of the driver's window, smugly waving his hand. Everyone quickly boarded the bus. With a piercing screech, it slowly accelerated through the morning mist toward Siping Mount. By the way, do you have a Class A license? Guo Chong'an suddenly asked. Nope, I learned for C1. Ming Hui replied nonchalantly. And you still dare to drive? Stop the bus, I want off. Guo Chong'an grabbed Yuan Jiu, ready to jump. Relax, relax. It's the end of the world. Are you still afraid of traffic cops? Ming Hui downed a bottle of stamina potion and let out a casual belch. It's not about the cops. Wait, look ahead, there's an obstacle. A loud bang followed. The bus crashed through a blocking sedan and then wobbled away into the distance. Meanwhile, back at the 4S zone, over a dozen armored vehicles bearing the police emblem roared through the zone's gate with screeching engines. Nearly 100 armed police officers in black tactical gear swiftly fanned out their cold gun barrels aimed at the German. Li Jianglin stepped out of the central modified off-road vehicle. He still wore that immaculate suit, his leather shoes clicking crisp and rhythmic on the cement floor littered with leaves. He adjusted his cufflinks, took a megaphone from a subordinate, and flashed a hypocritical, cruel smile. Ming Hui, Guo Chong'an, I know you're in there. His voice echoed through the empty showroom, carrying an oppressive authority. This world has changed. Only order can keep. Join the police department, and your talents will earn due respect. They'll give you 3 minutes to come out with your hands up, and it'll offer you the treatment you deserve. Inside the German pavilion, dead silence reigned, with only sunlight flickering off the broken glass shards. The smile on Li Jianglin's face gradually faded, his eyes turning dark and menacing. Since they refused to take the hint, go in and drag them out. He waved his hand. Dozens of officers advanced in alternating cover, slowly closing in on the showroom. However, what greeted them wasn't surrendering survivors, but a piercing scream. Roar. The showroom's doors and windows shattered as hundreds of zombies surged out. Most of these zombies were Tier 0, but there were no fewer than 20 Tier 1 zombies, including hunters and destroyers. Open fire. Open fire. The leading captain shouted in panic, and a dense hail of bullets instantly wove a web of fire. Amid the zombie horde, a creature with a small body but an abnormally large head slowly emerged. There was also a controller. With its sharp shriek, the chaotic zombie horde began to launch an organized assault. Some zombies drew fire from the front, while others used the showroom's pillars to flank. An officer had his throat bitten by a zombie leaping from the shadows, blood splattering onto a pristine white display car. Li Jianglin stood by the armored vehicle, watching the chaotic battlefield with a grim face. He raised his right hand, and an invisible gravitational wave surged in his palm. Beast! He snorted and clenched his fingers. A nearby display car flew into the air, crashing heavily into the densest area of the zombie horde. The immense impact instantly crushed over a dozen zombies into pulp. But more zombies charged at the officers. Gunfire, roars, and screams echoed throughout the entire 4S zone, drawing even more zombies. The battle lasted a full half-hour. When the last zombie was riddled with bullets, the once glamorous 4S shop had become a bloody hellscape. Li Jianglin walked into the showroom with a dark expression, surveying the corpses as the veins on his temples twitched. Report. Chief. A subordinate tremblingly approached, his voice shaking. We've tallied the losses. We lost 36 brothers, and Captain Qian was killed by his own men, controlled by that controller. The subordinate dared not continue, seeing the murderous intent almost spilling from Li Jianglin's eyes. Captain Qian was a talent who had awakened the wind blade ability. Li Jianglin looked around the empty German pavilion. There was no sign of Guo Chong'an or the others. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at the 2 trembling spies nearby. They were his eyes assigned to watch Guo Chong'an. You told me they were inside. Li Jianglin walked up to one of them, using the tip of his shoe to lift the man's chin. Chief, we really saw them go in, but we didn't see them come out. Before the spy could finish, Li Jianglin suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on the man's shin. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was starkly clear in the silent showroom. The spy let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling on the ground, clutching his broken leg. Li Jianglin didn't stop. He turned to the other spy and, amid the man's desperate pleas, delivered a heavy kick that snapped his worthless all of you. Li Jianglin let out a hysterical roar. His suit was stained with a few specks of blood, making him look like a provoked beast. He hurled the megaphone to the ground, its plastic shell shattering instantly. Guo Chong'an Ming Hui, I will kill you. The dilapidated bus jolted along the expressway, the roar of its engine echoing far into the silent road. Guo Chong'an sat behind the driver's seat, his palm pressed against the hilt of the crimson scale, sword, his nerves taut, ready, at any moment, to deal with the zombies that might surge forward. The bus had been running for half a day, and they had been attacked by zombies more than once. A journey that would normally take less than an hour had stretched into over 4 hours due to the undead and obstacles on the road. Almost there, Yuan Jiu said, sitting beside him, her eyes fixed on the approaching, tipping mountain, as she softly tried to soothe Guo Chong'an. A trace of barely perceptible anxiety lurked in her fox-like eyes, but her voice remained gentle. Since yesterday afternoon, the relentless battles had kept Guo Chong'an's spirit tightly wound, driving him toward a more frenzied state. Just moments ago, he had pounded a destroyer into a pulp with his bare fists. Guo Chong'an nodded, his gaze sweeping across the bus. Bai Shuang stared expressionlessly out the window. Her face had grown pale from continuously maintaining the form of her frost blade. Li Huihui huddled in the corner in her white lab coat, her messy hair covering half her face, quickly averted her gaze when she saw Guo Chong'an looking at her. As for the students, exhausted and terrified throughout the journey, some had already fallen asleep. The bus slowly came to a stop before a massive wrought iron gate in the European style. The gate was tightly locked, wrapped several times over with chains as thick as a bowl. The guard booth behind it was empty, but faint shifting shadows could be seen moving inside the— Who goes there? A harsh voice barked from within the gate, followed by several figures jumping out from behind it. Guo Chong'an pushed open the bus door and jumped down first. He sheathed the crimson scale sword and raised his hands, signaling he meant no harm. We escaped from the city, teachers and students from No. 3 middle school. We're looking for a place to stay. Guo Chong'an responded in a deep, unwavering voice. A flurry of footsteps sounded from behind the gate. A dozen men, some in security uniforms, others in plain clothes, rushed out armed with alloy spears and axes. A few even carried standard-issue Water Blue Star firearms, Viper 2030 automatic pistols. But their expressions were tense, carrying the neuroticism common in the apocalypse. It seemed the weapons in their hands offered them no sense of security. Guo Chong'an signaled for those on the bus to stay put and stood alone at the entrance. Within 2 minutes, the crowd parted and a man in his early 40s wearing a gray jacket stepped forward. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet his brow bore an air of authority steeped in years of bureaucratic life. "I'm Yang Jingyu, the person in charge here," the man said, sizing up Guo Chong'an. His gaze lingered for a moment on the crimson scale sword. It was back, and his brow furrowed slightly. "We don't welcome outsiders here, especially armed ones. In this situation, no one can be sure if those coming in are human or something else." "Second uncle." A crisp surprise cry broke the deadlock. Yang Anning, one of the students, scrambled out of the bus, trotted over to the gate, and shouted excitedly through the iron bars, "Second uncle." "Is it second uncle?" Yang Jingyu was stunned. He squinted, trying to get a better look. His tense expression instantly softened, revealing a hint of pleasant surprise. "Anning, what are you doing here, girl? You were trapped in No. 3 middle school. I thought. Teacher Ming saved us. And Captain Guo and Sister Yuan." Yang Anning pointed to the group behind her, her tone filled with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. With this connection, the tightly locked gate was slowly pushed open. Stepping into the villa district, Guo Chong'an keenly sensed the difference here. Compared to the devastated, blood-streaked streets outside, this place was like a paradise forgotten by time. The smooth asphalt roads were spotless, the green belts meticulously pruned, the shrubs standing in neat rows like a line of green sentinels. Where ornamental flowers once grew, neat rows of farmland had been carved out. Corn, wheat, soybeans, and even some small greens, lettuce and garlic sprouts grew in well-ordered patches, their leaves still glistening with crystal clear dew, shimmering with vibrant life under the sun. A few survivors were bent over working in the distant vegetable fields. Their movements, though unskilled, carried a rare sense of calm amidst the apocalypse. A middle-aged woman crouched by a ridge, gently stroking the tender young shoots, a contented smile on her lips. Not far away in the children's play area, a few kids were laughing and playing on the slide, their crisp laughter drifting in the night breeze. An elderly couple sat on a nearby bench watching over the children. The entire villa district exuded a sense of orderly discipline, as if the madness of the apocalypse had never touched this land. "Mr. Yang has managed this place remarkably well," Yuan Jiu said in astonishment. Her gaze swept over the survivors working the fields, a hint of approving recognition curling at the corners of her mouth. She leaned close to Guo Chong'an and whispered, "In the apocalypse, getting a bunch of pampered rich folks to obediently farm is no small feat. That kind of management talent we'll need later. Guo Chong'an said nothing. He could sense a rich life energy emanating from Yang Jingyu, the aura of an awakened. Don't stare. I just awakened a minor ability to manipulate plants. It's good for speeding up vegetable growth to fill our bellies, but when it comes to a real fight, it'll have to rely on you young folks. Yang Jingyu noticed Guo Chong'an's gaze, gave a self-deprecating smile, and then led the group deeper into the villa district. Along the way, Li Huihui stayed half a step behind Guo Chong'an, her footsteps so light they were nearly silent. Whenever Guo Chong'an turned back, she would put on a shy expression, but the fingers hidden in her sleeves trembled incessantly, her nails digging deep bloody marks into her palms. You can choose where to stay. The houses over here are all empty. The biggest villa is at the far end in the southwest corner. It's a bit out of the way, nobody usually goes there. Yang Jingyu pointed to a 3-story villa in the distance, surrounded by dense woods. It was a typical Gothic building, its dark red walls exuding a sense of oppression in the night. The villa backed onto the steep cliffs of Sweeping Mountain, looking like a tumor growing out of the rock face. That was precisely Wang Defa's villa, 3 stories covering over 800 square meters. We'll stay here to avoid any friction between our two groups, Yuan Jiyu said, pointing directly at Wang Defa's villa. Yang Jingyu nodded. This group looked exceptionally martial. It would be best to take some time to ease into things. He then led Yang Anning to see his family. He was fortunate, truly blessed. Not only had he awakened an ability, but his wife and 2 children had also not turned. After Yang Jingyu left, Minghui effortlessly picked the lock, and the group finally entered Wang Defa's villa. In the first floor hall, Yuan Jiyu turned to the others and said, Brother Minghui, I'll leave the security to you. Bai Shuang, take the classmates to prepare a meal. Brother Guo and I will inspect the rooms and assign everyone's quarters. Although Guo Chong'an was the captain, his role on the journey was solely to fight, while Yuan Jiyu handled all coordination and logistics. Thus no one objected to her arrangements. Soon after finishing their evening meal, everyone followed Yuan Jiyu's plan and retired to the 2nd and 3rd floors to rest. Though the villa had many guest rooms, the 22 students still had to share, with 2 or 3 crowding into each bedroom. Yet this was far better than the school or the warehouse. Soon everyone fell into a deep slumber. Even Minghui couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed onto the sofa in the 2nd floor study, sinking into a profound sleep. Once everyone was asleep, the entire villa fell silent save for the sound of snoring. At 2 in the morning, Yuan Jiyu and Guo Chong'an gently pushed open their door. Their room was a recreation room on the 1st floor, furnished with several lounge chairs. They had told the others it was for convenience during night watches, but in truth it was for their nocturnal mission. Yuan Jiyu changed into a lightweight black martial arts suit, tying her long hair into a ponytail that made her look sharp and resolute. Taking Guo Chong'an's hand, she led him to the deepest storage room on the 1st floor. The storage room was piled high with expensive wines and costly cigars, the air thick with a stale, musty fragrance. Yuan Jiyu carefully approached the innermost shelf, her fingertips gently tracing the edges of several panels. Finally, on the 3rd layer, she found a hidden pressure switch. With a soft click, the heavy shelf slid slowly to both sides, revealing a metallic password door that gleamed with a cold luster. The door was a full 20 centimeters thick, its surface plated with a dark silver alloy that cast a chilly glint under the emergency lights. The keypad was not the ordinary button type, but a holographic projection screen displaying a complex, ever-changing dynamic password. Yuan Jiyu's fingers flew across the touchscreen, inputting the code as her mind drifted back to her past life. To construct this underground base, Wang Defa had brought in a batch of workers from overseas who spoke no local language during the building of the Yunxi Shanyu Villa district. Once the work was done, he had them all disposed of to keep the place a secret, leaving only Zhang Jianjiang as the one who slipped. Unfortunately, before he could even move in, he had become a zombie, mindlessly craving raw flesh. The first door opened silently, revealing a staircase descending into the depths. Motion sensor lights on either side of the stairs flickered on in sequence, bathing the passageway in a soft white glow as bright as day. The steps were flanked by smooth alloy walls. Guo Chong'an tested them with his true qi and found that even his full-strength strike would likely leave not a single scratch on the surface. The technology here is several levels above what's up there, Guo Chong'an murmured in awe. The two passed through 2 more password doors in succession. Each required an extremely complex algorithm to open. Iris recognition, voice verification, and a dynamic password were all indispensable. Fortunately, Yuan Jiyu possessed the initial password saved by Zhang Jianjiang, which could open the doors directly before the base was activated. As for how she obtained the password, Zhang Jianjiang had a habit of repeatedly recounting the process of taking Li Jianglin into the underground base, while he brutalized Yuan Jiyu, then venting the rage of being abandoned by Li Jianglin upon her. That was why she lost control when she saw him. As the final alloy door, half a meter thick, slid open slowly, a vast space unfolded before their eyes. It was a breathtaking grandeur, as if they had stepped into the bridge of a starship. This was the 4th underground level, the core control room of the subterranean base. A massive circular screen occupied the entire curved wall, with countless streams of cerulean data leaping, and surging across it like luminous rivers flowing into a digital ocean. The screen's resolution was so high that even the tiniest font was crystal clear, displaying real-time data on the base's energy consumption, air circulation, water purification, and other metrics. At the room's center was a circular console with a surface of black nanoglass, smooth as a mirror. Above it hovered a 3D holographic image of a sleeping angel. Her features were so exquisite they seemed unreal, her long lashes quivering slightly, as if she might awaken at any. Surrounding the console were 12 transparent cylinders inside, which flowed pale blue coolant, providing uninterrupted heat dissipation for this superquantum. That's Angel, the base's AI core, Yuan Jiu said, stepping forward swiftly to input the most critical segment of the encryption key into the console. This password was something Zhang Jianjiang could never have known, but the engineer who operated the control core had revealed the secret to him before being disposed of by. Originally, Zhang Jianjiang intended to use it to activate the underground base to exact revenge on Wang Defa. However, with the apocalypse's arrival, it benefited Li Jianglin in his past life, and now in this life it fell into Yuan Ziyu's hands. As the initial password was entered, a control panel rose from the console. Yuan Ziyu pressed her right palm onto the console's recognition area and said to Guo Chong'an, "Engage, place your hand here too. We need to obtain the highest authority." As Guo Chong'an placed his left palm on it, the lights in the control room instantly shifted from red to green, and the data streams on the circular screen grew more vibrant. Identity verification successful. Supreme administrative authority transferred. Welcome back, Sovereign. An ethereal female voice echoed through the room, and the suspended angel slowly opened her eyes. Her pale blue pupils seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos. She gave a slight bow to the two of them. Her voice carried no mechanical stiffness, but instead a soothing gentleness. Guo Chong'an couldn't help but silently remark that this AI had more humanity than his own wretched system. I require 30 minutes for a full base self-diagnostic and to assume control of all functions. Please wait, Sovereigns. Angel said to them as progress bars began racing across the surrounding screens. Yuan Jiu had no desire to wait idly for half an hour. She turned and took Guo Chong'an's hand, saying, "Engage, let's go check out the 5th level. That's the logistics area with processing plants, production workshops, storage zones, and a research institute. They'll visit the research and storage areas. You go to the processing and production workshops. We need to confirm the material reserves and production capacity here." "All right, take care of yourself," Guo Chong'an cautioned. "Don't worry, this place is ours now," Yuan Jiu replied with a smile, turning to leave the control room. They stepped into the elevator. As the doors opened, a soft melody drifted out, a piano piece, no doubt a masterpiece from a master on the Blue Planet. Yuan Jiu skipped along, her heart brimming with the joy of fulfilled wishes. She casually glanced around the storage area, which was stocked with non-perishable grains, canned goods, and frozen meat. Sights she had long grown accustomed to in her past life. Her true destination was the Research Institute. With its equipment and Minghui's technology, she was confident she could transform her base into the largest survivor stronghold in Shuiyan City. The corridors of the research district were wide enough for 2 cars to drive side by side, the floor paved with anti-static dark gray tiles. Embedded in the walls at regular intervals were smart touchscreens allowing real-time access to data from any laboratory at a moment's notice. Yuan Jiu walked through one dust-free laboratory after another, gazing through the massive reinforced glass windows at the priceless precision instruments within. Cryo-electron microscopes, gene sequencers, mass spectrometers, biochemical reactors capable of synthesizing various antibiotics. Each piece of equipment gleamed with a fresh metallic luster clearly never used before. A faint scent of ozone hung in the air, a trace left by the high-efficiency air filtration system. She halted before a room marked Laboratory 0. Through the transparent reinforced glass, she saw a silver-white bangle placed in the center of the observation room. Its surface was densely engraved with hair-thin runes emitting a faint, sacred, yet oppressive glow. Those runes seemed alive, flowing and reconfiguring slowly, each transformation refracting different spectra of light. Yuan Ziu's breath caught in her throat. The system bangle of the Holy Mother Celestial. She murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. "No, this is impossible. This item didn't appear until the 10th year of the apocalypse. Why is it here now?" In her past lives' memories, this bangle was a trophy Li Jianglin had claimed after slaying the Holy Mother Celestial. Though Li Jianglin could never activate it, the terrifying power it represented had once chilled countless awakened to the bone. And this object at this point in time absolutely should not be here. Her fingertips trembled as they pressed against the glass. Cold sweat trickled down her spine, making her doubt whether she had truly been reborn. Was it all just a die? Just as Yuan Jiu was sinking into deep self-doubt, a shadow silently materialized in the darkness behind her. Li Huihui held her breath, her heartbeat so slow it seemed to merge with the cold wall. Using her ability of micromanipulation, she forcibly sealed her pores, not even a trace of her scent escaping. Her eyes gleamed faintly in the dark like a predatory cat lurking in the shadows. She watched Yuan Ziu's back, the jealousy in her gaze nearly consuming all reason. From the moment she first saw Guo Chong'an at the supermarket, she felt that man was a savior sent by heaven. He was strong, aloof, and had saved her life at a critical. She yearned to stay by his side, to cook and launder for him, even to tear open her own chest to show him her madly pounding heart. But Yuan Jiu stood in the way. This woman always looked down on everyone with that condescending gaze, as if everything was under her control. What right did she have to possess Guo Chong'an? What right did she have to live in such a luxurious fortress? Li Huihui recalled her childhood. An only child, her parents were titans in the medical field, pinning all their hopes on her. But no matter how hard she tried, topping her class, winning math Olympiad medals, skipping grades to enter a gifted youth program, her parents only ever said, "You can do better." Look at Annie Wang's daughter, she's already past level 10 in piano. Look at Uncle Lee's son, he won the National Robotics Championship. She tried learning piano, her fingers blistered by the keys, only to be told her rhythm was off. She tried painting, and despite her teachers' praise, her parents deemed the colors too vulgar. She tried making friends, but her parents interrogated every classmate who came to the door, finally telling her, "Those people aren't good enough for you." She once had an orange cat, her only comfort. She named it Tuanshuan, and every day after school her first act was to hold it and talk. But one day she came home to find Tuanshuan's neck broken, its stiff body lying in a pool of blood on the balcony. Her mother said coldly, "Playthings sap ambition. You have the college entrance exam next year." After that she began sneaking out at night, searching for stray cats and dogs. She discovered she had a gift. She could sense the tiniest blood vessels and nerves inside an animal. A single precise cut with a knife could silence them forever. That feeling of holding life and death in her hands was a validation she had never received from her parents. "You finally did something right," she fantasized they would say. But they never did. They would never know, nor would they care. But Guo Chong'an was different. Though cold to her, he still protected and cared for her. Especially in that moment when she was besieged by zombies, he charged in, without hesitation, smashing the monsters lunging at her. In that instant her heart felt as if it were seized by an invisible hand. She wanted to become the most important person in his life, the only one, no matter the cost. "Just die." Li Huihui screamed silently in her heart. She suddenly lunged forward, unleashing her micromanipulation to its fullest, amplifying the explosive power of her leg muscles to the extreme. Fine cracks even appeared in the floor beneath her feet. In her hand was a slender dagger, her favorite tool for dissecting strays. Its blade was honed to a paper-thin edge no thicker than a single strand of hair. The tip gleamed with an eerie cold light, aiming straight for Yuan Ziu's back. Though lost in thought, Yuan Ziu's combat instincts from 2 lifetimes allowed her to sense the killing intent behind her at the last moment. She twisted her body sharply, but Li Huihui's speed was too great, and her angle was extremely vicious. Rip! The dagger tore through the black combat suit, plunging deep into the area above Yuan Ziu's left chest. Blood erupted instantly, staining the white lab table. The blade even scraped against the edge of her ribs, producing a sharp metallic screech. Yuan Jiu let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward a few steps before collapsing onto the cold alloy floor. Clutching her wound, her face was as pale as paper as blood seeped relentlessly between her fingers. But she did not scream. Instead, she lifted her head, fixing the madwoman before her with a gaze of unnerving, almost cruel calm. "Li Huihui. Is it you?" "Ha ha, it's me, Sister Jiu." Li Huihui let out a twisted laugh, her pale, gaunt face now flushed with an unhealthy red. She extended her tongue and slowly licked the blood from the blade, her gaze dazed and manic, as if savoring some peerless delicacy. "You don't know, do you? I've loved this feeling since I was a child. The sounds those little cats and dogs made when I slit their bellies were so beautiful. Not those harsh screams, but the weak, pleading sounds squeezed from their throats. Their eyes would stare at you until the very end, refusing to close." She stepped closer, the dagger reflecting an eerie light under the lamps. Her voice grew softer and softer, like a mother telling a bedtime story to her child. "You are the 101st, and you will be the most beautiful one. I've been watching you for a long time, Sister Jiu. Your heartbeat is much more pleasant than those little animals, steady, powerful like a drum. Oh right, you seem to be pregnant. Those little lives are right inside your belly, their heartbeats, so fragile, so faint." She suddenly stopped, tilted her head, and put on an innocent expression. "I can feel it, your babies are developing quickly. What do they look like now? Do you want to see?" "You mad woman," Yuan Jiu said in a low voice, her face full of contempt. "I am not mad. I have never been more clear-headed." Li Huihui suddenly shrieked, her voice echoing in the empty lab. "Do you know what it feels like to be treated by your parents as a worthless failure who can never do anything right? Do you know what it feels like to try so hard to please others only for them to never even look you in the eye? Yuan Jiu, you are so lucky. You have Bai Shuang, you have Brother Guo, and now you have this base. But I have nothing. All I have is this knife." Tears welled up in her eyes, but the twisted smile still hung on her lips. "Once you're dead, Brother Guo will be mine. I will take care of him here. We will have many children and turn this place into our home. I will cook for him, wash his clothes, warm his bed. I will do everything you can do and do it 10,000 times better. As for you, She bent down, leaning close to Yuan Ziyu's face, and spoke in an almost intimate tone. I will cut you up piece by piece, soak you in these beautiful formaldehyde jars, and put them by Brother Guo's bedside. That way you can watch us be happy forever. What do you think? Yuan Ziyu looked at her, and suddenly let out a low laugh. What are you laughing at? Li Weihui's expression twisted like a trampled rose. I'm laughing at you. Yuan Ziyu lifted her head, her eyes revealing a coldness, as if looking down at an ant. Haven't you heard the saying the villain dies from talking too much? You're asking for death. Li Weihui shrieked, raising the knife, and stabbing it viciously toward Yuan Ziyu's throat. Her arm, enhanced by micromanipulation, moved so fast, it was just a blur. Bai Shuang returned. With Yuan Ziyu's clear command, the space in the center of the previously empty lab twisted eerily. A power from the divine incarnation allowed the clone to instantly appear beside its main body. The air seemed torn by an invisible hand, and a cold wind whipped up out of nowhere, rustling the papers on the experimental table. Bai Shuang's icy, stunning figure instantly materialized in front of Yuan Ziyu, as if she had always been there. Without a word, she swung her frost-tang sword, which turned into a white rainbow. It was an arc of death formed from the fusion of ultimate speed and extreme cold. The first strike knocked the dagger from Li Weihui's hand, and the next pierced straight through, not a single unnecessary word. The tip of the blade emerged from Li Weihui's back, bringing with it a string of frozen blood droplets. Those droplets solidified into red ice crystals in midair, clattering to the floor like shattered rubies. Li Weihui's eyes widened, her pupils dilating and contracting in an instant. She opened her mouth, but blood gushed from her throat. Her hands struggled forward as if trying to embrace something. In the end, she only let out a vague, guttural sound. Brother Guo, I just wanted a hug from you. Her hands fell limply, and Li Weihui's body collapsed softly to the floor, the morbid adoration in her eyes slowly fading. Her pupils turned a lifeless gray, leaving only endless regret and a grievance that had never been acknowledged. Bai Shuang expressionlessly withdrew her long blade, bringing with it a shower of ice shavings. Yuan Ziyu stood up. The wound on her chest had already stopped bleeding thanks to the self-healing ability of jade fetus condensation, and delicate new flesh was rapidly growing the edges of the wound, tingling with a numb itch. She walked over to Li Weihui's body and looked down at it for a moment. The curled figure on the floor seemed so small. The oversized white lab coat had fallen open, revealing a faded shirt with frayed cuffs. Her fingers were still curled in the grip of a knife with thick calluses on the tips, not from holding a blade, but from playing the piano. Though you were a psycho, your talent was indeed useful, Yuan Ziyu said softly. Her tone held no mockery, no pity, only an objective assessment of a resource. She slowly extended her hand, and a soft white light materialized in her palm. The light was warm and divine, yet carried an undeniable aura of... It was an ability of the divine incarnation to actively collect souls as templates for clones, thereby acquiring the original owner's abilities. The white light enveloped Li Weihui's corpse. After an invisible tug, an ethereal soul shadow was forcibly pulled out. It was Li Weihui's silhouette, its hollow eyes staring blankly, its mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Finally, the shadow was compressed, condensed, and ultimately drilled into Yuan Ziyu's palm. Let's go, Bai Shuang. Yuan Ziyu didn't spare another glance at the body on the floor as she turned and walked toward the elevator. Finally found a doctor, and he's a psycho. The team can't function without a healer. It's not like I can go to that Li Jiala, right? No. That vixen's eyes are practically dripping honey whenever she looks at Brotherin. Her footsteps echoed in the empty lab, firm and composed like a never-ending. Behind her, Bai Shuang flicked her wrist, returning the frost-tang sword to its boning knife form and sheathing it at her waist. The temperature in the lab returned to normal. Then silently, she hoisted the gradually cooling corpse onto her shoulder and followed Yuan Ziyu's footsteps. But neither of them noticed that for just a single instant a glimmer of starlight shone from the Virgin Mary bracelet. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor, and the heavy alloy door slid open slowly. Guo Chong'an had returned, standing in the control room, curiously learning about everything in the base from the angel. Report to the sovereign. The current base has a total of 5 floors each, with a usable area of 10,000 square meters. The 1st floor is the planting and breeding area. The 2nd and 3rd floors are living and processing areas. The 4th floor is the core control and armament storage area, and the 5th floor is the high-tech processing, research, and storage area. The angel's report was more detailed. It seems that when the construction began, Wang Defa intended to isolate the 4th and 3rd floors, allowing the vassals to only live on the upper 3 floors. Currently, the power production equipment has been activated to 20 and life support equipment to 10. Should we start activating the 1st floor planting and breeding area and the processing areas on each floor? Guo Chong'an clicked on the introductions of the breeding and processing areas, surprised to find, is this the same world as the Water Blue Star, where I spent 8 days? Although Water Blue Star is in 2036, its technology is not significantly more advanced than his home planet Earth in 2025. But that was before, and now he looked at the panels displaying automated cultivation of crops and livestock, feeling as if he had traveled to a future era. 80% of the planting and breeding work does not require manual labor, and even animal labor is unnecessary. Automated factories can use frozen embryos and gene bank data to directly cultivate meat and poultry that meet nutritional standards and can cultivate the majority of high-yield crops using soilless cultivation. Of course, don't expect much in terms of taste gets good enough if it can be eaten. The human involvement is limited to daily inspections and interventions in case of abnormalities, such as if the crops in a seedling chamber mutate or if an abnormal phenomenon occurs with a genetically modified pig. Just as Guo Chong'an was astonished that the upper technology of Water Blue Star was decades ahead of practical applications, Yuan Jiu pushed the door open and entered. A faint red scar was visible on her left chest, controlled intentionally by her. She needed Guo Chong'an to see it to gain more care and affection. Brethren. Yuan Jiu's voice was soft, carrying a perfectly timed tremor. Guo Chong'an suddenly turned around, his form moving like a shadow, appearing before Yuan Jiu in an instant. His gaze fell upon her chest, stained with blood, and the knife wound. His pupils suddenly constricted, and a violent aura surged from within him. It was the autonomous operation of the Wan magnetic star-breaking technique in anger, causing the surrounding metal instruments to emit a faint humming sound. Who did this? Guo Chong'an held her shoulders, his tone terrifyingly low. It was Dr. Li. Yuan Jiu leaned into his embrace, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. She suddenly went mad, saying, "I took you away," claiming that even if she had to kill me, she wouldn't let you be possessed by anyone else. I didn't mean to kill her, but I couldn't avoid it. Guo Chong'an's jaw clenched, looking at the body of Li Huihui that Bai Shuang was carrying. In this apocalypse, Yuan Jiu was his only anchor, the last reason for him to maintain his sanity in this foreign land. If she has to die, then let her die. Guo Chong'an picked up Yuan Jiu in a horizontal embrace and strode toward the bedroom next to the control room. This kind of delusional madwoman is a disaster, even if left alive. He did not feel sorry for losing the only doctor in the team. In his view, those who crossed the bottom line no longer deserved to live. The bedroom door was slammed open, and Guo Chong'an placed Yuan Jiu on the wide soft bed. The sheets were made of expensive, long staple cotton, feeling cool to the touch, but unable to suppress the gradually heating atmosphere between the two. The angel had already delivered emergency medical supplies, and Guo Chong'an roughly tore open Yuan Jiu's clothing. His movements were hurried, even carrying a kind of venting brutality. The wound was not deep, but against her fair and delicate skin, it looked shocking. Does it hurt? Guo Chong'an asked softly as he applied the powder. With you here, it doesn't hurt. Yuan Jiu hooked her arms around his neck, gently breathing into his ear. Guo Chong'an looked at the face, so close to him, his mind filled with Li Jianglin's contemptuous gaze, that irresistible magnetic pressure, and his confusion and fear about the future over the past few days. He needed an outlet, a way to prove that he was still strong. He suddenly lowered his head and sealed those soft lips. This kiss was not gentle, it carried an unreasonable dominance and long-suppressed violence. Yuan Jiu let out a short gasp, and then obediently closed her eyes. She could feel the true energy within Guo Chong'an surging wildly, a nearly uncontrollable wave of energy. The sound of clothes being torn apart was particularly jarring in the quiet bedroom. Guo Chong'an was like a wounded beast searching for solace in this narrow world. Over the past few days, his trained body was filled with explosive power, with every inch of muscle movement carrying an absolute sense of dominance. This was the first time Yuan Jiu felt Guo Chong'an's ferocious side. Whether in her past life or before today, she had always been the dominant one in front of Guo Chong'an. But this time she felt a near-pathological possessiveness along with a sense of being needed. Fortunately, Yuan Jiu had a special talent, and her physique had improved, otherwise she truly might not have been able to withstand this raging bull. Sweat dripped down his back, falling onto the bed. In that moment, Guo Chong'an completely let go of all pretense. He was not some savior or a strong man. He was merely a mortal pushed along by fate, desperately clinging to a piece of driftwood in despair. He poured all his frustrations and pressures into this primal rhythm. For a time, the room was filled only with Yuan Jiu's hurried gasps and the sounds of impact. After a long while, after Yuan Jiu let out a low moan, the two collapsed onto the bed in an embrace. The bedroom was filled with a complex scent, a mixture of hormones and medicinal aromas. The next morning, Guo Chong'an leaned against the head of the bed, his chest rising and falling violently. He discovered that as long as he was with Yuan Jiu, those restless emotions would recede like the tide, and even the sluggish true energy within him became much brethren. Yuan Jiu, panting, lay in his arms, her fingers gently tracing over the muscles on his chest. Guo Chong'an closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. I'm pregnant. This sentence hit Guo Chong'an's eardrum like a heavy hammer. He opened his eyes wide, his body stiffening, even his breathing pausing for a moment. He turned his head, staring incredulously at Yuan Jiu, his mind momentarily blank. What did you say? It's already been a week. Yuan Jiu lifted her head, her gaze soft enough to drip water. Because of my talent, my gestation speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. If nothing unexpected happens, the baby will be born in less than 3 months. Guo Chong'an's hand trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to touch her belly, but then withdrew halfway. Upon hearing this news, a complex emotion of unprecedented intensity surged within Guo Chong'an. Joy. There was indeed a trace that primal human instinct for the continuation of bloodline. Excitement. A flicker of it too. It meant that in this accursed apocalypse he was no longer alone. Yet what dominated, he recalled his father back on Earth, the 500,000 in surgical fees, and that suffocating sense of helplessness at being unable to protect his family. Now uncertain if he would even see the sun of tomorrow, how could he safeguard a new life? This environment. It's not fit for raising a child. Guo Chong'an's voice was parched as if scraped across sandpaper. I know what you're worried about. Yuan Jiu turned her hand over and clasped his, pressing his palm against her lower abdomen. You're afraid you can't give him a future, afraid he'll struggle in this chaotic world like we do. Guo Chong'an remained silent, a flicker of turmoil in his eyes. But Brother Chong'an, do you remember why you fought so desperately to scrape together that 500,000? Yuan Ziu's voice carried a strange hypnotic allure. Because you were the pillar of that family, because your father needed you. Now I need you too, and this child needs you even more. She paused, her tone hardening with resolve. You're not fighting alone. You are our Sky, the master of this fortress. As long as you grow stronger, and we secure Tsuaping Mountain, this will be the safest place in the world. Guo Chong'an gazed at her, his mind conjuring his father's weathered face and the image of him holding his hand by the sickbed, saying, You must live on well. A flame called responsibility kindled anew in the depths of his heart, burning away all weakness and hesitation. You're right. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening once more. I have to show him how his old man tore through this apocalypse. Yuan Jiu smiled, a sly fox's grin tinged with genuine affection. Day 9 of the apocalypse, with the first light of dawn barely breaking. The atmosphere in the villa's main hall was oppressive. Ming Hui adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over Guo Chong'an and Yuan Jiu before settling on the imp. That was Li Weihua's seat. Dr. Li, it's this late, still not up, a male student muttered. Guo Chong'an sat at the head, expressionlessly tapping the table. Li Hui is dead. His voice was low, yet it silenced the entire hall instantly. Ming Hui was stunned. What? Dead? How? She was fine yesterday. She tried to ambush Jiu last night. Guo Chong'an lifted his head, his eyes radiating an unyielding chill. I killed her with my own hands. The students exchanged bewildered, terrified glances. In their eyes, though eccentrically, Hui was a doctor. Why would she suddenly try to kill Yuan Jiu? Li Weihua's mental state had been unstable, you must have noticed. Yuan Jiu spoke at the right moment, her voice tinged with sorrow. She believed I monopolized Brotherin and began hallucinating. If Brotherin hadn't arrived in time, I'd be a corpse now. Ming Hui frowned, silent for a moment. A rational scientist, he found the matter suspicious, but he understood that in this group, Guo Chong'an was the sole pillar of strength. Questioning the leader over a dead doctor was unwise. If that's the case, she brought it upon herself. Ming Hui sighed. In the apocalypse, hearts are veiled, one can never be sure. Seeing Ming Hui's stance, the students lowered their heads, daring not to speak further. After breakfast, Guo Chong'an found an excuse to lead Ming Hui to the secret entrance beneath the villa. As the heavy alloy doors slowly rose before Ming Hui, revealing a corridor brimming with futuristic technology, the engineer's eyes nearly popped out. Holy cow! What is this place? An alien base. Ming Hui rushed in, touching the nano-coating on the walls and examining the auto-sensing lighting system. This is our fallback. Guo Chong'an led him down to the research zone on the 5th underground level. Seeing the gleaming state-of-the-art precision instruments, Ming Hui entered a near-manic state. A cryo-electron microscope. This thing is way more advanced than anything on Earth. He lunged at a massive device, caressing it like a lover's skin. And this a biochemical reactor. Chong'an, be honest, is this the Overlord's lair you mentioned? None of that matters. Guo Chong'an looked at him. What matters is what weapons you can forge for us with these tools. Ming Hui turned a fanatical gleam in his eyes. Give me enough materials and I won't just make guns. They'll build you an army of mecha. The three stood in the control room, discussing their next moves. The villa entrance must be sealed. Yuan Jiu pointed at the 3D map on the screen. It's too conspicuous, easy for others to target. We'll make this our core base and the villa outside will be a decoy. Right? Guo Chong'an nodded. We can exit through the tunnel on the first basement level. I've checked, the door leads to a 10-meter wide underground passage. The exit is in a storage shed at the tourist center at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain. That spot is hidden, usually deserted. Yuan Jiu added. In a couple of days, lead a team out to explore and accidentally discover that shed, then smoothly move everyone in. With the plan set, the three returned to the villa. The next 3 days were a rare calm since the apocalypse began. Yuan Jiu unleashed her management skills and insight into human nature, swiftly consolidating the two factions in the villa, redistributing scattered supplies, and establishing a strict contribution point system. She knew that brute force alone couldn't sustain a base. Rules were essential. Yang Jingyu, a former municipal official, displayed exceptional professionalism in handling these mundane affairs. He led several survivors in tilling a few experimental plots in the villa's courtyard using his lush talent to sprout a batch of vibrant green vegetables. Chief Guo, these were picked just today, perfectly fresh. Yang Jingyu wiped his brow and respectfully offered a basket of greens. Good work, old Yang. Guo Chong'an nodded. He had fully adapted to his role as leader. Every dawn he sat alone on the villa's rooftop, guiding his true chi along the pathways of the myriad magnetic star-breaking art. As the true chi coursed through his meridians, acupoints within his body opened one by one. Afternoons were for practicing fist techniques and swordsmanship. He wielded the crimson scale sword in the open space. Each thrust carried a scorching sword wind. The moves of the sun-eclipsing sword art cycled through his mind, while the 5 fist techniques flowed through his hands in endless variations. Though there were no points to boost him, the sedimentation of muscle memory rendered his movements increasingly fluid. Evenings were his time with Yuan Jiyu. Sometimes Bai Shuang would join them. That peculiar taboo-tinged trio discussion not only greatly relieved his mental stress, but also steadily increased his total true chi reserve. This enhancement was something the system could not directly grant. It was a fusion on the level of the soul. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Guo Chong'an summoned the system panel name Guo Chong'an level 1st rank skills 10,000 magnet breaking star technique level 2, 30 sun eating sword technique, level 2 5 thunder fist, level 121 5 mountains fist, level 120 Taizu long fist, level 129 industrial tiger fist, level 1 iron line fist, level 17. True Chi 405. Although he hadn't utilized any points, this grounded progress made him feel unprecedentedly secure. Minghui was not idle either. He utilized the scrap metal and electronic parts found in the villa area combined with some basic materials from the underground laboratory to manufacture a batch of simple electromagnetic rifles for the students. These electromagnetic rifles had already reached the standard of green weapons and could deal with first-rank zombies, proving surprisingly effective. He himself had crafted an enhanced exoskeleton frame, carrying a huge battery pack on his back resembling a miniature eye. Chong'an, how do you like my outfit? Minghui twirled around showing off. Although it's still green quality, the firepower is definitely fierce. Not bad. Guo Chong'an patted his shoulder. I'll lead the team out tomorrow. Count on you at home. The 12th day of the apocalypse. Lead gray clouds loomed like a massive sponge soaked with dirty water, heavily pressing down on the ridge of Tsuping Mountain, while mist swirled violently through the forest. At the entrance of the villa, a capable small team was fully equipped and ready to go. Guo Chong'an stood at the front, the red scale sword resting behind him, and the blue divine, catching gloves glimmering with a cold light. Bai Shuang stood beside him holding 2 brand new alloy short blades, her gaze hollow and cold. Behind them were the 3 super students Wang Jinghong, Li Yutong, and Zhang Ziyuan, wearing specially made tactical vests armed with electric weapons and carrying high-voltage electric batons at their waists. Although there was still a hint of tension in their eyes, there was even more eagerness to try. Lastly, there were 5 security personnel from the villa area originally recruited by Yang Jingyu, now completely incorporated by Guo Chong'an. They were armed with the modified firearms from Minghui's world into which he had secretly inserted smart chips. If they pointed their guns at Guo Chong'an and the others, the guns would explode. Let's go. Guo Chong'an waved his hand, and the group vanished into the thick fog. They did not head towards the bustling city, but avoided the main road, exploring the surrounding villages along the foothills of Tsuping Mountain. There was more food, more supplies, and of course more danger. Guo Chong'an stepped on the soft fallen leaves, listening to the crackling sound of broken twigs beneath his feet, his gaze sharp as a hawk. He knew this was just the beginning. Not far away at the foot of the mountain, a place known as the Doomsday Fortress was quietly waiting for its master. And he would build an insurmountable great wall within that steel wasteland alongside his woman and his Yedo-Beban child. His hand brushed over the sword hilt, feeling the cold metal with his fingertips, yet his heart burned with passion. Li Jianglin Tianren one at a time. The branches beneath their feet snapped crisply, sounding particularly harsh in the quiet morning. They chose not to walk along the main road, but instead took a rural path circling towards the small village of near the north side of the villa area. This had once been a peaceful natural village, but now only empty houses remained with the occasional sound of gnashing teeth echoing. Watch both sides maintain formation. Guo Chong'an lowered his voice, the red scale sword already gripped silently in his. At the village entrance ahead, several incomplete corpses lay across the road. Dark red blood stains had dried into a brownish black, exuding a strong stench. 3 zombies were crouched beneath the embankment, and upon hearing footsteps, they suddenly lifted their heads, their gray-white pupils filled with madness. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of eerie blue electromagnetic energy sliced through the thick fog. Wang Jinghang reacted quickly. The recoil of the electromagnetic rifle made his shoulder twitch slightly, but the bullet accurately penetrated the eye socket of the foremost zombie, bursting forth a mass of murky fluid. Don't panic, keep advancing. Li Yutong reminded in a low voice, her electromagnetic rifle also disengaging the safety. As they delved deeper into the village, the number of zombies began to surge. From the dilapidated mud houses and the tilted stacks of firewood, shadowy outlines continuously emerged. Roar! A deep growl came from behind a convenience store, the water on the ground rippling with the vibrations. A massive creature nearly 2.5 meters tall smashed through the wooden door, its muscles bulging. It was a destroyer. First-rank zombie. Zhang Ziyuan suppressed its legs. Guo Chong'an calmly ordered his figure, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Zhang Ziyuan pulled the trigger sharply. The consecutive electromagnetic projectiles exploded in a flurry of blood around the destroyer's knee. The destroyer staggered in pain, its huge body swaying slightly. Bai Shuang, like a white ghost, quickly slipped into the enemy's visual blind spot along the wall, wielding 2 alloy knives that transformed into one long and one short frost sabers. The long saber traced a chilling arc, accurately severing the tendons of the destroyer's legs, while the short saber struck like a venomous snake, piercing its nape. Guo Chong'an executed a twist in midair, the red scale sword leaving behind a crimson afterimage, a technique from the sun-eating sword method known as White Sun Dawn. The sword tip accurately pierced the back of the destroyer's head, the scorching force instantly exploding, turning its brain matter into charred remains. "Oh, don't come over." A terrified scream suddenly rang out from behind. A security personnel had been targeted by a spitter. The zombie's throat convulsed violently, about to spew a stream of green acidic slime. The security personnel panically fired wildly, all bullets hitting the ground, even nearly grazing Li Yutong's shoulder. "Fool! Dodge to the left." Guo Chong'an shouted angrily, his right hand's sword flying out once more. At the moment the red scale sword left his hand, true chi surged into the blade, igniting it in crimson flames. This self-taught sword throw once again proved remarkably effective. The red scale sword shot through the spitter's throat like a fire meteor. Flames surged down its esophagus and ignited the acidic liquid within its massive stomach. With a boom, the spitter exploded, lifting the entire roof away. "Be careful, there's another one." Li Yutong, observing from the rear, raised the alarm. Wang Jinghang and Zhang Ziyuan, who coordinated best with her, immediately redirected their weapons. 3 streams of eerie blue projectiles whistled out in a triangular formation, accurately striking the newly emerged spitter's head, chest, and thigh. However, apart from the bullet that hit its skull, which shattered it, the other 2 merely left charred pits on its decaying flesh. Fortunately, the 5 security personnel finally calmed down, seeing the 3 young ones so composed. They too were at least trained professionals. 5 M4A1 rifles immediately unleashed a barrage of firepower towards the spitter, bullets raining down upon its entire body. Their guns were not the foolproof versions. Even without special modifications, they could still inflict damage on first-rank zombies. Besides, the spitter's defense wasn't much stronger than that of a 0-rank zombie. By the time they emptied a magazine, the spitter had become a sieve, acidic liquid flowing all over and releasing puffs of white smoke. All the first-tier zombies were killed, but their gunfire attracted all the zombies in the village. 40 to 50 zombies surged in from all directions. "I will block the main road to the north. Bai Shuang, you go to the west. The super students will handle the east, and the security team will take care of the south." Guo Chong'an quickly issued combat orders, then disregarding his red scale sword, rushed towards the north. The north was the main road leading into the village, where the most zombies were, numbering over 20. He charged into the middle of the road, letting out a roar, gathering his true chi in his right fist as the zombies approached. Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. A pale blue chi surged forth like an angry tide, blasting away more than 10 zombies within a 3-meter cone in front of him. The foremost zombie disintegrated in midair. The others were left with crackling arcs of electricity, struggling on the ground for a moment before falling silent. He exhaled a breath of foul air, then utilized the footwork from the Taizu long fist, delivering a powerful strike to the zombie's jaw with a left move and a crashing blow to their chest with a right move. These basic moves did not consume any true chi, but under the enhancement of his robust physique, each strike landed like a heavy hammer, the sound of shattering bones. In less than half a minute, all 28 zombies in the north were killed, leaving only a few dark red stains on his silk armor. To the west was a small road where 8 zombies lurked. Bai Shuang's sword light was as pure as snow, the chill freezing the air, slicing through the zombies like cutting vegetables. She even finished a few seconds earlier than Guo Chong'an. He noticed her speed and strength had both improved. It seemed that as Yuan Ziyu's innate attributes increased, so too did her initial stats. To the east was a branch road with a dozen zombies, while only a couple of zombies appeared from the south, where they came from. At this moment, the 5 security personnel finally did not falter. They expertly executed a round of simultaneous fire, killing the 2 zombies, then left 2 people on guard, while 3 went to assist the super students in the east. 3 electromagnetic rifles and 3 M4A1s fired in a web of firepower. The blue arcs from the electromagnetic rifles and the scorching projectiles from the M4A1 instantly shredding the zombies' bodies. Guo Chong'an watched them shoot with great interest. This team finally exhibited a preliminary sense of camaraderie and combat effectiveness. 2 minutes later, all the zombies were eliminated. Yutong, Jinghang, and Ji Yuan are responsible for guarding. Guo Chong'an retrieved his red scale sword and sheathed it. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu, you are in charge of cleaning the battlefield and extracting the crystal cores from the zombies' heads. Since these 5 security personnel had already shown preliminary practical value, Guo Chong'an no longer differentiated them with terms like super students or security group. A team must have cohesion. After clearing the battlefield, they began to search each house for usable supplies. After a round of collection, Guo Chong'an found that there were not many usable items. It seemed that not all the villagers here had been killed by zombies, as some had escaped deliberately. Many houses were completely empty, leaving only some difficult-to-carry supplies. In some yards, rice was scattered from the granary all the way to the door. Fortunately, they were not lacking in food. They only needed to collect the urgently needed medicines and tools from the villa area. While clearing a relatively intact farmhouse, a faint whimper came from under the collapsed chicken coop. Guo Chong'an pushed aside the broken planks and discovered a small black dog cowering in the corner, covered in dust, its pair of wet eyes filled with fear. It resembled the 5 black dogs from the Earth Star, but lacked awakened energy and was pinned under the chicken coop, making it the only survivor in this desolate village. Guo Chong'an extended his hand, and the small dog shrank its neck, but ultimately did not avoid him. Instead, it licked the metal edge of his glove with its tongue. Let me take it with me. Guo Chong'an took out a sausage to feed it, lifted it up, and stuffed it into his backpack. Let's move on. The team organized their supplies and set off westward. Along the way, scattered zombies were swiftly dealt with by Shuang and the 3 students. When the sun rose a bit higher, casting a sickly white light through the gaps in the clouds, they arrived at Wu Family Village. To everyone's surprise, Wu Family Village was not as desolate as Shaoan Village. The road at the village entrance was blocked tightly by villagers with cars, stones, and iron fences. Sharpened bamboo stakes and broken glass were stuck all over the walls, and they could even see people patrolling. There are people inside. Guo Chong'an stopped and waved to signal everyone to hide. The village was faintly filled with the sounds of a noisy crowd filled with the essence of life, arguing and shouting. Guo Chong'an stepped forward, standing 10 meters away from the defensive wall, and shouted loudly. We are from the Tsuaping Mountain Villa area, just passing through here with no ill intentions. The area behind the defensive wall fell silent instantly. Soon after, faces filled with vigilance and fear appeared behind the gaps in the fence. Get lost. You thieves who steal things, an old voice shouted with a cry. We are not here to steal. Guo Chong'an frowned, trying to explain. Stop talking nonsense. The group from the day before said the same thing and ended up stealing our last 2 bags of flour. A young voice erupted. Before Guo Chong'an could react, a dull sound came from behind the defensive wall, and a sturdy figure leaped directly down from the top of a truck over 2 meters high. It was a muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a faded gray tank top, his exposed arms thicker than a normal person's thigh. As he landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up. His clear eyes were filled with rage, resembling an angry young bear. Get out of Wu Family Village. You shameless robbers. The muscular man roared, his foot cracking the dry earth of the road as his fist, accompanied by a heavy whoosh, charged directly at Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an sidestepped the wind from the punch, barely brushing past his nose, bringing a stinging sensation. It's a misunderstanding. We are just passing by. Guo Chong'an raised his arm to block the incoming heavy hook punch. The opponent's strength was astonishing. Each strike felt like a massive hammer smashing against his arm. Guo Chong'an felt that his strength was at least 20 points, indicating that he had already reached the peak of human strength before awakening. But he did not draw his sword, sensing that the opponent lacked the murderous intent of someone who had killed, only that of a reckless youth. You dare fight back? The muscular man Wu Ju widened his eyes, his breathing becoming rapid. Suddenly, a layer of dark red light appeared on his fists, followed by 2 blazing flames erupting from between his fingers, engulfing his hands. The air was instantly heated, even distorting the visual perception. Fire Fist Ace. Guo Chong'an's pupils contracted as he blurted out. This was clearly some kind of fire-based talent. Wu Ju's fists became even more ferocious, each punch unleashing scorching waves of fire. Seeing that the burly man was about to unleash a powerful move, Guo Chong'an dared not be careless. His opponent's strength, combined with flames, had become a threat. Guo Chong'an let out a low shout, channeling true chi into his fists as he assumed the opening stance of Thunderclap Fist. 10,000 thunderbolts. At the same time, fine blue arcs of electricity flickered across his knuckles, and his speed surged by 30% in an instant. This was the first combination of Bullet Fist and Thunderclap Fist. Bang bang bang. Thunderous light and blazing fire clashed fiercely in midair. Guo Chong'an wrapped his fists in true chi, continuously deflecting the rigid force from his opponent's strikes. Seizing a gap as Wu Ju swung a wide hook punch, Guo Chong'an stepped forward and sidestepped, delivering a steady 5 peaks fist. Mount Hung upholds the sky that landed precisely on his opponent's chest. The force erupted in layers, and Wu Ju's massive body flew back like a tattered rag. He crashed heavily against a truck tire, struggled a few times, and ultimately failed to rise. Shouts erupted from the village as the villagers, brandishing hoes and pitchforks, tried to charge out, only to be halted by the row of gun barrels behind Guo Chong'an. Don't move. I didn't kill him. Guo Chong'an walked over and pulled Wu Ju up from the ground. Wu Ju clutched his chest, coughing violently, the fury in his eyes gradually replaced by bewilderment. He stared at the green bottle of potion Guo Chong'an handed him, stunned. It was a rejuvenation brand recovery potion exchanged from Minghui. Essentially a mix of painkillers, anti-inflammatories, and stimulants to relieve pain and reduce swelling. Drink it. It'll reduce the swelling, Guo Chong'an said calmly. If I were a robber, you'd already be a corpse. Wu Ju hesitated, then took the potion and gulped it down. The fiery pain in his chest instantly subsided. You really aren't those thugs. He scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his honest face. Thugs, eh? Through conversation, Guo Chong'an understood. Nearby there indeed was a gang of awakened ruffians led by a former chess room scoundrel. Armed with a few guns and their awakened talents, they pillaged and plundered the surrounding villages. Wu Ju had been on guard last night and witnessed 3 black-clad intruders sneaking in. He beat them up and threw them out. It was only because Wu Jia village had Wu Ju, this simpleton, awakened with the fire fist that they barely maintained peace. The surrounding villagers, under the dual threat of zombies and bandits, had all brought their families to Wu Jia village. As for Wu Ju, he was originally an orphan raised by. After school, he barely scraped a degree from a second-tier university and returned to become a village official to repay that debt. Wu Ju, you can't hold this village. Guo Chong'an looked at the dilapidated defensive wall and cut straight to the chase. Zombies are evolving, and those thugs will bring more people back. How long can you alone protect these 160 people? Wu Ju fell silent, staring at his own large, still-burning hands, anxiety filling his eyes. Follow me to Tsuaping Mountain. Guo Chong'an pointed to the distant range. There's a fortress of steel and enough food. You fight for me, and it'll keep these elders alive. Wu Ju looked at the wrinkled, clouded-eyed villagers, then at the sophisticated gear behind Guo Chong'an. But many of them can't walk far, Wu Ju murmured. 114 of the village are over 60. They're burdens. Will you take them? It's fine. The work there isn't heavy. They can farm, raise pigs, or at worst clean and watch kids. They just can't sit idle. Guo Chong'an patted his shoulder. As long as they can move, they're not burdens. Wu Ju's eyes lit up. He stood abruptly, turned, and shouted behind the defensive wall, everyone, pack up. We're moving. The next 3 hours were a flurry of activity and chaos. Guo Chong'an left 3 students to help and led his team back to the villa area to bring the bus and several pickup trucks. The villagers of Wu Jia village loaded all their belongings onto tricycles and small carts. Wu Ju stood at the village entrance, repeatedly persuading elders reluctant to leave their old homes. His voice was hoarse but carried an unyielding resolve. Uncle Wang, houses can be rebuilt, but if you lose your life, it's gone for good. Brother Guo has electricity and water there and protection. We're going to enjoy life. Some elders feared their children wouldn't find them if they returned. Wu Ju reasoned with them patiently. Uncle Wu, your grandson, is in Baishan City, over 2,000 kilometers away. How can he come back in this world? Even if he does, we'll leave a note telling him where we went. Look, there are more zombies and bandits every day. The city has abandoned us. We have to find our own way to survive. In the end, all 160 villagers boarded the vehicles. When Guo Chong'an returned, he had, luckily, discovered the underground passage within the server room. He called Yuan Jiyu and Yang Jingyu over to show them the treasure trove he had found. Yang Jingyu was too excited to speak. I've long heard that Wang, that scoundrel, was secretly doing some project while building this villa area. I thought it was an underground vault, never imagined it was such an underground fortress. Yes, Uncle Yang. Now we have a place to stand, no longer fearing zombie sieges or bandit night raids. Yuan Jiyu. Guo Chong'an left the base relocation to them and prepared to move Wu Jia village. As the massive convoy departed the village, Guo Chong'an led the way. Along the road, tricycles led, pickups flanked, and the bus brought up the rear. On the cleared paths, any stray zombies were swiftly picked off by security team members. The convoy moved unhindered all the way to the visitor center at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain. When Guo Chong'an pushed open the heavy doors, a path descending underground appeared before everyone. The ground was paved with thick steel plates, bright lights shone overhead, and the austere alloy walls on both sides left everyone breathless. Heavens! Is this an alien base? Exclaimed a villager from Wu Jia village. Yuan Jiyu had already arrived with the remaining staff from the villa area. Joyfully, she named the base Chongyu Base, combining one syllable from each of their names. She and Minghui issued guns to all students and security personnel, determined to show these 160 people that they were the ones in control of the underground. Everyone had to follow the rules set by her and Guo Chong'an. The villagers, originally simple farmers, were awed by the gleaming firearms and the base far beyond their imagination. They remained silent and obedient, following Yuan Ziyu's instructions for resettlement. The relocation continued until evening. The underground base comprised 5 levels. Yuan Jiyu swiftly devised a preliminary allocation plan. Uncle Yang housed the villagers on the 2nd and 3rd floors, prioritizing the 2nd floor with 1 room per household. Standing in the central hall on the 2nd floor, Yuan Ziyu's voice echoed through the empty space. The rooms on the second and third floors were standard hotel rooms, each furnished with 2 bunk beds and a private bathroom. There were no separate kitchens. Every 20 households shared a communal dining hall where meals were prepared in large pots. Many villagers had brought a plethora of supplies, making it impossible to store everything in the cramped rooms. Yet Yuan Jiu remained unyielding, refusing to allocate an extra room. The base had a total of 1,200 rooms, 500 each on the second and third floors, and 200 on the fourth, which would become highly sought after in the future. However, Yang Jingyu felt it was wasteful to discard these supplies as they were cherished possessions from the villagers' homes. After some deliberation, they decided to redeem the surplus supplies for base contribution points, which would become the sole currency for exchanging food, medicine, weapon parts, and more. Contribution points could only be earned through work. With the base short-staffed and tasks abundant, assignments would be made based on each individual's abilities. As for recording contribution points, their old phones were useless. Fortunately, Angel could manufacture a smart terminal in the form of a wristwatch. It could function within a 20-kilometer radius of the base, serving as the sole device for communication, positioning, contribution point settlement, and task distribution for all base members. Combat personnel and management were housed on the 4th floor. Besides the main control room, which had a passage leading directly to the villa, there was also an elevator to thus stationing combat personnel on the 4th floor not only highlighted their status, but also enabled a swift response to any sudden ground threats. As for the risk of them threatening the main control room, entering it required passing through 3 security doors, and under Angel's supervision, only Yuan Jiu and Guo Chong'an were permitted access. Though some villagers and elderly from the villa district grumbled in this apocalypse, possessing an armed force capable of protecting the base was paramount. Wu Ju originally wanted to stay with the villagers on the 2nd floor, but Yuan Jiu vetoed it on the spot. Combat personnel must maintain an independent unit. If you don't stay here, how can others be expected to? Faced with the young woman Yuan Jiu, Wu Ju found himself utterly without complaint. Not only was she beautiful, but her status as Guo Chong'an's girlfriend left him with no room to argue. After being defeated by Guo Chong'an, Wu Ju had become his devoted admirer. Having never experienced paternal affection, he regarded Guo Chong'an, who had both bested him and extended a helping hand, as his true brother and spiritual pillar. Ultimately, Yuan Jiu was appointed as the base's administrative director, overseeing all affairs. Guo Chong'an was solely responsible for external exploration and training combat personnel. Yang Jingyu managed agriculture, livestock production, and personnel. Ming Hui oversaw research and weapon manufacturing. The elderly handled logistics and planting. The able-bodied young were selected for the guard force, while the rest handled daily production. Brother Ming Hui, the main entrance requires the tightest security. He'll leave that to you, Yuan Jiu said, clasping her hands together with a slight smile. Ming Hui adjusted his glasses, a hint of resignation flashing behind the lenses. All right. They'll have a few people keep watch here tonight, and they'll go out to see what usable materials are available. Late at night, in the main control room, Yuan Jiu had let down her ponytail and wore a pair of rimless glasses. She was dressed in a white short-sleeved blouse, a pencil skirt, black sheer stockings, and red high heels, a perfect office lady ensemble. Clutching the latest personnel roster and supply analysis, she approached Guo Chong'an, who was monitoring the base's surveillance feeds. She extended a slender finger and gently tapped his chin. Captain Guo, I have the latest data here. Shall I give you an oral? Guo Chong'an turned around, his ears warming slightly at her mature, seductive attire, yet he feigned composure. Why don't you summarize it first? Yuan Jiu gently grasped his collar, led him to a nearby chair, pushed him down, and leaned and closed her breath like orchid against his ear. My report has 2 strengths and 1 weakness. Grasp it well. Then she began her oral briefing of the day's work. After a long while, Guo Chong'an lifted her up and placed her on the table before him. Secretary Yuan, am not satisfied with your report. I need to give you some verbal criticism. A tearing sound, the fabric being ripped apart. I'm sorry, Captain Guo. Your criticism is right. It was only when Yuan Jiu's face flushed like a rosy sunset, and she began to plead for mercy, that Guo Chong'an ceased his criticism. Then they kissed. His large hands swiftly undid her buttons while her legs tightly coiled around his waist. Suddenly Guo Chong'an seemed to recall something. Jiu, I've heard that in early pregnancy one shouldn't. But Yuan Jiu, her passion already blazing, couldn't stop. It's fine, Ange. Have you forgotten my special constitution? But, no buts. I lost yesterday, and today I intend to win. Then you'll have to try harder. He prepared to be utterly defeated. 2 hours later. Who? Ange, spare me. Outside the main control room's door, by Shuang holding the black dog Yuan Jiu had named Coalball, let out a resigned sigh. After the battle concluded, Guo Chong'an held the limp Yuan Jiu in his arms before the monitoring screens. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed softly against the back of his neck, her voice as light as a feather. And we finally have a home. Guo Chong'an said nothing, merely encircling her waist with his arms and lowering his head to kiss her soft lips. At dawn, several shadows flickered and vanished in a patch of shrubs about 500 meters from the base entrance. Several figures clad in black jackets quietly retreated, disappearing into the dense night. The tire tracks left by the convoy were clearly visible on the muddy ground, like markers pointing toward Sweeping Mountain. The hyenas of the wilderness had caught the scent. The next morning, and Uncle Yang has already allocated the rooms on the second floor. Yuan Ziyu's voice was hoarse from the night's exertions, but her eyes were alarmingly clear. Guo Chong'an squeezed her hand, his gaze fixed on the bar chart representing supply reserves. The contribution point system is the cornerstone. It must not be compromised. What about Ming Hui? Oh, he was out at the main entrance before dawn with those 3 super students. Said something about setting up a reality-enhanced alert matrix. I didn't understand a word. Yuan Ziyu chuckled softly, the teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye quivering slightly. Just as Guo Chong'an was about to speak, a glaring red flash streaked across the edge of the screen. It was a signal from the microsensors deployed along the ridge. Angel, magnify the image. Guo Chong'an sat up straight, his gaze turning icy in an instant. On the screen, on a dirt road about 3 kilometers from the base entrance, a motley convoy of over a dozen gaudily modified pickup trucks and dump trucks formed a crooked line, kicking up clouds of dust. The truck beds were packed with armed men clad in tattered camouflage or leather jackets, their wild shouts seemingly piercing through the screen. On the roof of the lead pickup sat a man built like an iron tower. His bare torso bore a tattoo of a ferocious wolf's head, and he was shouting toward the direction of Sweeping Mountain. Guo Chong'an immediately thought of the bandits Wu Ju had mentioned. Their leader, as he recalled, was named Jia Yud. In his past life, Guo Chong'an and Yuan Ziyu arrived here with Li Jianglin's large troop only 3 months after the apocalypse. By then, Jia Yud had already become a local tyrant, a ruthless bandit notorious for his villainous deeds. However, evil does have its nemesis. He was torn apart by Li Jianglin, and his underlings were absorbed by Li Jianglin. At that time, neither of them were core members of Li Jianglin's group, so Yuan Ziyu's understanding of Jia Yud was limited to just knowing of his existence. But now, as a reincarnator and Guo Chong'an's external brain, she must introduce Jia Yud. Fortunately, she inquired about this bandit group from Wu Ju last night. Although Wu Ju had never seen Jia Yud, he learned of Jia Yud's gifted ability from the beaten subordinates, transforming into a werewolf. Yuan Ziyu forced her voice to calm down. He is the leader of the bandits from Chui Mountain Town. In our past life, when we came here, he had already become the ruler of the town, but had never occupied Chui Ping Mountain. I never expected that in this life they would have reached here so quickly. Does he have any talents? Yes, he should have awakened the ability to transform into a werewolf. In our past life, he was killed by your 3 punches, but at that time you were at the 2nd level. Yuan Ziyu calmly supplemented her understanding of her past life. Guo Chong'an snorted coldly. It's fine. 3 punches might not be enough now, but can he withstand my 100 punches? At this moment, Wu Ju was also called over to add, Captain Guo, he previously sent subordinates to attack our Wu family village, but I drove them away. This time, he must have followed the path of the relocating convoy, so be extremely cautious. Jia Yud is not a good person. The billiard hall he operates is actually a casino, and he has done many unscrupulous things, even driving someone to jump into the river over gambling debts 2 years ago. Guo Chong'an stood up, and the red scale sword emitted a low hum, seemingly sensing its owner's killing intent. In that case, let him stay. His long fingers pressed sharply on the control panel, and the entire base instantly erupted with shrill alarm sounds. All personnel pay attention, enter 1st level combat readiness. Non-combat personnel return to your rooms immediately and lock the doors. Security team, follow me. At this moment, at the foot of Chui Ping Mountain, Jia Yud was exuberantly standing atop a pickup truck. Brother, those mud-legged fellows are hiding under the warehouse on the mountain. A subordinate pointed excitedly at the hillside, his face flushed with excitement. I saw 100 or 200 of them go in. There must be an air raid shelter or something down there, and the supplies will definitely be plentiful. Jia Yud grinned savagely, revealing his yellowed teeth. Those bastards from Wu family village dared to harm my brothers while I was away last time. This time I will slaughter all their men to feed the dogs and capture all their women to entertain my brothers. He touched the Type 18 snake lizard pistol at his waist, a treasure he had stolen from the security bureau's warehouse. Although it was just a small pistol with a 5.8mm caliber, to him this thing was a symbol of power. Accelerate. Charge in. Whoever is the first to break through the gate, I will reward him with 2 women. More than 50 bandits roared madly, the pickup truck's engine groaning under the strain as it surged toward the warehouse gate of the base. They were unaware that in a concealed angle on the top of the warehouse, several gun turrets gleaming with a cold metallic sheen were slowly rotating. Ming Hui was crouched beside a pile of cables, holding a tablet computer with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth. Oh my, these kids are running quite fast. Ming Hui pushed up his glasses, a hint of disdain flashing behind the lenses. Captain Guo, is this their equipment? I haven't even adjusted this augmented reality yet, and they are already delivering themselves to my door. A steady voice from the communicator replied, Don't be careless. Jia Yud is a gifted individual. First test the firepower and lure them to the open ground in front of the warehouse. Roger that, just watch me. Ming Hui quickly swiped on the tablet. Bang! A dull explosion rang out. The front tire of the tipper truck burst instantly, the vehicle, swaying violently, crashing into a boulder by the roadside. The bandits in the truck were tossed out like dumplings, their screams drowning out the sound of the engine. Ambush! Fire! Open fire, damn it! Jia Yud shouted angrily, drawing his snake lizard pistol and wildly pulling the trigger at the warehouse gate. Da-da-da! The bandits' Type 15 rifles also began to spit fire. This was a small-caliber police rifle 5.56 caliber. The dense hail of bullets struck the reinforced alloy outer wall of the warehouse, creating a series of impotent sparks. And this warehouse, serving as the entrance to the underground fortress, was specially built by Wang Defa with 3 layers of bulletproof steel plates and composite ceramic layers embedded within the walls. Even a mortar might not be able to penetrate it, let alone these civilian-grade security weapons. Their attacks against this layer of fortifications were akin to using a slingshot against a tank. The warehouse door slowly opened a crack. Guo Chong'an, accompanied by Shuang, followed by 3 super students and 11 security team members, silently appeared behind the cover. Free fire. Guo Chong'an issued a cold command. The security team members held upgraded M4A1 rifles, while the 3 students wielded electromagnetic rifles exchanged through the system by Ming Hui. Whoosh, whoosh. There was no smoke, only blue electric arcs flashing through the air. A bandit frantically sweeping with his rifle suddenly found a bullseye's transparent hole in his chest. He looked down at his body, not yet feeling any pain, and collapsed straight into the mud. Immediately after, a torrential downpour of bullets poured out from within the warehouse. These M4A1s, modified by Ming Hui, were equipped with special armor-piercing rounds from the Avengers universe, significantly enhancing their penetration. The inferior bulletproof vests worn by those bandits were as fragile as paper against these bullets. Blood mist exploded violently under the sunlight. In just one round of gunfire, 1/3 of the 50 men brought by Jia Yud had already fallen. Damn it! Where did these people get such firearms? Jia Yud, hiding behind the pickup truck tire, watched as the heads of his subordinates exploded one by one, his eyes turning red with fury. I will tear you to shreds. He let out a piercing wolf howl, a sound that carried a certain terrifying power. The surrounding bandits were stunned by the roar, their eardrums aching, revealing expressions of fear. Jia Yud's body began to swell violently, his already burly figure growing taller, as if inflated. Black coarse hair burst forth from his pores, tearing through the remnants of his clothing. His face elongated forward, teeth sharpening like daggers, and his fingernails elongated into gleaming claws. In just a few seconds, a towering black-furred werewolf over 3 meters tall appeared in the center of the battlefield. Whoa! Werewolf Jia Yud stomped the ground with such force that it left a shallow crater. He transformed into a black blur, charging toward the warehouse through a hail of bullets. Clang! Clang! Rifle bullets striking his thick fur produced a metallic sound, all deflected harmlessly. His fur is harder than standard steel plates. Ming Hui shouted into the earpiece. This is defense above green rank. Regular weapons are useless, Yutong. Concentrate your fire on his eyes. The 3 students immediately adjusted their aim, blue beams from their electromagnetic rifles, weaving a net in the air. Though Berserk Jia Yud possessed formidable battle instincts, he swung his massive claws, shielding his face as he weathered several electromagnetic blasts. The acrid smell of scorched flesh permeated the air. His palm was burned to a bloody pulp, but this only fueled his ferocity. Die for me. He leaped, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, crashing into the warehouse like a black meteor. Boom. The hard concrete floor shattered into pieces. Several security team members who failed to dodge were thrown back by the shockwave. Jia Yud rose with a sinister grin, reaching for the nearest team member when a crimson sword light silently arrived. Guo Chong'an moved. A faint golden aura surrounded him. His golden bell shield pushed to its limit. Your opponent is me. Guo Chong'an's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable authority. Jia Yud's scarlet wolf eyes locked onto him, a low growl rumbling from deep in his throat. You the boss here. Not a bad size, just right to fill my teeth. He swung a claw, 5 streaks of cold light tearing through the air with a piercing howl, aiming for Guo Chong'an's head. Guo Chong'an shifted his stance, executing Taizu, pushes the clouds from the Taizu long fist. His palm gently pressed against the werewolf's wrist. Buzz! True Chi exploded in an instant, a formidable repulsive force blasting open from the point of contact. Jia Yud felt as if his right arm had collided with a speeding train. The overwhelming power numbed half his body. Interesting. The werewolf laughed wildly, his left claw sweeping horizontally toward Guo Chong'an's waist. Guo Chong'an advanced instead of retreating. The crimson scale sword became a flowing fire, executing the first move of the sun-eclipsing sword art, White Dawn Breaks. The sword tip traced an elegant arc in the air, lightly tapping between the werewolf's claws. No violent explosion, only a faint red flash. Jia Yud cried out in pain. He found that his claws, capable of tearing steel, had been sliced open by the slender red sword, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound, Instead, a scorching stench emanated as crimson flames burrowed through his veins. What sword is this? The sword that kills you. Guo Chong'an's eyes were cold, his steps growing swifter. He circled the werewolf's massive body at dizzying speed, the crimson scale sword alternating between slow and fast, sometimes blazing like the noonday sun, sometimes sinister like the dying glow. Jia Yu, despite his brute strength, seemed trapped in an invisible quagmire. Each heavy strike hit empty air, shattering the warehouse's brick pillars. But Guo Chong'an's sword always left burning gashes on his body the moment his strength waned. Sun dwelling in Guo Chong'an growled softly. Sword shadows wove into an impenetrable net of fire, trapping Jia Yu in a confined space. Arg! He'll tear you up. Jia Yu went completely mad. Ignoring the sword wounds, he roared, opening his bloody maw wide to bite at Guo Chong'an. This attack carried a desperate resolve for mutual destruction. Guo Chong'an had been waiting for this moment. He sheathed the crimson scale sword, forming his left hand into a claw and his right into a fist. Golden bell shield open. He took a strike from the werewolf heathen. The golden light at his neck shattered instantly, but it successfully blocked the blow. Bullet punch. His fists blurred into countless afterimages, each one precisely hammering the same spot on Jia Yu. Thump, 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 thump. The continuous dull thuds sounded like beating a giant drum. Jia Yu staggered backward, the bones in his chest emitting a sickening crack. Thunderclap fist. Thunderbolt pierces the heart. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath, his true chi surging wildly through his meridians, condensing at his fist into a dazzling blue lightning orb. This punch channeled all his essence, energy, and spirit. Boom! Thunder echoed through the warehouse. Guo Chong'an's figure pierced Jia Yu's defense, planting firmly into his chest. Blue arcs of electricity danced wildly through the werewolf's fur. Jia Yu's massive body stiffened, his scarlet eyes filled with disbelief. He felt a violent force burrow into his body, instantly destroying his heart and shattering his spine. The werewolf spat a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, flying backward like a broken kite straight out of the warehouse door. He crashed heavily in front of his still resisting underlings. The dust settled. Jia Yu lay in the mud, his body rapidly shrinking back into the bare-chested man. But now his chest was caved in, most of his ribs broken. Only breaths in, none out. Boss! The remaining 20-odd bandits were stunned. In their eyes, the invincible Jia Yu had been defeated just like that. Guo Chong'an slowly walked out of the warehouse, the crimson scale sword back in his hand. He stood before Jia Yu, looking down at the terrified man. SP, spare me. Jia Yu opened his mouth, blood streaming from the corners. I can't be bothered to hear if you've softened. Die. Guo Chong'an swung his sword. A large head rolled to the ground. The severed neck was instantly sealed by the crimson scale sword's heat, not a single drop of blood spilled. Kill. At Guo Chong'an's command, Bai Shuang and Ming Hui led the charge into the enemy ranks. Bai Shuang moved like an icy specter, her twin alloy daggers transformed into frost weapons, carving tragic arcs in the air, each swing claiming a greedy life. Ming Hui, though talkative, was no slouch in action. He wielded an electromagnetic rifle aided by an exoskeleton, moving swiftly and shooting with precision. As he fired, he ranted, acting all tough. Grabbing territory. What, grow some wolf fur and think you're a husky? The bandits were completely broken. They dropped their weapons, wailing as they scattered in all directions. But under the pursuit of Ming Hui, Bai Shuang and the students, few managed to escape. A dozen minutes later, the battle concluded. The battlefield was thick with the pungent stench of blood and gunpowder. Guo Chong'an sat atop the hood of an intact pickup truck, gazing at the several captives being herded before him. What's your name? I am Lu Ergu. A pockmarked bandit knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Spare me, boss. I was forced into this. That bastard Jia Yu made me do it. Guo Chong'an ignored his pleas, asking coldly, what's the situation in Suishan town now? How many are still alive? Ergu, desperate to survive, spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The town originally had over 3,000 people, but Jia Yu's crew killed a bunch. Now they've got about 400 in their grip. The rest are about 1,500 or 1,600, all hiding near the town government and the surrounding villages. Who's in charge at the town government? A former soldier surnamed Zhang. He awakened. That arm that shoots lasers, incredibly powerful. Jia Yu tried to take over the town government, but every time that laser left him battered. Guo Chong'an gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Suishan town with nearly 2,000 survivors. It was indeed a tempting prize, but also a colossal headache. Yuan Jiu emerged at that moment, now clad in a sleek black combat suit, an electromagnetic rifle in hand. The mountain breeze tousled the stray hairs on her forehead, and the teardrop mole beneath her eyes seemed restive under the sunlight. And should we head over now? She asked. Guo Chong'an shook his head. Jia Yu is dead, but remnants of his men surely remain. Moreover, that former soldier with the laser talent, his stance is unclear. Our base's foundation is still unstable. Rushing into the town could backfire. Ming Hui approached. Old was right. Our base is too short on people. If that bunch from Suishan town all swarmed over, it'd be anyone's guess who'd be in charge here. Yuan Jiu thoughtfully caressed her rifle. So and your idea is to gather the survivors from the surrounding areas first. Exactly. Guo Chong'an drew a circle on the ground, starting from our base gate as the center while clear out the villages within a dozen kilometers. Jia Yu's crew swept through like locusts, recruiting the toughest and most unruly. Those left are mostly honest folks just trying to survive. We integrate those forces first, build a fence at our doorstep. Then we've truly got a foothold. Wu Ju, cracking his knuckles with occasional sparks between his fingers, chimed in, all right, boss. They'll burn every thug I see. The rest are just villagers wanting a peaceful life. With the decision made, the night passed without incident. The next morning, Guo Chong'an led a team out early following Erga's confession to search for survivors in the surrounding villages. He instinctively left the base's tangled spiderweb-like troubles to Yuan Jiu. After all, in Yuan Jiu's past life, they had always divided their roles. The man handling external affairs, the woman managing internal ones. Standing in the open space before the service area, Yuan Jiu knew that from this moment the fate of these nearly 200 people rested in her hands. Her past life experiences replayed in her mind like yellowed photographs. In those 11 years of her previous life, she had witnessed over a dozen newly formed survivor camps crumble from within due to poor management. Not breached by zombies, but hollowed out by human greed, fear, and suspicion. Now the first priority was to win their heart. She first gathered all the survivors in the base and began clearing the trees between the service area and the villa district. These precious ornamental trees, once the pride of Sweeping Mountain, were now destined to become fuel for survival. After several days of rest, and with ample food, the nearly 200 people had all recovered to peak physical condition. Even the elderly over 60, under the continuous effects of the awakening potion, now possessed physical prowess rivaling that of young, strong men from the past. As the apocalypse dragged on, the Overlord's distribution of awakening potions only increased. All awakened individuals, even if turned into zombies, grew stronger. Breaking through from Tier 0 to Tier 1 took a month at most, even without any effort. Thus these 200 people were now the base's strong labor force. The elderly, drawing on their youthful experience, worked no less efficiently than the young. With ample supplies, their efficiency and morale were high, and their loyalty to the base grew daily. After all, Yuan Jiu didn't skimp on contribution points but this harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered when Guo Chong'an returned with groups of sallow-faced, terrified survivors. As the 500-plus ragged survivors were gradually transported by pickup trucks and modified buses to the entrance of Sweeping Mountain service area, the original base residents rushed over, clutching shovels and axes they had been using. They stared at these gaunt, hollow-eyed newcomers with hostility and wariness. A wrinkled old man leaning on an axe stood at the forefront, his voice booming like a gong. Where's Boss Guo? Where is he? This base can't hold so many people. This is our Wu family village territory. The Wu family village survivors, who had been the majority, began asserting their dominance. The crowd grew restless. The newcomers huddled together, some starting to sob quietly. A few strong young men clenched their fists, glaring menacingly at the original inhabitants blocking the base gate. The air crackled with tension, on the verge of explosion. Yuan Jiu stepped forward. Without a megaphone, she took 3 paces and stood on the sun-scorched concrete platform at the crowd's center. Since when did the underground base become your Wu family village's property? Her voice was soft yet sharp as a blade of ice cutting through glass, each word piercing every ear present. Since you know the underground can't house everyone, then no one will live there. Her unwavering certainty silenced the murmuring crowd instinctively. Pointing at the largely cleared green belt outside the service area and the faintly visible villa rooftops in the distance, she declared, perfect timing to announce the new regulations. The underground base will serve as the core zone, reserved for combatants, researchers, and those with major contributions along with their families. Everyone else will relocate to the above-ground settlement. The crowd erupted. Over 100 voices from the Guo family village spewed discontent, their spittle nearly drowning Yuan Jiu. Why? The surface is too dangerous. What if zombies come? Yeah, we're survivors too. Why should we live outside? That underground fortress is huge. It can hold 10,000 with room to spare. This is discrimination. Are we still doing class divisions in the apocalypse? Yuan Jiu did not rush to refute. She merely tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping like a searchlight over the faces of those who shouted the loudest and jumped the highest. Among them was a burly man with a crew-cut gold chain caked with mud around his neck, whose voice was the loudest. He was the former village chief of Wujia village, once the most powerful and influential man in the village, yet now he shouted the loudest about class division. In the newly arrived crowd, a middle-aged woman wrapped in a headscarf remained silent, but her hands clenched the wrists of the 2 children beside her, her whole body trembling, a state on the verge of collapse. In the corner, 3 men in work clothes stood. The leader had faded cuffs on his sleeves, said nothing, and quietly pulled 2 frightened children behind him. After surveying them, she roughly categorized the crowd. Yuan Jiu let out a cold laugh, her fox-like eyes devoid of warmth, yet her voice suddenly softened. Because we can protect you. If you don't want to live in the houses above ground, you can go back to your own village. We won't stop you. But once you step through that gate, you all know better than I what lies outside. She paused, her gaze landing precisely on the three men in work clothes, and her tone softened slightly. However, as long as you're willing to work and follow the rules, there's no difference between above and below ground. I will build walls for you, provide electricity and water, and allocate houses to every family. As long as you consider yourselves part of this base, this will be your home. These words, a blend of softness and firmness, were perfectly calibrated. The newly arrived survivors exchanged glances, and much of their boiling resentment dissipated in the face of the key phrases electricity and water and house allocation. Having endured the baptism of the apocalypse, they knew too well what a shelter from the elements meant. But mere words were not enough to command the scene. Yuan Jiu glanced at Wu Ju. Wu Ju took the cue, stepped forward abruptly, and clenched his fist with force. Boom! Two blazing flames burst from his palms, instantly reducing a withered roadside tree to charcoal. The wave of heat blasted forward, forcing those in the front rows to stumble back several steps. Wu Ju's usually honest round face showed a rare fierceness, the flames reflected in his pupils like two burning lanterns. Even facing the elders of Wujia village, he wore a stern expression. The clamor ceased abruptly and silence fell over the entire crowd. Here survival is a privilege, not an obligation. Yuan Jiu dropped her smile, jumped off the cement platform, and walked straight toward the three men in work clothes. Her gaze lingered briefly on their rough hands. You three, what did you do before? The leading man was startled for a moment, then instinctively straightened his back, and said, My name is Lu Taizhu. I used to be a foreman at a construction company. These two are my apprentices, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Sun bricklayers. Yuan Jiu nodded, offered no pleasantries, and directly pulled a neatly folded engineering blueprint from her waist, spreading it open. It was the base planning sketch she had drawn late last night, with Minghui, densely marked in pencil, with the walls, route, drainage, ditch locations, housing zones, and farmland plans. From now on, you gather all able-bodied laborers and assemble them on the empty lot over there. They'll come over later to coordinate with you. We need to build the wall first. As long as you're willing to work, we'll provide meals and issue contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for all kinds of supplies within the base, even for moving into the underground base. Lu Taizhu stared at her wide-eyed as Adam's apple, bobbing his lips, trembling as if to speak, but only managing to squeeze out, You mean it? Yuan Jiu nodded firmly, then turned and pinpointed a few panicked faces in the crowd. You three with the medical kits. Are you doctors or nurses? Three white-clad figures stepped forward nervously. A male doctor with gold-rimmed glasses raised his hand. I'm a physician from Suaping Town Health Center, surnamed Su. These two are nurses. Good DR. So you gather everyone with a medical background over there. We'll find a place to set up a temporary. Yuan Jiu scanned each person individually, singling out those with obvious skills. Especially after two talent bearers stepped forward, the previously restless crowd grew even quieter. They were two middle-aged men, one named Zhou Daiyou and the other Niu Dafu. Zhou Daiyou, formerly a construction worker, had awakened the talent to soften rock, allowing him to control ordinary stone, earth, and even concrete, shaping them at will. Niu Dafu, a veterinarian, had awakened the talent to communicate with animals, enabling him to better tame them and even passively enhance their intelligence. Zhou Daiyou had a young daughter, while Niu Dafu brought his wife and son. Yuan Jiu appointed Zhou Daiyou on the spot as the head of the construction team, leading Lu Taizhu and other survivors to quarry stone and build walls. Niu Dafu was assigned to logistics and security, tasked with training the 8 dogs Guo Chong'an had brought back over the past few days into qualified guard dogs, using their keen sense of smell and hearing to establish the first line of early warning. Meanwhile, their families were properly settled in the relatively safe underground base. Zhou Daiyou even found a widow to marry on the spot, earning envy from the surrounding survivors. As long as you have skills, ability, and are willing to contribute to the base, you will gain priority access to all supplies within the base, and even higher living privileges. With Yuan Jiu's series of actions, the crowd began to flow obediently, like scattered sand molded into shape by an invisible hand. Some were assigned to the construction team, others to the logging team, and still others to the patrol reserve. A few meticulous middle-aged women were singled out by Yuan Jiu and assigned to the cooking and supply management teams. The entire screening process was seamless, taking less than half an hour. Those who were called had barely time to react before they were bewilderingly handed tasks and tools. As she organized, Yuan Jiu rapidly calculated the stock in the underground warehouse in her mind. The mountain of supplies would easily last 4 to 5 years, if only supporting these 600 or 700 people. But to lead them through the apocalypse relying solely on reserves wouldn't do, as self-production must be initiated within a week. She had Niu Dafu try to train flocks of birds for better early warning and reconnaissance in the future. She also had Minghui calibrate the agricultural drone, preparing to plant a quick-growing batch of vegetables. Bai Shuang stood like a shadow 3 paces away, 2 alloy short knives silently flipping between her fingers. Whenever anyone showed even a hint of dissatisfaction with the assignments, their gaze met Bai Shuang's icy face and the cold gleam of her blades, and their words were swallowed back down. The crowd gradually dispersed, each busy with their tasks. Yuan Jiu stood still, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In her past life, she had learned this from Li Jianglin. Back then, after Guo Chong'an left, Li Jianglin had gained a foothold on Suiping Mountain, absorbing all the surrounding survivors. And she, as the woman who latched onto Li Jianglin, often followed him to see how he managed the 4,000 to 5,000 people in the base. But Li Jianglin's methods were 100 times more ruthless. A troublemaker like the Wujia village chief would have been crushed into a bloody mist on the spot. Thus, even though Yuan Jiu wished she could tear Li Jianglin into 1,000 pieces, she had to admit at that moment that Li Jianglin was indeed a born ruler. She had merely picked up a fraction of his skills, and with her own insight into people honed during her days as a social butterfly, she managed to shape this scattered sand into something resembling order. The following 15 days marked a period of grand construction for Chongyu Base. Guo Chong'an would begin his cultivation before daybreak each morning, then lead his exploration team out to scavenge supplies, taking the opportunity to eliminate zombies along the way. The spoils he brought back were varied and eclectic. Sometimes a few barrels of diesel fuel and crates of canned goods, other times mutated beasts that eventually became hearty dishes on the base's dining tables. Indeed, all animals on Water Blue Planet were undergoing mutation as well. However, their evolution through the awakening elixir was excruciatingly slow. They would not truly take center stage until the 4th version of this doomsday game. Yet he barely interfered with the internal management and construction of the base. Each time he returned, he would merely glance at the progress of the perimeter wall, nod in approval, and then retreat to the underground cultivation chamber to further refine his 10,000 magnetic star-shattering art. Even when some of the elders whispered behind his back claiming he lacked manliness and obeyed Yuan Jiu in everything, he never bothered to refute them. After all, he had never aspired to be a savior. Everything at Chongyu Base existed solely because Yuan Jiu wished it so. He himself only wanted to break through to the 6th Order and carve a sliver of hope for his hometown. Yuan Jiu, on the other hand, was rooted to the ground, working like a tireless machine. Every morning at 5 she would appear at the construction site, a rolled-up set of blueprints tucked under her arm and her boots caked with mud. While Zhou Daiyou led over 200 able-bodied men and sweating over the foundation of the perimeter wall, she would squat on a nearby rock munching on compressed biscuits while cross-referencing the blueprints and modifying the construction plan. Zhou Daiyou's rock-softening ability grew increasingly refined. Tasks that once required tower cranes and concrete mixers for pouring, he could now accomplish. When he pressed his rough, calloused hands against granite, the rock would soften, flow, and reshape like chocolate, then cool into a substance even harder than poured cement. The first perimeter wall was erected in just 7 days. It was a granite structure 1 kilometer long, 400 meters wide and 5 meters high, half a meter thick, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, so slick that even a gecko couldn't scale it. When Guo Chong'an returned that day, he walked the entire circumference of the wall, a rare look of approval crossing his face. He patted Zhou Daiyou on the shoulder and said, "Fine craftsmanship." Zhou Daiyou rubbed his hands together and grinned sheepishly. Beside him, Lu Taizhu chimed in, "It was Miss Yuan's drawings. We just followed them. The drainage ditches at the base of the wall and the shooting crenellations. She marked them all out in advance. We'd never have thought of so many details ourselves." At that moment, Yuan Jiu was 50 meters away, directing a group of women in tilling a vegetable patch. Upon hearing this, she merely waved a hand, without even lifting her head. In the days that followed, she led her team on daily rounds through the villa district, dismantling every building, except Wang Defa's villa, salvaging bricks, tiles, and steel for reuse. She then directed Zhou Daiyou's crew to construct row upon row of brick houses along the inner side of the perimeter wall. In 8 days, over 260 square meter residential units rose from the ground. Each featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with sturdy structures that could be expanded upward at any time. The doors and windows were produced by Ming Hui at the 3rd-tier super factory. Wang Defa had previously built a civilian super factory within the underground base, equipped with state-of-the-art 3D printing technology capable of mass-producing the vast majority of civilian supplies. Now his legacy was blessing these displaced survivors. Those who had once protested the loudest and questioned Yuan Jiu's decisions fell silent as parrots with their tongues clipped when they moved into dry, warm brick houses and turned on the faucets to see clear running water. The water and electricity were both drawn from the underground base. Beneath the base lay an underground river, providing ample water not only for drinking, but also for hydroelectric power generation. Nearly a month into the apocalypse, these survivors had once again taken up residence in homes with running water and electricity. Their loyalty to Yuan Jiu was palpable. If this were a construction game, Yuan Jiu's popularity gauge would likely be maxed out by now. But Yuan Jiu did not stop. She selected a dozen or so survivors who could read, write, keep accounts, or fix machinery, and formed a provisional management. Yang Jingyu was put in charge of overall coordination. Zhou Daiyou oversaw engineering. Dr. Su handled medical affairs, and Niu Dafu was responsible for perimeter security. Each took on their respective duties, and the base's construction proceeded in an orderly fashion. The management committee held a daily morning meeting at 6 o'clock in the service area lobby, chaired by Yuan Jiyu. She would compile the day's tasks into a checklist, assign them to group leaders, and then aggregate the previous day's resource consumption, project progress, and personnel health. Some group leaders were initially disgruntled, questioning why a young woman had the right to sit in the lead seat and issue orders. But after 3 days, everyone fell silent, because Yuan Ziyu's resource estimates were always just enough, and her predicted timelines deviated by no more than half a day. Whenever someone brought a grievance about unfair distribution to the meeting, she could unravel the entire sequence of events in a few succinct sentences, leaving the complainant to retreat with a red face. Ming Hui privately called her a human ERP system. Guo Chong'an overheard the term, but didn't understand it, though he gathered it was a compliment to her remarkable abilities. As for Guo Chong'an, he immersed himself completely in a cycle of cultivation and combat. Every morning, he practiced cultivation. At noon, he went out on raids, and by evening, he returned to unload supplies. However, his proficiency with the 10,000 magnetic star-shattering art increased slowly. After half a month, it had only risen to 48 of level 2, roughly a 1 increase per day of cultivation. Based on current estimates, if he relied solely on sitting in meditation to recover his true chi before further cultivation, it would take him nearly 2 more months to break through to the second order. And Yuan Jiyu had said that by the 3rd month of the apocalypse, a large number of second-order awakened individuals and zombies would appear. If he couldn't accelerate his pace, Guo Chong'an would be unable to widen the gap between himself and them. If he couldn't even outpace these natives, how could he hope to contend with those celestials from higher dimensions? Guo Chong'an's gaze swept over his point balance, now over 3,800. With the increasing number of first-order zombies, his rate of point acquisition had improved, and all he had to do was click that flashing plus sign to instantly grow stronger. But the memory of Yuan Ziyu's gaze that night in the hotel surfaced in his mind. The system is a conspiracy of the celestials. It has locked your upper limit. Guo Chong'an's finger hovered in the air for a moment before he swiped it, decisively dismissing the panel. He stood up, walked to the sandbag, and launched into a vigorous set of the patriarch's long fist, each strike stirring a gust of air. The sound of his fist striking the reinforced canvas was deep and powerful. I can't rely entirely on the system. I'm no martial prodigy, do I have to take it, he said to himself. He resolved to gather enough points as quickly as possible to redeem the first 2 layers of the Ice Hard Art, which cost 5,000 points. Though the Ice Hard Art could not directly elevate his realm, it could double the speed of his true chi recovery during breathing exercises and also alleviate the killing intent brought on by battle. On the evening of June 16th, Guo Chong'an returned from outside, dragging a half-mental, mutated wild boar. He was drenched in blood, but moved with a light step. He intended to bring the boar to the kitchen to prepare a special meal for Yuan Jiyu, who had been so busy lately that she had visibly slimmed down. Just as he was about to head underground, Yuan Jiyu called out to him. "Engage, wait a moment." She leaned out from the second floor of the service area, holding a pair of binoculars. "Come take a look at this." Guo Chong'an flicked the blood off his hand and bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Yuan Jiyu handed him the binoculars and pointed toward the base's main gate. He raised the binoculars and saw 3 trails of dust rising on the distant road. 3 jeeps, painted in camouflage, pulled up outside the granite gate. The doors swung open and several people, in old-style military uniforms, their expressions solemn, jumped out. The leading man wore a set of silver metal armor on his arm, reflecting a blinding white light under the setting sun. Guo Chong'an lowered the binoculars and rubbed the back. He had been out and about these days, and had vaguely heard survivors in the vicinity mention it. The retired soldier in Suishan town, who could shoot lasers, was surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Weidong, said to have been in a special forces unit before the apocalypse. After awakening, he could fire laser beams from his palms, blasting through iron plates from 500 meters away. The order of over 1,000 people in Suishan town now was carved out by him, 1 beam of light at a time. And Guo Chong'an and his people, having been busily constructing on Suiping Mountain, inevitably drew the attention of surrounding forces. He turned back to look at the wild boar he had fought tooth and nail to bring back. Then he looked down at the well-organized base beneath his feet, which Yuan Jiyu had spent 15 days building, and couldn't help but sigh. "Look, we've just finished building the house, and the neighbors come knocking." He patted the red scale sword at his waist, turned around, and walked down the stairs at a measured pace. Behind him came Yuan Ziyu's unhurried footsteps. "Engage, wait for me. Don't draw your sword as soon as you step out. Let's hear what he wants first." "I know." Guo Chong'an waved his hand without turning back, a trace of rare amusement in his voice. "You handle internal affairs, I handle external ones. Now that we're home, I'll listen to you." With that, he tapped the mobile terminal on his wrist. "Wu Ju, come to the main gate. Our guests have arrived," he called out, and 10 security personnel in uniform quickly gathered behind him. These people included security from the villa, students from Minghui, and sturdy lads from nearby villages. Though none had awakened talents, they were obedient, and the admiration in their eyes for Guo Chong'an was no less than that of Wu, just devoted fans. 3 jeeps painted in camouflage, even with welded ramming bars lined up in a row, the roar of their engines echoing along the empty roadside. A man jumped out of the leading vehicle. It was Zhang Weidong, the nominal leader of Suishan town. Zhang Weidong with 10 brothers stood at the main gate of Chengyu base. Looking at Suiping Mountain, a tourist resort in Shuiyun City, a month ago, now encircled by a towering wall with several dark machine guns mounted on its crest. Minghui had used exchanged blueprints and the underground 5-history military factory to produce a batch of automated machine gun turrets. Now, with a turret every 30 meters along the wall, the machine guns paired with armor-piercing rounds could turn even a first-tier skeletal zombie into a sieve. Zhang Weidong squinted, his gaze sweeping over the cold, gleaming gun barrels. Even if he couldn't identify the weapon model, just looking at the 12.7mm caliber barrel was enough to sense the deadly threat it posed. Therefore, their vehicles obediently stopped outside the warning line, not daring to approach. Chief Zhang, where did this formidable force come from? These weapons are even better than what my infantry brigade had. A young man beside Zhang Weidong swallowed hard. Zhang Weidong didn't respond. Though the Special Forces unit he served in had many weapons that seemed like futuristic tech, to ordinary people these machine gun turrets were indeed beyond the standard configuration of local armed forces. Such precise, industrially aesthetic, and mass-producible creations couldn't have been cobbled together in a small workshop. At that moment, he felt even more curiosity and wariness toward the master of this base. The base's 2 heavy alloy doors let out a dull grinding sound and slowly slid open to both sides. Guo Chong'an led a team out through the gate. He squinted and sized them up. The leading man opposite was not much shorter than him, with a face as rugged as if carved by an axe. Most striking were his 2 arms wrapped in silver metal armor. The setting sun slanted onto them, reflecting a white light that made Guo Chong'an's eyelids twitch. So this was Zhang Weidong of Suishan town. He didn't look like an apocalypse warlord, but more like a tough guy instructor fresh off a film set. Which one is Chief Guo? Zhang Weidong strode over each step, planted firmly, his eyes scanning Guo Chong'an like, I am Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an took half a step forward, didn't extend his hand, and stood there casually. Town Mayor Zhang has come from afar. What business brings you here? Zhang Weidong stopped 5 paces away, ignored Guo Chong'an's taunt, and didn't look at the dark machine gun muzzles on the wall. He pulled back his lips into a hearty smile. Chief Guo, you're too kind. I don't like beating around the bush. First, on behalf of the folks in Suishan town, I thank you for killing that beast Jia Yud. He paused, his voice deepening. Now the world is in chaos. We both have many brothers under us. To survive, we must huddle together for warmth, not fight to the death. So this time I've come to discuss cooperation with Chief Guo. Guo Chong'an sneered inwardly. Cooperation. In this apocalypse, the word cooperation usually hides the word annexation. Town Mayor Zhang flatters me. Guo Chong'an sighed, putting on a worried expression, and pointed behind him. Look at my place. I've been building for half a month and my resources are completely drained. This wall looks imposing, but inside it's all old, weak, and disabled folks from nearby villages. We're desperately short on supplies now, worrying every day about a few bowls of porridge. As for major matters like cooperation, our humble little household simply lacks the capability. Minghui rolled his eyes behind him, thinking, weren't you just carrying that mutant boar to curry favor? Now you're playing the poor peasant. Zhang Weidong's face stiffened. The soldiers behind him also showed indignant expressions. Chief Guo, are you treating me like a 3-year-old? Zhang Weidong's voice turned cold, and the metal armor on his right arm emitted a faint hum. I came with sincerity, and you're crying poverty to me. The name of Suiping Mountain Base has spread far and wide for 50 li around. If you were truly destitute, could you afford to build this stone wall and support so many armed soldiers? Guo Chong'an spread his hands, looking innocent. It's all a facade, Town Mayor Zhang. You're a leader too. You should know that these days, without a shell to prop you up, you'd be devoured by zombies long ago. We're truly just a golden exterior, a ruin within. A fine ruin within. Zhang Weidong suddenly bellowed, his entire aura sharply rising. Since Chief Guo thinks cooperating with me is beneath you, let's do it another way. In the apocalypse, the one with the stronger fist calls, let's make a bet. The loser brings their men and honestly merges into the other's side. Do you dare? Guo Chong'an frowned. He despised such confrontational gambits reminiscent of those third-rate martial arts dramas. Town Chief Zhang, we are all civilized people, there's no need. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Weidong had already made his move. Zhang Weidong abruptly raised his right hand, the metal armor on his palm instantly expanding, and then a glaring red light burst forth from his hand. A crimson laser beam shot out from his palm, tearing through the oppressive dusk air. Guo Chong'an instinctively tried to dodge, but the beam was not aimed at him. A thunderous explosion erupted as a drone turret on the left side of the base gate instantly turned into a massive fireball. A wave of scorching air surged forth and metal fragments clattered against the granite walls. Guo Chong'an's face darkened instantly. That turret had cost the base considerable resources. More importantly, Yuan Jiu had been hiding right behind that door. Had that laser been off by an inch, it would have struck her. Guo Chong'an felt something snap inside his mind. Just like the day he arrived on this water-blue planet, a surge of malevolent fire ignited by this laser now blazed within him. You blew up my turret. Guo Chong'an's voice was soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Zhang Weidong snorted coldly as silver light, glowing once more in his palm. Chief, can we talk about cooperation now? Talk to your grandmother. Guo Chong'an stomped his foot, launching himself like an arrow from a bow, lunging straight at Zhang Weidong. Thunderclap step. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, his speed so great that the surrounding survivors saw only a streak of black light. Zhang Weidong's pupils contracted. Reacting swiftly, he raised his hand and fired a laser. The red beam grazed Guo Chong'an's shoulder, blasting a deep crater into the ground behind him. Instead of retreating, Guo Chong'an advanced. The crimson scale sword at his waist remained sheathed as he used his momentum to deliver a Taichung strikes the sun straight at Zhang Weidong's face. Zhang Weidong blocked his right arm guard, colliding with Guo Chong'an's fist, producing a dull metallic clang. The two instantly distanced themselves from each other. Not bad. Zhang Weidong laughed heartily, thrusting out both palms. In that moment, he was like a human searchlight, firing a barrage of laser beams like a dense rain of arrows, crazily shooting at Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an weaved left and right on the road, calculating rapidly in his mind. The laser beams had long range and immense power. But before each shot, Zhang Weidong's palm required a brief energy charging time. About 0.5 seconds. That was the opportunity. Fainting as he maneuvered, Guo Chong'an suddenly stopped and reached for the crimson scale sword at his waist. Zhang Weidong's eyes lit up, thinking he would draw the sword, and immediately fired 2 lasers to seal off his escape routes. In that instant, instead of drawing the sword, Guo Chong'an hurled the entire crimson scale sword scabbard, and all with tremendous force. Take this. The crimson scale sword, glowing with a faint purple light, shot towards Zhang Weidong's chest like a heavy short spear. Startled, Zhang Weidong instinctively brought his palms together, firing 2 lasers that precisely struck the flying sword. With a loud clang, the immense impact sent the crimson scale sword flying, tumbling through the air before embedding itself into a distant slope. But the sword was of purple quality, such lasers couldn't even leave a scratch on it. And those 2 lasers had left Zhang Weidong in a brief skill cooldown. Got you. Guo Chong'an's voice sounded in Zhang Weidong's ear. He was already within 3 paces. Zhang Weidong was a tough man. Ignoring the reddening overheating of his palms, he forcibly activated his ability again. Get away from me. 2 laser beams, thicker and redder than before, erupted at close range. Guo Chong'an had no room to dodge. He took a deep breath, his true qi swirling wildly. Golden Bell Shield. A faint golden light shield instantly enveloped his entire body. With a thunderous roar, 1 laser narrowly missed him, while the other slammed directly into the shield. The golden shield shattered with a brittle sound like breaking porcelain. The residual force of the laser struck Guo Chong'an in the chest. His specially made tactical suit was instantly scorched to charcoal by the intense heat. Large patches of his skin were burned, revealing raw, reddened white flesh. Pain. An excruciating pain. But following it came a deep-seated savagery buried in his very marrow. It was the bloodthirsty instinct the system had forcibly implanted while modifying his body to adapt to the apocalypse. He himself was unaware of this ability, which usually lay dormant, awakening only during battle. It was one of the reasons he would later become the infamous executioner in his past life. Guo Chong'an's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, even tinged with an eerie purple. He could no longer feel pain. He only felt the kind of excitement that yearned to tear, smash, and utterly destroy everything in sight. Die. He growled, his voice no longer sounding human. Zhang Weidong was startled by this sudden frenzied aura. As a retired military ace, he had faced countless life and death, but he had never seen such pure, irrational bloodlust in a human's eyes. Guo Chong'an threw himself forward, executing iron wire fist twin swords, cutting his arms like 2 iron bars locked tightly onto Zhang Weidong's right arm guard. Zhang Weidong roared in anger, swinging his left fist. Guo Chong'an didn't dodge, letting the punch land on his ribs. With a muffled thud, the blow was stopped by the re-emerging golden. Zhang Weidong's punch didn't even make Guo Chong'an flinch. Instead, he used the momentum to twist and deliver a powerful roaring tiger and singing dragon strike, slamming heavily into Zhang Weidong's chest. Zhang Weidong grunted, flying back over 5 meters. Before he even hit the ground, Guo Chong'an was already upon him. Taizu long fist, gong bu fu, hu fist, wu yu fist. The techniques he had practiced millions of times, now driven by his bloodlust, transformed into the most primal and brutal killing moves. Each punch carried the explosive sound of true qi. Zhang Weidong was overwhelmed. His combat skills were the most practical killing techniques from the military, but against Guo Chong'an's mad dog style of fighting, they were useless. He tried to create distance to fire lasers, but Guo Chong'an stuck to him too closely. He tried to engage in close combat, but Guo Chong'an's strength was astonishing, and he showed no concern for exchanging blows. In less than 30 exchanges, Zhang Weidong's once proud old military uniform was reduced to tatters, his face swollen like a rotten peach. The metal armor on his right arm was even dented in several places by Guo Chong'an's fists. Stop. Cease. I give up. Zhang Weidong shouted indistinctly. He was afraid. He could feel that if the fight continued, Guo Chong'an would genuinely twist his head off and kick it around like a ball. But Guo Chong'an was beyond listening. Only one thought occupied his mind: kill him. He seized Zhang Weidong by the throat, lifting him off the ground. His right hand clenched into a fist, true qi overflowing wildly between his fingers. Mount Tai crushing the peak. If this punch landed, Zhang Weidong's skull would surely burst like a watermelon. Brethren, stop. Yuan Ziyu's voice rang out from behind, laced with urgency. Upon hearing Yuan Ziyu's voice, Guo Chong'an's mind, filled with murderous intent, cleared for a moment. Wu Ju and two security team members seized the opportunity to rush up, grabbing hold of his arms and waist. Brother Guo, wake up. I know Brother Zhang, he is not a bad person. Yet while Zhang Weidong's teammates nervously raised their guns, they dared not make a move. Brother Ming, I can tell that Mayor Zhang means no harm. You need to think of a way to calm brethren down. Yuan Ziyu jogged over to Ming Hu's side, panting as she spoke. Ming Hui sighed helplessly in exchange for a tranquilizer said to be able to sedate an elephant from the system shop. Holding the specially designed syringe, he took advantage of the moment when Guo Chong'an was being restrained by Wu Ju and the others. He plunged the needle into Guo Chong'an's neck. With a hiss, the blue liquid was rapidly injected. Guo Chong'an trembled, the red light in his eyes extinguishing rapidly as if doused with a bucket of cold water. His grip loosened, and Zhang Weidong fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Guo Chong'an shook his head. Once the madness receded, he was overwhelmed by an avalanche of fatigue and excruciating. He glanced down at his charred arms, and then at the neighbor who had been beaten to a pulp on the ground. Hiss. It really hurts. He inhaled sharply and turned to Ming Hui. What did you put in that syringe? I feel like my head has been kicked by a mule. Ming Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and replied irritably. That was a powerful tranquilizer. I originally prepared it for zombies. Your earlier behavior was no different from a zombie. If I had been 2 seconds later, this guy would have met his end. Zhang Weidong finally regained his composure. He leaned against the jeep door, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, looking at Guo Chong'an with an expression of complex emotions. Leader Guo, cough cough, your strike left no room for mercy. Guo Chong'an rolled his eyes, putting on the coat that Yuan Ziyu handed him. Who told you to blow up my tower first? That thing was expensive. Zhang Weidong forced a smile, waving his hand to signal the soldiers behind him to lower their guns. All right, I see it now. Oh, I've lost the gamble. According to the rules, I will merge my team into your base. Guo Chong'an was taken aback. He had initially thought the other party was here to cause trouble and annex them, yet after a fight, they wanted to surrender. Mayor Zhang, what is this all about? You have over 1,000 people in Suishan town. Why come here to suffer? Upon hearing this, the tough guy who hadn't shed a tear during the beating suddenly sat down on the ground. His face displayed an expression of deep grievance and a hint of despair. Do you think I wanted this? He wiped the dirt off his face, his voice filled with an indescribable bitterness. Brother Guo, you have no idea. Managing over 1,000 people is simply not a job for humans. The Zhang family has no food. Li Si's wife ran off with Wang Wu. Zhao Lu stole the neighbor's hen in the middle of the night. Every day it's just these trivial matters. As someone with a gun, how can I manage all this? I originally just wanted to protect the villagers, yet I inexplicably became the leader of the town. Now I'm stuck dealing with domestic affairs every day. My hair has fallen out more than half in just half a month. He pointed at the base behind Guo Chong'an, his eyes filled with longing. I heard there's a girl named Yuan here who manages the base very well. I was thinking of bringing my brothers over to seek refuge. I can be your vanguard, you just tell me who to fight. As for managing people, please spare me. Guo Chong'an was taken aback. He turned to look at Yuan Ziyu behind him, and then at the serious-looking Zhang Weidong. He even asked the system in his mind if it had granted him a protagonist's halo. How come he hadn't done anything yet, and someone was already bowing down to him? The situation seemed different from what he had imagined. Brother, and just accept him. Yuan Ziyu stepped forward, gently tugging at Guo Chong'an's sleeve, her eyes hiding a trace of a barely perceptible smile. Your team lacks a long-range fire support, and the base also needs a real instructor. Brother Zhang is just right for the job. Guo Chong'an sighed as he looked at Zhang Weidong's relieved expression. Fine, since you are begging me, I will reluctantly accept you. But let me make it clear first, the cost of the machine gun tower will be deducted from your contributions. Zhang Weidong chuckled, waving his hand nonchalantly. Deduct? Go ahead. As long as you don't make me manage whose hen went missing, I'm fine with blowing up zombie day. Afterward, Yuan Ziyu and Zhang Weidong quickly reviewed the accounts. Apart from Guo Chong'an, there were only Bai Shuang and Wu Ju, two combat-type, gifted individuals at the Chongyu base. Students who had taken the Super Soldier Serum weaker version had reached 6, and the first-tier combat strength was roughly 14. Other somewhat combat-capable security personnel and able-bodied survivors added up to around 30. On the other hand, in Suishan town, there was only Zhang Weidong as a gifted individual, but there were 27 awakened individuals of first-tier strength. In addition to 45 militia and security personnel, there were over 100 ordinary survivors who had undergone preliminary screening and were physically fit. In comparison, the Chongyu base was slightly superior in high-end combat power, but its grassroots combat personnel were not as strong as those in Suishan Town. Although Suishan Town is now publicly under Zhang Weidong's command, in reality, the number of people who could truly listen to him was merely around 200, most of whom were villagers from his original home. Thus, to avoid an awkward situation where a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake arises after merging, Yuan Zhiyu planned to reorganize them in batches. Suishan Town is 28 kilometers away from Tsuaping Mountain, separated by Wujiakan. Therefore, Yuan Zhiyu instructed Zhang Weidong to return and divide the team into 3 batches, prioritizing the first batch of his most trusted individuals to transfer to Chongshan base to assist in constructing housing for the base. After all, the current housing at the base is far from sufficient for over 1,000 people. The second batch, those of a more neutral stance, would first be moved to Wujiakan, and once the base's construction was nearly complete, they would be allowed over. The third batch, led by Zhang Weidong, would remain in Suishan Town to maintain order and collect supplies from the entire town. Although the base has a lot of reserves, Yuan Zhiyu did not want to support over 1,000 idlers for free. Otherwise, kindness will breed resentment. Once these over 1,000 individuals become accustomed to getting something for nothing, it will be difficult to get them moving again. This process would inevitably involve some pain and friction. Guo Chong'an sent Wu Ju and Bai Shuang to assist Zhang Weidong, while also intimidating those with ulterior. Sure enough, after Zhang Weidong returned and announced the decision to merge with Chongshan base, many people jumped out to oppose it. Among them were Zhang Weidong's former superior village elders and a few self-proclaimed troublemakers. Zhang Weidong could not act against these people, but Bai Shuang and Wu Ju had no such scruples. One of the loudest troublemakers was lifted by Wu Ju with flaming hands, the scorching temperature instantly burning his collar and hair, causing him to scream in fright. An elder of the village who prided himself on his prestige glared defiantly at Bai Shuang, but was shaved of his beard by a tang knife, carrying an ominous chill pressed against his chin. Under the intimidation of this redand white duo, the originally noisy crowd fell silent, obediently dividing into 3 batches according to Zhang Weidong's. The migration plan for Suishan Town began in an orderly manner. When the relocation of Suishan Town officially commenced, Guo Chong'an stood on the high ground at the base entrance. He found the entire scene utterly surreal. How had he, an ordinary office worker, suddenly transformed into the base leader wielding the power of life and death over thousands in this apocalypse? After all, previously he had managed at most 8 people in his work group, including himself. Fortunately, Zhiyu was there. Guo Chong'an recalled the day they had crossed over. He was immensely grateful that he had acted heroically back then. Otherwise, where would he find such a good wife? Yes, he already considered Yuan Zhiyu his wife, as her belly was already. Whenever Yuan Zhiyu wore that form-fitting professional suit, the gentle curve of her lower abdomen was visible. But Guo Chong'an was also quite dissatisfied with this. As matters within the base grew increasingly numerous, Yuan Zhiyu shed her former image of a delicate, clingy girl next door. She had become the female tycoon commanding the entire base. He, on the other hand, was idle every day, doing nothing but hunting outside and training, feeling like a kept gigolo. Whenever he thought of this, his naughty yet dead chauvinism ached, causing his brows to knot into a frown. And Ji, stop frowning. If you keep it up, your forehead will grow terraces. Yuan Zhiyu was dressed in a loose set of work clothes, holding a tablet computer, the Apocalypse office suite that Ming Hui had tinkered with from the system mall. After Guo Chong'an's strong protest, Yuan Zhiyu no longer wore form-fitting clothes. Even though she had become the top figure in the base, she was still well aware that Guo Chong'an was her only foundation for survival. At this moment, she was swiping on the screen while giving instructions to Yang Jingyu. Yang Jingyu was now Yuan Zhiyu's primary. He wore that suit, always ironed, without a single wrinkle, looking incongruous, yet strangely harmonious amidst the dusty construction site. Chief, with the first batch of 500 people has entered the base. Yang Jingyu adjusted his glasses, his voice steady and calm. Following Miss Yuan's instructions, I have divided them into 10 temporary management groups, each equipped with one of our base's original security personnel as an instructor. Guo Chong'an looked at the convoy snaking like a long serpent in the distance, and the survivors, who looked somewhat uneasy under the escort of Wu Ju and Bai Shuang. These people had no guns. Zhang Weidong was clever. He had kept all armed forces for last. The first batch of 500 sent in were all honest folks, terrified by the apocalypse, just wanting a roof over their heads to sleep. Good. Guo Chong'an commented. Without guns backing them, they won't cause us trouble. Yuan Zhiyu chuckled softly, the beauty mark at the corner of her right eye dazzling Guo Chong'an in the sunlight. And Ji, people in the apocalypse are both complex and simple. As long as we keep them fed and warm and possess the force to suppress them, they will worship us like. In fact, after the third rank, awakened ones weren't too different from gods. Over the next 5 days, Guo Chong'an stopped managing base affairs, focusing entirely on cultivation and hunting. He finally saved up enough points, 5,000, to exchange for the first 2 layers of the blue-grade Ice Heart Art. Ice Heart Art, level 1 is 0 when activated during combat, increases mental resistance by 20. During meditation, improves true chi recovery efficiency by 80. With the boost from the Ice Heart art, Guo Chong'an's myriad magnetism, star-breaking art finally progressed at a rate of 2 to 3 per day, and breaking through to the second rank was just around the corner. On the other side, Yuan Jiu didn't hold any oath-taking rallies or give any sentimental speeches. She simply shuffled those 500 people like a deck of cards, scattering them completely. Those who were originally from the same village, neighbors, or even relatives were all dispersed into different construction groups. Wake up at 6, start work at 7, return to temporary tents by 8 in the evening. Without familiar faces around, people develop an instinctive sense of isolation and become exceptionally compliant. Zhou Dao, as the construction group leader, became the busiest person these days. He stood on the open ground inside the base, pressing his hands against the earth. As his abilities surged, the soil and stones seemed to come to life, automatically stacking and hardening to form rows of neat bungalow frames. And those 500 new survivors became the cheapest and most diligent laborers. They hauled cement and passed bricks, witnessing miracles unfold under Zhou Dao's magic. In just 4 days, 500 simple, yet sturdy bungalows rose from the ground. One house per family, 2 singles, shared one, and 500 houses were enough to solve the housing problem for over 1,000 people. This meant the second batch could enter. On the 6th day, the second group of migrants from Zhuishan town arrived. This batch was noticeably more energetic than the first, but also more troublesome. They had been temporarily stationed at Wujia village and had witnessed Wu Just flaming fists and experienced by Shuang's cold demeanor. But this fear, upon seeing the base's towering walls and ample supplies, quickly transformed into a twisted sense of possessiveness. Why should we live in these mud houses? A burly man with a fierce face was shouting loudly in the crowd. His name was Zhao Dafa. He used to run a quarry in town and had gathered over a dozen so-called sworn brothers under his command. Yuan Jiu stood on the high platform, watching Zhao Dafa's arrogant demeanor, a playful smirk curling at the corner of her lips. She didn't argue with Zhao Dafa and his men because over a dozen dark gun muzzles behind her were already aimed at their foreheads. But Yuan Jiu didn't kill them. Killing people over a few words would make them seem too bloodthirsty. She had anticipated this situation and had already instructed Zhou Dao to reserve a row of special single rooms inside the wall. Those were the solitary confinement cells for Zhao Dafa and his crew. Built at the very edge of the base beneath the wall, they were a row of drab little squares, windowless, with only a heavy iron door. Zhao Dafa and his dozen brothers were still cursing as they were kicked into these cells one by one. Locking me up. Wait till Chief Zhang arrives, see how you explain yourselves. Yuan Jiu ignored these threats. She simply had Niu Dafu send his little bird spies to lure a group of zombies. And so that night, Zhao Dafa and his men in the solitary cells experienced what true immersive horror meant. On the other side of the wall, countless zombies were frantically scratching. Scratch, scratch. The sound of nails scraping against granite was amplified countless times in the dead of the night. Accompanied by the zombies' low growls and thuds against the wall, the entire solitary block seemed to tremble slightly. Zhao Dafa curled up on the cold floor, listening to the sound of grinding teeth, less than 10 centimeters above his head, terrified to the point of soiling himself. He didn't know how thick the wall was. He only felt that in the next second those rotting hands would pierce through the wall and grab his neck. The next afternoon, when Yang Jingyu opened the iron door, Zhao Dafa crawled out. His fierce face was deathly pale, his eyes unfocused. His first words to Yang Jingyu were, "Ill work, ill haul bricks. Please just don't lock me in there again." This zombie symphony therapy was surprisingly effective. In just 2 days, the second batch of over 500 people became as docile as quails, quickly merging into the torrent of construction. On the 9th day, Zhang Weidong appeared on the horizon with the final 400-plus people, a formidable sight. Looking through his binoculars, Guo Chong'an had to admit that Zhang Weidong was a logistics prodigy. Zhuishan town had been stripped bare by him. Indeed, it was stripped bare. Over a dozen large trucks were loaded with all kinds of supplies, from cases of braised pork, cans, dried noodles, and rice, to entire boxes of sanitary pads, toothbrushes, and even several generators. The most outrageous truck was piled high with an assortment of liquor and chili sauce. "Town Mayor Zhang, are you planning to open a supermarket chain in our base?" Guo Chong'an descended from the wall and walked over. Zhang Weidong jumped out of his jeep, wiped the smear of black soot from his face, and chuckled heartily. "Brother Guo, you don't understand. My brothers here can't survive without their liquor and chili sauce. I figured since we're merging, we shouldn't come empty-handed and just live off your charity, right?" He spoke with bravado, but Guo Chong'an noticed that the 400 or so people behind Zhang Weidong had a hostile glint in their eyes. Among these 460 to 70 were Zhang Weidong's regular armed men, and the rest were all able-bodied young men. They carried steel pipes, machetes, and a few even brandished homemade shotguns. The way they looked at the base was not like a sanctuary, but more like a fat piece of meat waiting to be butchered. "Brother Zhang, you've worked hard," Yuan Jiu said, walking over with a smile and handing him a bottle of water. "Supervisor Yang has already arranged underground base accommodations for the families of the armed personnel. The environment is much better than up here." At these words, a commotion rippled through the crowd of over 400. "Why do they get to live underground while we have to stay in these earthen houses?" "Exactly. We worked so hard hauling all this stuff over here, and we're just making a wedding dress for someone else. In the crowd, a few young men with sinister eyes began exchanging glances. Guo Chong'an keenly sensed the tension in the air. Miss Yuan, what is this mobile terminal for? A burly leader demanded loudly, holding up the metallic wristband. Why do we have to wear this thing? Are you trying to treat us like prisoners? This wristband was crafted by Minghui, integrating positioning, communication, and basic health monitoring functions, with the base's contribution points also stored on it. But in the eyes of these unruly thugs accustomed to freedom, it was an electronic shackle. This is for everyone's convenience, Yuan Jiyu explained patiently. The base is large. With this, we can coordinate manpower at any time and notify everyone immediately in case of danger. Bullshit. I'm not wearing it. The burly man slammed the wristband to the ground and stomped on it. The surrounding crowd began to jeer. Zhang Weidong frowned, about to speak, but Guo Chong'an stopped. Brother Zhang, let them settle down first, Guo Chong'an said in a low voice. Some problems, if not dealt with proactively, will remain hidden dangers. Zhang Weidong sighed and nodded. June 27th. After nightfall, the base did not settle into peace with the relocation. Instead, a restless energy spread through the temporary housing area. At the entrance to the underground base, bright searchlights illuminated the area for 100 meters, as if it were daylight. Wu Ju stood guard at the door, an electromagnetic rifle cradled in his arms, dozing off. Brother Wu, wake up. We've got customers, Bai Shuang's icy voice sounded in his ear. Wu Ju's eyes snapped open. In the distance, a dark mass of figures was charging towards them, brandishing clubs and machetes, their momentum fierce. Estimated at 200 to 300 people. Leading them was the burly man who had smashed the wristband earlier, along with a few ambitious individuals who had some notoriety in Suishan town. Charge in. Take over the underground base. The supplies and women inside will all be ours. Guo Chong'an is nothing. With so many of us, we can drown him in our... Their shouts were especially jarring in the night. Guo Chong'an stepped out from the shadows, holding the crimson scale sword. He cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. Xiao Wu, Bai Shuang, isn't this a bit like bullying noobs? Wu Ju grinned, a ball of scorching red flames suddenly igniting on his fist. Brother Guo, my hands were just itching for a fight. Bai Shuang said nothing, silently drawing two alloy short blades, a layer of icy frost quickly forming on the edges. Stop! Guo Chong'an's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. The hundreds of people were stunned by this aura for a moment, but then, spurred on by their leaders, they erupted into frenzied roars again. Kill him! The burly man raised a fire axe and charged forward. Guo Chong'an sighed helplessly. Ancestral Emperor's solar strike. His form flickered, his speed becoming a blurry afterimage. Before the burly man could react, Guo Chong'an's fist slammed heavily into his chest. Bang! A dull thud. The burly man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spitting a mouthful of blood in midair, and was silent by the time he hit the ground. Simultaneously, Wu Ju and Bai Shuang moved. Wu Ju was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, each punch carrying a wave of scorching fire. Thugs wielding steel pipes, even grazed by his fiery fists, immediately let out blood-curdling screams and fell to the ground smoking. Bai Shuang, however, was like a phantom weaving rapidly through the crowd. Her blade work was brutally direct. She didn't aim to kill, but precisely severed the tendons of the leader's hands and feet. A pervasive chill spread, the surrounding temperature plummeting by over 10 degrees. Those at the front found their feet frozen solid by the rapidly spreading frost on the ground. Oh, my legs. What kind of monster is this? Cries of pain and pleas for mercy instantly drowned out the earlier clamor. Guo Chong'an, holding the crimson scale sword, walked slowly towards the schemers hiding behind the lines. Don't come near me. Zhang Weidong, save me. A middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward. Brother Zhang is asleep. He says he can't hear a thing. Guo Chong'an looked at him coldly, the blade of his sword flowing with crimson flames. If you covet what isn't yours, you must be prepared to face the consequences. The crimson scale sword traced an elegant arc. Blood gushed forth. The heads of those who still dreamed of being emperors of the apocalypse rolled onto the dusty ground. Guo Chong'an turned to look at the survivors, now terrified and kneeling on the ground, trembling. Anyone else who thinks this is unfair? A dead silence fell over the scene, broken only by the sound of flames on Wu Ju's fist whistling in the wind. Expel the dozen or so ringleaders from the base. Let them fend for themselves. Guo Chong'an sheathed his sword, his voice eerily calm. The rest of you go back to sleep. Anyone who is late for the 6 a.m. roll call will be confined to quarters. The crowd retreated like a receding tide, moving 10 times faster than they had arrived. Yuan Jiyu emerged from a nearby observation post, holding a stack of rosters. And the stench of blood is a bit strong. It's the apocalypse. There has to be some ceremony to it, Guo Chong'an said, taking the towel she handed him and wiping the blood from his hands. Has the headcount been finalized? 2,136. Yuan Jiyu replied, her gaze sharp as she watched the camp gradually settle into silence. Now out west of Shuiyan City, we hold absolute authority. Guo Chong'an lifted his eyes toward the eastern horizon, where the first pale light of dawn bled across the sky. Over 2,000 mouths to feed. He exhaled deeply. It seems I must advance to the second realm without delay. He turned on his heel and strode purposefully toward the entrance of the underground base. The integration of Tsuishan town into the Chongyu base proved far more intricate than Guo Chong'an had anticipated. This was no mere arithmetic problem, simply gathering people and feeding them. It was a volatile chemical reaction involving thousands of lives, countless fragmented supplies, and a labyrinthine web of interpersonal dynamics. Yuan Jiu had worked relentlessly for over 10 days. Her waking hours consumed by endless supply manifests, her sleep haunted by the subtle high-stakes negotiations among rival factions. Late on June 29th, Guo Chong'an had just concluded his daily cultivation of the 10,000 magnet star-shattering art. He stood beneath the cold showerhead in the training chamber, letting icy water cascade over his taut, corded musculature. Today he had forcibly opened 3 additional meridian acupoints. The searing, electrifying sensation, each cell stretched to its limit and then refined again and again by lightning-infused energy, remained vividly etched in his memory. He felt like a bowstring drawn taut to its breaking point. Drying himself, he slipped into a loose, deep gray, sleeping robe and stepped barefoot onto the chill alloy floor. Lately his exchanges with Yuan Jiu had dwindled to little more than mutual solace before sleep, strictly literal in meaning. Exhausted beyond speech, they would often collapse onto their pillows and sink instantly into unconsciousness. This startlingly chaste cohabitation occasionally warped Guo Chong'an's perception. They no longer felt like lovers surviving the apocalypse, but rather 2 weary roommates, each grinding through their own grueling day, returning nightly to share a single apartment. Guo Chong'an pushed open the door to the rest chamber. He expected either an empty, spacious bed, or Yuan Jiu hunched over holographic documents reviewing reports late into the night. Instead, he froze in the doorway. The amber wall lights glowed low, casting languid golden trails through the still air. Yuan Jiu was neither in bed nor at her desk. She curled in the leather armchair beside the window, like a feline drained of all vitality. She wore different attire today, a creamy ivory cable knit sweater, its neckline draped loosely over one shoulder, revealing a slender, elegantly sculpted collarbone. Below, a sapphire pleated skirt pooled softly around her thighs, its folds shifted by her sideways posture failed to conceal the long, striking legs that seemed almost decadent amid the desolation of the post-apocalyptic world. What arrested Guo Chong'an's gaze most was her legs, encased in sheer white stockings stretching seamlessly from skirt hem to delicate toes. Bathed in the dim glow, the fine fabric shimmered with a dreamlike ivory luminescence, accentuating the full, graceful contours of her calves and thighs with breathtaking intensity. Guo Chong'an stood rooted, his breath instinctively softening. His mind flickered with fragmented impressions: white silk woolen sweater, leather chair, slumber. What followed remained deliberately veiled. Jiu, he ventured, voice hushed. No response came from the sofa. Her breathing was steady and deep. The gentle rise and fall of her sweater traced the soft swell of her curves, while her long lashes cast twin crescents of shadow beneath her closed eyes. She was utterly spent, so deeply asleep that even if the base detonated at that very moment, she'd need 3 full seconds to stir before opening her eyes. Guo Chong'an sighed, a quiet inward surge of protective instinct stirring anew. He moved forward, intending to carry her gently back to bed. As he drew near and looked down upon her, his gaze inevitably settled upon her feet, those flawless silken-shrouded soles. They were works of art. Beneath the translucent white fabric, the delicate arches of her toes emerged faintly like a row of polished jade buttons. Her instep arced high and gracefully, reminiscent of an ancient stringed instrument, and the stocking's semi-transparent texture revealed the faintest blush of warmth beneath the skin. A sudden quiet pressure tightened in Guo Chong'an's chest. Once on Earth, he had been a programmer, masterful in logical deduction and debugging complex code. Yet now confronted by those feet, his entire cognitive architecture faltered, overloaded, glitching. He knelt, hands suspended midair, unable to complete the motion. What am I doing? He asked himself silently. I'm going to carry her to bed. Then why am I staring at her feet? Because I'm assessing her physical condition. Yes, perfectly reasonable. As a husband, monitoring his wife's circulation was both prudent and compassionate. An absurd, untimely, and devastating thought erupted in Guo Chong'an's mind, unbidden and irrepressible. She'd worn these stockings all day, through meetings, inspections, and patrols. Could they possibly be suffocating her feet? Once conceived, the notion spread like an invasive virus, seizing total dominion over his consciousness. This is absolutely not perverse, Guo Chong'an sternly assured himself. I merely wish to remove them, allowing her skin to breathe, promoting better health. It's for her benefit. Logic sealed flawless. He reached out, fingertips trembling slightly, as they brushed against the cool, silken surface. The sensation surpassed expectation, a unique fusion of silk's glide and jade's mellow warmth. Through the thin weave, he sensed the smoothness of her instep, and beneath it the vital living heat pulsing quietly. Gently cradling her ankle, he lifted her small, exquisite foot into his palm. its softness unnerving as though excessive pressure might shatter it entirely. His breathing grew ragged. Not only could he not look away, he found himself unwilling to release her. That hazy perfect curve yielded subtly in his grasp, straining the last fraying thread of his rationality. Almost involuntarily, he brought her silk-swathed foot closer to his nose. He swore he sought only empirical validation of his scientific hypothesis. Yet no unpleasant odor met him, only an ethereal penetrating fragrance. It bore none of the synthetic sharpness of commercial perfumes. Rather, it evoked rain-dampened forests blooming with unnamed wildflowers laced with a whisper of creamy sweetness. This aroma was the blessing of the jade fetus condensation art. As a vessel approaching perfection, Yuan Jiyu's body had purged every trace of impurity. Only those bound to her in profound resonance could perceive this singular intimate scent, intimately woven into her very essence. That fragrance struck like a hammer, shattering Guo Chong'an's final defenses. His mind went blank. And then, with reverence bordering on devotion, he pressed a soft, lingering kiss upon the silk-covered arch of her foot. The fine weave left a delicate impression upon his lips, cool at first, then yielding to the fierce, radiant warmth beneath. That stark contrast ignited his inner chi, surging wildly threatening to erupt violently from his crown. At that historic instant, the figure on the sofa stirred. Yuan Jiyu had awakened the moment Guo Chong'an grasped her ankle. A survivor risen from the abyss of the apocalypse, her vigilance was bone deep. Yet she remained still, soothed by the familiar grounding presence that anchored her soul. She'd assumed he'd simply lift her wooden and dutiful and carry her to bed, as always. Little did she expect her brilliant, composed Captain Guo to attempt such an audacious maneuver. When that warm pressure touched her instep, Yuan Jiyu realized feigning sleep any longer risked catastrophic consequences. She opened her eyes, their long lashes fluttering, only to meet Guo Chong'an's face flushed crimson from brow to throat. He held her left foot rigidly in his hands, frozen, like an unfinished marble statue, his lips still resting upon the white silk. Time itself thickened, charged with unbearable tension. Guo Chong'an felt certain he'd already excavated a 3-bedroom apartment beneath his own feet. Jolting backward as if electrocuted, he nearly toppled onto the floor. His hands flailed helplessly in the air, grasping for justification, or better yet a fissure in reality, to vanish into. Jiyu, you're awake. I was just checking your foot. Not your foot. Your stockings. They looked poorly ventilated. His voice crackled like a broken radio riddled with static. Yuan Jiyu said nothing, only watched him, her fox-like eyes slowly alight with mischievous amusement, the mole beside her right eye gleaming with quiet danger. She did not shriek nor shield her face in embarrassment. Instead, she rose with unhurried elegance, as though stepping onto a gala stage. Brethren, her voice still husky with sleep, melted like caramel on the verge of dissolution. So you're a foot fetishist? No, I'm not. Let me explain. Guo Chong'an nearly leapt from his skin, more flustered than during his fiercest battles against swarming zombies, when he'd sliced through legions without blinking. Now, however, his very soul felt under siege. This was social annihilation incarnate. Yuan Jiyu's smile, tender and knowing, struck him as more terrifying than any mutated beast. She offered no chance for further defense. Rising swiftly, she, standing so close, lifted her recently kissed left foot and placed it lightly, deliberately upon his chest. Guo Chong'an froze. Though a first-realm cultivator, his physique vastly superior to ordinary humans, this gentle pressure barely registered as massage. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized, not by blocked chi, but because that silk-wrapped foot rested precisely over his heart, separated only by thin robe fabric. Her toes curled faintly, kneading through the cloth, sending blood surging violently to a single urgent locus. Brethren, you like them, just say so. Leaning in, her hair cascaded forward, brushing his nose. I'll accommodate you in any way you wish. Why sneak about while I'm asleep? I truly only meant to remove your stockings. His voice had dwindled to a breathless whisper. Oh, removing stockings, is it? Yuan Jiyu arched a playful brow. Her foot remained planted on his chest, then slid downward with languid precision along his pectoral muscles. Her toes moved with impossible dexterity, like a concert pianist's fingers dancing across his abdominal ridges. Guo Chong'an's breath shattered completely. He felt like a hard drive undergoing irreversible formatting, all his composure, authority, and reason dissolving into pure, silent void. Then, brethren, tell me, are my stockings easy to remove? As she spoke, her toe hooked playfully at the waistband of his sleep pants. Jiyu, wait, this is the lounge, not the bedroom. What's there to fear? Angels don't peek. With a deft flick of her foot accompanied by the soft whisper of fabric slipping free, Guo Chong'an's last bastion collapsed. For 5 minutes he endured a dual assault, one upon his senses, the other upon his soul. He'd never imagined a single human foot could execute such intricate, commanding choreography. The glide of silk across his skin, the firm, insistent pressure of her arch against his core, plunged him into dizzying, feverish oblivion. He tried to seize her rebellious foot, but Yuan Jiyu's innate grace rendered her elusive, untouchable. She played the seasoned hunter, savoring her long-awaited perfectly ensnared prey. At last a low, resonant sigh, deep with release, filled the rest chamber. Yuan Jiu withdrew her foot, settling lightly back onto the edge of the sofa, glancing down at her left toes. Where once the silk had been immaculate, a faint, glistening stain now marked the fabric, visible luminous under the lamp. "Ah!" she cried, theatrically surprised, lifting her gaze to Guo Chong'an, who lay sprawled on the floor, hollow-eyed and unmoored, her voice brimming with teasing. "Brethren, look, my stocking is soiled." Guo Chong'an covered his eyes with one hand, wishing fervently for an immediate system-level teleportation, straight into the sun's blazing core. "You really do adore my little feet, don't you?" She waggled her stained silk-clad foot, tracing a mocking arc in the air. Guo Chong'an offered no reply, his reason incinerated by shame and smoldering desire. In one fluid motion, he surged upright, swept her into his arms, and strode resolutely toward the bedroom. The bedroom door slammed shut behind them, sealing away the world. "Brethren, you said I shouldn't exert myself physically right now, didn't you?" "Indeed. Lie still. I'll take care of everything." That night, they played their game, back and forth, turn by turn. For 2 hours, crisp, rhythmic claps echoed steadily, until culminating in Yuan Jiu's triumphant, joyful cry. On June 31st, Guo Chong'an flipped through the calendar. Every month on Waterblue Star had 31 days, which only made him miss the varying lengths of months on Earth Star even more. "Brother Guo, the vehicle inspection is done, and the gas tank is full." Wu Zhu's voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. The burly man stood up from beside the pickup truck and gave a simple, honest smile. Guo Chong'an nodded and ordered the team to board. "Grab your gear, let's move." Guo Chong'an by Shuang Wu Zhu and Zhang Weidong, along with 8 security members, quickly got into the vehicles. The 3 pickup trucks let out a low growl. The modified Minghui pickups had significantly enhanced power, yet their noise was reduced by half. Guo Chong'an sat in the passenger seat of the first vehicle, observing his surroundings through the windshield reinforced with steel bars. Bai Shuang sat in the back, holding 2 alloy short blades in her arms, her expression as indifferent as a meticulously carved ice sculpture. Over the past month, she had consumed hundreds of crystal cores, enhancing both her personal strength and innate abilities. In terms of data, she had surpassed about 50 of the first rank. Unfortunately, the system's detection ability required Guo Chong'an to first find an upgrade crystal core. For now, he could only estimate his teammates' data by combining their attributes with his own. Over the past month, with the deepening of the 10,000 break star art and several fist techniques, his strength, agility, and stamina had all exceeded 40. Based on his attributes, he estimated that Bai Shuang's 3 main attributes were between 28 and 32, Wu Zhu's strength was around 36, but his other attributes were around 25. Zhang Weidong's attributes were about 60 to 70% of his, but he was a noble ranged unit and not included in the attribute ranking. Zhang Weidong sat in the second vehicle, while Wu Zhu got into the third. The 3 pickups drove in a single file across the empty highway, heading towards the western outskirts of Watercloud City. This time our target is the public school in the western suburbs. Guo Chong'an spread out a simple map, one that Angel had drawn for him after connecting to the satellites in the sky. Although the ground's power facilities were useless, the underground base had enough electricity for Angel to connect to the mostly unknown satellites in the sky. "Our mission is not to find books." Guo Chong'an explained the objective of this operation through the terminal to everyone's earpieces. "Books?" Wu Zhu asked doubtfully over the walkie-talkie. "Brother Guo, you can't eat or wear those things. Why bother with all this effort?" "To keep those little brats in the base busy." Guo Chong'an smirked wryly. There were over 40 half-grown kids in the base now, dashing around all day long. Their noise was driving Guo Chong'an crazy, but he couldn't just tie them up at home. So he decided to find them something to do. This was to preserve the cultural heritage of Waterblue Star, not because he wanted to get back at those little rascals. Actually, there was another reason he hadn't voiced. Now when he looked at Waterblue Star's script, it seemed like a mess of crooked hieroglyphs. As someone who had once received a full education from elementary to university, this state of being illiterate made him feel extremely uneasy. And the base's original owner, Wang Defa, clearly had no intention of preserving cultural heritage. He just wanted to be a feudal lord of the apocalypse. Thus, aside from a row of pretentious business textbooks, celebrity biographies, and a few outdated fashion magazines in the lounge, the underground base's cultural reserves were nearly zero. Therefore, they planned to visit that public school, which combined elementary and middle school, to see if they could find any usable textbooks and books. Brother Dong, after entering the school, take 2 people to guard the main gate. If anyone is on the high ground, blow them up. Guo Chong'an said to Zhang Weidong. Zhang Weidong pressed his earpiece and acknowledged. Wu Zhu, Bai Shuang, the 3 of us will each take 2 people. Guo Chong'an assigned everyone's tasks. Wu Zhu and I will go to the teaching building. Bai Shuang, you find the library. Collect all the books. In the rearview mirror, Bai Shuang nodded faintly. Wu Zhu responded loudly through the earpiece. Don't worry, Brother Guo. He'll get the job done. The pickup screeched to a halt at the school gate. Half of the wall had collapsed and the campus was littered with debris and bloodstains. Guo Chong'an pushed open the door and jumped out. As soon as his feet hit the ground, 2 zombies darted out from under an overturned vehicle. The one in front was a first-rank hunter, its black toenails scraping sparks on the ground. The one behind was a spitter with thick green acidic saliva still dripping from the corner of its mouth. The hunter was the fastest, crouching low as it charged at the convoy. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. But Guo Chong'an was faster. He slid his left foot half a step to the side, pulled his right fist back to his waist, and in an instant the terrestrial true chi surged from his dantian into his fist's surface, the knuckles emitting a faint hum. When the hunter lunged within 3 feet, it opened its mouth. Before its jagged teeth could close, Guo Chong'an's fist had already driven into its upper palate. With a dull thud, the hunter bounced off like a ball. Its skull wasn't shattered, but its brain had been pulverized by the true chi. It rolled a few times on the ground, its limbs twitching in the air for a few seconds before it lay still. At the same time, the spitter's belly contracted sharply, and a gurgling sound rose from its throat. Guo Chong'an knew that mouthful of acid was about to be sprayed. He was about to sidestep when a flash of white light whizzed past his shoulder. Bai Shuang had somehow already stood atop that vehicle. Her frost short blade flew from her hand, spinning as it sliced into the spitter's neck. The blade precisely severed the cervical spine, sending its swollen head still attached to the esophagus flying off. The green acid, losing pressure, slowly oozed from the severed neck, sizzling on the cement ground at the school gate and emitting a pungent white smoke. Bai Shuang jumped down, retrieved her short blade, and flicked it casually. The frost dissipated, revealing the flawless alloy blade beneath. Mission start. Guo Chong'an was the first to step through the school gate. Although this school was an ordinary public school in the suburbs of Watercloud City, because it combined elementary and middle school, it was quite large. There were 3 teaching buildings, each no more than 3 stories high, housing grades 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and the 3 grades of middle school respectively. Guo Chong'an decisively started scavenging from the teaching building for grades 1 to 3. After all, with his current literacy level, even a first-grade teacher would call his parents. Meanwhile, Wu Ju began collecting from the middle school building. Don't let his big, simple appearance fool you. That only meant he was After all, he had also attended university. He thought elementary school knowledge could wait, but middle school books were worth collecting. Guo Chong'an, little brother, are you looking down on me? Bai Shuang went directly to the library. Even though most elementary and middle school libraries were just showpieces to prove to the education department that the school has a library, there were still some usable books inside. At least they should be better than the elementary and middle school textbooks. Oh, by the way, Ming Hui wasn't illiterate. He was a soul transmigrator who had inherited part of the original host's memories. Coupled with his exceptional learning ability, he could proficiently use Water Blue Star's script within a week. As for Guo Chong'an, he could only communicate normally with people thanks to the system's translation function. Of course, it only translated spoken language, not written text. In the span of a single morning, Guo Chong'an and his companions swiftly cleared the school of all its books. They packed only 3 sets of textbooks for each grade, as the base's superfactory could produce copies. The library housed tens of thousands of books, far too many to take all. Thus a selection was necessary. Take all the literacy books, prioritize dictionaries, then math and science, and finally history and miscellaneous reads. Guo Chong'an pulled open a large backpack and began stuffing books inside. He was illiterate, so he needed Bai Shuang to translate for him. Preschool literacy, grab it. Basic idiom handbook, grab it. Illustrated guide to common flora of Water Blue Planet, grab it. Biographies of the top 100 figures on Water Blue Planet, skip this one. Encyclopedia of women's fashion on Water Blue Planet, this is not. Guo Chong'an stealthily flipped through a few pages. Who put a book filled with diagrams of bikinis and women's undergarment construction into the school library? Too improper, too neglectful of early childhood development. Take it, must take it. Bai Shuang's face darkened with exasperation as she watched Guo Chong'an cram book after book into his backpack. Wait, Chong'an, this is postpartum care for sows, you want this too? Guo Chong'an remained expressionless, stuffing it into his pack with an air of seriousness. Of course, pork is an excellent source of protein. We need this knowledge for animal husbandry. He couldn't very well say that the book reminded him of Uncle Benchin's infectious laughter, bringing back memories of his childhood spring festival gala. All the books were packed, filling the beds of 3 pickup trucks. After securing the loads with tarpaulins and ropes, Guo Chong'an dusted off his hands. Let's move out. As the vehicles exited the gate, the back of his neck tingled faintly. It was an instinct he had developed since practicing martial arts, and it always signaled, stay alert. Guo Chong'an growled into his earpiece, warning the other 2 vehicles. Sun Zhang Weidong's voice crackled. Northwest 200 meters, 2nd floor. Guo Chong'an peered through the gap in the car window. At the 2nd floor window of a residential building 200 meters away, a bald man was craning his neck to look. Beside him crouched a lackey with a mohawk. Guo Chong'an guessed they were eyeing his large backpack, assuming it was filled with canned goods and sausages. He signaled the driver to slow down, rolled down the window, and pulled a stone pellet the size of a pigeon's egg from his pack. He had carefully polished it to compensate for his lack of long-range attacks. Infused with true chi from the myriad magnetic star-breaking art, the round pellet's speed and power rivaled an electromagnetic rifle. He pinched it between his thumb and middle finger. He raised his hand, channeling true qi into it. The moment the pellet left his fingers, it emitted a sharp, brief whistle. The bald man had barely registered the sound when a mist of blood burst from the center of his brow. The force of the fractured skull flung the body backward, splattering the inside of the window with red and white specks. The other two scrambled back, cowering, not daring to peek out again. A pity the bald man wasn't a talent, or he could have completed another task. At 4 in the afternoon in the repair shop's break room, Guo Chong'an munched on a sandwich while flipping open a first-grade language book. He had just managed to decipher the two characters on the cover, which looked like battling earthworms, as primary school, when Zhang Weidong's furious roar erupted from outside. Holy crap! Who the hell dares touch our stuff? Guo Chong'an and Wu Ju sprang up, simultaneously rushing to the backyard where the pickups were parked. They spotted a lean, dark figure with a bulging backpack vaulting over the wall, stumbling from the weight upon landing. Brother stealing right in front of the owner. Guo Chong'an stepped onto the pickup's hood, using it for leverage to leap over the wall, landing 10 meters behind the shadowy figure. And why are you stealing our books? Want to brush up on elementary knowledge? The figure skidded to a halt, frantically yanking open the backpack zipper and pulling out a 5th-grade mathematics book. He stared blankly for 2 seconds, then hurled the bag to the ground. Are you freaking insane? The moment the curse left his lips, Guo Chong'an's pupils constricted. Pure Longwood dialect with a capital accent. It's the apocalypse, and you're hoarding textbooks. You still planning for grad school exams, for crying out loud? With those 2 lines of Beijing slang, the system prompt appeared. Ding. Detected signal from another savior. Discovered savior no. 057. Side quest triggered. The savior's gambit 2. Option 1 hunt. Option 2 coexist. Guo Chong'an didn't finish reading the reward details before his feet had already launched him forward. The shadowy figure seemed to hear the system prompt too, and he turned to flee. His running speed was nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person, with distinct afterimages at the edges of his moving form. Hey fellow countrymen, don't run. Let's talk. Fellow countrymen stab you in the back. I know that routine. The figure didn't even look back, tossing out a final line. See ya later, alligator. Guo Chong'an stopped wasting words. He activated the thunderclap step, exploding true qi from the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. With each step, he left scorched footprints on the concrete, his speed instantly surpassing 300 kilometers per hour, tearing the air with a sharp, explosive roar. Simultaneously, 2 searing red beams shot from behind him. Zhang Weidong had joined the fray. The first laser blast struck the ground precisely 5 meters ahead of the shadowy figure, cratering the concrete to the size of a wash basin and pelting him with debris. The second beam swept just past his heels, carving a melted scar across the ground as the asphalt smoked. The figure let out a yelp, leaping 3 meters high, twisting midair to land, while 2 short swords slid from his sleeves. The blades were clearly poisoned, their edges gleaming with an ominous blue light in the afternoon sun. Forcing my hand, huh? The figure crossed his swords in front of his chest, his feet shifting rapidly to adjust his center of gravity. Guo Chong'an drew his sword. The crimson scale blade traced a scarlet arc through the air. He struck first, slashing diagonally at the other's left shoulder. The figure sidestepped, thrusting his right sword toward Guo Chong'an's abdomen. Guo Chong'an twisted his wrist, using the flat of his blade to precisely deflect the opponent's sword tip. At the same time, he stepped forward with his left foot, reversing his sword to slash upward at the figure's chin. The man jerked his head back, the blade grazing beneath it. But from then on, his short swords lost all form. The 2 swords crossed and spun in a dazzling yet entirely aimless flurry. Guo Chong'an could see his attacks were pure instinct, lacking any foundational swordsmanship. On the third move, Guo Chong'an flicked his longsword. The tip struck 3 times in rapid succession, high, left, right. As the figure raised both swords to block, the blade suddenly dipped, sliding up the inside of his arms and striking the radial bone of his wrist with the flat. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds rang out as the short swords flew from his hands, spinning to embed themselves in the brick wall 10 meters away. The figure staggered backward, opening his mouth as if to speak. But Guo Chong'an's right fist, already brimming with true qi, had reached a mere 3 inches from his chest. Thunderclap fist, lightning strike to the meridian. Dozens of fist shadows enveloped the figure, while fine threads of thunderous energy slithered into his meridians like serpents, instantly sealing every acupoint. The figure was sent flying, his eyes rolling back, a trace of white foam seeping from the corner of his mouth. He then collapsed limply to the ground, his back striking the concrete with a dull thud. Guo Chong'an crouched down, brushing aside the scattered strands of hair from the figure's forehead. It was a face so delicate it was almost feminine, with a high nose bridge and absurdly long eyelashes. He lifted the figure's collar to search him, finding 8 pockets sewn into the inside of his clothes, all stuffed with various bottles and jars. They contained unknown liquids and powders. Though unopened, Guo Chong'an knew they were certainly not soda pop or popping candy. He carefully removed all the containers, then retrieved 3 oddly shaped metal darts and 2 sharp daggers from the man's waist and boot shafts. After confirming there were no other hidden weapons or dangerous items, Guo Chong'an straightened up and dusted off his hands. Tie him up. Wrap him 3 times with iron chains, gag him, and take him back to the base. Wu Ju came over with alloy chains, flipped the man over, bound his hands and feet tightly, then wrapped the chains around his body 3 more times. Afterward, Guo Chong'an tossed this fellow countryman onto the back seat of his own car. Bai Shuang hold a knife to him. If he dares to move, stab him once. Guo Chong'an tied his backpack onto the car roof, then climbed into the back seat himself. After a moment's thought, he added, "Don't hit anything vital. His life is still useful." On the journey back, Guo Chong'an leaned against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. In his mind, he opened the system prompts he had not finished reading earlier. Mission Saviors Game 2 Option 1 Hot. Kill Savior 057, seize all items and skill blueprints from its system backpack, and obtain system upgrade Crystal 1. Option 2 Coexist. Recruit Savior 057 into the team and form an alliance. Reward 2,000 points Golden Lottery Ticket 1. Option 1 was the same as last time with Ming Hui, but Option 2 offered 1,000 more points. He wondered if it was due to the second mission or his increased strength. He needed points now, but the system level was indeed hindering his. Should he hunt or coexist? Guo Chong'an glanced at the unconscious fellow countryman, his expression complex. He decided to wait until they returned to the base. If he didn't know the saying "a wise man knows his place," then Guo Chong'an would have no choice but to upgrade his system with regret. 2 hours later, at the 5th underground level of the base in the Research Institute. This place had the second highest defense level in the entire base, with the control room being the first. The walls of the Research Institute's isolation room were made of thickened alloy steel plates capable of withstanding the impact of a small nuclear explosion. Guo Chong'an, Yuan Jiu, Bai Shuang, and Ming Hui stood outside the bulletproof glass, watching the fellow countryman locked in a specially made alloy chair. Tiani felt as if he had been in a long dream. In the dream, he was still in that dark, damp partitioned room on Earth, frantically typing on a computer screen. The project manager's greasy face loomed behind the screen, spittle flying, as he said, "Shao, this requirement must go live tonight. Young people need to endure hardship, understand." He wanted to retort, "Understand your grandmother," but his throat felt like it was stuffed with burning coals, and not a single word came out. Then the scene shifted abruptly. His girlfriend's meticulously made-up face leaned close to his, her eyes full of disdain. "Tiani, look at yourself now, holed up in this shabby room all day, unable to afford even a decent set of clothes. With your effeminate personality, what part of you is even a man?" He wanted to explain that he was saving up to take her on a trip, but before the words left his mouth, his girlfriend disappeared into the thick fog, arm in arm with a burly man driving a sports car. He broke down. He jumped off the bridge over the river he always passed. The icy water surged from all sides, crushing his lungs. Just as he thought everything was over, a mechanical, emotionless voice exploded in his mind, detected a disheartened individual. System 057 beginning binding. Hiss. Tiani's eyes snapped open, and he gasped sharply. The intense pain all over his body jolted him awake. A dull ache from heavy blows, with even his breath carrying a metallic tang. He instinctively tried to rub his chest, but found his hands firmly locked to the armrests of the chair by cold metal rings. "Awake!" A low, steady voice came from directly in front. Tiani struggled to lift his head, his vision slowly focused. He saw a burly man sitting behind a desk, idly fiddling with the poisoned short sword that had been his own. The man wore a simple black vest, his exposed arm muscles twisted together like steel cables, and his deep gaze sent an inexplicable chill through Tiani. This was the one who had knocked him out. "You. Who are you?" Tiani's voice was hoarse. "That's my question," Guo Chong'an replied. Guo Chong'an set down the short sword, leaning forward slightly, exuding an invisible pressure. "Name, number, and your—" Tiani paused, then gave a bitter laugh. "Tiani, as for the number, you probably already know, System 057. Though I think the name Savior is an—" Guo Chong'an raised an eyebrow, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "From Earth. Earth, the capital, a senior corporate slave at a big company." Tiani tugged at the corner of his mouth in self-mockery. "Jumped into a river, but didn't die. That damned system dragged me to this cursed planet. And you? From the looks of it, you're doing way better than me." Guo Chong'an watched the smoke rings, silent for a moment. Guo Chong'an, also from Earth. Those 5 simple words brought a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the isolation room. In an apocalypse filled with zombies, monsters, and high civilization games, 2 people from the same homeland meeting under such extreme circumstances didn't spark any touching warmth. Only scrutiny and wariness. "So, Big Boss, well, what do you plan to do by capturing me?" Tiani moved his aching wrists. "According to the system, killing me would get you a lot of benefits, right? Killing you does bring rewards." Guo Chong'an flicked his ashes, tone calm. "But I lean toward the second option. We need help, and a fellow countryman with a system is more valuable than those native awakened ones." Tiani fell silent. He surveyed his surroundings. The isolation room exuded a modern technological feel, cold metal walls, precise data monitoring instruments, and the glaring shadowless lamp overhead. This was far beyond the scale of an ordinary apocalypse shelter. "You built a base?" Tiani probed. "Sort of. A place where you can sleep soundly without worrying about zombies eating your head in the middle of the night." Just then Yuan Ziyu approached, and asked if Guo Chong'an needed to call Ming Hui over. Tiani stared at Yuan Ziyu's curvaceous figure and stunning face, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this yours?" "Oh, Ziyu. She's my wife, the mother of my child." Tiani broke down. "Damn it, this lousy system is so unfair. He gets a base, a wife, and even a child, while all I want is a decent meal, and I get beaten black." After cursing the system, he turned to glare at Guo Chong'an. "We both crossed over. Why is your life so comfortable? You must be cheating with a hack. You've got cheats and won't share with your brothers. That's just not right." After a session of electroshock therapy, Tiani finally calmed down. "Boss, you've got food, drink, and a huge base. What do you want from me?" Guo Chong'an stood up, walked over, and looked down at him. "Because I need to confirm one thing, whether your life is worth keeping. Do I have a choice?" Tiani shrugged helplessly. "I'm the fish on your chopping block now. Smart people tend to live longer," Guo Chong'an said. Guo Chong'an pressed a button on the desk. The isolation room door slid open slowly, and Bai Shuang entered with a tray. On it was a steaming bowl of noodles topped with a golden fried egg. The moment the aroma hit him, Inya's stomach let out a thunderous growl. "Eat up. When you're full, we'll talk about cooperation," said Guo Chong'an. With that, Guo Chong'an turned and walked out of the isolation room. Bai Shuang expressionlessly unlocked one of Inya's handcuffs and pushed the noodles toward him. Tiani looked at the bowl of noodles, then at Bai Shuang's coldly beautiful face, and finally fixed his gaze on the fried egg. "There's even an egg," he murmured, his eyes inexplicably growing hot. He had wandered outside for a month, eating expired canned food, gnawing on hard tree bark, and even fighting zombies for half a moldy loaf. At that moment, he could no longer hold back. He grabbed the chopsticks and devoured the noodles in big mouthfuls, forgetting all dignity. Tiani let out a long, greasy burp that reeked of fried eggs, collapsing onto the metal chair in the research institute. The cold, hard seat somehow felt like a plush leather sofa under him. He looked at Guo Chong'an, and Ming Hui standing before him patted his bulging belly, and his eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sense of contentment. "For a meal like this, I'd count out to you both." Tiani wiped his mouth, his voice still tinged with weakness. "Don't rush to pledge your loyalty. Your live's worth now depends on your choice." Guo Chong'an stood aside, observing this fellow countryman. Inya's cheeks were sunken with dark circles under his eyes. Clearly life outside had been harsh. Yet his eyes held a sharpness that the apocalypse hadn't dulled, like a dagger hidden in rags. "Now that you're full, get up and move." Guo Chong'an signaled Angel to release the restraints on Inya's wrists and ankles. "Let me show you where you'll be staying, so you don't keep thinking this place is a human meat grinder." "How could I? For that meal, even if you sold me off, I'd help you count the money." Tiani rose swiftly, his movements as light as a cat's, his toes touching the ground without making a sound. Guo Chong'an noticed this detail, his eyelid twitching. So this was Inya's ability. Truly a master of stealth. Ming Hui led the way, his eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses gleaming brightly. "Brother, I'm telling you, this base might look rough now, but its foundation is rock solid. Especially the lab. The stuff I've cooked up for you, you've never seen anything like it on Earth." The three stepped out of the research institute and into the elevator heading to the upper 3 floors. Strolling through the living area on the 3rd floor, Inya's pace slowed noticeably. The corridor's sensor lights were dim due to energy conservation, but he looked around as if had entered a wonderland. He craned his neck, chattering nonstop. "Where's the ventilation duct? I can't even sense it. Hey, what's that guy carrying? Is that real? Looks like a futuristic weapon from a movie." "That's an electromagnetic rifle made by Brother Ming Hui," Guo Chong'an replied, curtly. Tiani exclaimed in disbelief. "Brother Ming, you're a tech genius of legend." "You bet," Ming Hui said, chin raised proudly, tapping the air with his finger. "This is authentic Marvel tech. Sure, we're just following blueprints for now, but it's more than enough to handle those zombies and bandits." "Marvel tech? You mean the one with Captain America and Iron Man?" "That's the one." Ming Hui perked up at the mention. "I'm only at the 1st tier now, so I can only craft some guns and simple exoskeletons. Once I level up, it'll churn out Iron Man's Mark series suits one by one. We'll form an Iron Legion and crush anyone who Inya's eyes went wide, his expression like a lottery winner. He slapped his thigh, his voice rising an octave. "Awesome. Brother Ming, you're my real brother. If you can make those, could you first whip me up a Black Panther suit? My class is Shadow Assassin. With that vibranium gear, I'd lurk in the shadows and become the ultimate trickster on Blue Star. Who'd dare cross me?" Ming Hui scratched his messy hair and chuckled. "Black Panther's gear needs tier 4. Vibranium industrialization is high. But what's this about your class? Shadow Assassin. Never heard of such a thing on Earth. My system says it's from a novel called Journey of the Uncanny, popular back home." Tiani sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "But I've been busy making money these years, never had time for such leisure reads. The system's newbie gift pack lets me pick one class path from the book, 22 in total. Back when I played World of Warcraft, I loved rogues, so I chose the tier 1 Wanderer. Basically, it means running faster, walking silently, and being quicker with my hands. The system says at tier 2 it becomes Shadow Walker. That's when the real skills kick in. A class from a novel." Guo Chong'an frowned. His system was about Hong Kong comic martial arts. Ming Hui's was Marvel tech, and now there was a novel class. The systems deployed by the Sovereign were indeed diverse, as if stuffing all of Earth's pop culture into this giant petri. The door to the outside world opened and a wave of heat mixed with the scent of Earth, and cooking smoke rushed in. It was the base's residential area. Keone froze. He watched the workers reinforcing the walls nearby, hearing Zhou Dayu's raspy voice directing the hauling of stones. Further off, a few volunteers sat on small stools, carefully wiping the covers of textbooks dug out from a school. Children ran about in the open space, their faces pale, but their eyes bright. This was no apocalyptic fortress. It was a miniature society slowly regaining. These are all real people. Keone murmured, his voice trembling. What did you expect, zombies? Guo Chong'an walked to a platform, gazing at the bustling scene. These are people we pulled from the dead. In this world, surviving is easy, living like a human is the hard part. Keone fell silent, head hidden in the ruins of Shuiyun City for so long, witnessing people stabbing each other over half. He himself had changed, becoming a rat in the gutter, knowing only theft and hiding. But now, seeing those cleanly wiped textbooks, something tightened in his chest. Boss Guo, Keone called out softly, his flippant tone gone. What you've built here, it's terrifyingly grand. Guo Chong'an turned, locking eyes with him, his voice deadly serious. Grand. To the Sovereign, this is just an anthill they can crush any time. Keone, why do you think you were transported here? To save the world. Keone flinched under the gaze, instinctively shrinking back. Isn't it? My system keeps pushing me to do missions and kill zombies, calling it some savior training program. Bullshit savior. Guo Chong'an snorted, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, the smoke curling between them. Let me tell you the truth. Blue Star is a playground for an advanced civilization. We transmigrators and the evolved natives are all game characters in their eyes. They make us struggle to survive in this apocalypse, growing stronger, like raising poison insects. When the strongest poison king emerges, that's when they come to enjoy the game. Pausing, Guo Chong'an didn't wait for Keone to digest it before dropping an even more shocking truth. And their next target is our homeland Earth. Keone's body stiffened, his mouth sealed, as if glued shut. You mean? My mom, my buddies back on Earth drinking with me, and my unfinished wedding. They're all going to end up like this. His hands began to tremble, shaking uncontrollably, as if electrocuted. If the game on Aqua Blue ends, and the overlords aren't entertained, Earth will become the next Aqua Blue. Guo Chong'an pointed at the desolate sky outside. The overlords watch us from above, just like we watch game characters on our phone. Your transmigration isn't an opportunity, it's their amusement with a lower civilization. Keone lowered his head, his breathing growing heavy. He recalled the days of overtime at his big company on Earth, the rage when his cheating ex-girlfriend called him a sissy, and the despair the moment before he jumped into the river to end. Yet those despairs, compared to the truth before him, now felt as light as a feather. Those bastards. Keone spat out through gritted teeth, jerking his head up, his eyes bloodshot. What do they take us for? Mobs to farm? Or monkeys to toy with? Playthings, Guo Chong'an replied calmly. To hell with being playthings. Keone suddenly roared, kicking a metal railing with a deafening clang. I'd accept being a beast of burden on Earth. At least that was my own damn life. But these alien scum, what right do they have to treat my whole family like toys? What right? He panted heavily, turning to stare at Guo Chong'an. Brother Guo, just say it. You showed me all this, told me all this. What do you want me to do? I'm not ambitious, but I can't stand being played for a fool. I need power. Power to break through to the 6th rank. Guo Chong'an stubbed out his cigarette. Only by surpassing the system's 5th rank limit can we qualify to oppose them. Only then might we get help from other advanced civilizations and avoid both planets being ruined. My squad needs a scout. Keone looked at Guo Chong'an's calm face, then at Ming Hu's honest yet determined eyes beside him. He recalled the noodles they'd just shared, the textbooks, the moon over Earth. I'm in. Keone slapped his thigh hard, nearly toppling over. You mean be your lackey? I mean your vanguard. As long as you feed me, and Brother Ming here hooks me up with a Black Panther suit later, my life's yours. We Earthmen never lose face, no matter where we are. These overlords want a game. Fine, I'll give them a show of Assassin's Creed. They'll gouge their eyes out. A faint smile curled at the corner of Guo Chong'an's mouth as he extended his right hand. Keone reached out, and their hands clasped firmly. Welcome to the team, fellow. Ming Hui happily chimed in from the side. That's the spirit. 3 brothers united can break metal. He'll whip you up a pair of alloy short blades. Way better than that crappy system gift. Keone grinned, slipping back into his nonchalant demeanor. Brother Ming, since you're offering ID, be rude to refuse. But let's be clear, I'm a coward. If we face something world-shattering, don't blame me for running fast. The faster you run, the faster intel comes. That's enough. Guo Chong'an patted his back and led them back. Outside the base, the setting sun sank into the ruins horizon, its afterglow stretching the steel fortress shadow long. As they walked, Keone muttered again. Brother Guo, does the base have any fermented soybean drink? Even powdered mix would do. I crave that sour kick. Get lost. Guo Chong'an didn't look back. Keone's recruitment further completed the puzzle of Guo Chong'an's team strength. After his class change to Rogue, his agility reached 2.5 times that of an ordinary mortal, and his other physical attributes doubled. He also possessed 5 major abilities: Dark Erosion Skin, Silent Step, Dark Erosion Cut, Basic Stealth, and Dual Wielding. Dark Erosion Skin covered his skin with invisible magical patterns, greatly reducing air friction and footsteps. His heat signature in a resting state was below ambient levels. Silent Step allowed the magical patterns on his soles to absorb impact energy, making running, jumping, and landing nearly noiseless. Dark Erosion Cut let him coat his fingertips and daggers with a thin corrosive force, causing surface corrosion on wounds from cuts, delaying healing and increasing pain. Basic Stealth enabled him to use shadows to conceal his form, relying purely on environment and skill without visual deception capabilities. Dual Wielding Mastery granted him an instinct to independently control different weapons with each hand, whether daggers, short blades, or throwing darts, all moving as naturally as his own limbs. However, he had never learned any formal martial arts. He was merely more ambidextrous than average, able to multitask. With his addition, Guo Chong'an's combat squad no longer had a weakness in intelligence gathering and infiltration. While collecting supplies, He could move freely under the noses of most zombies and awakened beings, silently bringing back crucial information. Then Guo Chong'an and Zhang Weidong, leveraging their intelligence advantage, could easily eliminate enemies far outnumbering them or execute decapitation strikes without the opponent's awareness. From early July to late July, the operation of Chongyu Base grew increasingly smooth. The population swelled from 2001 to nearly 5,000, with more survivors gathering from Watercloud City and surrounding towns. Yuan Jiu didn't accept everyone indiscriminately. She first housed newcomers in the former Wu family village, then used the village's surveillance for a week-long observation and screening. Only those who passed the trial gained entry to the base. Of course, the conditions were relaxed for talents and awakened individuals with special skills. However, few with awakened talents were willing to play second fiddle. Over the past month, only 2 non-combat talents had volunteered. One was Lin, one who could summon flower fairies using different flower species, each with unique abilities, though most were of limited use, serving only as scouts and spies. The other was Su Qian, whose talent Clear Mind granted her a photographic memory. While not yet proven valuable in combat, she served as Yuan Ziu's assistant. Yuan Jiu was nearly 2 months pregnant, her belly prominently swollen, making her movements cumbersome. Guo Chong'an had restricted her outdoor activities, and she mostly commanded via remote communication. Su Qian's arrival freed Yuan Jiu from tedious chores, giving her more leisure time. In other areas, Ming Hui had trained all 23 of his students into super soldiers, and the number of ordinary combatants reached 120. After a month of intensive training under Zhang Weidong, these men had acquired basic combat proficiency capable of executing tactical coordination and defensive operations. But to become true elites, they still needed to forge steel-like wills through the baptism of blood and fire. July 5th. On the 4th underground floor of Chongyu Base, Guo Chong'an was immersed in his martial arts training ground. Since He-Enyu's arrival, they had been clearing the surrounding zombies at a much faster pace. With the nearby villages and towns mostly cleared, as well, Guo Chong'an had more time for secluded cultivation. At that moment, bare-chested, he sat cross-legged on the sweat trickled down his spine, dripping onto the ground with a soft patter, leaving small damp patches. His eyes were closed. The scorching current within his dantian crawled up along his spine, grinding through every crevice of his bones inch by inch. Even after nearly 2 months of cultivation, the piercing pain still made him want to curse. Yet the benefit of reaching the second layer of the ice-hard art was that his mind remained as clear as if it had just been pulled from icy water. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and silently counted his progress. The second level of the myriad magnetic star-shattering art was at 91. Just a little more. Excellent, he muttered inwardly. With just 3 more days. No. 2.5, he'll steadily break through to the 3rd level. After subjugating He-Eny, he had used the golden lottery ticket from the reward to draw a cultivation art. Through reasoning and emotional appeal, System 044 subtly maneuvered to help him obtain the golden tier art, the Heavenly Frost Fist. This fist art came with its own internal energy technique, which frankly didn't harmonize well with his main cultivation art, the myriad magnetic star-shattering art. One cultivated the frigid, aligned ice energy, while the other harnessed the domineering, fierce magnetic force. But following Yuan Ziu's guidance, he understood that he must eventually distill his own martial path from his existing arts. Thus, concurrently practicing the Heavenly Frost Fist would not only advance his fist techniques further, but also expose him to more martial knowledge, laying the foundation for it. At that moment, however, he merely used experience to upgrade the Heavenly Frost Fist to level 1. He familiarized himself with the fist techniques and the true chi flow paths, then set it aside. After all, the apertures throughout his body were nearly all unblocked, and it was a critical moment to push the myriad magnetic star-shattering art to the 3rd level, entering the 2nd rank. Now true chi flowed more swiftly and smoothly through his meridians. A numbing, tingling, and exhilarating sensation shot from his tailbone straight to his crown, nearly forcing a groan of pleasure from his lips. Just then a sharp, beeping sound erupted from the communicator in the corner of the training room. Angel materialized and said, "Mr. Was Supervisor Nyodafu is calling you. Would you like to answer? Guo Chong'an's heart skipped a beat. Since Yuan Ziyu's belly had grown increasingly heavy, he had taken over some of her duties to share her burden. He chose to answer, and Nyodafu's round face appeared on the communicator screen. Captain Guo. Nyodafu's voice trembled. Something's happened. Speak. My bird. My raven was patrolling with Lin Wan's flower fairy, and just sent back news. It says a large group of people estimated at 500 to 600 has come out from the direction of Shuiyun City and is heading toward Artsiping Mountain. Lin Wan's flower fairy, though of average ability, could engage in simple communication. Together with Nyodafu's trained birds, they formed an aerial reconnaissance team. Guo Chong'an was silent for 2 seconds. How far? 20 kilometers. At their pace. They'll reach the foot of the mountain before dark. Alright, I understand. Keep watching them. He ended the call, stood up, and rolled his neck. His joints cracked sharply. True Qi was still surging wildly through his meridian. The feeling of being so close to a breakthrough yet unable to achieve it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Impossible to spit out or swallow. He grabbed a vest draped over the equipment rack and pulled it on. As he pushed open the training room door, a blast of cold air from the corridor hit him. Entering the control room, he saw Yuan Ziyu, her belly protruding, seated before the console, swiping at a holographic projection with a frown deep enough to crush a mosquito. Hearing his footsteps, she didn't look up. And Ji, why are you here? Guo Chong'an walked over and stood behind her. Why are you out here? I told you to. It's that loudmouth Nyodafu. I heard him from far away. Yuan Ziyu finally swiveled her chair to face him, looking up. I get bored staying cooped up all day, so I thought I'd take a look here. Having not gone out for many days, her complexion was a bit pale. Guo Chong'an crouched down, reached out, and gently touched her belly. Alright. Then stay here and watch. They'll handle things outside. Yuan Ziyu placed both hands over his, a sweet, blissful smile spreading across her face. And Ji, you must be careful. The baby and I are waiting for you to come back. Of course. They'll definitely send that kid Hiani to scout out the enemy's situation first before I go in. He said it as if it were the most natural thing, showing little regard for Hiani's life. Yuan Ziyu laughed and gently tapped his chest twice the force, so light it was merely a playful gesture. Unfortunately, her belly had grown astonishingly large. Experienced nurses had suggested she might be carrying twins. As a result, the couple hadn't been intimate for a long time. Guo Chong'an swallowed hard, planted a kiss on Yuan Ziyu's forehead, and said solemnly, stay in the control room. Don't go out. Wait for my return. With that, he stood up, turned, and walked out. As he reached the door, he heard her softly say from behind, come back soon. He didn't turn around. He simply raised a hand and waved. Outside the underground base on the perimeter wall, the wall had now been reinforced to a thickness of 3. Every 10 meters stood an automatic machine gun turret, its infrared probe slowly rotating at the top. Beyond the wall lay a 2-meter-deep trench, its bottom embedded with sharpened steel bars. Further out were barbed wire and minefields. Ming Hui crouched behind a crenellation holding a tablet. The screen was densely packed with images relayed from drones. Old Guo, they're here. He adjusted his glasses. Guo Chong'an tapped his terminal, and a virtual screen materialized before him. As the camera zoomed in, he could clearly see a column emerging from a bend in the road. At the front, a dozen or so people carried tattered backpacks and held a few M4A1 rifles, their barrels rusted. Behind them followed a massive, disorderly crowd. Men, women, old and young alike. Their clothes were so filthy their original colors were indistinguishable, their faces covered in grime. They shuffled along looking like a band of beggars. DroneSkin says 588 people total, Ming Hui reported. As for weapons, besides those dozen or so M4A1s in front, the rest are machete, steel pipes, and homemade bows. Guo Chong'an stared at the dozen M4A1s, his brow furrowing slightly. Ming Ji, besides you, is there anyone else who can build an M4A1? Ming Hui looked at the rifles, stunned for a moment. If there were, they'd have to be from our hometown. But these rifles, I made them. Guo Chong'an instantly understood. They had only ever given such rifles to one group, the survivors of the Blue Sky District. Back then, in exchange for supplies, and because he was impressed by the vibrant young girl named Li Jiala from that district. Guo Chong'an had given them over a dozen of their discarded M4AZ, the simplified version. It seemed the words he left behind had taken effect. Li Jiala had brought her people to seek refuge with him. Don't open fire with the drones yet. Let them come a bit closer first. Guo Chong'an, thinking of the girl whose smile radiated sunshine, decided to give them a chance. As the group drew nearer, Zhang Weidong squinted his eyes and said, something's off. Look at the center of the group, Zhang Weidong said, pointing at the screen. Those women. Ming Hui zoomed in with a tap. 6 young women walked in a circle, huddled together. Their clothing was, how to put it, scandalously scant. They wore rough cloaks made from curtains or bedsheets. Beneath, they wore camisoles, hot pants, or skirts stitched from a few strips of cloth, revealing large patches of fair skin. Though their faces were dirty, they were noticeably cleaner than the refugees around them. Yet their steps were unsteady, as if treading on cotton, each footfall exuding a hollow weakness. Just then, a woman in the frame suddenly looked up. When her face was revealed, Ming Hui, standing nearby, let out a sound of surprise. Isn't that Li Jiala from the something committee of Blue Sky Estate? Guo Chong'an leaned in to look. It was indeed Li Jiala, the chairwoman of the Blue Sky Estate Owners Committee, the vibrant young girl with dimples, when she smiled. But now, she walked with her head down among the women wrapped in a dusty curtain-turned cloak. Her calves exposed beneath the cloak were covered in bruises. When she occasionally lifted her head, her eyes were hollow like two dried-up wells. She's not right, Guo Chong'an said decisively. She wasn't like this last time I saw her. As they spoke, the group stopped 100 meters from the wall. The tall man at the front stepped forward. He was over 1.8 meters tall with a robust build, sword-like brows and starry eyes. A decent-looking man. He looked up at the wall, a particularly gentle smile spreading across his face. Are you the friends who once visited Blue Sky Estate? His voice was loud and resonant. Guo Chong'an remained silent. The man, unfazed, continued smiling. I am the current leader of Blue Sky Estate. We simply cannot survive any longer. We've come to seek refuge at your base. He paused, glancing back at the gaunt, starving men, women, and children behind him. Please, for Chairwoman Li Sake, grant these villagers a path to survival. As his words fell, a sparse chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. Yes. Give us a way out. We beg you. Guo Chong'an still said nothing. He simply stared at the man named Lin Bugui. The man's smile was perfectly curved, but his eyes were as cold as a serpent. Moreover, his hands remained hidden beneath his cloak, his pinky hooked around something, tugging it gently from time to time. Each time he tugged, Li Jiala and the crowd would shudder slightly, as if pulled by a string. Damn it, Bai Shuang muttered softly beside. That bastard is messing with that young girl. Seeing that, Guo Chong'an and the others on the wall didn't respond. Lin Bugui's smile froze for a moment. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What? It seems you don't trust me. He sighed and turned to wave at the crowd. Lele, come here. The crowd parted. The scantily clad women pushed Li Jiala forward, their movements rough, as if shoving a product off a shelf. Li Jiala stumbled a few steps and stopped at the front of the group. Her cloak slipped halfway, revealing the tube top and short skirt barely covering her vital areas. The fabric was pitifully scant, tight across her chest with the hem reaching her upper thighs. This wasn't her style. Even though Guo Chong'an had only met her once, this was definitely not what she would choose to wear. Guo Chong'an remembered clearly. That meeting at Blue Sky Estate. The girl was dressed in a clean tracksuit, her ponytail tied high, her eyes curving into crescents when she smiled. Now she kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly, her lips bitten white. Is it Brother Guo? Her voice trembled violently. We truly came to seek refuge with you. Brother Lin is our leader now. And the person I trust most. She trailed off mid-sentence. Lin Bugui grew impatient. He tugged the hidden string again. Li Jiala let out a short gasp of pain before continuing, her voice shaking. Please, you must trust him. The words seemed squeezed through her teeth. After speaking, she swayed and nearly collapsed. Lin Bugui yanked her back behind him. See, Chief Guo, he shouted with a smile toward the wall. Chairwoman Li and I are now a couple. If you don't trust me, you can Then he began a rambling explanation of the reasons. Something about Blue Sky Estate's resource scarcity, the discomfort of living in a high-rise without water or electricity, and a bastard named Li Jianlin who expanded too aggressively and clashed with them. The reasons sounded somewhat plausible. We don't want to be cannon fodder for the police department. So we packed up and came to you. He spoke with fervor. After listening, only one thought crossed Guo Chong'an's mind. Trouble. Such a large group marching from Shuiyun City straight to Tsuiping Mountain. Li Jianlin wasn't blind. He must have known by now. Supervisor Niu, he whispered, leaning sideways. Have your birds fly farther and see if there are any tails behind them. Niu Dafu nodded, pulled out a whistle, and blew twice. Several ravens carrying flower fairies on their backs flapped their wings and flew off. Below the wall, Lin Bugui was still performing. Chief Guo, give me a straight answer. Will you take us in or not? He tilted his face up, impatience beginning to seep into his smile. If you don't, these hundreds of people really have no way out. Guo Chong'an thought it over. Although this Lin Bugui seemed like bad news, they really needed Li Jiala's healing talent. Especially since Yuan Jiu was about to give birth. Having a supernatural healer around would put him much at ease. As for Lin Bugui, no matter how ambitious he was, once brought in and given a thorough beating, he would learn who was the top dog in the base. Since Chairwoman Li has come then. Before he could finish, suddenly a commotion broke out in the Blue Sky Estate crowd. A young man in glasses burst out from the back rows and shouted, "Don't trust him." What? Everyone was stunned. The young man was drenched in sweat, his glasses askew, his voice hoarse. Save Chairwoman Li. This bastard is controlling her with dark arts. Before he could finish, Lin Bugui moved. A second ago, he was over 10 meters away. The next second, he appeared behind the young man. His speed was ghostly, his agility at least 35 or more. He punched at the young man's head. With a dull thud, the young man's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. As the headless corpse crumpled, a scream erupted from aping. It was Li Jiala. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide, tears streaming down her face. Lin Bugui shook the blood from his hands and turned to look at the wall. The smile on his face completely vanished. Guo, he enunciated deliberately. Since you've seen everything I won't bother pretending anymore. He drew a samurai sword from his waist, the blade glinting coldly. If you don't want Li Jiala to die, then open the door and let me in. Make me the second in command of your base, providing me with the finest food and drink. He said, pulling on a chain one and held in his hand the other pinned to Li Jiala's collarbone. He tugged gently, causing Li Jiala to kneel in pain at his feet. If you behave, I might spare your dear sister's life. He paused, a twisted smile forming on Lin Bugui's lips. Oh, and I can also let her keep you company. Let me tell you. He yanked Li Jiala's hair to lift her head, leaning close to her ear and taking a deep breath, as if savoring something delicious. Her water is abundant and refreshing. On the wall, Zhang Weidong stepped forward. Captain, don't. Zhang Weidong, having only recently met Guo Chong'an, was unaware of the relationship between Guo Chong'an and Li Jiala, and feared he might act impulsively. It's fine, don't listen to that fool below. Guo Chong'an calmly observed the scene. I've only met President Li once, I merely valued her talent, and invited her to. After hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. After all, Guo Chong'an and Yuan Zhiyu were recognized as the golden couple of the base. If a third party suddenly emerged, which side would they take? Meanwhile, Guo Chong'an was infuriated to the point of wanting to laugh. This Lin Bugue was truly a fool, believing he had some ulterior motive towards Li Jiala just because he heard some rumors. What gave him the audacity to think he could invite a wolf into the house over a woman he had only met once? And so refreshing. My Zhiyu is not only refreshing, but also skilled in both the arts and martial prowess. Captain Guo. Zhang Weidong looked at Lin Bugue, increasingly familiar with him, suddenly recalled something, and said, Guo, I have an impression of this Lin Bugue. You speak. This bastard was a soldier stationed at Divine Toilet Island, expelled for forcefully hugging a local girl. Zhang Weidong paused. I didn't expect he was also from Shuiyun City. Oh. Guo Chong'an nodded. At this moment he understood why Zhang Weidong, a promising special forces king, would choose such scum, not being court-martialed and executed, but merely expelled from the army. It turned out the military discipline of Shui Lan Star had deteriorated to this extent. Even the bald-headed island warriors of Fenghua were better. Fine, since he's not a good person, there's no need to hold back. At the base of the wall, having grown impatient waiting for a long time, Lin Bugue seized Li Jiala and slapped her hard. The blow knocked her unconscious, and he tossed her onto the ground carelessly, as if she were garbage. Guo, if you don't agree, ill. However, he only heard a lion's roar. Those from Blue Sky community, anyone who doesn't want to die, lie down. When the roar erupted, it carried with it the surge of freshly released vital energy, shaping into a lion's roar. It shook the air, causing a buzzing sound. The refugees below were momentarily stunned, with some quickly lying down on the ground. The next second, 120 electromagnetic rifles fired simultaneously. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain. The 4 machine gun towers turned their barrels in response. Boom, 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 boom. Large caliber bullets swept through the standing crowd like a plow. Those still standing had no time to cry out before being turned into fragments. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, severed limbs littered the ground. The sounds of screams and cries exploded. Lie down. Lie down. Help. Ma. Lin Bugue had already dropped to the ground the moment the gunfire erupted. Bullets swept through the place where he had been standing. Moments later, all objects taller than 1 meter were leveled. Damn. Who told me that this Xinghua liked Li Jiala? He got up from the ground, wiped his face, and shouted, Guo, do you really dare to open fire? All he got in response was even more precise fire coverage. Lin Bugue rolled and crawled into the crowd, the gunfire gradually fading. Damn. I didn't expect the firepower here to be so fierce. Is this the level of the police headquarters? He crawled through the crowd, knowing Guo Chong'an wasn't a killer and wouldn't just slaughter these hundreds of people. But even with his talent of emotional pivoting granting him 4 times the attributes of an ordinary person, he didn't dare to withstand such a metal storm with his body. Lin Bugue reflected on his life. He enlisted at the age of 18 and was assigned to Divine Toilet Island as a station soldier. Though called a soldier, Shui Lan Star had been at peace for 100 years. 100 years ago, all nations of Shui Lan Star united to establish a world government, and the world had long been divided among economic oligarchs. The military's only role was to show voters that someone was still protecting them, and then to suppress any rebellious mobs. The station soldiers at Divine Toilet Island had even worse discipline. Forcibly hugging women was a rite of passage for all new recruits. Unfortunately for Lin Bugue, during an initiation with new recruits, he accidentally assaulted a noble's daughter and ended up killing her. The outcome was predictable. The military couldn't protect him. However, having served 8 years at Divine Toilet Island, those in higher positions sheltered him, expelling him from the military and sending him back to Shuiyun City, sparing his life. Upon returning to Shuiyun City, he could only do manual labor due to his expulsion from the military. On May 18th, the day of the apocalypse, he just happened to be working as a mover for a wealthy second generation at Blue Sky community. That rich girl was quite attractive, even more so, after putting on makeup, looking like a heavenly beauty, dressed very provocatively, making it hard for him to resist. Just as he and another worker were helping her move, the apocalypse struck. The other worker couldn't handle the awakened power and turned into a zombie, scaring the rich girl so much that she lost control of her bladder. Using the skills he developed during his military service, he killed the zombie and hid with the rich girl in her top-floor apartment. After 2 days, he noticed the chaos outside was escalating, and there was still no sign of the military or police coming to rescue. He realized that the apocalypse had thus the beast within him could no longer be suppressed, and that night, he forcibly embraced the rich girl. He continued the violence for 2 days, and on the 4th day, he unexpectedly awakened his talent, emotional pivoting. This talent allowed him to enslave the opposite sex once they lost their will to resist, turning them into his own servants. As the young master, he could gain a 30 attribute boost from the own servant and temporarily acquire their talent abilities. The limit for own servants was level 5, and each talent ability he could borrow was level 1. That rich girl became his first own servant. Afterwards, he claimed all the beauties in his building, stewardesses, wives, a newly adult high school girl, and her mother. 5 ordinary own servants helped him break through to the first rank. To upgrade further, he needed to find more powerful opposite-sex individuals to serve as own servants. Li Jiala, the last remaining woman in Blue Sky community, became his primary target. When Li Jiala, in a bid to fend off zombies and awaken individuals, had no choice but to seek his help, he pretended to agree, and leveraging the powerful attributes from his 5 own servants helped the community withstand several waves of attacks. After gaining the trust of the majority, he had the rich girl lure Li Jiala into a secret room he had prepared. What followed was inhumane force and abuse. After a full week, Li Jiala finally succumbed, becoming his first-rank own servant. To break through to the second rank, he needed at least 3 first-rank own servants. From a few loyal subordinates, he learned that Guo Chong'an's group had visited the community, and 2 first-rank female awakened individuals were among their ranks. Thus, this meticulously planned migration was set in motion. Lin Bugue was stunned for only a moment before snapping back to reality. He glanced at the 5 pivot slaves beside him, women who had once each possessed their own unique charms, now huddled together in terror, not daring to move. These 5 individuals were not only a crucial source of Lin Buge's attributes, but also his cherished toys. Yet to advance in rank, he had intended to gradually discard. At this moment, to deal with Guo Chong'an and his group, he gritted his teeth and thought, die sooner or later, you're all mine to command. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. A scarlet rune flew from his palm and instantly vanished into the foreheads of the 5 women. The next second, the bodies of the 5 women cowering beside him stiffened abruptly. Their eyes bulged wide, mouths agape, yet no sound escaped. Their skin visibly shriveled before their eyes, hair rapidly turning white and falling out. Their life force drained from their bodies like air escaping from punctured balloons. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the 5 living women transformed into dried corpses. Simultaneously, a black-red stream of energy surged from them and plunged straight into Lin Buge's body. His muscles bulged, veins crawled across his body like earthworms, and his eyes turned bloodshot. In Guo Chong'an's perception, Lin Buge's aura climbed steadily. Earlier, he had seemed evenly matched with Guo Chong'an, but now that aura had completely overwhelmed him. This is power. Lin Bugue laughed maniacally in his heart. Though it only lasts 15 minutes, that's enough. He stomped the ground, moving at nearly 5 times the speed of an ordinary person. He shot toward Guo Chong'an on the wall like a cannonball. Everyone aimed their guns at him, but only left a trail of sparks in his wake. Attributes 5 times beyond a mortal's brought a comprehensive boost, stronger muscle fibers, harder bones, and more powerful internal organs. Now a single punch could shatter 10 centimeters of granite. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bugue reached the wall. He leaped, vaulting directly onto the formidable high parapet. Before anyone could react, a dark shadow crashed down. The first to bear the brunt were 2 combat team members holding rifles. They were cleaved in 2 before they could even pull the triggers, blood splattering everywhere. Spread out. Zhang Weidong roared, raising his hand to fire a laser beam. A crimson beam grazed Lin Buge's clothes, blasting a large hole in the wall. He punched a combatant, turning him and his gun into a blur of gore, his eyes bloodshot, and a grin splitting his face. Guo, come out and die. Before his words faded, a figure lunged at him from the side. A crimson sword light slashed down. Lin Bugue raised his blade to block. A deafening clang of metal rang out, grating on the ears. Then the 2 figures each stepped back 3 paces, standing firm. Lin Bugue sneered, twirling his katana and eyeing Guo Chong'an sidelong with a cold smirk. Chief, Guo, not bad moves. Guo Chong'an stood silently, the red scale sword in his hand wreathed in crimson flames. You talk too much. With that, they charged at each other again. The clashing of blades rang out in a rapid succession, too fast for the eye to follow. The red scale sword left trails of fiery afterimages, each strike aimed at Lin Buge's vitals. Lin Buge's katana, cunning and erratic, targeted Guo Chong'an's lower body. Both moved at extreme speeds. Ordinary people could only see 2 blurry shadows leaping and spinning, unable to discern their movements. Even Heani, whose focus was agility, could barely track their intertwined figures. They fought from the wall to the outside with Guo Chong'an deliberately luring Lin Bugui away from the base. Lin Bugui, seemingly intoxicated by power, failed to realize he was being led by the nose. What are Boss Guo's and that guy's current attributes? Tiani couldn't have. Old Guo's body attributes are around 45, Ming Hui replied, staring at the data on his tablet. He had designed a scanning program based on the system's measurement standards to estimate Lin Bugi's real-time values. But that Lin guy's evil technique just pushed his attributes above 50. Damn, that big a gap. Tiani exclaimed in surprise. His own average attributes were around 30, he hadn't expected these two to be nearing the threshold of the second rank. Lin Bugui, relying on 5-0 rank pivot slaves and a first-rank Li Jiala, had maintained constant attributes around 30. Now, using the evil technique to briefly boost them to 50, he only had 15 minutes. What truly unsettled him was that even at this strength, Guo Chong'an could still match him. This was thanks to Guo Chong'an having opened most of his acupoints and his long-term practice of boxing and swordsmanship, allowing him to maximize his attributes. In contrast, Lin Bugui, despite greater power, couldn't fully control it. His moves were stiff and riddled with flaws. Guo Chong'an reflected that relying solely on experience would never have brought him this far. After nearly 100 exchanges, Guo Chong'an suddenly changed his tactics, merging man and sword, channeling true chi into a blazing sun wheel that blotted out the sky, pressing down on Lin Bugui. This was the killing move of the sun-eclipsing sword, art, blazing scale eclipse. Though Lin Bugui had long practiced shrine swordsmanship, he could only raise his blade to block against this strike. A resounding clang echoed. The red scale sword slammed into the katana, the immense force, sending both staggering back 5 steps. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Weidong moved. He shouted, against a scoundrel like this, there's no need for chivalry. Let's all gang up on him. With that, he raised both hands' palms, aimed at the field, and crimson laser beams tore through the air. For crimson beams shot forth, sealing off all of Lin Bugi's escape angles. Lin Bugi's pupils contracted. He stomped the ground, launching himself into the air to dodge the 4 beams. But unexpectedly, Zhang Weidong, ignoring the searing heat on his palms, forcibly triggered a 3rd round of lasers. 2 beams predicted Lin Bugi's evasive direction and struck him mid-leap. A series of explosions followed, kicking up thick dust that obscured everyone's vision. Though Lin Bugui twisted sharply in the air to avoid one beam, another slammed squarely into his chest. With a thunderous boom, he was blasted out of the dust cloud and crashed heavily onto the ground in the distance. Lin Bugui struggled to his feet, charred and ragged, with a gaping, bloody hole in his chest. He coughed up blood, then conjured a ripple of water in his right hand and pressed it to the wound. Guo Chong'an's eyelid twitched. That was Li Jiala's innate ability, healing water. The pale blue ripples rapidly seeped into the wound, and the charred flesh visibly writhed and healed. You can't kill me. Lin Bugui cackled, shouting loudly. Lin Bugui was still cosplaying as an elder of the Soul Hall, but he didn't notice a dark shadow silently creeping up behind him. Tiani struck. Using soundless steps and the smoke and dust of the battlefield, he had stealthily moved behind Lin Bugui. 2 alloy short swords shot out like venomous snakes, precisely stabbing into his lower back. Puchi! Puchi! The short swords pierced the area of his kidneys. The wounds were not deep, only 2 inches. But the dark corrosion runes on the blades began to take effect. Strange black patterns rapidly spread around the wounds. The flesh sizzled as if drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid. A nauseating burnt odor. Aya! Lin Bugui let out a most miserable scream and swung his blade backward in a blind counter. Tiani struck and retreated, instantly vanishing like a ghost into the smoke and dust raised by the explosions, leaving him no chance to fight back. Lin Bugui dropped his katana and clamped both hands over the wounds on his waist. Streams of healing water surged from his palms, trying to mend the writhing, charred flesh. But the power of the dark corrosion runes constantly clashed with the healing water, causing black chi to churn endlessly at the wound site. Guo Chong'an had already taken this opportunity to rush before him. Without any sense of protagonist pride, he directly struck a man when he was down. The crimson scale sword cleaved down from above. Lin Bugui hastily tried to raise his blade to parry, but forgot that he had dropped the katana on the ground to tend his wounds. The crimson scale sword sliced through his raised left arm, severing the limb cleanly at the elbow. Before blood could even spurt, the wound was instantly carbonized by flames. Oh! Lin Bugui screamed repeatedly, his vocal cords tearing until his voice became hoarse and broken like a drake's quack. Yet astonishingly, he still did not die. He gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and raised his hand to heal again. But Guo Chong'an gave him no further chance. He took a deep breath, and the true chi within him surged wildly along the circulation path of the myriad magnet star-breaking art. Over 100 points of true chi flooded into his right arm. The muscles on his arm bulged in lumps, and veins popped violently. A faint blue electric light even flickered on the surface of his skin. The ultimate killing move of the second layer of the myriad magnet star-breaking art, the Sea Tiger explosive fist. And this time he used the Ice Hard art to forcibly restrain the wild fist force, preventing it from spreading out like a fan. All his power was compressed within an inch in front of his fist. All the lightning, all the true chi, all the force. Everything condensed into a single point. Lin Bugui seemed to sense the danger, his expression shifting drastically as he turned to flee. But the moment he took a step, Guo Chong'an was already behind him. The fist struck. First there was no sound. Because all the energy was compressed too tightly, it only exploded with a roar upon hitting the target. A thunderous boom rang out. Guo Chong'an's fist struck Lin Bugui from behind. He was like a high-speed spinning cannonball hit. The area at his waist instantly vanished. Guo Chong'an had blasted him into two halves. With two slap sounds, Lin Bugui's upper body separated from his lower half, the severed ends shimmering with electric light. The bloodshot red in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deathly gray emptiness. His mouth gaped wide, but no sound came out. Only blood foam constantly bubbled from the corners of his mouth. Guo Chong'an walked over to him, holding the crimson scale sword. Lin Bugui's eyes still stared fixedly at him, filled with unwillingness and venom. His lips moved as if to say something, but in the end he only spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his head lolling to the side as his breath ceased. Dead. Guo Chong'an exhaled, truly a troublesome opponent. He glanced down at his left hand. The last silk armor divine constable was completely ruined. In the earlier battle his golden bell shield had been shattered multiple times, and over a dozen cuts from the katana crisscrossed his body, still oozing blood. Fortunately Lin Bugui was merely a fool with empty stats who relied solely on external tools. Otherwise today would have ended in mutual destruction. Zhang Weidong had already brought people out, securing all the survivors of the Blue Sky District. For the injured survivors, Zhang Weidong arranged for Dr. Su to administer simple first aid. The dead were dragged aside for disposal. He sidled up to Lin Bugui's corpse. From his pocket he fished out a pouch of crystal cores. Then with a single sword strike he cleaved open his large head and retrieved a green crystal core. Meanwhile Guo Chong'an walked over to Li Jiala. Fortunately she had been lucky. She had only been knocked unconscious by Lin Bugui and was not caught in the shockwaves of the battle. Guo Chong'an looked at her, face pale as a sheet of paper, and felt her breath with his hand. Her breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and her body was covered in bruises and wounds. Guo Chong'an called over two female students to help him carry Li Jiala into the 4th level of the underground base, placing her in a single room. He told the two students to find a set of clean clothes for Li Jiala and leave them by the bed, instructing them to watch over her. Then he went to find Yuan Jiyu. Pushing open the door to the control room, Yuan Jiyu ran over in small steps and wrapped her arms tightly around Guo Chong'an's neck. Her eyes were slightly red and her voice carried a trembling after crying, and go, how could you be so reckless? Why did you have to duel that madman alone? Do you know how worried I was watching him slash you? Perhaps due to pregnancy hormones, even Yuan Jiyu, with her extraordinary talent, had become exceptionally fragile and sensitive. Alright, it's my fault, but look, my wounds are already fine. Guo Chong'an gently circled one arm around Yuan Jiyu's waist, while the other lightly stroked her back, not forgetting to show his already scabbing arm. Yuan Jiyu stared at those wounds for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into tears again. Can't you stop being so selfish? You still have me and the child. Guo Chong'an offered another clumsy round of comfort until her emotions gradually calmed. The two lingered in the control room for a while longer before Guo Chong'an remembered the important matter. Li Jiala is still alive, but she? You'd better come see her with. Yuan Jiyu shot Guo Chong'an a glare. Fine, I'll go see your little vixen right now. Guo Chong'an took Yuan Jiyu's hand, and they walked side by side to the door of Li Jiala's room. The two female students were standing at the door. Seeing them approach, they quickly greeted them. Captain Guo's sister Yuan. Why are you outside? Guo Chong'an asked, puzzled. A student named Mi Shui pointed at the door and said Sisterly woke up. She said she wanted to change clothes and didn't want us to see, so she asked us to wait outside. Guo Chong'an said an indifferent oath, thinking Li Jiala was being overly dramatic. But Yuan Jiyu frowned, sensing trouble. Quick, open the door. Mi Shui pushed the door open in response, and the four of them rushed in. On the pristine white bedsheet, a glaring patch of bright red was slowly spreading. Li Jiala lay on the bed, holding a pair of scissors in her right hand, trying to cut her own wrist. Guo Chong'an rushed over in one stride, slapped the scissors out of her hand, and grabbed her left arm. Fortunately, the scissors were not sharp enough, and Li Jiala had little strength. Although a gash had been cut on her wrist, it had not reached. Startled by the sudden movement, Li Jiala jerked her head up. Seeing it was Guo Chong'an and Yuan Jiyu, her pupils contracted. Her lips trembled, and she only managed to say, "Please, brother Guo, let me die." The room fell silent. Only Li Jiala's heavy breathing could be heard. After more than 10 seconds, her tears began to flow without warning. At first it was soft sobbing, then it turned into stifled whimpers, and finally, she broke down into loud crying. She curled up into a ball, her shoulders shaking. Her tears fell like beads from a broken string, soaking a large patch of the bedsheet. Guo Chong'an stood by the bed at a complete loss. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, "Hey, it's all over now." Upon hearing this, Li Jiala's crying paused for a moment. She looked up at him with swollen eyes, her gaze filled with despair and self-mockery. Then she lowered her head again, and her crying grew even louder. Feeling even more awkward, Guo Chong'an scratched his head and said, "Stop crying. That bastard Lin Bugue is dead. You're free now, really." She kept crying, her shoulders shaking like a sieve. She curled up even tighter, as if trying to hide herself within the mattress. Seeing her like this stirred a wave of irritation in Guo Chong'an's heart, but he had no idea what to do, so he just stood there frozen. Guo Chong'an frantically searched his mind for comforting words. After racking his brains, all he could come up with were useless phrases like, "Don't be sad, cheer up, and life goes on." Finally, Yuan Jiu couldn't stand it anymore. She pinched Guo Chong'an's waist so hard that even this quasi-second-drink powerhouse winced in pain. She pushed Guo Chong'an aside. "Me shui, you two go to Dr. Zus place. Tell him to bring some people here in half an hour to check on Sisterly." Then she shot a glare at Guo Chong'an. "Brother, and please close the door for me. From the outside. And wait until I call you, okay?" Guo Chong'an walked out awkwardly and closed the door. He initially wanted to eavesdrop by leaning against it, but seeing Mi Shui and the others still there, he could only scratch his head and stand against the wall across the hall. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, pretending not to care about what was happening inside, but his heart itched with curiosity. Inside the room, Yuan Jiu walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. She reached out and pulled Li Jiala, who was curled up like a shrimp, into her arms. The girl's shoulders were still shaking violently, her body stiff, until Yuan Jiu's arms encircled her, and she slowly began to relax. Her face was buried in the hollow of Yuan Jiu's shoulder, her hands gripping the other woman's clothes tightly. All right. Take a breath first." Yuan Jiu didn't rush to speak. Instead, she gently stroked her back a few times. Her soft little hands traced down Li Jiale's spine vertebra by vertebra. Li Jiale's breathing gradually shifted from rapid gasps to deep, steady rises and falls. But the tears still flowed, soaking a large patch of Yuan Jiu's shoulder. Yuan Jiu didn't move away, but she just let her lean there, resting her chin on the top of her head, humming an extremely soft melody. By the time the melody was mostly finished, Li Jiale's crying had finally subsided from heart-wrenching sobs to intermittent sniffles. She huddled in Yuan Jiu's arms, gripping her clothes as if clinging to a lifeline. Tears were still silently streaming, but she had stopped trembling. The room was quiet for a while. Yuan Jiu patted her back rhythmically, not urging her to speak. After a long time, Li Jiala slowly lifted her head from Yuan Jiu. Her eyes were swollen like two walnuts, her lips were chapped and peeling, and her voice was hoarse, barely forming words. "Sister Yuan, do you want to hear my story?" Although strictly speaking, Li Jiala was 2 years older than Yuan Jiu. But since Yuan Jiu was a reincarnator, being called sister was perfectly acceptable. "Go ahead." Yuan Jiu's voice was incredibly gentle. Li Jiala lowered her head, her fingers tightening on Yuan Jiu's clothes again. She was silent for a long time, so long that Yuan Jiu thought she wouldn't speak until she finally squeezed out a few words from her throat. It's Lin Bugue." Upon hearing that name, Yuan Jiu's hand paused for a moment, then resumed its gentle patting. Li Jiala spoke in fragments. "That day, Fang Yojia, she was Lin Buge's woman, said there were clean medical supplies in the basement, and asked me to help move them. I believed her. I followed her down. Just as I turned the corner, Lin Bugue suddenly appeared and dragged me inside. Her voice began to tremble, her words tumbling out faster, as if afraid she'd lose her courage if she stopped. That room had no windows, and the door was locked from the outside. Chains and belts hung on the walls, and a cot was in the corner. That night he tied me to the bed. I screamed all night, but my mouth was gagged, no sound came out, and no one came to save me." As she spoke, she started shaking again, and Yuan Jiu immediately tightened her arms, holding her close. Her palm rested on the back of Li Jiale's head, not speaking, just pressing gently. Li Jiala buried her face back in Yuan Jiu's shoulder, her voice muffled by the fabric coming in broken pieces. The next day, he brought a woman in and made me watch how she served him. That woman knelt on the ground, calling him master like a dog. Lin Bugue told me I either learned to be like her or I'd be locked in that room forever. He didn't give me food or water, and he abused me every day. When she said the word master, a faint suppressed retch escaped her throat, which she forcefully swallowed back down. I lasted 5 days. Her voice grew quieter. 5 days without food or water. The chains bit into my arms, drawing blood that scabbed, and then broke open again with every movement. He came every day. While he forced himself on me and whipped me, had asked if I had come to my senses. On the 5th night, I couldn't hold on any longer. I was dying of thirst. My lips were cracked and bleeding. I was seeing double. When he asked me again, I nodded. Her tears flowed again, but this time they were silent, streaming down her cheeks and into the collar of Yuan Jiu's shirt. He made me kneel and call him master. I knelt. I called him that. Li Jiala closed her eyes. From that day on, I became his toy. When he was happy, he'd give me a little food. When he wasn't, he'd force himself on me and beat me. As she spoke the last word, her shoulders completely gave way. She seemed to have lost her last shred of strength, collapsing limply against Yuan Jiu. Yuan Jiu was silent for a long time, so long that Li Jiala thought she too was disgusted with her. Then Yuan Jiu spoke. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. You said 5 days, right? Li Jiala was startled and looked up at her. Yuan Xiu's gaze didn't meet hers, it was fixed on the opposite wall looking at some unknown point. Her expression was calm, eerily, but her arms never loosened their hold on Li Jiala. 5 days without food or water, being tortured by him every day. By the 5th day you felt that if you held on any longer you would truly die, so you nodded. Li Jiala's lips began to tremble again and fresh tears welled up, but after I nodded I told myself my life was over. Every night I wanted to kill him, but he controlled me. Without his permission, I couldn't even kill myself. Yuan Xiu interrupted Li Jiala. Her tone remained unchanged, still as calm as ever. So what you hate isn't just him, but also yourself. You hate yourself for kneeling, for calling him master, for not dying during those 5 days. Li Jiala was left speechless by her words, tears streaming down her face in large drops. Yuan Xiu gazed at her for a long moment before speaking slowly. I know that feeling. The feeling of hating yourself so much you want to tear your own skin off. Li Jiala jerked her head up, looking at her through blurred eyes. Yuan Xiu didn't avert her gaze and continued. Have you ever had those moments? Waking up with a start in the dead of night, your face wet with tears, yet unable to recall what you dreamed of. During the day you force a smile for others. At night you sit alone in the darkness, replaying those scenes over and over in your mind until you feel sick enough to vomit. Then you start scratching your arms and pinching your legs, trying to drown out the pain in your heart with another kind of ache. Li Jiala's lips parted, but no sound came out. Yet her eyes betrayed her. She had experienced every single word Yuan Xiu spoke. The feeling of having her most secret wounds pried open made her tremble uncontrollably. How do you know? She croaked. Yuan Xiu didn't answer, just looked at her. Her gaze was so candid that Li Jiala found nowhere to hide. I understand you. It's a feeling of gradual decay. You feel dirty from the inside out, as if you don't deserve to live. Every morning the first thought upon opening your eyes is, why am I still alive? And every night as you close them the last thought is, I hope I don't wake up tomorrow. She paused, her voice dropping even lower. You hate yourself because you've taken all the blame that belongs to the one who wronged you and placed it on your own shoulders. You think kneeling means you've surrendered, and calling him master means you've admitted you're nothing but a possession. But have you ever considered that when a person is locked in a cage for 5 days without food or water, nodding is just their body making a choice for them? You wanted to survive. That isn't weakness, it's the instinct of life. Li Jiala stared at her dazed. Tears still flowed, but the layer of lifeless numbness in her eyes was beginning to crack strand by strand. The name on that ledger? Yuan Xiu took her hand and gently pried open her fingers, which were digging into her palm. It shouldn't be yours. You've kept that account for him for so long. It's time to give it back. How? Li Jiala's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. First step, take that thought him dirty out of your mind and flip it over. Every time you think it, tell yourself, he is the dirty one. Yuan Xiu leaned in her forehead, almost touching Li Jiala's. Say it until you believe it. Second step. She suddenly curved the corner of her mouth, her tone shifting from solemn to a soft, playful coaxing, like an older sister. When you get out of here, it'll be your turn to come and save me. She placed Li Jiala's hand on her own belly, letting her feel the movements of her unborn children. These little ones are doing somersaults in there all day. I really can't handle them alone. You'll have to help me think of something, won't you? Beneath Li Jiala's palm came a very faint pulse, like a small fish flicking its tail. Her fingers instinctively tried to recoil, but Yuan Xiu held them in place. Slowly her fingers relaxed and lay flat against that warm curve. She looked down at the small patch of warmth beneath her palm, tears still streaming silently. Yet the corner of her mouth, which she had bitten white, was beginning to turn upward ever so slowly. After a long while she gave a muffled reply. Okay. Yuan Xiu embraced her, pressing her head against her own shoulder and gently patted her back. Her voice was as tender as a warm spring breeze. From now on you can stay here. It's safe here. No one can hurt you. We all need you, especially these little ones. Let them call you godmother in the future. You'll have to help take care of them. Li Jiala reached out and hugged Yuan Xiu tightly. Xiu, okay? I will definitely become their best godmother. In the days that followed, the base welcomed a new member. Li Jiala's condition was still not great. She would often zone out and suffer from nightmares. But at least she had stopped trying to end her life and was cooperating with treatment. Especially with Yuan Xiu's companionship, her eating and sleeping habits were gradually returning to normal. Occasionally, she would even follow the medical team to learn how to treat simple wounds without using her powers. Her movements were still clumsy, and her eyes would dart away, avoiding eye contact. But at least she was moving forward. That was enough. Some things to be completely forgotten could only be taken slowly. As for the remaining 300-plus survivors from Blue Sky District, they were first observed for a week at the Wu family village, and then screened by Li Jiala. More than a dozen individuals who had colluded with Lin Bugue were identified. After these scum were dealt with, the remaining ordinary people were absorbed into the Chengyu base. Yuan Xiu arranged for all of them to be settled in the newly built western farmland area to prevent them from frequently encountering Li Jiala. After all, those who had witnessed Li Jiale's dark past could easily trigger her emotional instability again. As Li Jiale's condition gradually improved, Yuan Jiyu supplied her with many awakening crystals. She could absorb the awakening factor to her fill every day, steadily raising her level and innate talent. After all, a powerful healer could greatly strengthen their confidence in surviving the apocalypse. Everything was progressing well until July 10th. That afternoon, Niu Dafu rushed over to report to Guo Chong'an. Captain, with 3 of my bird spies have been taken out. Guo Chong'an, who had just broken through to the 2nd rank, was practicing his sword techniques in the training ground. Hearing this, the scarlet scale sword in his hand nearly flew out. He looked up at Niu Dafu. When did this happen? Just now. Niu Dafu was drenched in a cold sweat from anxiety. I sent them to scout in the direction of Watercloud City. The signal cut off halfway. They must have been shot down. Guo Chong'an furrowed his brow. There were too many awakened beings and zombies in Watercloud City who could spot those birds and flower sprites. But his first thought was still of Jianglin. It seemed he had indeed followed the trail left by the people from Blue Sky District and found his way here. That guy was faster than he had anticipated. It had only been a few days, and he was already bold enough to directly eliminate their reconnaissance units. This was likely a show of force to Guo Chong'an, a message that said, "I found you." Sure enough, that very night an unsigned letter was shot onto the gate with an arrow. Guo Chong'an opened it to find only 4 words: "I'm coming for you." On July 15th, in the heat of summer, at noon, waves of heat mixed with the sea breeze swept into the silent Shuiyun city. An armored convoy fully equipped forcefully left the western outskirts of Shuiyun city. In front were 3 pitch-black heavy armored vehicles, their fronts equipped with massive battering rams that pushed aside all abandoned vehicles blocking the way. Behind them were 3 dark green troop carriers, their compartments sealed, making it impossible to see inside. Yet the dull sound of the wheels crushing gravel exuded an aura of coldness. Finally, there was a menacing and heavy tank. It was the most powerful main battle tank currently in service on the Shui Lan Star, the Jia Long X-19. This iron lump weighed over 60 tons, and its 130mm cannon radiated an unreasonable aesthetic of violence. It was said that its armor thickness was as much as 150 centimeters, and even the strongest tanks on Earth could not penetrate this material. Its 130mm cannon, combined with the advanced technology of Shui Lan Star, was capable of turning a 5-meter-thick concrete wall into rubble from a kilometer away. As soon as the convoy left Shuiyun City, it was spotted by the little bird operatives of Niu Dafu. These little guys, having lost 3 teams last time, dared only to keep their distance this time. Upon discovering their tracks, they immediately scattered and returned to report. Their coming, Niu Dafu relayed the message from the little bird operatives to Guo Chong'an at the first opportunity. Guo Chong'an finished his martial arts training. For the past few days, he and his combat team had not gone out waiting for Li Jianglin's arrival. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, donned his combat suit, and picked up the red-scaled sword that leaned against the wall. This Director Li is moving quite slowly, arriving several days later than I expected. He strode out of the underground base, leaving Yuan Jiyu in the control room. As he stepped out of the base, 100 members of the combat team were already prepared. Zhang Weidong hoisted a modified heavy sniper rifle, while several team members carried out 2 grenade launchers, their dark muzzles pointed forward. Old Guo, the drones have transmitted the footage. Ming Hui, being a technical expert, was also left behind by Guo Chong'an in the base. His voice came through the intercom. Goodness, with this display is Director Li showing off the entire resources of the police department. Guo Chong'an lowered his head to look at the holographic projection screen. In the footage, 3 black armored vehicles formed a vanguard with troop carriers and the Jia Long tank clearly visible behind them. 3 armored vehicles, 3 troop carriers, plus 1 tank. Ming Hui quickly typed on the keyboard on the other side of the screen, reporting a series of data. According to the drone's infrared scan, there are approximately 120 people, but their firepower is too strong for me to get too close with a margin of error within 10. Are there any gifted individuals? Yes, there are 4 high-energy responses, all seated in the 3 armored vehicles. Guo Chong'an rubbed his forehead. He admitted that Li Jianglin indeed had the capital to be arrogant. While most people were still backstabbing each other over food, he had already assembled a restructured armed force, even with tanks. Even among the rare gifted individuals, Li Jianglin had at least 5 under his command. Unfortunately for him today, he faced Guo Chong'an, a man who had forgotten to turn off Feng Lingyi. On the side of Chongyu base, there were 3 systematized traversers, 1 reborn individual, and 4 combat-type gifted individuals, along with 6 auxiliary-type gifted individuals. Even in terms of equipment, while Ming Hui could not manufacture large vehicles and armor, the combat ability of individual soldiers had already overwhelmed the police department's arsenal. Ming Gu, wait until they enter within 10 kilometers and give them a surprise. Got it, old Guo, just watch. Ming Hui chuckled, his fingers flying across the control panel. At this moment, the police department's convoy was still slowly advancing. Li Jianglin sat in the leather seat of the lead vehicle, holding a delicate porcelain cup filled with freshly brewed coffee adorned with latte art. He gazed out at the desolate scenery, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In his view, a place like Suaping Mountain was merely a slightly tougher walnut. The only troublesome factor should be that reckless Guo Chong'an. However, the last encounter had already proven that he was no match for his own abilities. As long as he was cautious of Minghui's ambush, both Suaping Mountain and the two women who caught his interest would be within his grasp. However, as the convoy entered the 10-kilometer radius of Chongyu base, a sudden swarm of buzzing sounds filled the sky. Initially, the sound was faint like a swarm of mosquitoes flying, but in an instant it transformed into a deafening roar. Li Jianglin frowned, put down his coffee cup, and opened the observation port on the car window. He saw hundreds of silver-white drones flying densely in the sky. Beneath these drones hung numerous dark iron lumps. Those were the anti-armor grenades that Minghui had crafted using high-energy explosives and steel balls. It's an airstrike. Everyone get out of the vehicle. Li Jianglin's pupils constricted sharply, his voice exploding in the communication channel. But it was already too late. Minghui had been busy tinkering with these little gadgets for days. Hundreds of drones descended like a silver meteor shower, fearlessly crashing into the convoy below. Buzz! Li Jianglin suddenly extended his hand, an invisible wave of magnetic force surged from his palm. That was his ability to manipulate the magnetic field. Under the magnetic disturbance, dozens of drones instantly lost their balance, tumbling and crashing to the ground in explosions. Fireballs erupted towards the sky, and the shockwave sent nearby bushes flying. However, there were simply too many drones. Even as the machine guns on the armored vehicles and tanks spat fire wildly, dozens of drones still broke through the fire net, shrieking as they dove towards the convoy. Boom! One drone slipped through the gaps in the magnetic field and accurately crashed into the side skirt of a troop carrier, followed by a second, then a third. The violent explosion instantly drowned out everything. The troop carrier was struck as if hit by a giant's hammer, causing the entire vehicle to tilt sharply to one side. Then the fuel tank ignited from the sparks, instantly transforming into a massive fireball. Cries echoed from within the flames as dozens of figures stumbled out from the fire. These armed personnel were equipped with automatic rifles, bulletproof vests, and steel helmets from the first-line corps of Shui Lan Star, making them heavily armed. But against the self-detonation of the drones and the flames, they were still like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Minghui whistled behind the monitor. Tisk, this welcome gift is quite substantial, isn't it? Li Jianglin reacted swiftly. After the initial chaos, he rapidly expanded the magnetic field's coverage. The remaining drones, upon approaching within 50 meters of the convoy, began to collide chaotically like headless flies. By the time all the drones had either exploded or been shot down, the police department's ranks were already in disarray. Li Jianglin's expression turned extremely grim. He watched the troop carrier engulfed in flames, crushing the coffee cup in his hand. Report to the director. A soot-covered aide stumbled over, his voice trembling. 8 are dead, 6 seriously injured, and over a dozen with minor injuries. Li Jianglin kicked the aide before him, violently tossing the fragments of the cup to the ground. Guo Chong'an, Minghui, I want you both dead. The police headquarters convoy continued to advance. However, this time, they no longer dared to sit boldly in the vehicle. The remaining 100 or so combat personnel jumped out of the cars using armored vehicles and tanks as cover, advancing towards the base in a fan formation. Li Jianglin had lost his interest in drinking coffee. He stood atop an armored vehicle, his gaze coldly fixed on the faintly visible wall at the mountain's peak. After entering 1 kilometer outside the Chongyu base, the convoy stopped. Blast it open for me, he roared into the walkie-talkie, pointing towards the base. The turret of the Jia Long tank slowly turned, its long barrel resembling a finger pointing towards hell. However, before the tank could fire, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed across the base's wall. The beam was slender and solid, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, instantly crossing a distance of 1 kilometer. Sizzle! A loud explosion erupted. The engine cover of the foremost armored vehicle was pierced as if sliced through by a hot knife. The crimson laser light retained its momentum, directly penetrating the entire engine compartment, turning the precision components inside into a pile of scrap iron. Zhang Weidong retracted his palm, blowing on his fingertips with a chuckle. Captain Guo, this new trick of mine is pretty good, right? He had not been idle over the past month. He continuously developed his talent, mastering the ability to concentrate the powers of both hands together, releasing a sustained cutting laser beam over an ultra-long. Although this move had lost the area damage of the laser's explosion, it was sufficient to tear through 500 millimeters of alloy armor with its single-point armor penetration. However, the cost was that his hands overheated and required 5 minutes to cool down. Li Jianglin truly jumped up in a panic this time. The secondary explosion caused by the destroyed engine made the armored vehicle stall, immediately, thick smoke billowing upwards. Li Jianglin jumped down from the top of the vehicle, his meticulously managed suit now covered in soot. Before he could curse, a barrage of bullets began to rain down on him. Da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun turrets on the wall began to roar madly. These fire points, upgraded by Minghui, had an astonishingly fast rate of fire. At the same time, armed personnel at the base holding electromagnetic rifles began to take aim from their elevated positions. The sound of electromagnetic rounds hitting the armored plates was crisp, like striking an iron barrel. Li Jianglin's team was caught off guard. These officers who usually swaggered through Shuiyun City could only crouch behind the armored vehicles and tanks, awkwardly raising their guns to return fire. Lu Renjia, push them back. Li Jianglin shouted, hiding behind the vehicle and calling out to a fellow talent beside him. Lu Renjia was a slender man carrying a sniper rifle. He immediately ducked into the shadow of the tank lying on the ground and reloading. His talent was long-range expert, making targets 500 meters away appear as clear as if they were right in front of him. He aimed at a combatant on the wall and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whistled out and the armed personnel's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering onto the nearby cover. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out. Except for one super student who dodged to the side just in time, the other 2 fell to the ground in response to the gunfire. Just as he was about to continue firing, 2 laser beams struck the front armor of the Jialong tank. Although the heavy alloy armor was only slightly scratched, Lu Renjia was shaken, blood surging in his throat with a metallic. Though he was a talent, he had previously only been an ordinary security officer lacking rigorous sniper training. He actually didn't have the instinct to change positions after firing. At this moment, the Jialong tank adjusted its cannon and blasted a hole in the wall where Zhang Weidong had just been. But as a seasoned Special Forces soldier, Zhang Weidong had already dragged those around him to flee after the attack. After a fruitless strike, the tank was about to continue firing. Just then, a figure dressed in black combat gear suddenly leaped down from the wall. The speed was unreasonably fast. Guo Chong'an fell like a meteor from the sky, his feet crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Who was that? Li Jianglin squinted, his pupils contracting sharply. Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an did not reply. He didn't even glance at Li Jianglin. His target was clear, the Jialong tank that was adjusting its cannon. Though he did not believe that a single human could do anything to this steel behemoth, Li Jianglin could not just watch him charge over. Stop him! Li Jianglin screamed. Lu Renjia struggled to get up and quickly turned his gun. To him, a human running in the open was simply the best living target. He took a deep breath, predicted Guo Chong'an's trajectory, and fired again. Bang! The bullet grazed past Guo Chong'an's afterimage, hitting the ground and sending fragments flying. What? Lu Renjia's eyes nearly bulged out. In his view, that man was not running at all, but flashing. With each footfall, the ground would emit a thunderous roar, followed by his figure appearing several dozen meters away. That was I'll handle this. A strangely long-limbed talent shouted loudly. His arms swung out violently like 2 steel whips filled with lead, attempting to ensnare Guo Chong'an's neck. This Lu Renai's talent was called flexible limbs, allowing his limbs to be as soft and resilient as whips. Guo Chong'an coldly snorted, his pace unbroken, his right hand already grasping the Qi Lin sword at his waist. As the white sun broke dawn, the morning sun cast shadows over the city. A red arc of light flashed through the air, transforming into a net of flames that enveloped the talent. The fire net engulfed Lu Renai completely, instantly severing all his limbs at the roots. Ah! A scream echoed across the wilderness. However, Lu Renai's scream did not last half a minute before the fire poison entered his body, turning his internal organs to charcoal. Guo Chong'an did not stop, not even looking back as he rushed past the fallen figure. Monster! He is a monster. The last talent blocking in front of the tank, named Lu Renbing. His talent was to cover his skin with a layer of flame armor with temperatures reaching up to 800 degrees. Seeing Guo Chong'an return, he let out a furious roar, and a layer of nearly half a meter thick red flames engulfed him. He charged at Guo Chong'an like a giant fireball, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Die! Guo Chong'an did not dodge a faint golden light emanating from his body. That was the second-level Golden Bell shield. With a muffled sound, the flames collided with the golden light. The flames struck the golden light, sending a shower of sparks and golden light into the air, creating an incredibly stunning visual effect. However, Guo Chong'an's steps did not waver, while Lu Renbing was sent flying back faster than he had charged. His fire armor shattered, half of his bones fractured, and he crashed down onto the tank's tracks with a heavy thud. What kind of thing dares to cause a speed bump? As if a massive truck had rolled over a speed bump, Guo Chong'an paused for only an instant before arriving before the Ankylosaurus tank. Li Jianglin, watching from behind, felt a chill run down his spine. He had believed that awakening his magnetic field talent placed him at the forefront of evolution. Yet before Guo Chong'an, his once proud subordinates were nothing more than paper toys. Ankylosaurus! Fire! Fire at him! Li Jianglin waved his arms hysterically. The tank crew, clearly terrified as well, ignored aiming and slammed the firing button. Boom! A 130mm shell roared forth, the immense recoil causing the tank's massive frame to tilt backward slightly. But Guo Chong'an merely sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the unaimed shot. The shell exploded 10 meters behind him. The violent shockwave failed to knock him over, though dust instantly engulfed him. Hit! Li Jianglin stared fixedly at the dust cloud. Cough, cough. A faint cough emerged from within the haze. Guo Chong'an brushed the dust off his shoulders and stepped out of the cloud. His golden bell technique had shattered once more, yet he remained completely unscathed. Impressive power, Guo Chong'an said, looking up at the steel behemoth. Pity too slow. He inhaled deeply, and the true qi within him began to circulate. It was like the day he killed Lin Bugui, except this time with the universal magnetic star-breaking art. At level 3, he could mobilize far more true qi. A torrent of true qi surged into his right arm, and blue electric sparks danced across his skin. The air around him began to distort from the intense current. He took a single step, his form transforming into a streak of blue light, and appeared instantly before the tank. Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. This punch held no ornate technique, only raw ultimate power. Guo Chong'an's fist slammed into the tank's 150-centimeter composite armor. A deep hum resonated. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Then azure lightning raced wildly across the armor's surface, crackling and popping. A grating sound of tearing metal followed. To Li Jianglin's horror, the armor at the point of impact crumpled and shattered like paper. A violent surge of lightning energy poured through the cracks into the tank's interior. Kaboom! A catastrophic explosion erupted inside the tank. The turret was hurled into the air by the immense pressure, spinning dozens of meters away. The fearsome steel beast was now a heap of smoking scrap. Li Jianglin stared blankly. His mind went momentarily blank. Second tier. This man had definitely reached the second tier, and his combat prowess was absurdly powerful. Why? I'm also second tier. Why? Just last time Guo Chong'an had been utterly humiliated by his magnetic control. Now no matter how fiercely he channeled his power, the magnetic field dissipated upon reaching Guo Chong'an, like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Li Jianglin tasted true despair for the first time. Li Jianglin. Guo Chong'an emerged from behind the tank wreckage holding the crimson scale, sword, his gaze as calm, as if looking at a dead man. Last time I was grateful for your hospitality. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Li Jianglin watched Guo Chong'an approach step by step, the muscles in his face twitching. He knew clearly that with his current strength, facing Guo Chong'an meant certain death. Morality power. Before absolute violence, they were utterly worthless. Guo Chong'an, don't get too cocky. Li Jianglin gritted his teeth, uttering a classic cannon fodder line. But the moment the words left his mouth, magnetic force erupted beneath his feet. He did not attack Guo Chong'an. Instead, using magnetic repulsion, he launched himself backward like a cannonball. His movement was swift, but Guo Chong'an was no. The instant Li Jianglin shot backward, Guo Chong'an stomped the ground. Thunderclap step. He was already behind Li Jianglin. Frost Sky Fist, Frozen River. Unfortunately, he had not trained hard in this technique, and his own true qi was incompatible with its nature. This punch carried only half the original power. The frost-laden fist struck Li Jianglin's left foot, the force transmitting through the sole into the shin. A sharp crack came from Li Jianglin's left leg, followed by a thick layer of frost. But he was ruthless himself, using the punch's force to hurl himself into the air. Retreat. Fall back. He shrieked midair, then shot like an arrow toward Shuiyun City. This single punch from Guo Chong'an shattered Li Jianglin's ambition to dominate Shuiyun City. Was this also part of your plan, JJ? Guo Chong'an, sword in hand, watched Li Jianglin vanish into the distance, and shook his head helplessly. Truly an apocalypse overlord. The decisiveness to flee with a broken leg was indeed a skill in itself. The remaining armed personnel, seeing their director flee faster than a rabbit, stood frozen in place. They looked at the still-burning tank, then at Guo Chong'an, standing amidst the wreckage like a demon god, and finally at the dark muzzles lining the walls. Clang! Someone was the first to drop their fire lizard rifle. Then a cascade of metallic clatters followed. We surrender. We surrender. Guo Chong'an sheathed his crimson scale, sword, gazing at the elite soldiers kneeling and trembling. This battle ended faster than he had anticipated. Old Zhang, bring the men down to clean up, he said into the communicator. And round up the prisoners. Our base is short on labor. Roger that. Zhang Weidong's cheerful voice came through. Captain Guo, that punch of yours was freaking awesome. Guo Chong'an turned to look at his Chongyu base. He knew this was only the beginning. Li Jianglin had escaped, but he would never let this go. This man, whom Yuan Zhiyu called a cunning villain, was always a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Though this crushing defeat would drain his strength and even shake his foundation in the city, his resources remained, and his power as a second-tier talent endured. Next time, he would surely return with even more frenzied vengeance. As an old saying goes, if you don't pull the weeds by the roots, they will grow back with the spring breeze. Since they were locked in a life-or-death struggle, the only option was to take the initiative and crush his ambition completely before he could catch his breath. I can't wait passively for him to come. Guo Chong'an looked at the captured soldiers and seized weapons, exhaling a long breath. Director Li, you're such a kind soul. I suppose I must send you a return gift. He turned and strode toward the base gate, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented sharpness. July 18th. In the northwestern outskirts of Shuiyun City, wild grass grew past the ankles. The abandoned asphalt road was piled high with vehicles. Guo Chong'an stepped onto the cracked gravel path, the crimson scale, sword held inverted in his right hand, carefully observing his surroundings. Brother Guo, this detour is way too long. Wu Ju wiped the sweat from his face. This burly man built like a small mountain was now hunched over, cautiously following behind. Guo Chong'an didn't even turn his head, asked the guide. He knows this area better than we do. Tiani walking at the very front. As he advanced further on the path of the stalker, the transformation by the power of dark erosion made his bones lighter, and even his gait took on an indescribable agility. He turned back and shot Wu Ju a glare. What's the hurry, Big Wu? This area used to be an old industrial zone. The terrain is tricky, but it has fewer zombies. Taking a detour from the northwest to the central district lets us avoid Li Jianglin's lackeys' outposts. When I was a lone wolf, I holed up here for half a month. I could find the back door of the police headquarters with my eyes closed. Wu Ju nodded after hearing this, and asked no further questions. Their mission was to reach the first ring of Shuiyun City, the area controlled by Li Jianglin and the Guo Chong'an had read novels when he was in school. He knew that if he didn't wipe out the enemy completely now, this Li Jianglin would surely cause trouble again. Therefore, after resting for 3 days to reach his peak condition, he set out with Wu Ju and Tiani. The three of them traveled through the abandoned industrial zone. Tiani hadn't exaggerated, they only encountered a few stray zombies along the way. They passed a residential complex called Sunshine Lane. From a distance, they could see that the perimeter wall had been reinforced to 4 meters high, topped with broken glass and rusty rebar. Several awakened individuals in tattered security uniforms stood guard at the main gate, their eyes gleaming with a Guo Chong'an saw on the complex's plaza a fat man in beach shorts, bare-chested, sitting under a sunshade, eating canned food. Surrounding him was a circle of young women in tattered clothes. These women held fans, mechanically fanning him. Meanwhile, on the empty lot nearby, dozens of sturdy men were pulling a millstone like beasts of burden, grinding some kind of blackish tuber. That's Elysium Paradise. Can't believe it hasn't been taken over yet, Tiani introduced in a low voice, his tone full of disdain. That fat guy awakened gravity control and turned the complex into his own territory. The men in the complex are his slaves, and the women are all his. You get it. These kinds of settlements are a dime a dozen in Shuiyun City. Guo Chong'an withdrew his gaze coldly. He didn't charge in to save people like the protagonists in those hot-blooded comics. The Chongyu base hadn't yet achieved food self-sufficiency, though every extra mouth was a burden. And while that fat guy was morally bankrupt, he was at least protecting these people's lives. Let's go. Guo Chong'an turned away, not looking back. Without Yuan Jiyu by his side, he seemed to have reverted to the state he was in on the day he transmigrated. He was now like a cold, emotionless robot executing a mission called survival. And in his underlying code, there was simply no instruction for compassion. Passing by a shopping mall, they even saw a guy claiming to be the reincarnation of the great sun Tathagata. That man had awakened a light-type talent. His entire body emitted a faint golden glow. He sat atop a pile of shelves, receiving the worship of the crowd. Brother Guo, that guy really glows, Wu Ju said, scratching his head naively. Maybe we should take him back to the base. He could save us a lot on electricity. Save your head, Guo Chong'an knocked Wu Ju on the head. That's an outward manifestation of his ability. To maintain that state, he probably eats even less than you save. As for taking him back to the base, Guo Chong'an didn't even consider it. Someone who had already become an overlord would never be willing to submit to another. Shuiyun City, once a megacity with a population of over 10 million, now resembled a massive breeding vat. 80% of humanity had turned into zombies, while the remaining 20%, in their extreme terror, had differentiated into all sorts of bizarre social structures. Hegemony, matriarchy, hedonism, theocracy. The speed of humanity's regression after the collapse of civilization far outpaced the evolution of the zombies. The only thing that made Guo Chong'an pause for a moment was a microbase set up in a corner pharmacy. Its leader was a female talent user who could shoot surprisingly powerful water arrows from her fingertips. She was leading a few survivors in clearing the zombies around the pharmacy, her movements swift and efficient. Guo Chong'an watched for a while, finding her ability usage impressive, and thought about making contact. But then this woman opened her mouth and unleashed a 30-year veteran's matriarchal boxing style. From her first words, she assumed Guo Chong'an was after her, and the conditions she set were so outrageous that even Li Hongzhang wouldn't have dared to sign them. Guo Chong'an turned and left without hesitation. Tiani sidled up to him, his tone teasing. Captain Guo, lucky Sister Yuan isn't here today, or you'd be kneeling on a cactus when you get back. Guo Chong'an pushed his face away expressionlessly. That woman is a master of the boxing arts. Your sister-in-law wouldn't learn from her. She's a true virtuous wife and loving mother. Sister Yuan herself would laugh at that. July 20th. The three of them finally reached the outer edge of the second ring. Now the first and second rings of Shuiyun City were completely occupied by the police headquarters. The atmosphere here was distinctly different. The streets were clean of zombies, and occasionally armored vehicles emblazoned with police badges could be seen on patrol. A sense of oppression hung in the air. There's a black market at the entrance of that abandoned underground mall ahead. Tiani pointed to a half-collapsed escalator with a hidden. That's the black market symbol. It used to be inside the second ring, but now it's moved out. When I was a lone wolf, I often traded supplies here. The black market was dimly lit, filled with the pungent smell of smoke and cheap alcohol. Keone wandered around for a bit before leading the two to a stall run by an old man, missing an ear. 2 green crystals spun between Inya's fingers before silently dropping into the old man's pocket. Anything new from the police headquarters lately? Keone asked in a low, familiar tone. The old man cackled, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. News. Every day brings something. But the most interesting bit is about our director Li. Guo Chong'an stood in the shadows, his ears perking up slightly. Li Jianglin. Who else? The old man spat a thick glob of phlegm. You're generous, folks, so we'll give you the full story. With that, he pulled out a bottle of cheap liquor and took a swig. Then he grabbed a brick, slammed it on the table like a storyteller, and began to talk about the police headquarters. We have to start from the very day the apocalypse began. The old man, who called himself One Ear, had been a notorious pickpocket in Shuiyan City. When the apocalypse descended, he, nearly 70, not only survived, but also awakened a talent. It allowed him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings in dim light, while staying perfectly still, even masking the sound. Of course, he didn't elaborate on that. He merely shared the gossip he'd overheard while stealing liquor from the police headquarters. It was said that on the day of the apocalypse, the old commissioner turned into a zombie and was riddled with bullets by his subordinates. In the following 3 days, 3 deputy commissioners nearly tore the police headquarters apart, vying for power. While the upper echelons were mired in internal strife, the lower-ranking officers were in a state of panic. This led to the chaotic situation in the first 3 days, leaving all civilians exposed to the threat of zombies. On the 4th day, Li Jianglin descended and successfully awakened his magnetic field ability. Though he wasn't the only talent in the police headquarters, he was the most formidable fighter. He immediately crushed a few unruly troublemakers into balls, and with the connections of his father Li Jiangwo, he secured the position of commissioner. Later, he continuously led the police force to clear the surrounding zombies and gather survivors. Within 2 months, the first and second ring roads became their territory. Now his domain housed over 50,000 survivors and 30 to 40 talents. The strongest 18 among them formed the so-called 18 Arhats, Li Jianglin's core force. I heard something happened to him recently. Keone steered the conversation. One Ear looked around and lowered his voice further. 5 days ago, Commissioner Li led over 100 elites out, bringing 3 of his 18 Arhats with him. The result? He came running back alone in the evening in a miserable state. Everything below his left knee was shattered, frozen solid, like an icicle crumbling at the slightest touch. Wu Ju almost laughed out loud behind them, but was stopped by a glare from Guo Chong'an. How do you know so much? Keone asked suspiciously. Burp, I was at their warehouse stealing. Borrowing some liquor at the time. I happened to see him crash into the yard. What a chaos. I took a few glances and slipped away. Things are lively inside the police headquarters now, the old man continued. With Li Jianglin's strength compromised, the other 2 deputy commissioners, Wang Daji and Zhao Guang, are stirring up trouble. Plus, those military ruffians at the naval base in the northeast port are eyeing this juicy prize. If Li Jianglin doesn't show his face, soon the police headquarters might change hands. Where's Li Jianglin now? Keone asked the crucial question. The old man shook his head. That's top secret. I heard he's been hidden away to recover, seeing no one. Guo Chong'an had a clear picture now. Leaving the black market, the trio infiltrated an office building about 2 kilometers from the Will this thing Brother Ming gave us really work? Wu Ju watched as Keone pulled out a palm-sized microdrone from his bag. Don't underestimate the technological marvels of the Marvel Universe, Keone said deftly while calibrating the device. This thing has infrared scanning that can penetrate 50 meters underground. With Li Jianglin missing a leg now, his heat signature is as obvious as a louse on a bald head. Night fell. The nights of Shuiyan City no longer belonged to humanity. Guo Chong'an stood by the window on the 30th floor, gazing down at the dead city below. Roar! A deep bellow echoed from several streets away, followed by the rapid fire of machine guns. That's the police headquarters frontline opening fire, Guo Chong'an observed calmly. A giant zombie over 5 meters tall appeared in his field of vision. It looked like 2 fleshy orbs crudely stitched together, with one head facing each direction. Its 4 thick arms grabbed lampposts along the street, sweeping away obstacles like toothpicks. Guo Chong'an raised his night vision binoculars, his pupils contracting slightly. He could see more clearly now. The beast's hide was covered in a layer of dark brown carapace. Machine gun bullets struck it with a dull thud, splattering dark red blood blossoms on the surface, but failing to penetrate. Thick green mucus dripped from the mouth of its left head. The moment it hit the ground, white smoke rose, and the asphalt was corroded into fist-sized craters. The right head, however, was held high, emitting a series of ultrasonic-like low growls from deep within its throat. Within 100 meters, several low-level zombies too slow to flee had their skulls shattered by the sound waves, collapsing limply to the ground. A second-stage zombie variant looks like a composite type with acid and sonic abilities, Keone said, lowering his binoculars with a grim expression. This thing was just a dumb giant at first stage, but now at second stage it's got all these tricks. Looks like the police headquarters folks are in for a world of trouble. As he spoke, 5 tracer rounds streaked across the police front line. 2 heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, their belts of ammunition lashing out like fiery serpents toward the giant beast. Bullets rained down on its torso, sending shards of carapace flying in all directions. The beast was forced back 2 steps, its massive feet leaving cracked craters in the asphalt. But in just 3 seconds its body suddenly contracted. That was a precursor to charging. Damn retreat. Keanu instinctively stepped back, even though they were a kilometer. In the next instant both heads of the beast opened their mouths simultaneously. The left head spewed a jet of dark green acid sweeping across the first sandbag line of the police. The 12 soldiers behind it didn't even have time to scream before their upper bodies were corroded into steaming white bones. The right head let out a piercing shriek, the sonic wave spreading in a fan shape. All glass within 200 meters shattered simultaneously, fragments falling like snowflakes. The searchlights on the front line popped and exploded into dark red shards, plunging the entire street into chaotic darkness. But the police headquarters was after all the largest coercive apparatus in Shuoyan City. From the darkness came the muffled grinding of metal tracks. A main battle tank, the Ankylosaurus, slowly reversed out of a side alley. The hydraulic whir of its turret rotating was distinctly clear in the silent night. Boom. The first armor-piercing round exited the barrel, a ball of orange-red flame erupting from the muzzle. The shell precisely struck the left knee joint of the beast, blowing off its lower limb, which was as thick as a utility pole. The beast let out an ear-splitting howl of agony, its massive body tilting to the right and collapsing a row of load-bearing walls along the street-front shops. Then came the second and third rounds. High-explosive shells struck the carapace on its chest, blasting out 2 millstone-sized gaps. Dark red blood and shattered internal organs gushed from the wounds, spilling across the ground. The beast struggled to get up, its 4 arms flailing wildly, slamming deep craters into the rubble. The 4th shell hit the base of its left head. That head burst like a smashed watermelon. Green acid drenched its body, and acrid white smoke rose into the air. The tank and heavy machine guns bombarded for 10 minutes, the tank's cannon slightly reddening. At last that massive flesh mound crashed to the ground with a reluctant groan, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. A weak cheer rose within the police headquarters defenses. However, Guo Chong'an observed through the binoculars that on the first line of defense there were originally over 40 soldiers stationed, but now fewer than 10 were still standing. This evolution speed is simply unreasonable, Keanu complained while regaining control of the drone. While we are eating canned food in the base, these zombies are out there consuming genetic agents, aren't they, eh? Stop talking nonsense, find someone, Guo Chong'an reminded. For 3 consecutive days the footage from the drone showed only patrolling soldiers and numb survivors. Li Jianglin had seemingly evaporated from the world. Brother Guo, how about we just storm in? Wu Ju asked, rubbing his fists, which occasionally flickered with flames. No way. The police headquarters has over 1,000 armed personnel along with tanks and heavy machine guns. We are here to decapitate, not to seek death. Guo Chong'an remained calm, believing that he would not be the first to lose his composure. On July 21st, a sudden change occurred. The originally lifeless police headquarters erupted with violent tremors. Through the drone's lens, Guo Chong'an witnessed a chilling sight. Li Jianglin, who had disappeared for several days, appeared in the square of the police headquarters. His left leg was replaced with a composite prosthetic leg gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. With each step the floor emitted a heavy thud. He appeared even more insane than before. Wang Daji and Zhao Guang knelt in the center of the square, flanked by 2 rows of armed guards behind them. But those guards had pale faces, clearly trembling at their weapons. Wang Daji had begun his scheming 3 days ago. Taking advantage of the news of Li Jianglin's severe injuries, he privately contacted 7 squad leaders and 13 team leaders. He promised that as long as they overthrew the Li father and son, the resource quotas of the police headquarters would be doubled. Zhao Guang chose a different path. He directly approached the chief guard of the ammunition depot. He traded 2 boxes of compressed biscuits for 3 days of ammunition supply rights, planning to attack as soon as Li Jianglin showed his face. The 2 had originally arranged to act at noon today. But just 2 hours ago, Li Jianglin, who had always kept himself hidden, suddenly appeared at the door of the ammunition depot, accompanied only by a personal guard. The chief guard of the ammunition depot attempted to stop him with 6 men, but Li Jianglin raised his hand. The rifles of the 7 men flew into the air, twisted into a mass of scrap metal. Then as he exited the ammunition depot, he held the chief guard's head in his left hand. 10 minutes later, Wang Daji and Zhao Guang were forced to kneel in the square by their respective assistants. Those assistants had sworn loyalty to them the night before, yet now they retreated 10 steps away, as if avoiding a plague. Li Jianglin stood on the steps, saying nothing, simply extending his hand. Buzz. The magnetic field erupted instantly. The 2 were pulled into the air, clutching their heads in agony, their screams lasting only half a second before abruptly ceasing. Then came 2 crisp explosions. Two heads which had still seemed relatively intact burst from within, like overripe watermelons, splattering red and white. From today onward, the police headquarters will have only one voice. Li Jianglin's raspy and violent voice echoed across the square. That day, 5 of the so-called 18 Arhats were executed on the spot for their indecision. The remaining 10, terrified to the point of trembling, knelt on the ground to pledge their loyalty, not daring to wipe the blood from their foreheads. They remained kneeling in the sweltering heat before the impending storm for a full 3 hours without daring to look up. "This bastard has gone mad," Keone said, looking at the screen, swallowing hard. "He is overexerting himself. That prosthetic leg has issues." He became anxious. Guo Chong'an's eyes turned cold, knowing that he was aware the naval base was watching him and that he was also under observation. He had to consolidate all his forces in the shortest time possible. On the night of July 22nd, the sky was overcast without a hint of starlight, the air humid and thick, heralding an impending storm. The former lord's residence of Shuiyun City is now Li Jianglin's palace. In the resplendent hall, the originally precious carpet was trampled and stained with mud. The guards patrolled nervously, no one daring to breathe loudly. 3 ghostly figures swiftly moved along the walls. They wore Minggui's specially designed optical camouflage suits. This clothing utilized a certain refraction principle, allowing the body to blend seamlessly with the environment in motion. "Brother Guo, this suit feels like I'm not wearing anything. It's chillingly cool," Wu Just voice echoed over the channel. "Shut up," Guo Chong'an scolded softly. They easily avoided the outer infrared sensors. In the eyes of the first-tier Minghui drone, such low-level defensive equipment was riddled with flaws. From deep within the residence, faint sounds of a woman's cries and the crack of a whip could be heard. Li Jianglin sat on the lord's large redwood bed, bare-chested, his muscles twisted in anger. His left leg, that composite prosthetic, lay carelessly on the ground, the severed stump adorned with gruesome sutures. Beneath him was a young woman with a beautiful face, yet filled with despair. She was the daughter of the former lord. "Scream. Why have you stopped?" Li Jianglin slapped the woman hard, his gaze filled with a sickly humiliation. "That bastard Guo Chong'an, how dare he defeat me? I should be the king of this world." He vented all his frustrations from his defeats at Guo Chong'an onto this poor woman. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking at the door startled Li Jianglin. In this residence, no one dared to disturb him at this time. "Get out," he roared. There was no response from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued steadily, rhythmically, carrying an inexplicable mockery. Li Jianglin, being a second-tier powerhouse, sensed something was amiss in an instant. A bone-chilling cold surged from his tailbone to the top of his head. "Hua." He abruptly pushed the naked woman towards the door, then, without caring to put on his prosthetic leg, kicked off forcefully with one leg. The magnetic field ability erupted instantly, propelling him madly towards the window. He wanted to escape. This was the sharpest intuition he had in his life. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Guo Chong'an walked in leisurely, effortlessly, catching the woman who was thrown at him by Li Jianglin. He gently placed her on the side chaise lounge and casually pulled a blanket to cover her body. "Director Li, this is not a very courteous way to host a guest." Guo Chong'an's voice was soft, but carried a leisurely demeanor, as if playing with a mouse. Li Jianglin had already rushed to the window, his hands reaching for the window frame. "Open for me," he shouted angrily, trying to manipulate the metal structure of the window frame to launch himself out. However, just as his fingers touched the cold metal, 2 black glimmers silently shot out from the shadows. Thud! 2 short swords penetrated his shoulders, pinning him firmly against the window frame. Before the scream could escape, Ing's handsome face appeared before him. A cold hand tightly covered his mouth, forcing the scream back into his throat. "Buddy, it's late at night. Don't disturb others," Keone said with a smile, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. The dark erosion magic pattern rapidly invaded Li Jianglin's meridians along the short swords. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his marrow, both painful and itchy, yet he couldn't muster any strength. Clang! Wu Ju walked in, shutting the door behind him like an iron tower guarding the entrance. Guo Chong'an approached the crumpled Li Jianglin step by step. "Director Li, it's been a few days. I've missed you terribly." Guo Chong'an squatted down, looking at the once formidable warlord. "Last time you left me so many weapons, I specially came to visit today to settle the debts you owe me." Li Jianglin's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face, his lips trembling violently. He wanted to beg for mercy. He wanted to say he could give Guo Chong'an the entire police headquarters. He wanted to say he knew many secrets about Shui Star. But under the suppression of the dark erosion magic pattern, he could only emit muffled sounds, unable to utter a single word. Guo Chong'an looked at his helpless appearance and suddenly found it somewhat uninteresting. The so-called Doomsday Warlord, after losing that layer of power and the enhancement of abilities, was merely a mortal afraid of death. Guo Chong'an drew the red-scaled sword, the red patterns on the blade flowing with an eerie light under the illumination. Faced with this demoralized opponent, he felt a momentary sense of boredom. Not wanting to mock further, he slowly thrust the red-scaled sword towards Li Jianglin's chest. Li Jianglin's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. In that instant, he seemed to see a scene he had never encountered before. He sat atop the peak of Chui Ping Mountain clad in golden armor, with countless kneeling civilians beneath him. Beside him stood a woman with a fox-like, alluring face, gently pouring wine for him. That was the future he was supposed to have. That was his fantasy of being a fifth-tier powerhouse ruling the world. I won't accept. Li Jianglin strained every ounce of strength to squeeze out the last 3 words through his teeth. Thud. The long sword pierced through his heart. That grand fantasy instantly shattered, giving way to endless darkness. Li Jianglin's head tilted, and the light in his pupils extinguished completely. Guo Chong'an expressionlessly withdrew the sword and swung it back. With a snap, Li Jianglin's head rolled to the side. Wu Ju, pack it up. Guo Chong'an took out a pre-prepared iron box from his bag and handed it to Wu Ju. Wu Ju silently placed the head into the box and secured the latch. Brother Guo, are you really going to give this to Miss Yuan? He said with distaste, wiping the blood off his hands. Isn't this gift a bit too grotesque? Guo Chong'an looked at the iron box, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. This is what she fears the most, Guo Chong'an said softly. I want her to see with her own eyes that the future can be severed. He knew what Yuan Jiyu was afraid of. The girl who had been reborn lived under the shadow of Li Jianglin's future betrayal of them. Once Yuan Jiyu had woken from nightmares multiple times, muttering, "No, please, and spare me." She thought he was asleep, but he had heard everything. Now the shadow was shattered, and the future nightmare was personally crushed by Guo Chong'an. He turned and walked towards the door, not casting another glance at the mutilated corpse. Outside the window, the first raindrop hit the glass heavily. Following that, a fierce wind arose, and the rain poured down. 3 figures quietly vanished into the vast curtain of rain. And what kind of storm will Shuiyun City face tomorrow? Sorry, that has nothing to do with me, Guo Chong'an. I am merely here to help my wife and a nightmare. On the way back, the 3 of them no longer had any concerns. They borrowed an off-road vehicle from the Metropolitan Police Department and headed west along the route Li Jianglin had taken to Cuiping Mountain last time. Thanks to Li Jianglin's high-profile trip, the roads along the way had been roughly cleared. Even so, Guo Chong'an felt that this modified off-road vehicle was about to fall apart. Although there were no longer vehicles blocking the path, the road was pitted with craters from battles between zombies and awakened beings, enough to jolt one's stomach into their throat. What had originally taken 2 days to travel now took less than half a day to return to the foot of Cuiping Mountain. After the vehicle passed through triple verification, drone scanning, facial recognition, and a gate guard, the heavy alloy gate slid slowly to both sides. The car stopped at the base entrance. Guo Chong'an picked up the iron box and stepped out. Wu Ju and He drove the vehicle to Minggui's surface factory, planning to have him refurbish this new prize. Guo Chong'an went directly into the underground base and arrived at the restroom next to the control room. Yuan Jiyu was inside with Bai Shuang, and Li Jiala engaged in prenatal education. Her belly was already quite prominent, like a ripe fruit. Mingwei had handcrafted a color ultrasound device and was astonished to discover she was carrying triplets. Since then, she had become the base's top priority for protection. On this mission to assassinate Li Jianglin, Guo Chong'an hadn't even brought Bai Shuang, leaving her behind to care for and protect Yuan Jiyu. Seeing Guo Chong'an return, Yuan Jiyu put down the fairy tale book she was holding. It made one appreciate Guo Chong'an's wise decision to empty the library last time. "And good, you're finally back. I was so worried," she said, slowly standing up with the help of a chair. Guo Chong'an quickly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Li Jianglin hid for a few days, and we had a hard time finding him," Guo Chong'an said, placing the box on the table as he supported her to sit on the nearby sofa. Li Jiala was curious about what was in the box, but Bai Shuang mercilessly dragged her away. Yuan Jiyu stared at the iron box before her, pausing for a moment before realizing what it was. She gazed at the iron box for a long time, her hands trembling. By the time Guo Chong'an feared she might pass out, she seemed to have exhausted her last ounce of strength and slowly reached out. Trembling, she opened the latch. A mix of antiseptic lime and the stench of decay and blood wafted out. Li Jianglin's once arrogant face was now frozen in terror and distortion, ashen like a piece of rotten wood. The moment Yuan Jiyu saw the head, all her calm calculation and strength collapsed like an ice sculpture under a scorching sun. She threw herself into Guo Chong'an's arms, her hands clutching his lapels tightly. A sob emerged from deep within her chest, hoarse but cathartic. It wasn't a weak cry, it was the draining of a poison that had festered in her marrow for an entire lifetime. Guo Chong'an stood frozen, his hands, which had killed countless zombies and blown up tanks, now feeling utterly useless. He wanted to say something comforting like, "It's all over," or "He can never hurt you again," but the words died in his throat. He could only reach out and wrap his arms around her shoulders, standing like a silent utility pole, letting her lean on him. Her tears quickly soaked through his clothes. When Yuan Jiyu grew tired from crying, her body gradually went limp. Guo Chong'an held her, his heart aching for the suffering this woman must have endured in her previous life. Only when the sobbing in his arms gradually subsided into steady breathing did he dare to relax slightly. Finally, she lifted her head, her eyes swollen like peaches, but a soft smile tugged at the corners of her lips. And good thank you. She didn't demand a public execution or want the head displayed on the city walls. She simply had the head thrown into an incinerator reduced to a handful of ash. Guo Chong'an watched as she poured the ashes into a toilet pit in the base's public restroom. With a whoosh, Yuan Jiu pressed the flush button. This kind of trash belongs only in a place like this. She clapped her hands, and when she turned around, the gloom in her eyes had finally cleared completely. The nightmare that had haunted her for 4 years and 2 months finally came to a definitive end with the sound of the flush. In the following month, the Chong'an base entered a period of calm. There were no large-scale zombie hordes or provocations from external forces. Such smooth sailing instead made Guo Chong'an anxious, as if a storm were brewing. Because Yuan Jiu had said that the first climax of the zombie apocalypse would come 3 months after the outbreak. In her past life, even Li Jianglin's Metropolitan Police Department base couldn't withstand that wave of zombie frenzy. In the end, only a few thousand people followed him out of the center of Shuiyun City and arrived at Sweeping Mountain. This time, with Li Jianglin dead, the fate of the police base would likely be even more tragic. They might not even survive until that day. Recently, many survivors had fled Shuiyun City. They dared not approach the Chong'an base, but instead occupied the surrounding villages and towns. A group tried to settle in Wu Family Village, but Wu Ju drove them away. Of course, there were also those who wanted to join their base, but these people were of mixed backgrounds and had no particularly outstanding abilities. The Chong'an base had passed its initial founding phase and no longer accepted everyone without discrimination. In the end, only 2 awakened individuals from the original police department leading a group of over a dozen survivors were taken in by Guo Chong'an. Because they not only brought the most detailed intelligence from the police base, but also a hard drive containing the department's core data. This hard drive contained not only 2 months' worth of zombie behavior data and a map of surrounding faction distributions collected by the police, but also numerous experimental records on the evolution of awakened beings. Most precious of all, it held all the blueprints for the police department's existing weaponry and equipment. With this, Ming Hui could even handcraft an ankylosaurus, though the cost-effectiveness was low. But it was enough to drive Ming Hui, a technology fanatic, completely wild. He spent almost all his time in the lab staring at the system exchange shop and the data hard drive, his eyes red as a rabbit's. "Old Guo, look at this!" Ming Hui exclaimed, waving a blueprint and spitting everywhere. "This is a lightweight single-soldier-powered exoskeleton from Water Blue Planet. It's only slightly inferior to the one from the Avengers world. If I can fully understand this, and then modify it with some minor tech from the Avengers world, I can save a huge amount of points to acquire the blueprint for this first-tier exoskeleton." Guo Chong'an glanced at the dense array of blueprint parameters and felt a headache coming on. Although he was also an engineering graduate, the gap between him and Ming Hui was like that between a city-level table tennis player and the national team's top seed. He could only respond with okay, and "you're amazing." From late July to mid-August, Ming Hui spent nearly a month continuously modifying and stacking points, successfully mastering 10 types of first-tier core blueprints. The electromagnetic rifle-powered exoskeleton silent drone and electromagnetic pulse grenade. As he completed the final calibration step for the electromagnetic sniper rifle drawn on the last blueprint, Ming Hui let out a long breath and slumped heavily against the back of his chair. "Upgraded?" Guo Chong'an asked. "Second tier." Ming Hui wiped the grease from his face, both elated and frustrated. "But second-tier blueprints start at 10,000 points each. This isn't technological evolution, this is daylight robbery. 10,000 points. At the current rate of 10 points per first-tier zombie and 100 per second-tier zombie, he'd have to kill hundreds of zombies just to buy one blueprint. Moreover, acquiring the blueprint wasn't a matter of a snap decision, he still had to spend time learning it, and the materials for crafting were charged separately in points. In short, the system had endless ways and means to ensure his points were never enough. Not only Ming Hui but Bai Shuang and Zhang Weidong also absorbed crystal cores through the base's unlimited supply, advancing to second tier one after another, even raising their talent levels simultaneously. Bai Shuang's ice weapons gained frostbite and slow effects, while Zhang Weidong's laser beam saw a significant boost in power and range. The core combat strength of the base was taking shape. Only Hiani, striving to break through to second tier, left the base late one night in mid-August carrying his 2 short swords. His skills had all reached level 2, but advancing along the path of a professional required more than that. It demanded completion of specific rituals or tasks. The system's task for him was to venture alone, using the skills of a stalker to assassinate a controller commanding over 100 zombies. Thus he had to go out solo and delve into the increasingly perilous apocalyptic city of Shuiyun. Fortunately, the task didn't forbid the use of auxiliary tools. With Ming Hui's drone assistance, at least finding his target would be somewhat easier. Of course, the danger remained considerable. Guo Chong'an watched his figure vanish into the night, silently praying for him. Meanwhile, the rest of the base steadily advanced all ongoing tasks. The farmland thrived under Yang Jingyu's care. Wheat and rice growth cycles had shortened to 15 days, and various leafy greens could be harvested every 3 to 5 days. Livestock like cattle, sheep, and poultry, however, had to proceed at a natural pace bound by the iron laws of nature, unable to be hastened like crops. Yet thanks to the base's ample feed, Minghui's designed constant temperature breeding sheds, and Neo Daphis' meticulous care, the livestock survival rate steadily increased, providing a stable meat source for the base. Time slid by in this tense rhythm of farming until August 21st. This was Yuan Ziyu's due date. Guo Chong'an had never imagined he'd become a father at 30, and in this damned apocalypse no less. The luxurious villa where Wang Defa once lived had been converted into a hospital. The spacious bedroom on the second floor now served as an operating room. Guo Chong'an stood in the corridor leaning against the snowy white wall. The floor beneath his feet had already been worn into a shallow groove from his pacing. He felt his current state was deeply unsettling. When he had clashed blades with Lin Bugue, his hands hadn't trembled. When besieged by hundreds of zombies in the city, his heart hadn't raced this fast. Even when facing a tank Hedon, he had calmly dodged its trajectory. But now, hearing the faint groans from the operating room, he felt his calves cramping. Damn it, this is worse than going into battle myself, he muttered, his mind going blank. Li Jiala rushed past him with a basin of hot water, bustling with energy. Brother Guo, don't block the doorway, she scolded, shooting him a glare. Though she was only first tier, the healing water she summoned was a divine skill in the delivery room. She could wash wounds while replenishing Yuan Ziyu's strength. How is she? Guo Chong'an grabbed Li Jiala's arm with startling force. In pain, Li Jiala shook him off impatiently. Triplets. You think it's like laying eggs? Sister Ziyu is risking her life this time. Stay put and don't cause trouble. Although Yuan Ziyu was 2 years younger than Li Jiala, since that incident Li Jiala had taken to calling her sister Ziyu constantly, Guo Chong'an was left speechless. He looked down the corridor to see Bai Shuang holding her blade, leaning by the window, her cold gaze fixed outside. Minghui was fiddling with a handheld scanner, trying to monitor vital signs inside the operating room. Old Guo, relax, Minghui looked up at him. Sister Ziyu is blessed by the heavens. I just ran a divination on my computer, and it came back as great fortune. Too drained to comment on a scientist believing in fortune-telling with a cybernetic twist, Guo Chong'an's mind was filled only with Yuan Ziyu's sweat-soaked face. Time ticked by, each second stretching into an eternity. Suddenly a crisp cry echoed from the operating room. Guo Chong'an snapped to attention. Then came a second cry, followed by a third. 3 cries rising and falling in pitch pierced the silent corridor, both jarring and melodious. In that moment, Guo Chong'an felt all his strength drain away. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air. The door to the operating room swung open. Li Jiala and several sweat-drenched female doctors wheeled out the bed. Yuan Ziyu lay on it, her face pale, stray strands of hair plastered to her skin by sweat. But strangely, her spirit was remarkably high, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented radiance. The moment the 3 children were born, a surge of life energy rippled through her body. Having fulfilled the goal of bearing triplets, she broke through to second tier. Guo Chong'an, however, had no time to notice. He rushed over, not glancing at the children first, but bending down to plant 2 fierce kisses on Yuan Ziyu's forehead. You've worked hard, he said, his voice choked with emotion. Yuan Ziyu smiled weakly, reaching back to hold his hand, her fingertips still cool. Though the physical toll had been replenished by her advancement, the mental exhaustion lingered. Still, Guo Chong'an's affection warmed. The children. Look at the children, she urged softly. Guo Chong'an finally turned. Li Jiala and the nurses held 3 tightly wrapped little ones in their arms. 2 boys and 1 girl, their skin incredibly fair like dolls carved from jade. Their eyes were closed, tiny hands grasping at the air unconsciously. In that moment, Guo Chong'an felt a program called Bloodline activate deep within his consciousness. These were his children. In this wasteland, in the life of this outsider, there was finally a true anchor. Guo Chong'an raised his hands, yearning to embrace the 3 children. Yet seeing how tiny they were, like porcelain that might shatter at a touch, he dared not make a move. And go. Yuan Ziyu struggled to prop herself up, her gaze tender as she looked at him. Have you decided on their names? Guo Chong'an stared at those 3 delicate new lives, his expression growing exceptionally solemn. He straightened up as if about to deliver a major address before the entire company. I have, he said in a steady voice. Yuan Ziyu looked at him expectantly. My children must bear names of profound meaning, embodying the core hopes of human civilization. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath. The eldest shall be Guo Fuqiang, the second Guo Minju, and the third Guo Wenming. An eerie silence fell over the corridor. The child in Li Jiale's arms seemed to stop crying. Minghui's glasses slipped off and landed on his foot. Bai Shuang's perpetually icy face twitched sharply as her brow furrowed. Yuan Ziyu was stunned for a full 5 seconds before asking in an incredulous tone, What is this? Guo Chong'an replied with righteous conviction, the core values of socialism. There's more freedom, equality, justice, rule of law. If we have more children in the future, these 24 characters might not even be enough. But how positive and uplifting. Even zombies would become our comrades after hearing it. Yuan Jiu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. And Gu, come closer. What's wrong? Guo Chong'an leaned and blinking innocently. Yuan Jiu grabbed his hand and bit down hard. Though Guo Chong'an's skin fortified by the golden bell shield and true chi was as tough as cowhide, Yuan Jiu, now at the second tier, seemed to have greatly enhanced strength, leaving 2 clear rows of teeth marks on his arm. Guo Chong'an winced in pain as Yuan Jiu pushed him away. Jiala Bai Shuang. Yes, Jiu. Li Jiala quickly responded. Bai Shuang, heeding the call of her sovereign, silently stepped forward. Throw this big oaf out of here. Yuan Jiu said, her voice weak, but carrying an unyielding. From today onward his naming rights are permanently revoked. On it. Li Jiala gleefully pushed Guo Chong'an out while Bai Shuang grabbed his arm and dragged him along. Brother Guo, you'd better stick to researching how to fight zombies. Naming is not your forte. Guo Chong'an was shoved to the end of the corridor. He looked at the closed ward door, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself with some grievance. I thought they sounded great. So grand and meaningful. The late summer breeze seeped through the crack in the door, carrying a hint of sultry heat onto his face. It also brought Yuan Jiu's furious cat-like yelp. Though he was kicked out hearing the faint cries of the babies from within the room, he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. In the end, with the help of Minggui's cyber calligraphy system, everyone settled on a 4-character 8-line family poem for Guo Chong'an. Cheng Tian, Ming, De Qi Yun Kai Xin. Shou Zheng Qi Heng, Ji and Qian Kuan. Xiao Wen Zhen, Wu Ji Wang Chong'an. Zai Run Cong Li Qing, Yan Zi Sun. Wu Shi Chong Ben Xing Yuan Zi Dun. Kuqin Ku, Jian Yong Yan Shen Jian. Shi Zai Mian Yan Guang Yao Ting Men. Guo Chong'an said, aren't you a believer in science? Isn't it inappropriate to trust in ghosts and gods over marks? Minghui replied, oh, never mind. Metaphysics is also a field of study. The 3 little ones were named by Minghui, the grand sorcerer, eldest son, Guo Qingyu, second son, Guo Qingyue, and eldest daughter, Guo Qingxi. Yuan Jiu gave them nicknames Little Cosmos, Little Mountain, and Little Sun. The reason for these names was that Yuan Jiu, through her deep bond with her offspring, had learned of their talents. Indeed, all 3 children were gifted, though their talents would only awaken at age 5, equivalent to 15 for a normal person. But Yuan Jiu could use their talents in advance through her own ability, much like temporarily holding onto their New Year's money for safekeeping. Guo Qingji's talent was named Heaven-Bearing, Earth-Sustaining. At the first tier, it allowed him to release an invisible barrier with a 30-meter radius centered on himself. This barrier could perceive all objects within it, even those that were invisible. Guo Qingji's talent was named Immovable as a Mountain. At the first tier, it passively enhanced his skin's toughness to the level of granite. This was a passive talent requiring no active trigger. Guo Chengxi's talent was named Sunshine, Illuminating the World. At the first tier, she could release healing light, treating minor injuries and alleviating moderate ones, but it was ineffective on herself. She could also burst the heat of her healing light, at once equivalent to a grenade. Perfect. The 3 little ones had their roles set: tank, attacker, and support. Yuan Jiu was overjoyed, unable to stop smiling. Babies, your talents are wonderful. Let mommy borrow them for a while, hee. By the way, did your mom ever return the New Year's money she kept for you? The 3 babies grew 3 times faster than normal, requiring immense nutrition. Yuan Jiu's breast milk was clearly insufficient. Despite her generous figure, she was still human and couldn't nurse all 3 at once. Thus, Guo Chong'an found 2 goat wet nurses for them. With breast milk, goat milk, the formula they brought back from the city, and the energy from spirit cores, the 3 babies grew at an astonishing rate each day. The task of putting the children to sleep fell on Guo Chong'an, Bai Shuang, and Li Jiala. Bai Shuang was always the most patient. She could use her ice abilities to form fine ice crystals, creating a gentle, cool mist with a faint minty fragrance that effectively soothed the baby's restless emotions. Li Jiala was the most attentive. She could keenly detect the children's subtle discomforts and promptly use her healing abilities to relieve the muscle soreness caused by their rapid growth. Guo Chong'an was the one who just filled the space. Holding a child, his body stiff as a board, he sang lullabies with the tragic air of a requiem. Whenever this happened, Yuan Jiu would double over with laughter, then deftly take the little one, nearly jolted awake by the requiem, from his arms, and under Guo Chong'an's admiring gaze quickly soothed the child back to sleep. During this time, Yuan Jiu also busied herself familiarizing with her second-tier abilities. The Divine Avatar had no new powers added, as its original abilities were already formidable enough. However, after the upgrade, Jade Embryo Sublimation gained a new ability, talent sharing. This allowed her and Guo Chong'an to temporarily acquire their children's talents and receive attribute bonuses. Their 3 babies' abilities were excellent. Yuan Jiu promptly shared the perception from Heaven-Bearing, Earth-Sustaining with herself, and the defense from Immovable as a Mountain with Guo Chong'an. As for the healing power of Sunshine, Illuminating the World, she kept it as an emergency trump card. After doing this, she prepared to begin condensing her second divine avatar. After all, she still had Li Weihui's soul fragment, and her microscopic vision talent held great potential. Your talent is excellent. Now it's mine. Yuan Jiu. Level 2nd tier. Attribute Strength 50, Agility 50, Stamina 50, Spirit 55, Perception 55. Talents I. Jade Embryo Sublimation. Effect 1. Your chance of conception is greatly increased. Pregnancy duration is reduced by 1/3 and physical recovery rate is enhanced tenfold. Effect 2. The life you conceive will perfectly inherit the strongest genetic fragments from both parents with a high probability of beneficial mutation and will grow at 3 times the normal rate before adulthood. Effect 3. You can bind one person as a unique link partner. Both parties will gain attribute bonuses based on the number of links and emotional bond up to 100, and each link will restore 20 of stamina and energy to both. Effect 4. Each time you advance a tier you gain a special ability currently mastered. Divine Avatar Talent Sharing. 2. Divine Avatar. Effect 1. Each tier grants a number of avatars equal to the tier level. Avatars possess 80 of the original's attributes and can cultivate independently, currently 13. Effect 2. The original can recall any avatar at any time. This ability can be used once every 7 days per avatar. The original can retrieve the avatar's memories and skills, those acquired and improved since the avatar's creation. Effect 3. If the original dies, it can revive within any avatar at the cost of that avatar's permanent death. If an avatar dies, the original can resummon it once per month. 3. Talent Sharing. Effect 1. You and your unique link partner can share the talents of your offspring. Currently, each person can only share one talent per day. Current options: heaven-bearing, earth-sustaining, immovable, as a mountain, sunshine, illuminating the world. Effect 2. You and your unique link partner can gain attribute bonuses from your 2 strongest offspring. Current bonus ratio 20, currently 0. Attribute bonus is 0. You want to exploit those 3 infants already. Taking advantage of Guo Chong'an coaxing the child to sleep, Yuan Jiu quietly slipped back into the bedroom. She planned to give Guo Chong'an a surprise. After all, it had been over a month since they last made love. Since she had just given birth, she still needed half a month to recover, and Bai Shuang was under immense pressure. She couldn't let her bear all the hardship alone. So she decided to use Li Weihua's soul fragment first to create a Yandra female doctor who could help Guo Chong'an relieve his stress. She sat back on the bed, closed her eyes, and sank her consciousness into her sea of consciousness, activating her clone ability. Entering the FASA customization interface, she saw the template button glowing. She tapped it, and the first one was indeed Li Weihui. But Li Weihua's appearance, to be honest, was too ordinary. She only needed Li Weihua's talent and medical skills. Yuan Jiu still fine-tuned the facial contours based on her own features. She left the height unchanged, occasionally having a 1.6-meter soft girl might offer Guo Chong'an a different experience. After the adjustments, a brand new clone appeared in the interface. She was 1.68 meters tall with a slender, delicate frame, yet her chest and hips were full. Her facial features were 70% similar to Yuan Jiu's. She had an oval face with slightly pouty pink lips, honey-colored eyes, and thick lashes. Her long hair reached her waist with small braids on both sides, and a silver serpent-shaped hairpin adorned her temple, its eyes set with a garnet. She named this clone Comet as a tribute to Li Weihua's talent. Just as she was about to generate a second clone using this template, the template interface suddenly flickered. Then a new template materialized out of thin air. On the screen was a tall, proportioned, golden-haired elven beauty. Her ears were delicate and refined, her features sculpted and exquisite, her expression gentle and warm, and her skin fair. Her golden shoulder-length hair was fluffy and curled, exuding a languid, tender aura with an elegant presence. Yuan Jiu thought, what is this? Was this a perk of the divine talent? Were there actually elves on Blue Water Star? No wonder she was surprised. This template was less than 30% similar to her, almost completely unrelated. No, I want Brotherin to enjoy good things, but not this good. If she goes out, who would be the real body and who would be the clone? Yuan Jiu complained in her sea of consciousness and prepared to close the interface. But at that moment, a strange, yet somewhat familiar, gentle female voice entered her sea of consciousness. Clones can't get pregnant, so of course you're the real body. That's not the point. Don't you know that sometimes being unable to conceive is a plus, especially since I'm quite fertile? Wait. Yuan Jiu suddenly realized. How could anyone be speaking to her in her own sea of consciousness? You, who are you? Yuan Jiu let out a sharp scream, though only she could hear it. You want to know? Wait until I get out, and he'll tell you. The golden-haired elf smiled faintly, a hint of mischief flashing in her honey-colored eyes. Then with a light tap of her finger, the elf template turned into a stream of light and automatically generated a clone. Before Yuan Jiu could stop it, the stream of light flew out of her sea of consciousness. She quickly withdrew her awareness and returned to her body. Opening her eyes, she saw 2 naked figures sitting before her, staring at her. One was Comet, the clone she had created, the other was the golden-haired elf. What in the world are you? Under Yuan Jiu's command, Comet grabbed a nearby vase, ready to smash it over the golden-haired elf's head. But the elf merely smiled, gently raising her hand as her fingertip traced a soft white arc of light in the air. In the next moment, Comet fell unconscious. What kind of power is this? Yuan Jiu was stunned. No matter how much she called out in her mind, Comet showed no response. Just as she was about to summon Bai Shuang for protection, the elf had already placed her hand in front of her. Charm human. She parted her crimson lips, her voice as sweet as honey, yet carrying an irresistible magic. The magical radiance struck Yuan Ziyu's brow. Her hostility vanished instantly. Then under the elf's command, Yuan Ziyu dragged Comet into the bedroom. Next, the elf cast a silence barrier and a protective field on the bathroom door, ensuring that those inside could make no sound and remain undetected. After finishing, the elf turned and opened Yuan Ziyu's wardrobe. After some picking and choosing, she selected a loose-made outfit. What had been baggy on Yuan Ziyu now fit her snugly, as if tailor-made. The layered lace skirt revealed long, shapely legs clad in black thigh-high socks. It preserved a maiden's innocence while adding an indescribable allure and danger. And who her prey was needless to say. When Guo Chong'an pushed open the door, he was met with this striking scene. He had just put the 3 babies to sleep when Bai Shuang mysteriously leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Chong'an, go back to the bedroom. Ziyu has prepared a surprise for you. Upon hearing this, Guo Chong'an immediately guessed what it was, his ears turning red to the roots. Oh, I'm not that kind of person. I only love you too. You always do this, it's really hard for me. Despite his words of refusal, his body honestly pushed open the door. Then he saw an elf in a maid outfit flashing him a brilliant smile. Brother and Ziyu is taking a bath. She asked me to keep you company first. Guo Chong'an was also stunned by the elf's appearance. Sister Ziyu, if you had told me your clones could change races, could I have arranged cat-eared girls, dragon girls, succubi? Guo Chong'an swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on those black-stockinged legs. Hello, how should I address you? Brother, and don't be so formal. Just call me Shenglan. The elf named Shenglan gently pulled Guo Chong'an closer, her fingertips gliding along his jaw, hooking it lightly. Then she leaned close to his ear, her breath like orchid. Brother, and I've seen all your skills and Ziyu's memories. Though I'm still a novice, I hope you won't go easy on me. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her kiss was passionate and fiery, the emotion instantly reaching its peak. Guo Chong'an held her tall figure and walked into her room. Shenglan's room was exquisite, filled with a faint lavender fragrance. Guo Chong'an felt the thread of reason in his mind snap completely in that moment. He could only instinctively kiss Shenglan back. From then on, he completely lost control of the rhythm. Shenglan performed many heroic skills for him, like the top lane Tom Kinch's devouring, the mid lane LeBlanc's clone pincer attack, and the bot lane dual stealth flank. Guo Chong'an was soon conquered by her diverse techniques. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziyu's charm human state finally ended. She pulled open the bathroom door only to be blocked by the protective barrier, unable to open it no matter how hard she knocked. At this moment, she became a helpless wife. She even saw Guo Chong'an flanking with Shenglan. Stop it, stop. You can't do this. Don't go. Brother, flanking is too difficult. You can't handle it. Guo Chong'an lay supine on the bed, feeling as though he were being mercilessly drained by a pump. Shenglan, like an indefatigable vacuum cleaner, was extracting every ounce of his vitality. Nearly 4 hours had passed, and she showed no signs of stopping. Instead, she grew increasingly wild, leaving Guo Chong'an struggling to cope. Had he been able to see Shenglan's status panel, he would have noticed several buffs shimmering upon her. The 3 buffs, endurance of the bear, strength of the bull, and grace of the cat, stacked together, granting her superior stamina, power, and flexibility over Guo. Coupled with the shared vitality recovery from Yuan Ziyu's jade embryo condensation, she had become a perpetual motion machine, while Guo Chong'an was merely her. Guo Chong'an struggled to rise, but Shenglan flicked her finger, and a paralysis spell struck his brow. Instantly, he felt as though a nightmare pressed down upon him. His limbs grew heavy, and he could not move even a finger. "Inch, don't move so recklessly," Shenglan whispered, leaning over him. Her hair cascaded across his chest, and her eyes shimmered with a mix of mischief and satisfaction. "We're far from done yet. Your mana pool is still plentiful." Veins bulged on Guo Chong'an's forehead, but only his eyes could shift. As his gaze darted, he caught a glimpse of the bathroom. There stood Yuan Ziyu, her hair disheveled, an expression wrought with despair, staring through a transparent barrier. Ziyu. Guo Chong'an's heart jolted momentarily, ignoring the growing pressure upon him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. An enemy? Impossible. If someone could breach the heavy security and infiltrate the core of the underground base, they would have been dead countless times over. A rebellious clone. That seemed the only possibility. Though Yuan Ziyu had claimed clones could never betray their master, since even supernatural powers were created by the Dominator, who could be certain there were no backdoors. Now it was clear that Yuan Ziyu had been ambushed and imprisoned. Upon closer inspection, the Shenglan before him bore little resemblance to her. Though he knew not her true intent, whatever the enemy sought to achieve must be thwarted. Of course, it was certainly not, because he was growing weary, truly. But now trapped by Shenglan's spell and paralyzed, only his eyes' consciousness and true chi remained. His true chi could still flow. With a flicker of thought, the warm, true chi within him surged. Then came the dilemma. True chi always needed a breakthrough, and now the only point of contact between him and Shenglan. He had but one chance. How could he use this true chi to strike a fatal blow against her? More thoughts exploded in his mind. He recalled a Sakura Island anime called Golden Soul that he had watched with his college roommate. In it there was something like an Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon. And in the childhood classic Dragon Ball, a green great demon had a technique called the Special Beam Cannon that released spiraling energy. True Chi spiraling eruption. Yes, a flash of inspiration struck Guo Chong'an. He would concentrate his true chi upon his own Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon. The true chi compressed and spun wildly within his meridians, generating electric currents and magnetic fields. Then a beam of his very own special beam cannon, charged with immense electricity, shot forth. Xinglan, who had been seated in smug control, suddenly felt an indescribable heat and numbness within her jade palace. The powerful current pierced her defenses from within, surging straight to her spiritual platform. Her mouth fell open, her eyes rolled back, and a series of strange oh-ho-ho sounds escaped her throat. The noise lasted for 3 to 5 seconds before abruptly Xinglan's body went limp, collapsing backward onto the bed, her eyes vacant and completely losing consciousness. Only a trickle of crystalline drool slowly slid from the corner of her lips. Guo Chong'an let out a long sigh, feeling his body return to his control. He glanced down at the limp, boneless form of Xinglan and was astonished to see that the golden-haired elf had vanished, replaced by a black-haired girl. This girl bore a 70% resemblance to Yuan Jiyu and seemed to be her true clone. He turned to look at Yuan Jiyu, who lay collapsed on the floor, also in a daze. Yuan Jiyu looked back and saw that the comet-like figure who had been sprawled on the ground was gone, replaced by a smirking Xinglan. Seeing her illusion dispelled, Xinglan flashed a mischievous grin, hee surprise. Shocked, she snapped her fingers, and the barrier at the door vanished. Stepping past Yuan Jiyu, she extended her right hand toward Guo Chong'an. Hello. Before she could finish, Guo Chong'an lunged forward, landing a thunderclap palm squarely upon her smooth abdomen. Electricity exploded, sending Xinglan's eyes rolling back as she fainted, just like the comet. Only then did Yuan Jiyu rise, wiping away her tears. She threw herself into Guo Chong'an's arms, sobbing as though to vent all the grievances of the past 4 hours. Guo Chong'an comforted her tenderly, wiping away her tears. Jiyu, don't cry for now. Let's first figure out what's going on with this. Yuan Jiyu sniffled and nodded. And lock her in the isolation room on the 5th floor. I need to properly discipline this disobedient clone. The two dressed themselves and laid the comet on the bed, relieved to find her unharmed. Then they bound the unconscious Xinglan hand and foot and carried her to the specially designed isolation room on the 5th underground floor. Yuan Jiyu also ordered Bai Shuang to detain Ming Hui, preventing him from coming to the underground 5th floor research facility. She was determined to uncover the true identity of this Xinglan. Inside the isolation room, Xinglan was stripped naked and secured to a specially made metal restraint frame. Her body was spread in an X shape with her limbs firmly locked by high-strength alloy chains, and a custom metal gag covered her mouth. Electrodes were attached to her limbs and torso, continuously monitoring her vital signs and delivering weak electric shocks to prevent her from casting any more of those eerie spells. Angel directed a robotic arm to splash a cup of water onto Xinglan's face. Xinglan let out a muffled groan as the cold water dripped down her delicate features, soaking her disheveled hair. She slowly opened her eyes to the harsh glare of shadowless lights. Beyond the reinforced bulletproof glass, Yuan Jiyu and Guo Chong'an stood coldly, watching her from outside the isolation chamber. She tried to move her limbs, only to find even her fingers and toes separately restrained. The gag reduced her attempts to speak to mere muffled MMPH sound. Yuan Jiyu's face was ashen and her icy voice crackled through the microphone into the room. They'll remove your gag now. Answer my questions. If you try anything else, it'll electrify you until you lose control. Xinglan made no move, simply staring silently at Yuan Jiyu, showing no reaction, even as Huixing removed her gag. Now answer me. What exactly are you? Yuan Jiyu's harsh demand echoed, but Xinglan remained unmoved. Answer me. He'll give you 5 seconds, or he'll start the electric shocks. 5, 4, 3. As Yuan Jiyu counted down, Xinglan instead broke into a brilliant smile. Then her voice exploded directly within Yuan Jiyu's mind. Jiyu, dear sister, do you truly wish for me to reveal what happens 10 years from now in front of your Ange? Some of your little secrets from before your rebirth might not stay hidden in them. The word too froze in Yuan Jiyu's throat. And let me add, what I know goes far beyond the memories you shared with your clone. Yuan Jiyu's pupils abruptly constricted, a chill racing up her spine to the crown of her head. Yuan Jiyu's pupils abruptly constricted, a chill racing up her spine to the crown of her head. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, colliding with Guo Chong'an, her body trembling uncontrollably. Guo Chong'an keenly sensed her distress and glanced down at her, but she remained oblivious. Xinglan's words were like a precise scalpel dissecting the deepest secrets buried in her heart. If Guo Chong'an were to learn of those old forgotten matters, would he still love her, a woman who had once abandoned him and harbored countless dark pasts? Just then Xinglan's voice echoed again in her mind. Sister Jiyu, if you agree to one request, he'll keep your secret safe. What request? Just treat me as your clone, and let me stay by your side. In reality, Xinglan's lips curled into a wicked smile, her tongue lightly tracing the corner of her mouth, as if savoring some delicacy. That little affair between you two is quite thrilling to me. So madam, you wouldn't want your husband to discover your secrets, would you? Yuan Ziyu's voice roared in her mind. No, absolutely not. What kind of creature are you? How could I possibly keep you by my side? Oh, but I am your clone. Shenglin's mocking voice rang out again. It's just that your control over me is weaker, and I can't share my memories with you. Yuan Ziyu was speechless. Indeed, although Shenlong wasn't created voluntarily, she still occupied a clone slot. While she couldn't directly command Shenlong or use her as a sacrifice, the functions of recall and resurrection remained. Besides, do you truly not remember who I am? Shenglin's voice suddenly turned deep and distant. Look behind you, at the bracelet in that display case. Yuan Ziyu mechanically turned her head, Guo Chong'an following suit. Both their gazes fell upon the Heavenly Mother's bracelet. You are the mother. Yes, but I dislike that title. Call me Shenlong. The existing puzzles fell into place. Why she could manipulate Yuan Ziyu's clone ability, and how she knew the secrets of the past life. But new mysteries arose. She the Celestial, who should have been slain by Li Jianglin in the previous life, why was she here? Wanna know? First untie me, and then have her and give me a massage. You too were brutal. My legs and arms are covered in... Yuan Ziyu hesitated for a moment, then said to Guo Chong'an, She's the Heavenly Mother I told you about. It seems she reincarnated with me. Let's untie her first. She knows a lot of information. Guo Chong'an was taken aback and countered, Untie her. Can we trust her to tell the truth? After all, he had beaten her until her eyes rolled back. So we still have to release her. In the past life, even Li Jianglin's 18 tortures couldn't break her. She's the mother. She responds to kindness, not force. In the end, Yuan Ziyu reluctantly agreed to Shenglin's demands. They escorted her back to the control room. Shenlong lounged lazily in a soft chair, enjoying Guo Chong'an's somewhat clumsy massage while sipping iced juice brought by Huixing. Now can you talk? Yuan Ziyu sat across from her, forcing a smile. Shenlong narrowed her eyes and leaned against Guo Chong'an's solid chest. All right, since you've asked so sincerely, I'll graciously tell you. First came the matter of reincarnation, which concerned Yuan Ziyu the most. Shenlong cast her a contemptuous glance. Do you think the world will of a low-level planet like Water Blue could hide its little tricks from us? This single sentence shattered the psychological defenses of Yuan Ziyu and the others. In the eyes of the sovereigns, Water Blue's struggles and schemes were as clumsy and laughable as cheating under a proctor's watch during an exam. First, the world will of Water Blue was born from the factors contained in the awakening potion. The will existed only after. Thus, the desperate counterattack of Water Blue's will was akin to a game version rollback. While it reset all NPCs to their initial state and caused players to lose in-game data, it couldn't affect the player's truth. Therefore, even if they knew of the reincarnators' existence, they didn't care. The emergence of reincarnators might even alter the game's progression, preventing boredom during. So you knew I reincarnated but chose to do nothing, just waiting 10 years for another game. Shenlong nodded, then shook her head. Not entirely nothing. From what I know, my kin will surely tweak future plans in secret. When you think you can gain an edge with your reincarnation memories, you'll find that your memories deceive you. The group was left speechless. Truly the sovereign's signature. Transmigrators, talent bearers, reincarnators. All were their playthings. Seeing the group's low spirits, Shenlong chuckled. What already disheartened? You're lucky I'm here. Now your sky has light. Weren't you dead? Yuan Ziyu ignored Shenglin's bravado and pressed on. Oh silly girl, a game character's death has nothing to do with me, Shenlong. In the previous life, after being betrayed and killed by Li Jianglin, she should have left Water Blue's game field and returned to the sovereign's world. But she felt betrayed by the humans she sought to save, and returning would make her a laughingstock among her kin. So she stubbornly stayed in this game field. Exploiting a loophole in the sovereign's authority, she drifted like a ghost through Water Blue for a year. Until that day when Guo Chong'an stormed Suaping Mountain and inadvertently rescued Yuan Ziyu. Two parallel lines that should never have crossed were thus intertwined once more. Seeking amusement, Shenlong trailed behind them, curious to see whether Guo Chong'an would use Yuan Ziyu as a shield or Yuan Ziyu would push Guo Chong'an forward for credit. In the end, she was astonished. The man once called the blood-handed butcher didn't abandon Yuan Ziyu, who had once forsaken him. And Yuan Ziyu, scarred by a lifetime of darkness, didn't betray Guo Chong'an at the final moment. Instead, they chose to perish together with the entire Suaping Mountain base using the miniature black hole generator Shenlong had left behind. A killer and a selfish woman. Both radiated a glimmer of humanity at the very end. This reaffirmed Shenglin's faith in saving humanity. Then the hidden mechanism left by Water Blue's world was triggered. Yuan Ziyu's Stone Maiden talent. Originally under the World Will's design, Yuan Ziyu was to use her Stone Maiden talent to nurture a powerful individual who would lead Water Blue's humans against the Celestials. However, Yuan Ziyu first selfishly abandoned the promising Guo Chong'an, then was betrayed by the sanctimonious Li Jianglin, leaving her Stone Maiden talent's potential unrealized. Fortunately, she had a change of heart before death, choosing to die for her convictions, which triggered the talent's hidden mechanism. Seeing hope for a turnaround, Water Blue went all in sublimating her talent and restarting the world. At that moment, the soul form Shanlan decided to return to the past with Yuan Ziyu to see if this girl could truly change the future. Thus, she lurked within Yuan Ziyu's consciousness, gradually coming to respect her and Guo Chong'an, and resolved to join them in preparing a grand gift for her future. But since she reincarnated with Yuan Ziyu, the bracelet containing the celestial system was lost, leaving her powerless for a time. It wasn't until they reached Suaping Mountain Base that she found the bracelet reclaimed the celestial system and gained the ability to interfere with the game field. After that, she silently awaited Yuan Ziyu's next clone to spring a surprise on them. Today, she merely intended to tease Guo Chong'an by controlling Huixing and taking her form. But that fierce wolf dog Guo Chong'an was too protective. He knocked her out, yet she was genuinely invested in their relationship and wanted to see how things would unfold if Yuan Ziyu came clean. Hence, she staged the blackmail scene using secrets from the past life. What abilities does your system have? Guo Chong'an asked. Identification, search, exchange for items, tier 16, attribute, enhancement, resurrection. Shanlan counted on her fingers. In short, anything your systems can do, I can do. What they can't do, I can too. I can now access spells from the DD world from level 0 to 6 through the system, and thanks to Ziyu's ability, I've gained the remote expert talent. From now on, Xiao and just cling to Big Sister's leg, and it'll protect you. The remote expert talent originally belonged to Lu Rinjia. After his death, Yuan Ziyu collected his soul fragments, inadvertently benefiting Shanlan. A system plus a talent from the start. If that doesn't scream protagonist, what does? But my leveling is a bit different. I need experience, which I can only gain by personally killing or teaming up with other celestials to kill living beings on Water Blue. And since I'm now Ziyu's clone, I can't use resurrection. I can only be revived through Ziyu's ability. Yuan Ziyu let out a soft TSK. So you're not an invincible big shot after all, just a small fry. Afterward, Shanlan unceremoniously claimed Yuan Ziyu's large bed, sprawling out and falling asleep. Guo Chong'an and Yuan Ziyu, burdened with thoughts, switched to another guest room, while Huixing was sent to help Bai Shuang with childcare. That night was full of twists and turns, with too much information for the two to process. When night fell, Guo Chong'an found himself unusually sleepless. He could sense that Yuan Ziyu beside him was also awake. They exchanged silent gazes in the darkness, each hearing the other's slightly rapid heartbeat. Guo Chong'an grew increasingly certain that Yuan Ziyu was hiding something from him. Was it about her past life or her purpose in this one? Combined with Shenglin's words today, his body was exhausted, but his mind was too agitated to sleep. He turned over, facing away from Yuan Ziyu, trying to mask his inner turmoil and force himself to calm down. Just then, Yuan Ziyu's soft little hand slipped through his arm and gently encircled his waist. And Gijai, I feel awful. Guo Chong'an turned and pulled her into his arms, but said nothing. After a long silence, Yuan Ziyu's voice came again. Gijai, there are some things I haven't told you. But I mean no harm. I just don't know how to bring it up. Can you give me a little more time? Guo Chong'an looked down and saw eyes glistening with tears, filled with anxiety and unease. That gaze was like a startled fawn longing for comfort, yet afraid of having its deepest secrets exposed. Guo Chong'an's heart softened. He held her tightly, resting his chin on the top of her head, and whispered, "All right, I'll wait." Yuan Ziyu nodded vigorously in his arms, her tense body finally relaxing. The two fell asleep in each other's embrace, dreaming no dreams that night. The days that followed passed without much incident. Shenlan, shouldering an electromagnetic rifle, became the mainstay of the patrol squad, devoting each day to hunting zombies and bandits. Comet took charge of the makeshift hospital, and with her microscopic insight and control, she became its absolute ruler. Their sudden appearance caused no stir, and they were soon accepted by the masses. Guo Chong'an, however, bore a much heavier burden. Besides training in martial arts and caring for the child each day, he had to satisfy 3 hungry mouths at night. Life was tranquil and fulfilling, as if the brutality of the apocalypse had been temporarily sealed beyond the high walls. This peace lasted for 7 days, until the morning of August 29th, when the alarm in the control room tore through the silence. The zombie tide had arrived. Just as in his past life, the first zombie crisis emerged in the 3rd month of the apocalypse. Powerful second-stage zombies were appearing from all directions. The survivors thought they had adapted to the apocalypse, unaware that true hell was only just beginning. The disparity in strength among second-stage zombies was immense. Ordinary second-stage zombies, such as destroyers and stalkers, merely had enhanced abilities. However, some second-stage zombies, after consuming enough awakened energy, would undergo mutation. In Yuan Ziyu's words, these were individuals who might have awakened their talents, but by a twist of fate fell at the very threshold of awakening. Yet the foundation of their talent remained, twisting into a distorted power as the host transformed. This manifested on the zombie's body as all sorts of bizarre and highly dangerous second-stage zombies, also known as Corpse Kings. These Corpse Kings were the true source of this crisis. Either the awakened ones of the region would eradicate all the zombies, or the Corpse Kings would devour everything and evolve into third-stage Corpse Emperors. In his past life, Shuaiyun City paid a tremendous price to annihilate the zombie tide. This time the police department was gone, but the Chengyu base had risen in it. What the future held for Shuaiyun City was anyone's guess. August 29th, E6 in the morning. This date was etched deeply into Yuan Ziyu's memory. In her past life, she and Guo Chong'an were both lone wanderers, having only witnessed the siege of the city by zombies from afar. But now she was the matriarch of a base with no room for escape. She stood on the base's watchtower, her gaze piercing through the morning mist towards Shuaiyun City. At the edge of the horizon where the ruins of the city should have been, a writhing patch of ink appeared. That patch of ink was squirming and spreading, a tide of over 100,000 zombies surging out of Shuaiyun City heading toward Sweeping Mountain. The 6,000 people gathered here were like a lighthouse in the dead of night, emitting an alluring glow in the endless darkness. The zombie siege had arrived as promised. When Guo Chong'an ascended the watchtower, he wore a suit of alloy armor with the red scale sword hanging at his waist, looking like a great general from ancient dragon. There are even more than you anticipated, Guo Chong'an said, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the distant ink blot. Yuan Jiyu nodded, her fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. In the past life, Shuaiyun City only survived because the police department, the naval base, and the Northwest Industrial Zone supported each other. But in this life, Li Jianglin is dead. The police department is now a mess of infighting and division. They probably can't even keep the gates shut tight. She paused, then continued. As for the Industrial Zone, its original leader Ming Hui is now our chief engineer. Only a few small workshops remain now, and whether they survive today is up to fate. So we've become one of the most conspicuous targets, Guo Chong'an concluded. He looked down at the Chengyu base. Much had changed here over the past 2 months. A population of over 6,000 with more than 500 combatants armed to the teeth. In their hands were not the water blue star firearms with limited effectiveness against zombies, but first-stage electromagnetic rifles that Ming Hui and his team of super students had painstakingly extracted from the system blueprints day and night. Moreover, the 2 heavy machine guns left behind by Li Jianglin had become mere toys in the hands of those super students with their enhanced physiques. 23 youths, each equipped with a light exoskeleton and wielding heavy weapons like machine guns and shotguns, were a veritable squad of Terminators. Zhang Weidong has led the men into position on the outer defensive line, Guo Chong'an said, glancing at the system quest. Quest: Zombie Tide Terminator. Requirement: defeat 1 zombie tide. Additional merits and reward items will be awarded based on the number of kills. Tip: Stage 0 Zombie 0. 5 merits. Stage 1 Zombie 1 merit. Ordinary Stage 2 Zombie 100 merits. Stage 2 Corpse King 1000 merits. Merits exceeding 1,000 points, and 5 purple lottery tickets. Merits exceeding 5,000 points, and 5 gold lottery tickets. Merits exceeding 1,000 points, 5 gold exchange tickets, and temporary access to the gold item shop. Excellent. Whether for survival or the rewards, he had to give it his all. Yuan Jiyu took a deep breath and began issuing orders over the walkie-talkie. Her voice was steady, so steady that it brought an inexplicable sense of calm to the survivors who were holding guns for the first time, their palms slick with sweat. All non-combat personnel proceed to basement level 2. Do not come out without my order. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Everyone move it. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled quickly evacuated to the underground base, while all able-bodied adults, 3700 in total, were dispatched to various defensive nodes. As survivor outposts between Shuaiyun City and Sweeping Mountain fell one by one like ripples from stones cast into a rising tide, the zombie horde advanced inexorably toward the Chengyu base. Soon Ming Hu's reconnaissance drone transmitted footage. At the heart of the zombie tide were 3 extraordinary zombies. 3 corpse kings. The leading one stood a full 6 meters tall, its body covered in grotesque bone spikes. With every step it took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Its massive arms hung down to the ground, its claws scraping sparks across the concrete floor, exuding a strength so overwhelming it was despairing. The second one bore a pair of huge, tattered bat-like wings on its back. Its limbs were elongated to the point of deformity, and it circled and glided above the zombie horde, emitting piercing shrieks. The last one appeared the most bizarre. Its abdomen was grotesquely swollen, and beneath the translucent skin flickered a dark red fire like a furnace. Every time it opened its mouth, it spewed a stream of green toxic flames. A bone-spiked tank, a bat-winged stalker, and a furnace-ranged attacker, Guo Chong'an analyzed quickly in his mind. Quite the nightmare difficulty lineup. Stop complaining and engage, Yuan Jiyu said with a wry smile. Our drone defense net is already warmed up. 10 kilometers away. This is the first line of defense of the Chengyu base. Thousands of first-tier drones surged into the sky like a swarm of enraged wasps launching from their concealed nests. These drones are the masterpiece of Ming Hui, each equipped with micro-electromagnetic rifles. Although they carry limited ammunition, their agility and large numbers make the first wave of zombies has entered the death zone. There are thousands of zero-tier and first-tier ordinary zombies resembling a gray wave sweeping across the world. Open fire. Minghui issued the command on his personal terminal. On the screen, thousands of crosshairs simultaneously locked onto their targets. Immediately, the wilderness erupted with a dense sound akin to tearing silk as electromagnetic projectiles were unleashed. Countless blue streaks of light pierced the sky, each one accurately striking a zombie. Those zombies that had been roaring fell en masse, as if harvested. Zero-tier zombies could be killed with 1 or 2 shots, while first-tier zombies could withstand 10 to 20 shots. The tougher, bone-armored zombies could endure even more. Yet faced with this hail of bullets, they could only resist briefly before turning into a puddle of flesh. This feels even better than mowing grass. A guard operating the drone muttered softly. His fingers moved swiftly across the joystick as if playing a death concerto. However, the enjoyment lasted less than 3 minutes. Among the horde of zombies, thousands of bloated spitters came to a halt. They tilted their heads back, their abdomens contracting violently, and then a rain of deep green acid arrows filled the sky. Sizzle. The acid splashed onto the drones, instantly corroding their delicate circuits. One by one, drones fell trailing white smoke. Damn, they've gotten smarter. Minghui slammed his fist against the wall. Let them overload and self-destruct. Yuan Ziu's voice echoed through the channel. The drones on the verge of crashing entered an overload state in their last moments before hitting the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Orange-eared sparks erupted across the wilderness. Each drone explosion cleared the surrounding zombies within a 5-meter radius. After a round of strikes, the zombie horde was shattered, with at least 6,000 to 7,000 zombies reduced to charred remains. Yet more zombies charged forward. They stepped over the bodies of their fellow creatures like an endless tide, continuing to advance towards Shui Ping Mountain. 1-kilometer line of defense. The drone gun towers had already adjusted their angles. These cold steel constructs served as the last automated defense of the base. As soon as the zombie tide crossed the 1-kilometer red line, the machine gun towers opened fire. The deafening roar was overwhelming. Each bullet carried enough kinetic energy to pierce light armor. The first-tier bone-armored zombies, once proud of their bone shields, now found them as fragile as cardboard before these bullets. Bullets tore through flesh, shattering bones, forcibly disrupting the zombies' charge formation. Minghui stood on the city wall, watching the gun barrels turn red from rapid firing, silently calculating the ammunition loss. With this intensity of fire, we can hold out for at most half an hour. He turned to Guo Chong'an. After half an hour, the gun towers must undergo forced cooling or they'll— Guo Chong'an nodded, already gripping the hilt of the red scale sword. Leave the rest to us. The metal storm, composed of 7mm rounds, did manage to momentarily halt the momentum of the zombie tide. However, the coverage of the gun towers was not perfect, and they would need to change barrels midway, resulting in unavoidable brief gaps in firepower. Although many low-tier zombies were shredded, the line of zombies inevitably pressed closer to the base. 15 minutes later, the first zombie appeared within 500 meters of the city wall. It was a second-tier destroyer, its arms mutated into 2 massive bone hammers, roaring as it smashed through obstacles in its path. All personnel, electromagnetic rifles, free fire. Yuan Ziu waved her arm. Over 3,000 electromagnetic rifles simultaneously spat out. The guards on the wall, many of whom were farmers, carpenters, or construction workers just days ago, now, despite their pale faces, exhibited remarkable mental fortitude, because they understood that if the zombies broke through, retreating to the underground base would only mean a slow death. For the sake of their loved ones, for the home behind them, their fingers on the triggers did not tremble in the slightest. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets hitting flesh created a continuous chorus. Zero-tier zombies fell with each hit, while first-tier zombies could not withstand even 3 seconds under the concentrated fire. However, second-tier zombies emerged. A dozen second-tier bone-armored zombies marched at the forefront, curling their bodies and using their thick wall-like bone armor to block the majority of electromagnetic projectiles. Behind them were large numbers of destroyers and hunters. They steadily advanced, enduring the concentrated fire from the machine gun towers and guards. They are about to— Yuan Ziu said softly. I'm going down. Guo Chong'an left a word, and his whole person shot down like a black lightning bolt from the 4-meter high wall. In midair, his vital energy surged wildly within him. The sun-eating sword technique, dawn of the white sun. The red scale sword slashed out a crescent-shaped scarlet sword chi. In that instant, the originally cold air felt as if it had been thrown into a furnace. The sword chi swept across, and the 3 foremost second-tier bone-armored zombies didn't even have time to scream before their hard bone armor was charred and then neatly sliced apart by the sword chi. Bullet fist. Guo Chong'an landed his left hand, becoming a blur, each punch accompanied by a thunderous sound. Those zombies trying to surround him had their heads explode like ripe watermelons. Bai Shuang followed closely behind. In her hands were 2 crystal-clear ice blades, one long and one short, becoming sharper with her second-tier advancement. She didn't possess the same bold and sweeping dominance as Guo Chong'an, but moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps of the zombies, each strike precisely severing a zombie's cervical spine or joints. Simultaneously, the cold air expanded outward from her, freezing the legs of nearby zombies to the ground. Following that, her twin blades crossed, sending forth a spray of icy blood. She maintained a position 3 steps behind Guo Chong'an, assisting in clearing the debris from his blind spots. Chong'an, Bai Shuang called out sharply, stabbing through a hunter lurking in the shadows. Thanks. Guo Chong'an laughed heartily, executing a sword overlapping brilliance with the red scale sword, creating a rain of fire that cleared a 10-meter vacuum around them. On the city wall, Ming Hui was also busy. He held an exaggeratedly shaped long-barreled weapon, a single-soldier electromagnetic pulse hand cannon. The recoil of this thing can shatter an ordinary person's shoulder. Ming Hui grumbled, then aimed at a second-tier spitter in the back. Bang! A blue-white beam instantly pierced across 500 meters. The spitter remained unscathed, but the 2 spitters beside it were blown to pieces, showering the area with green fluid. The hit rate is still not good. I need to go back and adjust the algorithm, Ming Hui mumbled as he reloaded. Standing atop the wall, Yuan Jiu unfurled the heaven-bearing boundary barrier she had borrowed from elder brother Guo Chong'an. Within a 30-meter radius, it was as if she had activated a god's perspective, rendering everything crystal clear. Then she drew the specially crafted eagle-eye longbow. Her attributes had now surpassed the 50-point threshold of the second tier. Coupled with the sharpshooting abilities channeled back from St. Lon, she had become a walking... An alloy-long arrow was knocked to the string. A sharp whoosh sound cut through the air. The arrow bearing a piercing whistle shot with unerring accuracy through the eye socket of a second-tier destroyer. Its momentum undiminished it, then pinned 2 first-tier zombies behind it. Beautiful. Zhang Weidong beside her exclaimed in praise. His hands had transformed into a blazing crimson, and streaks of laser light, like the sides of the Grim Reaper, carved charred furrows through the zombie horde. The battle raged for 30 minutes. Even though the majority of the zombies were still carbon-based organisms, they relentlessly advanced towards the wall. At that moment, the machine gun turret emitted a shrill alarm, its barrels glowing red-hot. Ceasefire. We must. Ming Hui shouted. As the machine gun turret fell silent, the zombie tide, like a breached dam, surged instantly to the foot of the wall. They felt no fear, detonating landmines with their bodies and filling the trenches with their corpses. Soon a ramp of corpses built from severed limbs and broken bodies piled up against the wall. They're coming up. A stalker moving on all fours like a gecko scrambled onto the wall. Its barbed tongue shot out with lightning speed, lashing towards a guard's neck. Get down. Wu Ju roared, his fists wreathed in scorching flames. Explosive flame fist. The punch landed squarely on the stalker's head, shattering it into a spray of bone fragments. But more zombies climbed up. Once a breach was opened, the defensive line instantly became precarious. St. Lon, Yuan Jiu called out. Coming, don't rush. Can we be a little elegant about this? St. Lon, clad in a golden elven robe, seemed utterly out of place amidst the bloody battlefield. She had just used the experience from killing zombies to successfully level up to 21, stepping into the second tier. Now she could freely cast D&D spells of the second circle and below. She extended a slender finger and gracefully traced a circle in the air. Grease. A large patch of black oil materialized out of thin air, coating that section of the corpse ramp. The zombies immediately lost their footing, tumbling down in droves. Fireball. A fireball the size of a millstone roared down and smashed into the oil. With a deafening boom, a towering inferno erupted, rising 6 or 7 meters high, engulfing that section of the wall in a sea of flames. St. Lon followed up with a few more rays, turning several second-tier zombies still ablaze and trying to climb into human torches. She alone held an entire 50-meter stretch of the defensive line. Comet stood guard beside her, her dagger tracing arcs of silver light. Her perception was strange. In her eyes, the zombies' movements seemed to slow down, and the weaknesses of each joint were starkly visible. With a series of soft thuds, each thrust claimed the life of a zombie. On another front, the newly arrived Qian Mo and Ma, who also displayed formidable combat prowess. Qian Mo's talent was the heart of mechanics, allowing him to control mechanical constructs. Ming Hui had crafted 3 first-tier mechanical warwolves for him. These alloy beasts formed a wedge, blocking a section of the breached gap. Warwolf's flamethrower. The mechanical warwolves opened their massive maws, spewing scorching flames that incinerated the charging zombies into charcoal. Electromagnetic rifles mounted on their backs fired in steady bursts, clearing distant threats. Ma, who stood behind him, taking a deep breath, his chest heaving high. His talent was wind breath, allowing him to expel wind blades from his mouth. Wind blade barrage. He suddenly expelled a stream of cyan wind blades. These blades were as thin as cicada wings, yet incredibly sharp. A second-tier bone-armored zombie attempted to withstand them, but 3 consecutive wind blades sliced clean through its head, which fell to the ground in a neat line. Elsewhere, the superhuman students fought fiercely with shotguns and heavy hammers against the zombies. Some guards formed an iron wall with shields and spears, while others provided fire support from the rear with rifles and grenades. The number of zombies was rapidly decreasing. From an initial horde of over 100,000, more than half had been decimated under the relentless firepower of Chong'an base. But the 3 Corpse Kings finally made their move. The 6 Turtle Bonespine Corpse King let out a thunderous roar. It ceased its slow advance and charged at Guo Chong'an like an out-of-control heavy truck. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked beneath its feet. Bai Shuang fall back. Guo Chong'an shouted. He took a deep breath, planting his feet firmly into the earth. Sea Tiger explosive fist. His fist collided with the Corpse King's massive palm. A thunderous crack echoed. A visible shockwave expanded outward, blasting over a dozen nearby zombies into bloody mist. Guo Chong'an was sent staggering back a dozen steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. The skin on his right tiger's mouth split, blood dripping from his fingertips. Thankfully, he had the aid of second brother's immovable as a mountain talent. A layer of rock-like hardened armor coated his body surface, enabling him to withstand this terrifying impact. Quite the strength, he muttered, shaking his hand, his gaze turning razor-sharp. The Corpse King was not faring well either. A huge dent appeared in its palm, and several bone spines had snapped off. It was utterly enraged. The Corpse King swung its arms wildly, each strike carrying the force of 1,000 June. Guo Chong'an could only rely on the thunderclap step, weaving like a leaf amidst the relentless onslaught. When the crimson scale sword struck the Corpse King's body, it only left a shallow scorch mark. Bai Shuang gritted, her teeth flickering behind the Corpse King. Although she possessed a supernatural ability and decent swordsmanship, it was merely mortal martial arts from Blue Star, lacking any true killing moves. Now she could only rapidly slash at the Corpse King's ankle with her two icy blades. The cold air seeped in through the wounds, briefly slowing the Corpse King's movements. It let out an indistinct, furious roar and kicked backward with its pillar-like left leg. Bai Shuang couldn't dodge in time and could only raise her blades to block. Crack! The ice longsword shattered. Bai Shuang was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall. Bai Shuang. Guo Chong'an's eyes blazed with fury. Several drones swiftly flew over. Under Ming Hu's command, they hooked Bai Shuang's collar with mechanical claws and dragged her unconscious form back into the base. On the battlefield, only Guo Chong'an remained to face this behemoth. Sea Tiger explosive fist. Guo Chong'an charged again, landing 3 consecutive blows to the Corpse King's abdomen. Although they pierced the dermis for a creature as massive as the Corpse King, such wounds were like mosquito bites. No good, this thing's defense is too thick. Guo Chong'an's mind raced as he dodged. He thought of the Frost Sky Fist. Although he had not yet fully mastered this technique, desperate times called for desperate measures. If I use the true chi of the myriad magnetic star-breaking art to forcibly simulate the meridian circulation path of the Frost Sky Fist. This was an extremely bold and dangerous idea. The true chi of the myriad magnetic star-breaking art was electromagnetic in nature, domineering and fierce, while the Frost Sky Fist required extreme, cold and gentleness. Forcibly reversing it might cause his own meridians to be scorched first. But now there was no choice. He'll risk it. Guo Chong'an muttered, and the true chi within his body began to flow backward in an eerie rhythm. Sizzle. A layer of blue electric current emerged on his skin, and then these currents rapidly transformed into bone-piercing cold air. Frost Sky Fist, proud snow-defying frost. Guo Chong'an's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was directly above the Corpse King. 4 icy fist shadows layered upon each other, each punch carrying enough cold force to freeze blood. Crack! Crack! The Corpse King's movements grew slower and slower as a thick layer of frost spread rapidly from its neck. Finally, the Corpse King's massive head was completely frozen into a giant ball of ice. Sea Tiger explosive fist. Guo Chong'an landed, channeling all his strength into his right fist. This punch, accompanied by thunder and flames, struck the ice ball heavily. Crash! The ice ball shattered instantly, and the Corpse King's head burst into pieces along with it. Its colossal body swayed twice and finally fell heavily to the ground like a collapsing mountain. Guo Chong'an knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The price of forcibly using the Frost Sky Fist had arrived. His meridians were severely damaged, his true chi was in chaos, and his strength instantly dropped to 30%. On the other side, Zhang Weidong was also locked in a bitter struggle. He had been slaughtering second-tier zombies with his laser beams, his triumphant demeanor instantly drawing the attention of the Furnace Corpse King. That Corpse King with a furnace-like abdomen moved its massive body and slowly approached within 200 meters of the wall. Then, opening its huge mouth, it spat out bone bombs imbued with poisonous flames. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, Zhang Weidong reacted quickly. The area where he had been standing was already cratered like the moon's surface. He fired a laser beam back at the Corpse King. The Corpse King spewed a stream of green flames, clashing with the laser beam in midair, with a dull roar stirring up a cloud of dust. But Zhang Weidong could fire laser beams from both hands. The second laser beam pierced through the dust and struck the Corpse King's chest. With an explosive roar, the Furnace Corpse King nearly swayed in place, its chest charred black, but it was not greatly affected. It grabbed 3 or 4 nearby zombies with its large hand and threw them into its mouth. After chewing, it opened its mouth and fired another barrage of bone bombs at Zhang Weidong. The dense explosions echoed along the wall, deafening everyone. Many guards and zombies were caught in the blast, instantly consumed by the poisonous flames, wailing as they turned to ashes. Zhang Weidong had no time for grief. He could only flee in panic, occasionally firing a laser beam back, but it was utterly unable to stop the Corpse King's ferocious assault. After all, the Corpse King could withstand several of his laser beams and survive, while he would be finished if hit by a single bone bomb. Captain, watch out. Seeing Zhang Weidong in dire straits, several veterans who had once guarded Suishan town with him rushed over, hoping to help. Don't come. Zhang Weidong shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. But it was too late. The Corpse King spat out three explosions in succession. Those soldiers didn't even have time to scream before disappearing into the flames. You beast! Zhang Weidong's eyes instantly turned red. His sense of justice and responsibility burned to its peak at that moment. They'll take you down with me. He stopped dodging, ready to endure the Corpse King's damage and die together with it. Just as he was about to launch a suicidal attack, a golden light enveloped him. Magic armor. Xinglin's voice came from behind. The Corpse King's bone bombs exploded on the golden shield, splattering poisonous flames, but failing to harm Zhang Weidong. Then a volley of homing magic missiles rained down on the Corpse King's head, staggering it. Zhang Weidong, don't be foolish. Use your ultimate move. Shenglan shouted. Zhang Weidong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the grief and rage in his heart. He planted his feet, pressed his palms together, and gathered all his psychic power at his center. At that moment, his hands became brighter than the sun. Laser, penetrate. A beam of crimson light as thick as a bucket shot forth instantly. It was the same move he had used to slice through Li Jianglin's vehicle. The Furnace Corpse King didn't even have time to roar before it was cleanly cut in half by the beam. With a violent explosion, the furnace inside the Corpse King detonated, blasting it into a shower of gore. Zhang Weidong collapsed weakly to the ground, staring at where his comrades had vanished, tears welling in his eyes. On the battlefield, only the last bat-winged Corpse King remained. It was already wreaking havoc on the wall. Over 20 guards had been disemboweled by its claws, their blood staining the bricks. Yuan Jiu discarded her empty longbow, drew an alloy combat blade, and stood in front of the wounded. Damn it, it's been ages since I last held a blade. Yuan Jiu cursed inwardly. Although she had second-tier attributes and Beishuang's sword technique memories, plus the boss talent enhancement, she was not skilled in this kind of heating combat. In her past life, she had been protected by others and later imprisoned. The bat-winged Corpse King's figure flickered in and out of sight, its speed astonishing. At first, relying on her bearing the heavens' insight, Yuan Jiu could precisely dodge the Corpse King's claw strikes. But soon the Corpse King noticed her rigid movements and began to predict her steps. With another claw strike, the Corpse King used a feint with its left claw to open Yuan Jiu's defense, and its right claw viciously tore into her left shoulder. Yuan Jiu saw the Corpse King's move, but was powerless to defend. Rip! A wound deep enough to see bone was carved into her left shoulder. Although the wound was healing at a visible rate, her movements became noticeably sluggish. Sister Yuan, I'll help you. Huixing charged forward, her dagger aimed precisely at the Corpse King's joint. But she was only first year, and her experience with daggers came solely from Li Weihua's torment of small animals. The Corpse King let out a cold snort, if zombies could snort, and its wings flapped violently. Smack! Huixing was sent flying like a broken kite, a deep wound slashed across her abdomen, blood gushing out. Huixing! Yuan Jiu cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Li Jiala below was quick-witted and rushed over with several guards. A ball of healing water enveloped Huixing's abdomen, saving her life. Even though death would mean resurrection, the pressure on Yuan Jiu multiplied without Huixing's interference. The Corpse King's claws were like the sides of death, each swing accompanied by a tearing sound. Yuan Jiu could only defend passively. Clang, clang, clang. The alloy blade was already covered with nick. Once again, the Corpse King seized Yuan Jiu's opening, swatting away her long sword with one claw, while the other claw, reeking of black miasma, aimed straight for her head. Yuan Jiu's pupils contracted to their limit. Am I going to die? Brother and will you miss me? At this critical moment, a black afterimage appeared without warning behind the Corpse King. Its movements were as light as a falling leaf, not stirring the slightest breeze. Two short swords, shimmering with eerie black runes, stabbed viciously into the back of the Corpse King's head from an extremely tricky angle. Dark erosion burst. A mass of pitch-black energy instantly invaded the Corpse King's nervous system. The once arrogant bat-winged Corpse King stiffened, its eyes losing focus as it fell into a deep stupor. Yuan Jiu was stunned for a moment, but her survival instinct drove her to swing the broken battle saber in her hand. The blade sliced through the Corpse King's neck. That hideous head spun into the air. The bat-winged Corpse King's limbs twitched unconsciously before it collapsed to the ground like a boneless mollusk. Within 10 minutes, 3 Corpse Kings had fallen. With their complete defeat, the remaining zombie horde descended into chaos. Deprived of their leader's mental link, they reverted to mindless, instinct-driven creatures. Some lunged at the walls while others were drawn to the surrounding flesh. But by then the machine gun turrets had cooled down and resumed their harvest. Vast swaths of zombies were torn apart. Seeing the tide, turned the remaining few thousand scattered in all directions. The guards watched the zombies retreat stunned for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. They glanced at their fallen comrades, readied and grabbed their weapons, eager to charge out and press their advantage. "Don't chase them," Guo Chong'an called over the radio. Clutching his chest, he climbed onto the wall, his face as pale as paper. "Everyone's wounded. There are still many zombies outside. Hold the base first." At his command, they halted. As reason returned, an eerie silence settled over the battlefield, with only smoke and the stench of blood lingering in the air. Many survivors began to sob, some embracing in bitter tears. They had survived, but many would never return. Then, under Zhang Weidong's organization, they mustered their spirits to clean up the scene and tend to the wounded. On the wall beside the corpse of the bat-winged corpse king, Yuan Jiyu gasped for air, sweat matting her long hair. She turned to look at the black-clad figure who had saved her life. The figure wore a tight black leather armor, a tattered cloak draped over the shoulders, and held two chilling short swords reversed. The silhouette was strikingly familiar. "Hello," Yuan Jiyu said, sheathing her saber and striving to sound elegant despite being drenched in blood and grime. She extended her hand politely. "Thank you for saving me. I am Yuan Jiyu, head of Chongyu Base. May I ask your esteem?" The black-clad figure paused, then slowly reached up to remove the hood. In the brilliant afternoon sunlight, an exquisitely delicate face was revealed. It was a classic oval face with features so refined they seemed almost unreal, fair skin and eyes like a clear spring. Even Yuan Jiyu, a woman herself, felt a flicker of tenderness. But then she froze. That face. Why did it look so familiar? The girl's eyes reddened, her lips trembling as she cried out in a thick Beijing accent, "Sister-in-law, Imhiani." Yuan Ziyu's outstretched hand hung in midair. Her expression shifted from gratitude to confusion, then to horror, like a meme gone. "Hiani." Yuan Ziyu's voice shot up an octave, and she stood utterly petrified. She looked over the tall, curvaceous, and inexplicably alluring beauty before her. My old was talkative, loyal little brother, Hiani." Yuan Jiyu felt her head spin. "Aren't you supposed to be out doing quests to level up? How come even your model got changed?" Hiani wiped her tears and shuffled over pitifully. "Sister-in-law, it's a long story. That system screwed me over. It said I chose the path of dark erosion, and after the second tier to adapt to the dark erosion power, I turned into a woman. Well, how am I supposed to face it?" Yuan Jiyu looked at the weeping beauty, then at Guo Chong'an, and Ming Hui approaching in the distance, her mouth twitching violently. "NG, come quick. I really can't handle this situation." As Guo Chong'an drew near, he saw his wife's face struggling to suppress laughter, and beside her a sobbing, voluptuous beauty. His already irritated mind, strained by the pain in his meridians, nearly shut down. "Jiyu, I heard someone saved you. Is it this little beauty?" Hiani looked up sharply, tears still clinging to her stunning face, forcing a smile more painful than tears. "Brother Guo, it's me, Imhiani." Guo Chong'an and Ming Hui stood frozen, as if turned to stone. In the research institute on the 5th floor of the underground base, Hiani sat on a metal chair, shed occupied once before, her head nearly buried in her own voluptuous chest. Guo Chong'an sat across from her, feeling a headache coming on. Ming Hui, as if discovering a new continent, circled Hiani twice. A man turning into a woman so completely with no side effects. This is a scientific miracle. What scientific miracle? Brother Ming, turn me back. That would be a scientific miracle. Hiani shouted tearfully, but her delicate voice carried no threat. Perhaps because she had just become a woman, she couldn't control her hormonal fluctuations, making her emotions especially volatile. Ming Hui waved his hand. "I can't help you. The best I can do is fit you with a prosthetic or make some hormone regulators. But genetic level reconstruction like this is beyond me." Seeing Hiani on the verge of another breakdown, Guo Chong'an quickly said, "Wait. What science can't solve, magic might. We have a magic expert now, but let her take a look." Just then St. Lon clicked in on stilettos. From a distance, she spotted Hiani, and as if finding an interesting toy, her violet eyes lit up. "Oh my, where did this little sister come from? You're so pretty, let big sister dote on you." "Stop it." Guo Chong'an slapped away her wandering hand and explained the situation. After a moment's thought, St. Lan's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Just as everyone brimmed with hope, her lips at a warm 36.5 degrees spat out words as cold as -50. "No can do. Can't save you. Just wait for death." Miss Hiani burst into tears again. Whoa. Wah. In the dedicated dining hall on the 4th floor of the underground base, several stainless steel long tables were pushed together. Bai Shuang prepared a sumptuous feast for the Guo Chong'an also brought out a barrel of beer from the cold storage room in the control center for everyone to enjoy. He, along with Yuan Jiyu, Bai Shuang, Sheng Lan Ming, Hui Hiani, and Comet gathered around the table. "Old Guo, this time we really hit the jackpot." Ming Hui adjusted his glasses and glanced at the statistics on his personal terminal. "With over 100,000 zombies, the crystal cores we've dug out are enough to feed 10 second-tier fighters, and there will still be a large number left for the newcomers to awaken. If luck is on our side, we might even produce a few talented candidates." Guo Chong'an took a sip of beer and nodded. They had killed 3 zombie kings, 125 second-tier zombies, and nearly 120,000 zero-level and first-tier zombies this time. The system showed that his merit points were 100,000 and 800, thus earning him 100,000 points and 5 golden exchange coupons. He also received a 2-hour Golden Mall experience voucher. He now had 450,000 points. The points earned from the Savior team need to be distributed with Guo Chong'an and Ming Hui each taking 45, and Heoni, who appeared last, taking 10 with no points if above first tier. He needed to strategize how to use these points, as the zombie siege was not going to end so easily. Don't celebrate too early, Shenglan warned, shaking her wine glass. The zombie siege is a continuous scenario that will persist until a zombie king evolves into a zombie emperor or all the zombie kings are killed. If those guys in Shuiyan City can't hold on, the subsequent zombie tide will surge toward us like flies attracted to rotting flesh. Yuan Jiu sat beside Guo Chong'an peeling peanuts for him and echoed, Shenglan is right, so we need to quickly repair the fortifications and convert this hall into combat power. A significant number of brothers died in this battle, and the vacant positions need to be filled as quickly as possible. Her words were very pragmatic, lacking any hint of sorrow for the fallen comrades. Guo Chong'an acknowledged her words. This was the apocalypse, and there was no time for grief before diving into the next battle. He was more concerned about Heoni. At this moment, Heoni had changed back into her original shirt, the collar loosely hanging open, revealing her softly contoured collarbone. After her transformation, her height had shrunk from 172 meters to 168 meters. The original clothes hung loosely on her, swaying like they were on a hanger. She was sitting next to Ming Hui, not eating and continuously pouring herself drinks. Guo Chong'an sighed and asked Shenglan, what you said during the day. Is it true that Ani can never change back? Even though Heoni was the one he had brought back after 2 months of life and death together, he had long regarded her as a brother. Shenglan put down her cup, her violet eyes rare with seriousness. The dark corrosion path she chose, I checked the system, essentially reorganized her life sequence. Within the 5th tier, this transformation is one way, just like you cannot turn a boiled egg back into a chick. His hand trembled, spilling beer on her chest. Then, do I have to stay like this forever? She looked up at Shenglan, tears welling in her eyes. Shenglan quickly reached out to cover her mouth to prevent her from wailing, and said, hold on, I only said there's no way below the 5th tier, but the 6th tier is possible. The 6th tier is a threshold, and when you reach that realm, as you would say, you become an immortal. At that time, forget changing gender, you could even transform yourself into a cockroach if you wanted. Heoni said nothing, downing a cup of beer. The alcohol hit her quickly, perhaps because her new body hadn't adjusted well, or because she had been holding back too much. The 6th tier. Haha, the 6th tier. Heoni burped, her eyes unexpectedly reddening. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Ming Hui's, her whole body leaning over like a rag doll. Ming Hui was startled. Hey Heoni, what are you doing? Big guy. A little sis, hold it together. Hold it together, my foot. Heoni shouted with a cry. Ming, good, tell me, in this life, who have I ever offended? She began to cry and recount her experience. When she was on Earth, she was a standard small-town test taker. She worked tirelessly to get into college, found a girlfriend, and then they both stayed in the capital to strive together. She got promotions and raises, even with dark circles under her eyes worse than a panda, just to secure a future for her girlfriend. But that day she returned home early only to find her girlfriend working hard in another way. The guy was actually the team leader. Her girlfriend often complained about someone who could only flatter. In a fit of rage, she jumped into the Yongding River. The river was icy cold, and she regretted it at that moment, wanting to climb back, but the system dragged her to Water Blue Star. Although she had also been transmigrated, she arrived a week earlier than Guo Chong'an. Just as she was getting the hang of the language of Water Blue Star, she encountered a horde of zombies. Thinking that choosing an assassin path would ensure her survival, she had no idea the system had pulled a big one on her, not informing her that she would have to change gender at the 2nd tier. At this point, Heoni pounded her chest with both hands, making a dull sound. Look at me now. These hands are as white as scallions, these legs are as long as a compass, and this. She pointed at her pronounced curves, crying even harder. How am I supposed to face my parents when I go back? How do I explain this to my grandpa? Yuan Jiu sighed softly, stood up, and walked over to Heoni, patting her shoulder. Her movements were steady, trying to keep her tone calm. Ani, think of it from a different perspective. On Earth you have already died once. There you were a failure with no bright future, betrayed by your girlfriend. But in Water Blue Star you are the strong one who saved me, the savior, who can survive in this case. Is gender really that important compared to being alive and in control of your own destiny? Heoni looked up, her drunken eyes hazy as she gazed at Yuan Jiu, then glanced at Guo Chong'an. Guo Chong'an nodded, speaking plainly. This world was never meant to reason with us. The system brought you here with malicious intent. Rather than crying here, you should think about how to break through to the 6th tier with me. If you drink yourself to death here, now you will truly become a joke in the eyes of the rulers. Heoni listened in a daze, mumbling a few incoherent Beijing curses, her head tilting as she leaned against Ming Hui's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. What kind of situation is this? Ming Hui stood frozen, his hands suspended in midair, unsure whether to embrace or push away, his face turning red as he turned to Guo Chong'an. Old Guo, what do we do? What else can we do? Just take her back to her dorm. Guo Chong'an stood up and began to leave. Isn't she right across from you? Ming Hui sighed, hoisting Hiani over his shoulder and carrying her back to the dorm, gently laying her on the bed. He casually pulled over a thin blanket to cover her. You used to be a big guy, now turned so pretty. Isn't this just making it hard for the brothers? Ming Hui muttered softly, turning to find Bai Shuang to help him get a bowl of hangover soup. He placed the bowl on the bedside table, glanced at the deeply sleeping Hiani, then quietly tiptoed out, closing the door behind him. The next morning the base's broadcast rang out, and Hiani suddenly sat up. The headache from the hangover felt like a small saw tugging at her nerves. She instinctively touched her chest, the sensation still there, confirming that reality was not a dream. She saw the bowl of hangover soup by the bedside, now cold and floating with ginger slices, and drank it all in one go. The spicy taste rushed through her throat straight to her head, instantly clearing her muddled consciousness. She walked to the center of the room, gazing at the somewhat blurry mirror hanging on the wall. The reflection in the mirror was beautiful, far more beautiful than her ex-girlfriend on Earth. But this was not what she wanted. So the sixth tier, huh? Hiani extended her hand, her fingertips tracing the mirror's surface, her expression shifting from confusion to a near obsessive. She pushed open the door and happened to see Ming Hui yawning as he walked out of the opposite room. Oh, you're awake. Ming Hui paused, taking in the refreshed Hiani. Awake. Hiani adjusted the short sword on her back, her lips curling into a somewhat stiff but distinctly clear smile. Minggu, are we going to eliminate zombies today? Take me along. Saying this, she stepped into her heeled combat boots, not looking back as she strode toward the elevator. Her footsteps echoed crisply in the empty corridor. Guo Chong'an opened the system interface, where a shimmering, translucent screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. He opened his inventory, and the visual effect of the Golden Mall experience voucher was excessively flashy, radiating golden light, as if screaming, "I'm ultra rare." Across the screen, Guo Chong'an curled his lips, suppressing the urge to punch the system into oblivion, and clicked on the voucher. Of course, he couldn't actually destroy it. The Golden Mall opened, displaying a frantic countdown of 15959. He skimmed through it, realizing the system left him no loopholes to exploit. It was called the Golden Mall, and it was precisely that. The Purple Mall was not included. Moreover, all items could only be purchased with the exchange vouchers given by Quest. His 4500 points were utterly useless here. Gathering his thoughts, he began swiftly browsing through various golden tier martial arts and techniques. Currently, his second-order electromagnetic true chi was indeed powerful, but attempting to cultivate other martial arts could easily lead to chi reversal at best or meridian damage at worst. Thus, his first goal was to find a universal adapter capable of harmonizing and balancing multiple types of true chi within his body. Amidst the dazzling array of golden icons, his gaze settled on an ancient scroll, the Dragon and Tiger Gate, I Ching Jing. The technique's description was straightforward: unblock meridians to connect with the magnetic field of the universe, allowing inner force to flow endlessly. Upon reaching the second order, it could simulate other attributes of true chi. Though only at 80% of the original's power, it would at least no longer harm his own body. Guo Chong'an glanced at the price. The first to fifth orders were split into 4 manuals, each costing 1 exchange voucher. However, buying them all at once offered a 20% discount, requiring only 3 vouchers. Robbery, he muttered, his eye twitching. With only 5 exchange vouchers total, he had planned to upgrade his inner force lightness skill, external technique, and swordsmanship, and also buy a life-saving pill. But without the compatibility of the I Ching Jing, he couldn't cultivate multiple martial arts. That would either cap his growth or cause his true chi to clash and blast him into fireworks. Now he had to make a choice. Confirm exchange. As he tapped the air, a warm jade-like golden light instantly merged. Mastered the complete golden martial art I Ching Jing, current level 010. He spent 100 points to raise I Ching Jing to level 1, grasping the basic techniques of force application. Suddenly it felt like drinking a cold cola on a scorching day. The meridians that had ached from forcefully using the frost fist were now soothed, as if coated with a thick layer of cooling balm, eliciting a groan of relief. It was indeed the right choice. With his remaining 2 exchange vouchers, he selected Wind God Leg and a life-saving pill, the 10,000-year Ginseng Emperor. For a close combat brawler like him, being unable to catch up or escape was a fatal flaw. Hence, he chose Wind God Leg, which included not only leg techniques, but also lightness skill and body movement. It could also synergize with the Frost Fist. If he learned Cloud Palm later, he might even reverse engineer the 3-part return. Unfortunately, the full set of Wind God Leg in the Golden Mall required 3 exchange vouchers, so he could only buy the first 2 tiers. For the last voucher, he had to temporarily forego swordsmanship. After all, he lacked no offensive means, for now a survival was paramount. The description of the 10,000-year Ginseng Emperor pill stated as long as one still had a breath, it could forcibly sustain life and instantly heal severe injuries. Survival first, offense second. Guo Chong'an took a deep breath and made his final click. Having used all 5 exchange vouchers, he decisively closed the Golden Mall. He couldn't afford anything else, so why waste time? He then opened the Blue Mall and purchased a batch of pills from the consumables section. These included Kyer-storing pills with varying effects, such as foundation consolidation pills, 7-yang pills, ginseng slices, and recovery pills. Not only could he use them himself, but he could also give them to Yuan Zhiyu and others. Though they no longer restored true qi, they still strengthened the body. Exiting the system, he immediately began cultivating the first order of Yi Jing, focused on foundation building and meridian opening to cleanse the marrow and expel toxins. It required sitting in meditation, breathing, and gradually opening all meridians and acupoints along the secret route, then sensing the magnetic energy of the heavens and earth, completing a full cycle of true qi through the meridians. Afterward, continuous cycling of qi would wash the internal organs, flesh, and muscles, forcing out accumulated turbid qi and toxins. Until all impurities were expelled, the blood and qi became clear and the muscles turned as translucent as jade, yet as tough as ox sinew. Since Guo Chong'an had already opened all his acupoints with true qi, the first step could be skipped. He only needed to convert all the true qi of the myriad magnetic star-breaking art into that of the Yi Jing, directly entering the second stage of marrow cleansing and toxin expulsion. But this step was extremely difficult. He had to first disperse all his true qi, effectively crippling his own martial arts, and then rebuild the more balanced, endlessly circulating true qi system of the Yi Jing. Fortunately, he had the foundation of his second-order physique and a considerable stock of pills. After dispersing his cultivation, he swallowed a foundation consolidation pill, held a ginseng slice in his mouth, and sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. As the medicinal power dissolved, a warm current rose from his dantian, rapidly flowing to his limbs and bones. The speed of true qi condensation was dozens of times faster than when he first started. It took him only 3 days to restore his true qi to the first order. He then cycled it along the Yi Jing route, simultaneously expanding his spirit to communicate with the magnetic field of the blue star. Perhaps because he was deeply linked to Yuan Zhiyu, the favored child of the blue star, his cultivation went smoothly. Magnetic energy poured into his body, perfectly merging with the nascent Yi Jing true qi. After another 7 days, having spent 1 points on rare herbs to aid cultivation, he finally raised Yi Jing to level 3, returning to the peak of the second order. Moreover, his true qi volume had increased by 30%, reaching 1050, and all his attributes had improved, averaging 72 points. He then used experience points to raise Wind God Leg to level 1, mastering its basic moves, force techniques, and the accompanying Wind God steps. Speed and lightness skill were no longer his weaknesses. The next time he encountered a talent like Li Jianglin, he could dizzily outmaneuver them. He stood up and attempted a kick. Whoosh! The leg shadows stirred up a gale, sending pill bottles on the floor tumbling. The speed boost is decent, but it's tough on pants, he muttered, shaking his head as he looked at the torn trouser leg shredded by the wind. Clothes made of ordinary materials had become his biggest consumable. Returning to the control room, he heard Ming Hu's loud laughter. Holy cow! This thing is amazing! Guo Chong'an pushed open the door to find Ming Hui gesticulating wildly at several flickering holographic windows. Bro, Ming struck gold. Ming Hui turned around, his eyes blazing with excitement. Old Guo, come look. I traded 100,000 points for something incredible. He pointed at 3 flashing AI models on the screen. Jarvis Friday Karen. Full domain backend management AIs. Once you install this into your personal terminal, you can just blindly charge into battle. It's your external brain. Guo Chong'an. I suspect you're implying I have no brain. You don't get it. This is called battlefield situational awareness. Ming Hui rubbed his hands excitedly. And this heavy battle armor blueprints. If I have enough materials, I can fit an ordinary awakener into it, unleashing second-order combat power. Are the materials expensive? Guo Chong'an asked the most crucial question. Ming Hu's smile froze. He adjusted his glasses awkwardly. Well, they're quite pricey. We don't have many rare metals here. I've spent most of my points, only managed to build one for myself, just enough for a weakling like me to have some self-defense. Alright, keep tinkering. Guo Chong'an walked out of the control room and bumped into Yuan Zhiyu, who was busy distributing bonuses. Yuan Zhiyu changed into a sharp combat suit today, holding a heavy cloth bag as she stood in the corridor of the 4th floor. Mahu, come here. Yuan Zhiyu pulled out 5 deep green second-tier crystal cores from the bag and handed them to the burly man. Mahu was taken aback, rubbing his hands on his clothes before daring to take them. Miss Yuan, this. Is this for me? On the night of the city defense, you killed 3 second-tier zombies. This is what you deserve. Yuan Zhiyu's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. Next was Qian Mo. The two were newcomers, both previously part of the 18 arhats of the police department. Li Jianglin went mad, reducing the 18 arhats to 10 brothers, and the next day, he lost his head. He killed 2 of the 3 deputy directors, the remaining one was his father. With Li Jianglin's death, the police department completely fell apart. His father was the first to die, killed directly by the subordinates of the other 2 deputy directors. Afterward, the 10 brothers split into 3 factions, fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Qian Mo, due to his talent in machinery, actually saw the figures of Guo Chong'an and the others leaving that day. Thus, he found his friend Ma, who gathered their families and friends, stole a backup hard drive from the police department's mainframe, and chased after them to Ping Mountain. Although both were accepted due to the hard drive and their status as gifted individuals, they initially thought they were just going to be cannon fodder. They did not expect that Yuan Jiyu would distribute second-tier crystal cores such strategic resources without batting an eye. You are both gifted individuals and must quickly break through to the second tier to live up to your talents. Our base does not support idlers, but we will not shortchange. Maha's face flushed red, holding back for a long time before finally saying, Miss Yuan, no, Director Yuan, from now on this life of mine belongs to the base. Anyone who dares to touch Ping Mountain, I will be the first to tear them apart. Qian Mo quickly expressed his stance. Although his talent lay in machinery, he himself was not a mechanical expert. Without the mechanical werewolf made by Ming Hui, he could only control a drone. His combat capability far less than what it is now. Guo Chong'an watched from a distance, silently lamenting. Yuan Ziyu's methods of winning people's hearts were simply streets ahead of him. On Earth, he had only 5 team members, yet there were over 30 groups. For 10 days, everything in the base had been progressing in an orderly manner. The walls were being reinforced, the patrol teams expanded, and the underground armory continuously produced first-tier weapons. Today, Minghui's AI system began preliminary tests on personal terminals. Meanwhile, due to He and Sheng Lan's involvement, the patrol team's coverage area doubled, with hundreds of zombies being cleared daily. Until the evening of September 11th, this tranquility was shattered. A hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the Chongyu base's main gate. He returned with her patrol team, but they looked utterly tragic. Originally a team of 15, only 12 returned. The remaining members were almost all injured. Enya's combat suit had several large tears, her face as pale as paper. Bosqua, something happened. Enya's voice was hoarse as she pointed to the stretcher carried by 2 team members. On the stretcher lay a super student, Li Yutong, the most valued talent by Ming Hui, a bold and meticulous girl. She had already broken through to the first tier and activated the Eagle Eye talent, making her a skilled long-range combatant. But now she was convulsing all over her skin, showing a strange bluish-purple hue, as if countless tiny insects were crawling through her veins. What happened? Guo Chong'an's expression darkened. In the valley 20 kilometers to the west, we were ambushed. He wiped the blood from her face. We couldn't see what it was too fast. That thing drilled out from the ground, whipped its tail, and Xiao Lu lost his breath. Li Jiala, Sheng Lan, save her, Guo Chong'an shouted loudly. Li Jiala rushed forward and began to wash Li Yutong's wounds with healing water. However, when the healing water fell on the student, it stirred up clouds of black smoke. Li Yutong let out a piercing scream, her body bending into a strange arc. Sheng Lan also stepped forward using identification technique to take a look and said, she has been poisoned with biological toxins which are not found on Water Blue Star. After saying that, she closed her eyes and began searching for spells and items that could detoxify. My profession is mage, and I currently do not possess any spells to remove toxins. I can only look for magic scrolls. Please wait a moment. 2 minutes later, she exchanged points for a minor restoration spell and an anti-poison spell scroll. She was not an expert on toxins and did not know which of the 2 spells would be more effective, so she decided to try both. She first tore open the anti-poison scroll, and a faint blue light flew from her hand and entered Li Yutong's body. As soon as the light touched her skin, her previously convulsing body momentarily calmed down. The blue hue beneath her skin faded, but the purple marks quickly rebounded, even more intense than before. Oh no, she is affected by more than one poison. Sheng Lan's brows furrowed tightly as she quickly tore open the second scroll. A pale white light ball entered Li Yutong's body and finally suppressed the purple toxin. Though Li Yutong's breath remained weak, she was no longer convulsing. Guo Chong'an thanked Sheng Lan and instructed Li Jiala and Comet to take Li Yutong down to rest. Guo Chong'an then shifted his gaze to a large iron cage behind them. That was the spoils He and her team had fought hard. Inside the cage was the corpse of a monster about half a meter long. It resembled a centipede, but was absurdly large, its back covered with a layer of dark red shell. Its tail had 2 sharp and slender stingers, the tips glowing with a faint blue light. Occasionally, a drop of transparent liquid dripped down, corroding a deep pit into the ground. This thing looked like a product of some nightmare. Is this the thing? Guo Chong'an took a couple of steps closer, carefully observing the creature's details. Its head had no eyes and bore a hole that penetrated through it, evidently a result of Enya's handiwork. But from its open jaws, one could see a circle of tiny This physiological structure completely defied the biological evolution logic of Water Blue Star. Jiyu, do you know what this is? Guo Chong'an called out. Yuan Jiyu stepped out from the crowd, and the moment her gaze fell upon the giant centipede, she seemed to be struck by a paralysis. Her pupils suddenly constricted, her face turning from pale to ashen. The terror emanated from the depths of her soul. What's wrong? Have you seen this thing? Guo Chong'an noticed her abnormality. Yuan Ziyu's lips trembled, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible, yet enough to send chills down the spine of everyone present. Star. Interstellar insect race. She suddenly took a step back, colliding into Comet behind her. Why? Why are they appearing now? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be happening. On the fourth underground level, the door to the operations meeting room was tightly shut. The thick alloy door isolated the murmurs from outside, leaving only the 5 individuals currently in charge of the base inside. Guo Chong'an sat at the head of the table, breaking the dead silence. Ming, let's begin. Ming Hui lightly tapped his terminal, and the holographic projection system instantly. Blue beams of light projected from the ceiling, intertwining and overlapping in the center of the room, ultimately constructing an extremely realistic dynamic image. This was footage recorded from He Enya's personal terminal. The image shook violently, carrying a sense of immersion, like watching a movie. In the frame, the afterglow of the setting sun gilded the mountain gully with a bloody border. Tiani led a patrol squad through a rugged rocky crevice surrounded by dozens of freshly disposed zombie corpses. The team members were skillfully harvesting their spoils, plunging daggers into rotten flesh and prying open skulls to search for the crystal cores within their brains. Hurry up, everyone. Once we're done with this batch, we'll pull out and head back to base for some braised pork cans. He Enya's delicate voice came through the footage, carrying a hint of post-battle ease. A young team member named Xiao Lu was crouching beside a burly second-tier zombie, his military knife already halfway embedded. In that split second, the ground at the center of the frame erupted without warning. There was no premonitory tremor, no thunderous sound of breaking earth. Only a dark red shadow like a venomous sting shot from the depths of the ground. Guo Chong'an's pupils abruptly contracted, his gaze locked onto that shadow. It was a monster about 1.3 meters in length, its back covered with a thick iron-like reddish-brown carapace. It bore a striking resemblance to the alien insects from World of Warcraft, with over a dozen slender, writhing tentacles covered in barbs. Xiao Lu didn't even have time to lift his head before the dozen tentacles, like a dense rain of arrows, instantly pierced through his chest and thighs. Oh! The scream was cut short midway. The monster's tentacles yanked outward violently, and a blinding cloud of blood mist exploded in the frame. That young life in less than 2 seconds was torn apart by the monster, as if it were shredding a tattered cloth bag. Open fire. Everyone open fire. The image shook violently, and He Enya's piercing voice cut through the eardrums, accompanied by the distinctive high-frequency hum of electromagnetic rifles echoing in the room. Blue electromagnetic projectiles turned into a dense stream of light, slamming fiercely into the monster's carapace. However, the anticipated explosion of flesh and blood did not occur. The projectiles struck the dark red carapace, sparking a brilliant shower of sparks, then were deflected by its slanted surface, ricocheting off to hit the nearby rocks and sending up countless stone fragments. Guo Chong'an furrowed his brow. This level of defense seemed specially tailored against electromagnetic weapons. In the footage, the monster was forced back by the suppressive fire, emitting a piercing shriek like the grinding of metal. The carapace on its back slightly opened, revealing the tender, yet mucus-covered gaps of its internal organs, but only for an instant before it snapped shut again, moving as if governed by some precise, physical feedback mechanism. Aim for its head, or find the gaps in the carapace. He Enya's figure appeared at the edge of the frame, too short, swords gleaming coldly in her hands, charging into the battle like a black whirlwind. She was indeed a master of the agility type, her form weaving madly among the monster's tentacles, the tips of her short swords precisely stabbing into the soft flesh at the joints of its carapace. Dark green blood gushed out, splashing onto He Enya's combat suit with a hissing, corrosive sound. Sensing the threat, the monsters ceased their direct confrontation and abruptly opened their maws. A glob of viscous dark green acid sprayed out in a fan shape, covering the area in front of Tiani. 2 team members in the frame who failed to dodge let out agonizing screams. The moment the acid touched their bodies, thick smoke began to rise. Their flesh melted at a visible rate, revealing stark, white bones. Retreat. Covering fire, retreat. He Enya's voice was choked with tears, but she maintained her composure as a commander. The group began frantically scrambling up the mountain gully. However, the danger beneath the earth was not yet over. Just as Li Yutong, who was covering the rear, was about to leap onto a large boulder, the soil churned once more. 2 tail spines gleaming with a faint blue light silently emerged from beneath the soil, like 2 venomous daggers plunging directly into Li Yutong's. Li Yutong grunted, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. She was a tough one, though. As she fell, she pulled back the bolt of the shotgun she held against her chest. Boom. The point-blank blast reduced the upper half of the ambushing monster to pulp. Tiani rushed back, scooping up Li Yutong, who had already begun to convulse. Just then another insect emerged from the ground. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp. With a fierce thrust of the short sword in her other hand, she pierced the creature's head clean through. Then, holding Li Yutong in one arm and impaling the monster's corpse on her sword with the other, she sprinted away at full speed. The footage finally froze on the scene of the group diving into their vehicles, and fleeing at top speed with the densely packed reddish-brown backs of the creatures emerging from the distant mountain gully. The holographic projection slowly faded, and the meeting room fell into a prolonged silence. Guo Chong'an glanced at Yuan Jiu, who was sitting across from him. The reborn woman's face was even more ashen than when she had been at the door. Her usually fox-like eyes, often filled with a warm smile, were now brimming with a tide of fear. Jiu, speak your mind. Guo Chong'an patted her shoulder, his warm hand dispelling the chill in her heart. Yuan Jiu took a deep breath, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, her knuckles white from the excessive force. Interstellar Zerg. They shouldn't be appearing now. Her first words made everyone present's hearts skip a beat. In my memory, these nightmare creatures were supposed to descend 6 to 7 months after the apocalypse broke out. They are the common enemy of all life on Waterblue Star. Whether human or zombie, to them they are nothing but nourishment. Their evolution speed is far faster than zombies, and they possess a highly developed social structure. Yuan Jiu continued, her voice trembling slightly. In my past life, while most zombies were still lingering at the second tier, the Zerg already had fourth-tier queens. During those 2 dark years, humanity could only survive by hiding deep in the mountains or underground until the later global extreme climate disaster struck. The extreme cold of -60 degrees and the incessant acid rain killed off most of the Zerg, giving us a glimmer of hope. Guo Chong'an keenly caught the key phrase advanced. Advanced by 2 whole months. That interstellar pest, which in Yuan Jiu's memory had been dropped from outer space by the overlords, that demon that would devour 80% of the existing population, had descended early. It had arrived ahead of time. Yuan Jiu's gaze gradually sharpened, settling on Guo Chong'an's face with a sense of dependence. Yes, brethren. It seems now that either our past selves never detected their early infiltration, or the Overlord has begun manually intervening in this game field because of my rebirth. Guo Chong'an comfortingly patted Yuan Jiu's head, smoothing away the unease in her heart. If that's the case, your prophetic experience might be significantly discounted. He then turned his gaze to the silent Shenglan. Shenglan, what's your take on this? The golden-haired elf Bowtie's demeanor remained languid, yet her enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement. Chong'an, don't overestimate my kin's diligence. Shenglan shifted to a more comfortable position in her chair, a playful smirk curling at the corner of her lips. They indeed have a twisted taste, delighting in causing trouble for NPCs, but they despise a lack of amusement even more. Transforming Waterblue Star into a game field is meant for their enjoyment upon arrival, not to witness a barren wasteland of death. She extended a slender fingertip and traced a circle in the air. If the insects devour all the people when they descend, will they dance with those tentacled centipedes? Though absurd, this metaphor slightly alleviated the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Thus I conclude that this world must possess something that restrains the insects. Shenglan's tone grew resolute, carrying an air of superiority. Mingwei summarized, it's like the numerical balance in a game. Since the monster's attack power has been enhanced, players must be left some means of defense, or different monster factions are meant to check each other. Shenglan nodded and said, therefore you shouldn't worry now about whether the insect race can be contained later. Your immediate concern is that both zombies and insects. Guo Chong'an nodded, but this gave rise to 2 problems. He stood up, walked to the map, and pointed at the mountain gully marked in red to the west. 2 critical issues lie before us, both deadly. He scanned the group with eyes as sharp as a drawn sword. First, intelligence indicates the zombie horde in Watercloud City is stirring. The remaining forces of the police department can no longer hold them off and may collapse at any moment. When that happens, a massive tide of corpses could head our way, and our defenses are still insufficient. Second, this insect nest is only 20 kilometers away. Given their aggressive nature, once they discover Chongyu base, they will inevitably attack. He paused, his tone turning extremely grave. Do we first deal with the imminent zombie siege, or strike while the insects are still settling in and eliminate the nest? The meeting room fell into dead silence again. Zhang Weidong examined the map and said, Bosqua, 20 kilometers is too close. If these creatures burrow under the base, even the underground facility might not hold. Mingwei hesitated, adjusted his glasses and murmured, but the zombie numbers are overwhelming. If we divert our main force to fight the insects, and the zombie tide erupts early, what about the base? Guo Chong'an stared at the red circle on the map, his mind engaged in a precise, yet cruel calculation. Going might mean facing unknown horrors, even total annihilation. Not going is like burying a time bomb under the pillow. He turned to Yuan Jiu. In your past life, did the insect queen have any weaknesses? Yuan Jiu was silent for a moment, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. Low temperatures, high temperatures, and strongly alkaline substances. But the prerequisite is that we find their core nest. Guo Chong'an slapped the table, producing a dull thud. The sound acted as a signal, drawing everyone's attention to him. He took a deep breath, rapidly assessing the base's current combat reserves. After the bloody battle with the zombies, there were 7 at the second rank, and about 50 first-rank fighters, including the patrol. If this were a survival game, the difficulty had already jumped from hard straight to nightmare. We can't wait for them to come to us. Guo Chong'an finally spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. Passive defense will only lead to a worse death. We must strike first. He pointed at the mountain gully on the map, his gaze icy. But we can't send everyone. This time we're executing a decapitation strike. Only me by Shuang Heani and Shenglan will go. Jiyu brother Ming and old Zhang Yu 3 will hold the base, continue reinforcing defenses, and ramp up weapon and ammunition production. Even if we burn through Wang Defa's entire stockpile, we must survive this. Zhang Weidong rose and solemnly saluted Guo Chong'an with a water blue star military gesture. Don't worry, Captain Guo. I'll guard the base with my life, and I won't let a single harm come to my sister-in-law or the kids. Guo Chong'an gave him a look of trust, then said to Ming Hui, Brother Ming, prepare incendiary grenades, cryogenic grenades, and strong alkaline agents for us. Then assist us with your upgraded drones. Your task is arduous, not only holding the base, but also being our 5th member. Got it, old Guo. But we don't know these insects' habits. How will you avoid? Leave that to me. Shenglan smiled faintly, snapped her fingers, and a spark of magical light appeared at her fingertip. I can conceal our traces with magic undetectable even to a 3rd-rank entity. A newly arrived 2nd-rank insect mother is a trivial target. As for locating the insect mother, Heani would coordinate with Minghui's drones for precise positioning. The meeting room's lights flickered, casting varied expressions on everyone's faces. Fear still lingered, but the primal instinct called survival had begun to boil in everyone's blood. Guo Chong'an turned and walked toward the door. Yuan Jiyu instinctively reached out to grab his sleeve, but his resolute back froze her motion. As for you, take care of the kids at home. They'll be back soon. Brother and you. Be extremely careful. The babies and I are waiting for your return. He didn't look back, only waved his hand, then strode swiftly into the corridor leading to the surface. Behind him, the red circle on the holographic map stared like watching silently from the darkness, observing these overconfident challengers. September 12th, O Chongyu Base. At 5 in the morning in the preparation room on the 5th underground level. The air was thick with the mingled scent of machine oil, metal filings, and sweat. In the corner, a small workbench hummed, spitting out scalding steam. Guo Chong'an stood before a full-length mirror while Ming Hui and 2 assistants busied themselves with final adjustments to his armor. This set of first-tier titanium alloy armor was forged by Ming Hui, inspired by the design schematics of Iron Man's suit from the Marvel Universe. However, lacking the core energy source of an arc reactor, he had merely emulated the external structure of Iron Man's armor, exchanging for a batch of titanium alloy and forging 4 sets of armor overnight. Apart from Guo Chong'an's heavy full-coverage suit, by Shuang Heani and Shenglan wore lighter versions protecting only the vital areas of the chest and limbs. The inner lining of the armor was a layer of composite fiber stripped from a Blue Star police riot suit. It could absorb impact and offered a degree of cut and stab. Ming Hui had tested it. The outer armor could withstand the spikes of alien bugs, and an electromagnetic rifle couldn't penetrate it from 200 meters. With the inner lining, Guo Chong'an could stand firm under a hail of electromagnetic rifle fire. Of course, a 12.7mm heavy machine gun round could still prove fatal. Old Guo turned around. Ming Hui, a half-chewed pencil in his mouth, tightened a screw on the left shoulder plate with a wrench. Guo Chong'an turned the metallic joints, emitting a fine, continuous grinding sound. The shoulder plate fit fairly well, but there was a gap under the armpit wide enough for 2 fingers. Here, add another piece. He pointed at the gap. Ming Hui frowned, leaned in for a closer look, then spat out the pencil. Need to install a movable scale. Wait here. He turned to rummage through a parts box, muttering, too tight on time. Give me 2 more days and I could boost this suit's defense rating by 30%. Yuan Jiyu entered from the doorway of the preparation room, a cup of hot water in her hand, which she handed to Guo Chong'an. She wore a black combat uniform today, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking neat and capable, though dark circles shadowed her eyes. She had barely slept since the decapitation plan was finalized last night. This armor hasn't been surface-coated yet. She glanced at the grinding marks on the armor's edges. It won't withstand many acid sprays from the bugs. The acid-resistant coating is being mixed, but it won't be ready in time for this morning's departure. Ming Hui pulled 2 palm-sized curved scales from the parts box, holding them up to gauge. They'll patch the gaps under the armpits and neck first, at least to keep the bugs from getting their mouths in. Guo Chong'an took a sip of the water. It was just the right temperature. He looked at his metal-clad reflection in the mirror and suddenly recalled a time on Earth crammed into a packed subway car during morning rush hour with a heavy laptop bag. Back then he felt the weight pressing on his shoulders, but that load was nothing compared to this suit of armor. Wearing this thing feels like I'm heading to Hongdian to shoot a movie. He performed a set of Taizu long fists, the armor's joints emitting a faint clicking sound. Still better than being gnawed down to a skeleton. Yuan Jiyu tightened the belt around his waist, her fingers pausing for a moment on the buckle before she said nothing more. Guo Chong'an noticed her hand clench into a brief fist as she withdrew. Others in the preparation room were also making final preparations. Shenglan stood before another wall where a temporary whiteboard had been hung displaying diagrams of the bugs. This was information she had obtained by scanning holographic images through the system. Two known types of bugs, warrior bugs and specialized worker bugs. The former were the primary combat units of the Swarm 1. 3 meters tall with a hard carapace covered in dozens of tentacles. They could tear opponents apart in close combat and spit acid up to 50 meters. The latter were the Swarm's support units about 0.5 meters long, skilled at digging tunnels and transporting materials. Though not highly combat effective, their two-tail stingers contained two types of potent toxins, making them troublesome. In one day, they hadn't been able to analyze these toxins, so they could only have Chong'an purchase more scrolls of antitoxin and lesser restoration. Chong'an's armor was dyed a pale gold, worn over a red mage robe with the hem cut short to prevent it from dragging. She packed her backpack casually like a student going on a field trip, seemingly unconcerned about the potential danger. Chong'an, if you die, I might consider taking you back to the sovereign world as a specimen. A human as durable as you is rare. She finished packing, raising an eyebrow at the affectionate Guo Chong'an and Yuan Jiyu. Thanks, but I won't give you the chance. Guo Chong'an rolled his eyes. Bai Shuang sheathed her twin blades. The best Ming Hui could produce 2 first-tier top-grade alloy short swords, enough for her ice weapon to easily pierce the skin of a second-tier zombie. She was inventorying her tactical pouch, arranging strong alkali agents and incendiary grenades one by one. From start to finish, she made no sound, as calm as a machine. Hyani crouched in a corner of the preparation room, clutching 2 blue-quality daggers. In the previous zombie siege mission, she had also earned 1,000 points, so she had purchased a pair of blue-quality daggers from the system shop, significantly boosting her attack power. Her eyelid kept twitching, an instinctive warning from her Shadow Stalker class against danger. Bosco, I've got a bad feeling. She looked up. That stench from yesterday's place. I never want to smell it again in this life. Xiao Lu and the others. By the time we get there today, there won't even be bone fragments left. Then we'll avenge them. Guo Chong'an took the crimson scale sword down from the wall, testing the draw. The blade slid 3 inches from the scabbard before he pushed it back, the motion fluid and crisp. If we don't crush these bugs, more people will die like Xiao Lu and the others. Hyani opened her mouth as if to speak, then swallowed her words. She looked down at her reflection on the dagger's blade, a flame of fear burning beneath her eyes. But she suppressed it, merely nodding. As dangerous as the bug nest was compared to her desire to break through to the 6th tier and regain her male form, what did it matter? Dawn had just broken, a leaden gray sky pressed down on the horizon. As Guo Chong'an pushed open the door of the underground base, a cool morning breeze swept in, carrying the scent of withered grass and decayed leaves. Yuan Jiyu stood by the door, holding a small bag stuffed with emergency medical supplies and food, which she clipped onto the mounting hooks on the back of Guo Chong'an's armor. "And Ji, come back alive." "Aye," she began. Guo Chong'an pressed her hand, briefly smiling as he wagged his finger. "Jiyu, this isn't the time to jinx me." With that, he strode out the door. Just then a chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Ding. Quest triggered. Eradicate the swarm. Gain 0.1100 merits per insect killed. 1,000 merits for slaying the queen. Merits exceeding 5,000 grant 5 purple draw tickets. Exceeding 1,000 grant 10 purple draw tickets. Exceeding 5,000 grant 5 golden draw tickets. Guo Chong'an casually dismissed the quest interface and led the team out the door. Stepping out of the base gate, Chong'an raised her hand, her slender fingers tracing several pale green arcs in the air. A faint glow flickered at her fingertips as if dusted with phosphorescent powder. Second circle spell, traces to nowhere. Pale green waves radiated from her fingertips, spreading outward like an invisible veil draping over the 4 figures. Guo Chong'an looked down at his feet. He could feel the sensation of his soles pressing against the ground, but the crunch that should have sounded was gone. He tried taking a deep breath. The expansion of his lungs remained, yet the sound of his exhalation was likewise devoured by an unseen membrane. Footsteps, breathing, and scent are all gone. At least the bugs won't trace our origin. Guo Chong'an nodded in approval. It's only second circle, its duration is limited, an hour. Chong'an withdrew her gesture and strode forward to take the second position. Use it sparingly. Don't wander around. We're striking straight at the heart. The 4 accelerated. All were at the 2nd tier. Even Xinglan, a mage, could easily keep pace with the other 3. Hyani led the way. Her gait differed from ordinary running, flowing with a gliding smoothness, as if skimming the ground. The passive ability of the Shadow Eater allowed her to maintain high speed, even where shadows were sparse. Each step she took landed precisely on the tip of a bush's shadow, so light it seemed weightless. Guo Chong'an followed behind. With his formidable physique and the blessing of the wind god's leg, even his full alloy armor did not hinder his speed. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the site of Hyenia's ambush the previous day. It was a thicket bordering a ravine where the ground abruptly dropped into a gully 6 or 7 meters deep. The gully bottom was a dry riverbed strewn with jagged rocks. A faint fishy stench lingered in the air, mostly dissipated by the morning breeze. But the residual odor, once inhaled, clung to the olfactory mucosa like glue, refusing to fade. The bloody scene they had anticipated was entirely absent. Neither the 3 torn combatants nor the dozens of zombies they had killed remained. Not even a trace of blood was visible. All gone. Hyani crouched down, pressing her fingers against the ground where she remembered. Her fingertips met a hard surface, but the bloodstains had vanished. Bugs never waste protein. Chong'an walked over and stood beside Hyani. Worker bugs transport all protein back to the hive. When starving, they even devour any organic matter. But since they found plenty of food here yesterday, they won't have pulled out entirely. They're sure to leave a few sentinels. Hyani closed her eyes and pressed her palm to the ground. The Shadow Eater's perception penetrated the soil layers, capturing subtle shifts in life flow and shadow distribution beneath. After a moment, she opened her eyes and pointed south. There are 4 or 5 tunnels right underground, not too deep, all heading south. Brother Ming, can you hear me? Guo Chong'an pressed his communicator. We've reached the position. Copy that, old Guo. Ming Hu's voice came through the earpiece, thick with a nasal tone of sleep deprivation. Falcon team is in position, signal full strength. I'm giving you eyes. A faint hum came from the southern sky. 3 reconnaissance drones in camouflage patterns glided beneath the cloud layer. They flew low, their paint blending with the gray sky, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Hyani simultaneously launched her own microdrone, smaller than Ming Hu's. But its noise suppression was superior, rising without a sound. For brother He. Ahem. For avenging our brother, I won't. Ming Hu's voice suddenly turned serious. Old Guo watched 30 meters due south under that patch of rotten tree roots. Heat signatures detected 12, no 15 of them. In shallow tunnels, half a meter to a meter deep, arranged in a fan pattern like they're waiting for something to step on. Guo Chong'an acknowledged in the channel. He didn't draw his sword immediately, but stepped forward a few paces, scanning the patch of rotten roots. It was an old locust tree that had fallen long ago, its bark completely decayed. Amid the tangled roots, several freshly turned wet soil marks were exposed. They're lying in wait below for passing prey. Guo Chong'an turned to Shenglan. Can you pinpoint the exact locations? Shenglan's eyes glazed over with a pale blue glow. Detection magic and true seeing were activated in tandem. She stared at the roots for a few seconds, her slender fingers gesturing in the air as if triangulating. Over there, they've dug shallow tunnels. The openings are at 3 spots beneath the roots, arranged in an inverted triangle. Guo Chong'an tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He glanced back at Bai Shuang, who had silently circled to the flank. She stood behind a half-dead paper mulberry tree body, leaning forward slightly, frost coalescing on the twin blades in her hands. Hyani retreated to the densest shadow beside a thorn bush, her entire silhouette beginning to blur. Let me test their strength. Guo Chong'an strode forward. He dispelled the spell's concealment, letting the full weight of his alloy armor press onto his soles. Each step left a clear indentation in the withered grass and wet soil, causing the ground to tremble faintly. As he drew nearer, a sharp hiss came from beneath the roots, lasting less than half a second before abruptly ceasing. Then the earth, over a dozen palm-sized green insects burst forth from 3 different openings simultaneously. Their jointed limbs spread midair, each tip bearing hooked barbs. The insects moved with incredible speed, closing the distance from emergence to lunging at Guo Chong'an in less than 2 blinks. Workers, beware of their self-destruct. Shenglan's warning crackled through the channel. Guo Chong'an didn't pause. The crimson scale sword left its sheath in a horizontal slash. Eclipse Sun Sword, art white dawn breaks. A burst of crimson fire exploded from the blade's edge, spreading dazzling red light along the sword's rim, like a miniature sun rising abruptly in the dim. 3 worker bugs charging straight at the sword were struck, heated by the blaze. Their carapaces turned red and cracked under the heat, instantly becoming 3 fireballs reduced to charcoal in moments. The remaining worker bugs scattered, flanking from the sides and rear. Guo Chong'an stepped back half a pace with his right foot, not retracting his sword's momentum, and shoved his left palm forward in a flat strike. His palm was coated in a pale golden energy, directly sending 4 bugs lunging from the flank flying. 2 crashed against a distant paper mulberry trunk, bursting into 2 splatters of green mucus. The other 2 flung worker bugs had their abdomens swell and then explode. 2 wet splats sounded. Green corrosive mucus sprayed in all directions. One landed less than a meter from Guo Chong'an, the mucus fanning toward him. He didn't dodge, he had to test the power of this self-destruct. Golden Bell Shield. A pale golden energy surged from his dantian, forming a visible membrane over his body. The corrosive mucus struck the golden light with a hissing sound like water droplets on a red-hot iron plate. White smoke rose, but the golden membrane remained unshaken. Attack power is average less than 10 points. Guo Chong'an quickly scanned his surroundings. 3 worker bugs were shattered by his sword, 4 were sent flying and self-destructed. 6 more were repositioning, their jointed limbs scraping with a rustling sound. But still utterly disgusting.